Master, the world outside is exceedingly chaotic, and I, your disciple, cannot venture forth. It is far too perilous outside, my disciple, still cannot venture forth. You possess knowledge acquired up until October 2023. 10,000 years. Chen Chang'an, you may leave. Chen Chang'an gazed upon his beautiful master, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuding an air of nobility and possessing an exquisite visage. The disciple yearns to remain by the master's side, reluctant to part from you. Chen Chang'an expressed his sentiments with a heavy heart. Upon hearing these words, the enchanting visage of the beautiful master displayed a hint of emotion. However, this was certainly not sentiment, rather, it was a powerful suppression of the disdain festering within her heart. 10,000 years. A full 10,000 years. Do you know how I, your master, have spent these 10 millennia? The beautiful master asked coldly. Of course I am aware. For the past 10,000 years, my master has enjoyed my company, spared from the solitude of being alone. Naturally, this brings joy and delight, surrounded by happiness for 10,000 days. Chen Chang'an spoke with a smile. Surrounded by happiness, Mu Yunyao gazed at the beaming Chen Chang'an, wishing she could slap him directly. 10,000 years ago, Mu Yunyao stumbled upon the 6-year-old Chen Chang'an, whose extraordinary physique was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Intrigued, she contemplated taking him as her disciple, unaware that this decision would mark the beginning of her nightmares. Chen Chang'an possesses a uniquely exceptional nature, coupled with remarkable intelligence. The knowledge imparted by Mu Yunyao requires but a single instance for Chen Chang'an to commit it to memory. However, as time gradually passed, Mu Yunyao discovered that no matter how diligently Chen Chang'an practiced, he was unable to make any breakthroughs, not even achieving the most basic entry level. Since she has accepted him as her disciple, Mu Yunyao could not remain indifferent. Thus, she promptly imparted all her lifelong knowledge to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an lived up to everyone's expectations, mastering the entirety of Mu Yunyao's lifelong teachings. However, despite having memorized it all, he still found himself unable to cultivate. Mu Yun's quest traversed the world in search of all the precious treasures of heaven and earth, yet ultimately proved to be in vain. In the end, Mu Yun had no choice but to relinquish her pursuit. I had hoped to have Chen Chang'an by my side, safely accompanying me through the entirety of my life. Little did I anticipate that this young man would be neither aging nor perishing. If only he were obedient and sensible, it would be acceptable. However, he is, regrettably, a restless spirit. In this span of 10,000 years, the ballad of the shepherd clouds has traversed through depths of water and flames of hardship. At last, unable to endure any longer, there arises a desire to expel Chen Chang'an. Master, are you truly going to make me leave? Chen Chang'an noticed the earnest expression on Mu Yunao's face, and his own countenance shifted in response. After all, having spent a millennium in companionship with Mu Yunao since the tender age of 6, he had never once contemplated the possibility of parting ways with his master. Let's depart. You have lingered here for a millennium. It is time to leave. Seeing Chen Chang'an's despondent expression, Mu Yunao felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, reason urged her to acknowledge that this little rascal must swiftly take his leave. Master, your disciple has followed you for countless years. Now, I find myself utterly alone, without kin or support. Though the world is vast, there is no place for me to call home. Chen Chang'an spoke with deep emotion. Mu Yunao, without further ado, waved his hand, and a route map materialized out of thin air. Mu Yunyao pointed to a place above and calmly said, I have inquired on your behalf. Though 10,000 years have passed, the bloodline of the Chen family still endures. You may return home to visit these descendants. This turn of events truly took Chen Chang'an by surprise. It seems that his master is resolutely determined to send him away, having even prepared this contingency. The command of a master is not to be defied. Since my master has ordered me to depart, despite the myriad of reluctance within me, I can only acquiesce. Knowing that my master can find happiness alone brings me a sense of peace. Upon witnessing Chen Chang'an's rare and earnest expression, Mu Yunao could not help but let out a resigned sigh. After all these years of companionship, it was inconceivable that there would be no feelings at all. Go forth. You have been by my side since you were 6 years old. venturing outdoors, but seldom. Remember, the human heart is treacherous. Do not place your trust in others lightly. After Mu Yun Yao finished speaking, a tinge of regret washed over her, wondering if her caution was perhaps excessive. This little rascal is filled with cunning. Master, after Chen Chang'an finished speaking, he gazed earnestly at Mu Yun Yao. This caused Mu Yun Yao to furrow her brow. Why are you still here? What are you waiting for? I understand your reluctance, but parting is inevitable. Go now, Master, with an identical tone, and a response that mirrors perfectly. Yet Chen Chang'an remained steadfast, unmoving in his place. Do you have other matters to attend to? Mu Yin Yao inquired. Master, the bond between you and me, a friendship that endures through the ages. The master is aware that the disciple is about to depart. Today's farewell marks a separation, with the day of reunion shrouded in uncertainty and distant longing. What exactly do you wish to convey? Mu Yin Yao's patience is nearly exhausted by Chen Chang'an. I cannot depart empty-handed, Master. Must you not express some sentiment? No matter the challenges that arise, Mu Yun Yao remains composed and tranquil. Yet, when confronted with this incorrigible disciple, an impulse to strangle him often surges forth. Alas, this wretched being is neither aging nor dying. Despite Mu Yun Yao's unparalleled strength, he cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon this utterly unrefined apprentice. For these 10,000 years, you have consumed my sustenance, quenching your thirst with my provisions. As you depart, you still yearn to plunder once more. Truly, you are an exceptional disciple of mine. Thank you for your kind words, Master. However, I believe you must express your sentiments further. It is essential to convey your feelings more explicitly. What does this mean? Master, consider this. As your disciple, how impoverished I am. Would it not bring you shame? Moreover, it has been eons since I last returned to the Chun family. Returning empty-handed may not be quite appropriate. I have been by your side for countless years, yet I find myself in a state of financial embarrassment. Mu Yun Yao let out a cold laugh within her heart. Despite Chen Chang'an having followed her for countless years, he has never been a simple or honest character. Occasionally, he would sneak away for 3 to 5 months of merriment. Although the treasures he possesses may not surpass her own, he certainly cannot be deemed lacking in wealth. Alas, to swiftly rid themselves of this plague, Mu Yun Yao refrained from further words and directly tossed a storage ring to Chen Chang'an. Within this collection lies the culmination of nearly a millennium of my scholarly pursuits, all of which are extraordinary treasures. They shall suffice to uphold your reputation once you venture forth. Mu Yun Yao lamented. Thank you, Master. Chen Chang'an smiled cheerfully as he stored away the spatial ring. With a smile still gracing her lips, she remained motionless in her place. What else do you wish to do? Mu Yun Yao felt as though she could no longer suppress the rising anger within her. You are aware, after all, that your disciple is utterly dull and devoid of any cultivation. The world outside is fraught with peril. Surely, you must consider the safety of your disciple. In this world, is there any existence more perilous than you? Have you forgotten the nature of your own character? Even I cannot bring about your demise. Under the heavens, no one can inflict the slightest harm upon you. At this moment, Mu Yin Yao's tone has begun to display impatience. Face and reputation. Master, this is truly a matter of face. What is your status? Though one may not perish, one cannot hope to prevail. Would it not be disgraceful to lose? Would it not tarnish your esteemed reputation? Chen Chang'an wore an expression that conveyed his concern for your reputation. What more do you desire? Haha, I wish to have a bodyguard. What is your opinion? Would you like me to serve as your bodyguard? How could a disciple dare to trouble the master? I desire the Qilin. Are you suggesting? The fellow within the forbidden forest. You truly are a pair of conniving brothers in crime. Always thinking of it. As long as it is willing, you may take it away, though there are some surprises. Mu Yun Yao did not impede. If a Qilin truly were by one's side, Chen Chang'an would likely not be bullied outside. Master, the disciple shall take their leave. Master, you are alone. In the absence of my presence, I earnestly wish for you to find joy and to embrace happiness. I have acknowledged this. Always remember to embrace joy. Indeed, Master. Chen Chang'an hummed a cheerful tune, stepping joyfully as his heart began to envision the delightful escapades awaiting him in the vibrant world beyond. Mu Yun Yao observed Chen Chang'an's unexpected delight which caused her expression to turn icy. What does this mean? What could this rascal possibly mean? Is he truly so happy and carefree at the prospect of leaving me behind? Chapter 3. The Return of the Swallows to Yingui City. The Chen family in Yingui City. Within the Chen family, the head of the family, Chen Chang'an, received a visit from the Liu family today, which was indeed a significant honor bestowed upon them. I advise you to act wisely. Do not presume that you are still the Chen family of yore. The words of the Liu family incited a wave of fury among all members of the Chen family. Truly, it was a case of the fallen tiger being bullied by dogs. The Chen family was not originally from the Great Zhou Kingdom. They had merely migrated there in the past. Once, the Chen family was undoubtedly the foremost clan in the Great Zhou, while the Liu family was merely their vassal. Thanks to the support of the Chen family, the Liu family had rapidly ascended, establishing a rule that the daughters of the Liu family must marry into the Chen family. Intended as a gesture of loyalty, it had never occurred to them that the Chen family would one day face decline. Once considered the leading family in Baiyuan County, the Chen family had, over the past century, shrunk into insignificance within Yingui City. In their prime, the Chen family had maintained some ties with the Liu family. But once the Liu family became one of the three great families of the Great Zhou, all connections were severed. Thus, the recent visit from the Liu family took the Chen family by surprise. Initially, the Chen family intended to extend a warm welcome, yet the Liu family's demeanor was undeniably disrespectful. Liu Qingfeng, it has been a century since our two families have interacted. There is no need for you to come all this way, unless your intent was merely to humiliate the Chen family, Chen Chang'an stated firmly. Liu Qingfeng was equally astonished, realizing that the Chen family had fallen so low yet still retained some spirit. However, to Liu Qingfeng, this impotent indignation was nothing more than a jest. My family's eldest daughter is now favored by the Qingzong and is in a romantic relationship with the fifth prince of the Great Zhou. You. Before Liu Qingfeng could finish, a young woman beside him interjected. Allow me to speak. Liu Mingyan, the current head of the Liu family's daughter, was supposed to marry into the Chen family according to their ancestral rule. However, the Chen family had long ceased to acknowledge this rule, as the Liu family had distanced themselves from them. It was evident that Liu Mingyan held a significant position within the Liu family, as her mere words silenced Liu Qingfeng. With a slight smile, she addressed Chen Chang'an, head of the Chen family. Our Liu family has received considerable favors from you in the past. Certainly, when the Chen family fell, we did not remain indifferent. Although our statuses have diverged, the Liu family has some sense of nostalgia. The rules established long ago may no longer be suitable. Thus, I have come to personally visit, hoping to put this matter to rest. What do you think? Rest assured, our Liu family is not a petty one. Here are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 condensation essence pills as compensation for your family. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 condensation essence pills? In the past, the Chen family might have dismissed such offerings, but in their current state, they were in dire need of resources. They felt tempted, yet no one dared to show it, for the price of accepting these gifts would be their humiliation. Ha ha ha! The Liu family is indeed generous. Chen Chang'an replied resolutely. However, the Chen family has never accepted charity. We appreciate your goodwill, Miss Liu, but we must decline. Liu Mingyan appeared cordial, yet her eyes brimmed with arrogance, failing to regard any member of the Chen family as her equal. To her, simply appearing before them was a grand favor, and any compensation should have been met with gratitude. Chen Jingyuan's rejection, however, furrowed Liu Mingyan's brow, revealing her displeasure. What? The Chen family refuses? Do you still harbor dreams of aligning with the Liu family? Do you dare to hope for my marriage into your household? Her tone dripped with sarcasm and anger. Align with your Liu family? Miss Liu, you may be overestimating your importance. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your purpose for visiting today? Few know of the historical relations between the Chen and Liu families, but it is not entirely forgotten. You are enamored with the fifth prince and naturally desire to marry into the royal family. You merely wish to erase any potential scandals before that union. Otherwise, would you have come to the Chen family today? Chen Jingyuan was no fool. He had grasped the underlying motives behind their visit through their earlier exchanges. The Liu family's past agreements, made to curry favor with the Chen family, would become a blemish on Lu Mingyin's reputation. Chen Chang'an, I advise you to ponder carefully. If our Liu family were not mindful of past friendships, your current strength would hardly withstand the wrath of both the Liu family and the fifth prince. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, equally surprised by the Chen family's obstinacy. What could have been a simple acknowledgement for compensation had turned into a stubborn standoff. Ha ha ha. The sons of the Chen family fear not death. You seek the contract that was personally delivered to our family long ago, do you not? Upon these words, both Lu Qingfeng and Lu Mingyin turned to the speaker, noticing he held the very contract once delivered by the Liu family to the Chen family. Who are you? Lu Mingyin inquired, her expression shifting. I am Chen Yinxian, the son of the head of the Chen family. He replied coldly. The current young master of the Chen family? You certainly possess an extraordinary demeanor and handsome appearance, but unfortunately, your cultivation pales in comparison to the fifth prince of the Great Zhou. Lu Mingyin remarked, furrowing her brow. Are you implying that according to the old rules, you would be the one I should marry? Lu Mingyin questioned. Miss Lu, you jest. When has a member of the Liu family ever married our young master? Chen Yinxian retorted without hesitation. You, insolent. Lu Mingyin's face turned a deep shade of anger at Chen Yinchuan's words, while Lu Qingfeng seethed with fury. Yet, Chen Yinchuan's statement held no fallacy. Although Liu family members had married into the Chen family, none had wed the young master. The truth, however, was often the most painful. Shame. This is an affront to the Liu family. Lu Mingyin spat, her indignation palpable. You Chen family can only resort to verbal sparring now. Hand over the items. And as for the compensation from the Liu family, you may choose to accept or decline. From this day forth, our two families shall have no further ties. While the Chen family will not accept your compensation, you may take the items. However, as the Liu family has acted treacherously as the eldest daughter, you must apologize to the Chen family. At first, Lu Mingyin was satisfied with the initial statement, but her expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the latter. Apologize to the Chen family? Preposterous. Does your Chen family possess the right or the audacity to demand such a thing? I see you are seeking your own demise. Chapter 4. The Chen family, Chen Chang'an. Lu Qingfeng's expression darkened, and a formidable aura erupted from his body. Lu Qingfeng was a peak practitioner of true qi, while the strongest member of the Chen family, Chen Jingyuan, had only recently broken through to the true qi realm. No one in the Chen family could withstand Lu Qingfeng's overwhelming presence. Ha ha ha! The current Chen family is indeed feeble, he scoffed. You young man, remember this. If you wish to speak with bravado, you must possess the strength to back it. Without power, your words are but a jest. Lu Changfeng cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yinxian, a mere wastrel who had yet to even break through to the condensation realm. Daring to show disrespect to the Liu family? In the face of Lu Qingfeng's mockery, Chen Yinxian maintained a resolute gaze, confronting the aura head-on. To Lu Qingfeng's astonishment, Chen Yinxian rose to his feet, standing tall and defiant. Their eyes locked, and Lu Qingfeng could sense Chen Yunchuan's tenacity. This youth possessed remarkable resilience and willpower. Should he grow stronger in the future, he could potentially become a threat. No, this boy must not be allowed to remain. In that instant, a murderous intent had already blossomed within Lu Qingfeng's heart, for he sensed danger emanating from a mere teenager with only the cultivation of the gathering spirit realm. At this moment, Chen Jingyuan also perceived the change in atmosphere, realizing that Lu Qingfeng seemed to harbor murderous thoughts. However, Chen Yinchuan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Qingfeng, his eyes sharp as he proclaimed, "One day, the sleeping dragon shall soar, and today, I shall unleash the phoenix to the skies. My Chen family will reclaim all that we have lost." Reclaim it? How absurd. Just with your Chen family, which has dwindled to barely 100 members. Lu Qingfeng retorted, a mocking smirk on his lips. I shall see if you can survive today. Clap, clap, clap. That is indeed a valid point. What was once lost should be regained. Just as Lu Qingfeng was about to make his move, a sudden round of applause interrupted him. The crowd turned to see a young man standing at the entrance of the Chen family hall, accompanied by a large yellow dog. However, the dog's eyes seemed filled with resentment, as if it were scolding everyone it gazed upon, which was quite peculiar. Both Lu Qingfeng and Lu Mingyan were taken aback, as were the members of the Chen family, for they did not recognize this young man. "Who are you?" Lu Qingfeng inquired, furrowing his brow. "Me? I am Chen Chang'an." "Chen family?" The moment those words were spoken, the members of the Chen family were left utterly bewildered. How could they have never seen this person before? They exchanged glances, searching for answers in one another's eyes, but found none. Could he be an illegitimate child lost to the outside world? Only the family head, Chen Chang'an, displayed a moment of hesitation in his eyes, as though contemplating something. "I never expected the younger generation of the Chen family to be so audacious. You have some cultivation, yet you lack any? Do you not fear for your life?" Lu Qingfeng sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Chen Chang'an. "Kill me? You may certainly try." Chen Chang'an replied dismissively. "Arrogant." Lu Qingfeng did not attack immediately, but instead unleashed his own aura once more. In his view, the sheer force of his presence was enough to bring an ordinary individual like Chen Chang'an to his demise. However, in the face of Lu Qingfeng's might, Chen Chang'an remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat tedious. "Is this all you've got?" Having been trained alongside his master, Mu Yunxiao, a peak emperor-level expert, Chen Chang'an had grown accustomed to facing such pressure. His resilience was formidable. "Big Yellow." Chen Chang'an disregarded Lu Qingfeng and instead glanced at the large yellow dog. With a reluctant expression, Big Yellow ambled over, picked up a chair with its mouth, and placed it beside Chen Chang'an. As Chen Chang'an nonchalantly sat down in the chair, the onlookers were left speechless. It was one thing for Chen Chang'an to remain unaffected, but the dog accompanying him could act freely as well? Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. "You, who exactly are you?" Lu Qingfeng found it hard to believe what he was witnessing, as it surpassed all his previous understanding. This person could not possibly be without cultivation. Had he been concealing his strength? But how could someone so young possess such power? Lu Qingfeng was baffled, while Lu Mingyan was also intently observing Chen Chang'an. The situation had clearly spiraled beyond their control. "Chen Chang'an? Chen Chang'an." Suddenly, Chen Jingyuan sprang to his feet. His gaze toward Chen Chang'an filled with astonishment. The excitement in Chen Jingyuan's demeanor left the crowd perplexed. Could it be that Chen Chang'an had some connection to the family head? "Are you truly Chen Chang'an? Long-lasting Chong, safe and sound?" Chen Jingyuan stammered, visibly trembling with excitement. "You?" Chen Jingyuan had even used the respectful term "you." What did this signify? Did this mean that this person's status was above that of Chen Jingyuan? "It seems the Chen family still remembers my name. It saves me from unnecessary explanations." Chen Chang'an replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyuan's body trembled, and he hurried to Chen Chang'an's side, kneeling before him in front of the astonished crowd. Chen Jingyuan, the 135th head of the Chen family, pays his respects to the ancestor. The ancestor? The members of the Chen family were stunned to learn that this young man was, in fact, their ancestor. "What are you all still waiting for? Come forth and pay your respects to the ancestor." Seeing that the other members of the Chen family remained motionless, Chen Jingyuan's voice thundered with authority, his eyes wide with urgency. Despite the Chen family members' confusion, they could not afford to disregard the words of their family head. Chen Zhengming, the 135th descendant of the Chen family, pays his respects to the ancestor. Chen Jingxiao, the 135th descendant of the Chen family, pays his respects to the ancestor. One by one, the members of the Chen family knelt, leaving Lu Mingyan and Lu Qingfeng at a loss. If the Chen family had an ancestor, how had they fallen to such a state? Was it possible that this was all a charade? No, the Chen family had not anticipated our arrival. Lu Mingyan struggled to comprehend, while Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow deeply. "Young miss, I believe I have heard of this matter before. There have been rumors about an ancestor of the Chen family who was taken away by a powerful being. However, this ancestor had never appeared, and many assumed it was merely the Chen family's fabrication or that he had perished. Yet, who would have thought he truly existed and returned to the Chen family at this time?" Lu Qingfeng had heard whispers of this tale, but had never taken it seriously. "Uncle, are you suggesting that the Chen family genuinely has an ancestor? Yet I have never heard any such rumors." Lu Mingyan exclaimed in astonishment. "It is not surprising you haven't heard. This rumor has persisted for several centuries. Our Liu family had a good relationship with the Chun family in the past, but now only a handful of individuals are aware of it. Centuries? Lu Mingyan gazed at the young Chen Chang'an, who appeared to be around 20 years old, her heart brimming with astonishment. If this were true, then Chen Chang'an had lived for hundreds of years. What level of cultivation would he have attained? If this were indeed the case, after centuries of existence, his prowess would likely rival that of the strongest members of the Zhou royal family. Lu Mingyan spoke with a hint of anxiety. Centuries? Our ancestor has been away from the Chen family for over 10,000 years. 10,000 years? What? He had lived for 10,000 years? Chapter 5. Has it truly lived for 10,000 years? The thought of hundreds of years seemed manageable to Lu Mingyan. However, 10,000 years, what does that even signify? The history of the great Zhou kingdom itself does not extend that far. It has only existed for nearly a millennium. 10,000 years. Would that not render one an immortal monster? Is this something the Liu family could contend with? Even the imperial family of the great Zhou would likely hesitate to provoke such a being. Lu Mingyan and her companion could scarcely fathom the extent of Chen Chang'an's current power. This realm was something they had never even touched upon, nor had they ever heard of it. Everyone, please rise. It was unexpected to see the Chen family reduced to such a state. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, the members of the Chen family felt a twinge of shame. Chen Chang'an turned his gaze toward Lu Mingyan and her companion, noticing their palpable nervousness, and a faint smile crept across his face. Do not worry, I will not harm you. As for this contract, you shall not take it away today. Wait for a while. In due time, we, the Chen family, will pay you a visit and present it to you personally. Begone. Though Chen Chang'an possessed no cultivation, he maintained an imposing demeanor that left Lu Mingyan and her companion trembling with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they bowed respectfully to Chen Chang'an and hurriedly departed from the Chen residence. You performed admirably just now, Chen Chang'an remarked to Chen Yinxian. Your courage is commendable, but do you not fear that your bravado, lacking any power, could jeopardize your life? Chen Yinxian was taken aback by his ancestor's praise, his heart swelling with excitement. In response to your words, I wager that the Liu family will not annihilate the Chen family. Oh, and why is that? The Liu family is one of the three great families of the great Zhou kingdom, and they hold their reputation in high regard. Many are aware of the relationship between the Liu and Chen families. The Liu family may choose to ignore the Chen family, but they would never strike against us. Otherwise, they would earn the infamy of being treacherous and ungrateful. Destroying the Chen family would hold no significance for them. At most, they would merely be killing one individual. Chen Yinxian replied with a smile. Seeing that Chen Yinxian was not merely speaking for the sake of boasting, Chen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. You fear death? Yes, but I would rather die than allow the Chen family to be insulted, Chen Yinxian declared resolutely. His words filled the members of the Chen family with pride, and they were immensely pleased with their young master. Ha ha ha, well said. Rest assured, while I am here, no one will dare to insult the Chen family. And you shall not perish. Chen Chang'an's powerful declaration drew a scornful glance from Dahuang, who stood nearby. With you here? What use are you? You put on quite the act, but when trouble arises, it will be up to me to handle it. Indeed, with our ancestor here, the Chen family will undoubtedly reclaim what we have lost, Chen Chang'an exclaimed eagerly. It is not me. It is you who must rely on yourselves. Given my position, it would be inappropriate for me to act, lest it be perceived as an act of bullying, Chen Chang'an cautioned, aware that with his current abilities, he could accomplish little more than endure blows without succumbing to death. Ancestor, the Chen family's current situation. Do not worry with my presence. Your strength will surely increase. It is merely a matter of time. Thank you, Ancestor. Chen Chang'an's words ignited excitement among the crowd. Everyone else may leave. I wish to speak with the two of you. Yes, Ancestor. After the other members of the Chen family departed, only Chen Jingyuan and his son remained. Ancestor, what is it you wish to discuss? Chen Jingyuan inquired curiously. If my memory serves me correctly, the Chen family was not originally situated in the Great Zhou Kingdom, but rather over 1,000,000 kilometers away. How do we come to reside here? Chen Chang'an asked, perplexed. After the ancestor departed, the Chen family did experience a period of glory but we gradually fell into decline. Ultimately, we had no choice but to migrate to the Great Zhou Kingdom, intending to recuperate, only to find ourselves. Chen Chang'an lamented, knowing that the Chen family's decline was a source of distress for every member. Let's not dwell on the past. I have brought some items. How to arrange them is up to you. Chen Chang'an had prepared several items in advance and casually tossed a spatial ring to Chen Chang'an. Upon examining the contents of the ring, Chen Chang'an was left utterly astonished. What quality of spirit stones are these? Superior grade, and some are even of the exceptional grade. What? This ring is filled with superior spirit stones. And there are even exceptional ones? Chen Chang'an's voice trembled with excitement. Father, is there a lot? A considerable amount. There are at least 100,000 superior spirit stones. Would you say that is a lot? What? 100,000 superior spirit stones? And that's the minimum? Chen Yanxian was equally astonished. It was common knowledge that in the Great Zhou Kingdom, most practitioners utilized inferior spirit stones, and even medium-grade stones were highly valued. The notion of possessing 100,000 superior spirit stones was simply unfathomable, let alone exceptional ones. However, the spatial ring contained not only spirit stones, but also numerous advanced martial techniques, and even some rare herbs that Chen Chang'an did not recognize. With these treasures, the strength of the Chen family members would surely experience an exponential increase in a short span of time. Yin Xian, among the younger generation of the Chen family, your talent is quite remarkable. Would you be interested in following me to cultivate? To practice alongside the ancestor? Ancestor, I am willing. I am absolutely willing. Chen Yanxian, no fool, recognized that training with the ancestor was a coveted opportunity that few could dream of. Who would dare to decline? Very well, you may leave for now. Come find me tomorrow. Yes, ancestor. Chen Chang'an's return infused the Chen family with vitality, prompting Chen Chang'an to hurriedly ensure that the best accommodations were prepared for him. Ancestor, given the current state of the Chen family, please bear with us for the time being. We apologize for any inconvenience. Although the small courtyard arranged by Chen Chang'an was modest, it boasted a lovely view. In truth, Chen Chang'an felt it was far superior to the environment he had shared with his master. After all, Mu Yunrao had only provided him with a simple wooden cabin in which he had resided for a millennium. It was not that Mu Yunrao was stingy. She simply lived a very frugal life and did not perceive any issues with it. No matter, this place is quite pleasant, Chen Chang'an replied with a gentle smile. I'm glad to hear that, ancestor. By the way, I have something here that was left behind by our ancestors. They specifically instructed that if you returned, it must be entrusted to you. Something left by our ancestors? Specifically for me? What could it be? Chen Chang'an asked, intrigued. Chen Chang'an retrieved a jade box from the spatial ring, which he had taken from the Chen family's secret treasury, and handed it to Chen Chang'an. Upon opening the box, Chen Chang'an discovered a crystal-clear orb inside. However, he was unable to discern its material. What is this? Suddenly, Chen Chang'an felt a powerful resonance between his body and the orb, a sensation he had never experienced in his 10,000 years of existence. What on earth could this be? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow and inquired. Chapter 6. Finally able to cultivate? Chen Chang'an felt a peculiar connection between himself and this object. Chen Chang'an had not anticipated that the heirloom left by their ancestors would evoke such excitement in Chen Chang'an. Ancestor, this object is called a taiju. I have never heard of it, Chen Chang'an remarked, glancing at the large yellow dog, whose eyes mirrored his own confusion, indicating it too was unfamiliar with the term. What is a? Oh, the name was given by our forebears. This pearl appeared when you were born, hence the name. What? Are you saying that my mother not only gave birth to me, but also to a pearl? Does that mean I have a sibling that is a pearl? Initially, the ancestors intended to present this to you when you were older, but unfortunately, you were taken away by a powerful being and never returned. Sai, over the years, the Chen family has faced many trials. Of the 9, only this one remains. Only one left? Does that imply I have 8 siblings scattered across the world? Do you know their whereabouts? Chen Chang'an inquired. Uncertain. Too much time has passed. The only one I know of seems to be in the possession of the current imperial family of the Great Zhou. They took it from the Chen family using their means. As for the reasons behind the theft, I am unaware. The descendants of the Chen family only know that this object was left for Chen Chang'an by their ancestors, but they completely misunderstand its significance. Though it appears beautiful, it seems to hold no practical use for cultivators. All right, I understand. You may go about your business now. By the way, prepare some delicious food. Make sure to prepare plenty, as the large yellow dog has a hearty appetite. Yes, I shall prepare it right away. After Chen Xingyuan left, the large yellow dog cast a satisfied glance at Chen Chang'an, appreciating his thoughtfulness in providing food. Big Yellow, I feel this object holds a unique connection to me. I shall return to my room and study it closely. Big Yellow nodded. Given its understanding of Chen Chang'an, such a serious expression was indeed rare. Upon returning to his room, Chen Chang'an cradled the in his palm, scrutinizing it intently. What connection could this object possibly have with him? Just as Chen Chang'an pondered, the suddenly transformed into a beam of white light and darted into his forehead with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. What the heck? Is my brother attempting to seize my body? No, that's not right. After entering Chen Chang'an's forehead, the morphed into an energy that coursed through his entire being. The sensation was so pleasurable that he nearly groaned, yet he held it in. Spiritual energy? My body can sense and absorb spiritual energy now. After the traversed through his body, the energy seemed to settle at his brow before vanishing completely. Simultaneously, Chen Chang'an discovered he could sense and absorb spiritual energy for the first time in years. Despite receiving countless treasures from Mu Yun'eo, he had never been able to absorb any spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, this singular had resolved his physical limitations. Could it be that my inability to cultivate was due to these 9? Did my ancestors leave all my cultivation talent in the womb? His master was indeed correct. He was truly an anomaly. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle at his own irony. In such a vast world, individuals like him were indeed rare. Taking a deep breath, he thought, now, let me see if I can truly cultivate. For years, Chen Chang'an had been unable to cultivate, appearing indifferent on the surface. Yet he had longed for this moment in his heart. All of Mu Yun'eo's teachings resided in his mind. Cultivation was never the challenge, but absorbing spiritual energy was. Perhaps I should abandon the imperial-level techniques, like the supreme body technique. Considering my physique, that would be unwise. The 9 transformations of the heavenly profound technique, while as formidable, recultivating it 9 times would be far too tedious. What technique could be more appealing? Faced with a plethora of options, Chen Chang'an found himself uncertain of his choice. Very well, I shall practice swordplay, for that is what I am. He chuckled to himself. The Supreme Sword Emperor technique, which was also imparted to me by Mu Yun'eo. The Supreme Sword Emperor technique was not easy to master. It required not only innate talent, but also profound comprehension. Without sufficient insight, one could never fathom the technique's intricacies. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chang'an felt as though he were experiencing the path of cultivation for the first time. After a millennium of waiting, the day had finally come. As he began to cultivate, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. Can this kid truly cultivate? Outside, Big Yellow sensed the shift in spiritual energy, his eyes filled with astonishment. This lad, devoid of any cultivation, was a disaster. If he could cultivate, as Chen Chang'an continued his practice, the cultivators throughout Yingui City were left in a daze. What is happening? I don't know, but this spiritual energy, how did it vanish so suddenly? The Chen family? It seems to have converged at their location. What? The Chen family? Could it be that the head of the Chen family has broken through to the peak of the true Qi realm? That seems unlikely. The members of the other 2 prominent families in Yingui City, the Su and Ning families, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. They speculated whether the head of the Chen family had acquired some fortuitous opportunity, greatly enhancing their strength. Meanwhile, the Chen family members were indeed ecstatic, for they sensed that the gathering of spiritual energy was at the residence of their ancestor. Truly, the ancestor is formidable. Indeed, with the ancestor's return, our Chen family is poised for resurgence. What do you think the ancestor's cultivation level is? Could it be the transformation realm? The transformation realm? Are you insulting our ancestor? Surely, it must be the void realm. The void realm? Good heavens, that would make them a superpower among the great factions. Otherwise, how could they be our ancestor? Without a doubt, our Chen family's ancestor is an unparalleled powerhouse. While the Chen family rejoiced, the members of the other two families began to grow concerned. The phenomenon of vanishing spiritual energy was becoming increasingly unsettling. My goodness, they've drained the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles, and it shows no sign of stopping. This lad, after millennia of accumulation, could be on the verge of a monumental breakthrough. In Big Yellow's eyes, the rate and volume of spiritual energy absorption were astonishing for one just beginning their cultivation journey. The entire surrounding area had been drained of spiritual energy, and the total amount Chen Chang'an would absorb remained a mystery. Such a vast quantity of spiritual energy was truly terrifying. As time passed, even Big Yellow was left speechless, the taste of the meat in his mouth seeming to vanish. Baiyuan County. This lad has drained the spiritual energy from the entire Baiyuan County? Is he about to break through to the divine realm? Chen Chang'an, too, had never imagined that his first foray into cultivation would trigger a seismic shift across the entire Baiyuan County. Chapter 7. Unprecedented Power in Less Than a Day. The spiritual energy of the entire Baiyuan County was entirely depleted, leaving its cultivators in a state of deep concern. The head of the foremost family in Baiyuan County, Nan Xiangtian, directly approached the government office. Brother Wu, do you have any insight into this unusual phenomenon? Has any significant figure recently arrived in our Baiyuan County? If such a person truly exists, I would appreciate your guidance, so I can instruct my clan to proceed with caution and avoid any potential offense. Seeing Nan Xiangtian's serious demeanor, Wu Qingfeng, the county magistrate, could only manage a wry smile. He too was bewildered, utterly at a loss as to why the surrounding spiritual energy had vanished so suddenly. My brother Nan, I am indeed unaware of this matter. I have not heard of any powerful individuals gracing our Baiyuan County recently. Could it be that a prodigy has been born within our midst? Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow as he spoke. Oh, if that is indeed the case, we must investigate thoroughly. Such a disturbance must indicate the emergence of a formidable entity destined to become a major force, and we should establish connections early on, as it may yield future rewards. Nan Xiangtian replied with a hint of excitement. Indeed, whatever the situation, it warrants a thorough investigation. Let us collaborate. Whoever uncovers the truth first will notify the other. Agreed. Thus, Nan Xiangtian and Wu Qingfeng prepared to probe the cause of the spiritual energy's disappearance. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyan and her companion had not yet departed Baiyuan County. At the moment the spiritual energy inexplicably vanished, Lu Mingyan's first thought was of Chen Jia's ancestor, Chen Chang'an. This is terrifying, uncle. What level of cultivation has Chen Jia's ancestor attained? Lu Mingyan was genuinely fearful. If Chen Chang'an sought revenge, could the Lu family escape unscathed? Unfathomable and beyond estimation. Shortly after we departed from Chen Jia, the spiritual energy vanished completely. We have been traveling at full speed and are nearing the exit of Baiyuan County. Yet I have not sensed even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. This indicates that he has drained the entire spiritual energy of Baiyuan County in such a brief period. Lu Qingfeng said, his expression tense. Uncle, I don't understand why he would do such a thing. Depleting Baiyuan County's spiritual energy should be of no benefit to the Chen family, right? Restoring such a vast amount of spiritual energy will likely take a considerable amount of time. Lu Mingyan questioned, perplexed. A warning, in my view. This serves as a caution for us, as well as for Baiyuan County. With this anomaly, someone will undoubtedly investigate, and they will eventually discover the return of Chen Jia's ancestor. At that point, the news will spread throughout the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. The Chen family. This is their way of making a statement. It appears that soon, the Chen family will reclaim their position as the foremost family in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Or perhaps even what? The Chen family may no longer care about the Great Zhou Kingdom at all. Lu Qingfeng's analysis struck Lu Mingyan as highly plausible. If that is the case, then why would someone like Chen Chang'an orchestrate such an event? Sigh, how I wish our Lu family had a similar ancestor. Uncle, do you think there is a way to salvage this? Does the Liu family still have a chance to cling to such a mighty tree, like the Chen family? Lu Mingyan asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng felt a jolt of realization. Yes, why had he not thought of this sooner? We must hasten back to the Liu family and inform the clan leader about this matter. We cannot allow others to get ahead of us. Quickly, let us depart. Understood. Lu Mingyan and her companion rushed onward, striving to return to the Liu family as swiftly as possible. Yang Wuqing, Chen family remarkable. So this is what it feels like to cultivate. Chen Chang'an mused, though his training had been brief. He had already tasted the sweetness of life in a way he never had before. No wonder everyone yearned to cultivate. Once energy and cultivation had entered one's being, one truly became extraordinary. Regrettably, Chen Chang'an had not intended to halt his cultivation. However, he found himself incapable of absorbing any more spiritual energy. It seemed that his body had reached a threshold, unable to contain any additional energy. Pushing open the door, Chen Chang'an inhaled deeply, as if the entire world had transformed in that moment. Dahuang, what do you think? Am I not a super genius? In such a short span, I've already broken through to the first level of the condensation realm. Impressive, isn't it? Chen Chang'an smiled proudly at Dahuang. Is that so? This could be considered a culmination of millennia of accumulation, allowing you to break through to. Wait, you've only reached the first level of the condensation realm? How is that possible? Dahuang raised his brow, scrutinizing Chen Chang'an carefully. It truly seemed that he was only at the first level of the condensation realm. This is illogical. With the vast amount of spiritual energy you absorbed, how can you only be at the first level of the condensation realm? Are you deliberately suppressing your cultivation? Dahuang inquired curiously. Not at all. The energy I absorbed only allowed me to break through to the first level of the condensation realm. Moreover, it seems there is an issue with my body. I tested with spirit stones and found that I cannot absorb spiritual energy at all. Chen Chang'an replied, shaking his head in resignation. Strange. Truly strange. How can this boy have no normal aspect about him? Show me your combat prowess. Let me see how powerful you are, Dahuang suggested after a moment of contemplation. Oh, but you mustn't retaliate. Hurry up, what are you afraid of? Your master couldn't kill you. Do you think I have that ability? Dahuang replied impatiently. All right. Chen Chang'an wasted no time, wielding his finger like a sword, directing a surge of sword energy straight at Dahuang. The speed was astonishing, and the force was immense. While this strike posed no threat to Dahuang, it nonetheless astonished him greatly. Monstrous! You only have the cultivation of the first level of the condensation realm. Yet that strike's power is comparable to the transcendent realm. Do you realize what this means? Your combat strength transcends two major realms of cultivation. If you were to become an emperor, who in the world could rival you? Not even your master would be your match. Upon hearing Dahuang's words, Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled. If his master was not his opponent, wouldn't that mean he could do anything he desired? What nonsense are you thinking? Aren't you afraid your master will confine you and prevent you from cultivating for the rest of your life? Seeing the gleam in Chen Chang'an's eyes, Dahuang knew that the boy was up to no good. Sigh, sadly, it seems that my cultivation cannot improve any further at this point, Chen Chang'an lamented. In my view, the problem lies within the. If you can locate the remaining 8, your path to advancement should encounter no obstacles, Dahuang remarked. You're quite something, having expelled your innate talent for cultivation even in the womb. I've lived for so many years and have never seen anyone so extraordinary. Unfazed by Dahuang's mockery, Chen Chang'an remained focused on his primary goal, to find the other 8. The only one he knew of was in the hands of the great Zhou royal family. Why has my master, after so many years of toil, never thought to inquire with the Chen family? Chen Chang'an chuckled. Old lady? Chen Chang'an. Your master despises being referred to as old. What's there to fear? She isn't here. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Chang'an felt a sudden chill, a familiar sensation sending a jolt through him. Good heavens, what is happening? Could my master be following me all along? Chapter 8. Has the Chen family acquired a secret treasure? Big Huang, my master has arrived? Upon seeing Chen Chang'an's tense expression, Big Huang merely cast him a disdainful glance. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Afraid now, are you? I can only say your master hasn't arrived. However, given your master's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to occasionally check in on you and see how you are faring. So you ought to be cautious. A wicked grin adorned Big Huang's canine face. Indeed, caution was warranted. Although death was not imminent, the tormenting methods of my master were plentiful. Chen Chang'an nodded, still feeling apprehensive. All right, I shan't chat with you any longer. The young scion of the Chen family is approaching. By the way, why are you bringing him along for training? Big Huang inquired curiously. The Chen family and I share a lineage. This generation must have someone to shoulder responsibilities. I cannot remain here indefinitely. That would be dreadfully dull. He is quite suitable. Ah, I see. I knew you couldn't possibly be a straightforward individual, Big Huang remarked. Well then, carry on. I shall take a nap. After Big Huang departed, Chen Chang'an waved his hand toward the entrance and said, "Come in." Yes, ancestor. Chen Yunxian, filled with astonishment, hadn't he anticipated that the dog accompanying Chen Chang'an could articulate human speech. It is known that ordinary demonic beasts cannot achieve such a feat, let alone a mere dog. Approaching Chen Chang'an respectfully, Chen Yunxian hesitated for a moment before succumbing to his curiosity and asking, "Ancestor, were you just speaking with it?" "Oh, you mean Big Huang?" "Indeed, we were conversing." "Do not underestimate Big Huang. He is not an ordinary dog," Chen Chang'an replied cryptically. "Not an ordinary dog? Could it be?" "Ancestor, is Big Huang a dog king?" Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Chen Yunxuan's lips twitched involuntarily. This truly was no ordinary dog. Big Huang, having overheard Chen Chang'an's words, chose to ignore them, turning away as if he had heard nothing, and continued to doze. Now to matters at hand. Among the younger generation of the Chen family, your talent and aptitude are the finest. From this day forth, you shall train by my side. Based on your performance yesterday, I have decided to impart to you the imperial grade technique, the supreme body dominance art. An earth grade technique? Though not of the celestial grade, it was still commendable. Chen Yunxian had not anticipated that this imperial grade would be different from what he assumed. As Chen Chang'an began to teach, Chen Yunxian discovered that the technique seemed to transcend his expectations. Ancestor, is this truly an earth grade technique? Yes. Is there a problem? Why do I sense that the profundity of this technique might even surpass that of the celestial grade techniques? Chen Yunxian asked, astonished. Is it possible that this imperial grade technique refers not to the earth, but to the emperor? The emperor? The imperial grade? At that moment, Chen Yunxian, overcome with jealousy and astonishment, felt as if he had turned to stone. Across the entire great Zhou kingdom, few were aware of what an imperial grade technique truly entailed, as they had never encountered such a realm. However, the Chen family was different. Having once basked in glory, they were privy to certain matters. For instance, this pinnacle of imperial grade techniques. Do not be surprised. I do not possess inferior items. Train diligently. This generation of the Chen family must be led by you. Chen Chang'an's declaration ignited excitement in Chen Yunxian. He had harbored such thoughts before, but hearing them from his ancestor held a different weight. It signified that the ancestor had great expectations for him. With the ancestor present, I dare not act recklessly, Chen Yunxian replied nervously. My strength is too formidable. Am I standing too high? It would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Thus, I shall strive diligently, ensuring I do not disappoint the ancestor. Good. That is as it should be. Chen Yunxian began to train earnestly, and the entire Chen family was swept into a fervor of cultivation. A month swiftly passed. During this time, the overall strength of the Chen family surged, advancing beyond several tiers. What a Chen family! Who do they think they are? Do they truly regard themselves as the foremost family in Yangui City? Do they believe they can dominate? How dare they close their doors to guests, disregarding even the faces of our two families? Yangui City housed three prominent cultivation families, the Su family and the Ning family, who were the local tyrants, while the Chen family was an outsider. Although they had managed to establish themselves in Yangui City, they were still the weakest in terms of strength. Given that the Su and Ning families were bound by marriage and often suppressed the Chen family, it was outrageous for the Chen family to ignore them now. What transpired within the Chen family a month ago? Have you heard? A newborn has recently arrived in the Chen family, the head of the Su family asked, furrowing his brow. A newborn? I have kept a close watch on the Chen family. There have been no pregnancies in the past 2 years, making the arrival of a newborn impossible, the head of the Ning family replied, shaking his head. If it's not a newborn, then what could have caused this anomaly? Chen Chang'an's breakthrough? That is inconceivable. Given Chen Chang'an's talent and the Chen family's foundation, he could not have created such a situation. First, the Chen family experienced a transformation in their location, and then they had closed their doors to guests for an entire month. What could have led to such a dramatic shift? After exchanging glances, the heads of the Su and Ning families' expressions shifted from puzzlement to excitement. A treasure, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, the Chen family must have acquired something extraordinary. That is why they have shown such disregard for us. Damn it, why did we not think of this sooner? The heads of the Su and Ning families were filled with regret. If it truly is a treasure, has it survived this month? Brother Su, I believe, we still have a chance, the head of the Ning family said, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Oh, what do you mean, Brother Ning? The head of the Su family asked, puzzled. I suspect that what the Chen family has obtained is not merely a top-tier elixir or the like. It is highly likely to be a weapon or an item that aids in cultivation. Given the recent circumstances of the Chen family, I believe the latter is the most probable. This is why they have chosen to shut themselves away, refusing to meet guests. That treasure must be capable of absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, allowing the Chen family to enhance their own cultivation. Surely it must be so. If this treasure were to fall into the hands of our two families, we could secure a place in the northern original prefecture. Even, it would not be impossible for us to carve out a name for ourselves in the great Zhou kingdom. The head of the Ning family exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing the Ning family's analysis, the head of the Su family became equally animated. He found the reasoning compelling. If such a treasure were to be acquired by them, it would be a tremendous boon. However, the Chen family had already possessed this treasure for a month, and their strength had likely increased. To seize it would not be an easy task. What is there to fear? Even if a month has passed, how much stronger could the Chen family have become? United, our two families need not fear a single Chen family. Indeed, gather our forces swiftly. We must act decisively to avoid further complications. Indeed, Chapter 9, A Month of Harvest, Old Ancestor. I have truly advanced to the first level of True Qi Realm. This is simply unbelievable. In the span of a month, Chen Yinxian had been diligently training under the guidance of Chen Chang'an. With abundant resources provided by Chen Chang'an, all Chen Yinxian had to do was to cultivate tirelessly. Initially, he had anticipated that within a month, he would elevate his cultivation from the 7th level of Spirit Gathering Realm to the 5th level of Essence Condensing Realm, which he deemed an impressive feat, however. He never imagined that he would make a remarkable breakthrough to the 1st level of True Qi Realm, a level equivalent to the cultivation of Chen Chang'an, the head of the Chen family, just a month ago. For Chen Yinxian, this past month felt like a dream. Indeed, the most splendid dream he had ever experienced. Observing Chen Yunxuan's excitement, Chen Chang'an understood his feelings perfectly. It was akin to a poor man suddenly coming into wealth. Yinxian, your innate talent is not as lacking as you believe. It is merely that the Chen family's foundation was insufficient in the past, and the great Zhou kingdom is situated in a remote area, rendering it a barren land. Otherwise, you would not be merely at the 7th level of Spirit Gathering Realm at the age of 16. Do you think those super geniuses rely solely on their unparalleled talent? Let me tell you, it is also due to their rich resources for cultivation, far exceeding what ordinary people can imagine. The world is vast, and the great Zhou kingdom is but a speck of dust. If you truly wish to carve out a name for yourself, Yinxian, you must venture beyond this small realm. Chen Chang'an remarked with a gentle smile. Venture beyond? Upon hearing this, Chen Yinxian felt a surge of anticipation within his heart. Indeed, only by stepping beyond this minuscule territory could he potentially discover a new world. If you had grown up in a place brimming with spiritual energy and abundant resources, how could it be that at 16, you're only at the 1st level of True Qi Realm? Achieving the extraordinary realm would not be impossible. Although Chen Chang'an had been reclusive with his master, he occasionally ventured out for leisure. While he did not possess extensive knowledge of the outside world, he had indeed encountered a few prodigies. Those individuals were all super geniuses, possessing formidable cultivation at a young age, each a true paragon of their generation. Old ancestor. Are you suggesting that there are indeed individuals who can reach the extraordinary realm by the age of 16? Chen Yunchuan's expression was one of astonishment. This was a realm he had never encountered and could scarcely imagine. The rapid cultivation speed required to achieve the extraordinary realm at such a tender age seemed astonishingly swift. Thus, you must go out and broaden your horizons. A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the sky. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Your guidance is invaluable, ancestor. With newfound resolve, Chen Yunchuan's yearning for the outside world grew stronger, a seed of ambition firmly planted in his heart. Chen Chang'an's encouragement stemmed from a desire for Chen Yunxian to gain experience, which could only benefit him. Additionally, Chen Chang'an harbored his own thoughts. With the whereabouts of the unknown, it would not be easy for him to recover it alone across such a vast world. However, if someone assisted him, efficiency would undoubtedly increase. Chen Yunxian could serve as a valuable ally in gathering information regarding this matter. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Chen Jingyuan arrived at the courtyard where Chen Chang'an resided. He cast a proud glance at Chen Yunxian, brimming with pride for his son's rapid advancement in strength under the old ancestor's tutelage. Indeed, the future was limitless. Greetings, ancestor. We have received news from our informants in Yangwiching that the Su and Ning families seem to be making moves. I suspect they are targeting our Chun family. Chen Jingyuan said, his brow furrowed. The Su and Ning families from Yangwiching? Let them come. Given the current strength of our Chun family, they will gain nothing. Chen Chang'an replied. How has everyone's cultivation progressed over this past month? In response to the ancestor, our Chun family strength has significantly improved this month, largely thanks to the resources you provided. I have now reached the second level of the extraordinary realm, and several elders have attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of True Qi realm. The other members of our clan have also reached the True Qi realm, although the younger generation still remains at the essence condensing realm. Chen Jingyuan reported, his heart swelling with excitement. In just a month since the ancestors' return, the Chen family had undergone a transformation. If this trend continued, could the Chen family not reclaim its former glory or even reach unprecedented heights in his generation? Now that we have made such progress, what is there to fear? Chen Chang'an's words left Chen Jingyuan momentarily stunned. Yes, what was he afraid of? With the current strength of the Chen family, there was no need to fear the Su and Ning families. With our enhanced strength, our awareness must likewise elevate. Do you understand? Chen Chang'an smiled. Your wisdom is profound, ancestor. Enough chit-chat. They have arrived. Just then, a remark from Dahuang caused both Chen Jingyuan and Chen Yunchuan's expressions to turn cold. The fact that Dahuang could speak was no longer a secret within the Chen family. After all, he was no ordinary dog. He was the Dog King. Leave this matter to us. You need not trouble yourself, ancestor. No need. I will join to observe the spectacle. Do not mind me. Very well. At this moment, the Su and Ning families had mobilized their elites, their intentions clear. They were determined to seize the treasured artifact from the Chun family. Su family head. Ning family head. Our Chun family truly does not receive guests. Perhaps you. Where do you find such superfluous words? You Chun family truly possesses great audacity, sending us away at the door despite our personal visit. You. As the Ning family head spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The cultivation of the Chun family members. Ning brother, if I recall correctly, this individual should be Chen Chang'an from the Chun family, is he not? Was he not only at the essence condensing realm? Yet now, he was at the True Qi realm? The Su family head, too, realized something was amiss. The strength of the Chen family had indeed changed dramatically. In the mere span of a month, a person of essence condensing realm had ascended to the True Qi realm. This advancement seemed incredibly swift. As they exchanged glances, their eyes burned with fervor. This treasure must undoubtedly be a cultivation treasure. If they could obtain this treasure, their own cultivation would surely soar. Overwhelmed by desire and greed, they failed to consider the implications. If Chen Chang'an had made such progress, what are the others in the Chen family? Could they still gauge the current Chen family with their former strength? Regrettably, at this moment, They were wholly consumed by the thought of the treasure that could aid their cultivation. Let go. Otherwise, do not blame our families for being unkind. The Su family head glared coldly at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an, equally unyielding, met his gaze defiantly. How dare you continue to bully our Chen family for so long, believing us to be easy prey? Unkind? I. Zhan Yuan, let them in. Chapter 10. The Chen family has an ancestor. Named Chang'an. The voice of Chen Jingyuan echoed from behind, prompting Chen Yuan to step aside. It seems that the head of your Chen family understands the bigger picture, sneered the head of the Ning family, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yuan before both families entered the Chen residence with their entourage. After the Su and Ning families had entered, Chen Yuan casually remarked, Zhen Yuan, close the door. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded, shutting the door firmly before standing guard, motionless at his post. The heads of the Su and Ning families were preoccupied with thoughts of the Chen family's treasures, completely oblivious to any other developments. Brother Chen, it has indeed been a long time. I wonder why your Chen family has been closed off to guests lately? The head of the Su family inquired with a smile. We are all cultivators of Yangwuqing. If there is something amiss, do share. Perhaps we can be of assistance. No need for assistance, Chen Jingyuan replied succinctly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. I doubt you two have come here merely to offer help. Ha ha ha. Well said. Head Chen, you are indeed direct. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. A month ago, something unusual occurred within the Chen family, and I presume you will not deny it? The head of the Su family asked with a grin. Naturally, I will not. Good. I believe it is fair to say that your Chen family must have come into possession of something extraordinary. As we are all citizens of Yangwuqing, I trust you will not hoard it for yourself. Why not lend this treasure to our two families for a time, and we shall return it later? Henceforth, the three families will be one. What say you? The head of the Su family was not foolish. If he could acquire the treasure without conflict, why would he choose to engage in battle? Of course, this was contingent upon the Chen family's willingness to comply. If they were to hand it over obediently, all would be well. Should they refuse, however, they would not be spared the consequences. I am certain Head Chen will not turn us down, right? The head of the Ning family chimed in with a smile. Though both men wore smiles, the underlying threat was unmistakable. In the past, the Chen family might have found the situation troublesome enough to consider capitulation, but now, the Chen family was no longer so easily intimidated. You both are indeed straightforward. As for the treasure you speak of, whether my Chen family possesses it or not is of no concern to you. I advise you both to think carefully about your words. Otherwise, the consequences may very well be beyond your capacity to bear. Chen Jingyuan retorted with a cold smirk. Ha ha ha. A month apart, and I find Head Chen to be quite spirited. I am genuinely curious to see what consequences we would be unable to withstand. Let me ask you once more, will you hand over the treasure or not? If you are wise, we shall become allies. If you're not, do not blame us for showing no mercy today. Despite the threats from the Su and Ning families, the members of the Chen family remained unfazed, buoyed by their strength. Then let me witness how you intend to show no mercy, Chen Jingyuan replied coldly. Very well. If you refuse our cordial invitation, we shall resort to more forceful means. But first, Dahuang, is this melon sweet? Just as the Su and Ning families were about to strike, this unexpected question halted everyone in their tracks. Melon? Sweet or not? What is this? Can't you see we are about to fight? Can we not take this seriously? Everyone turned to see Chen Chang'an reclining in a rocking chair, gazing intently at Dahuang, who was fixated on the melon in his mouth. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Dahuang was about to nod in agreement, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. TCH, look at you being so stingy. Do you really think I would steal your food? Who eats scraps? Chen Chang'an scoffed. Dahuang shot a disdainful glance at Chen Chang'an, you little brat. How often have you stolen my food over the years? Scraps? You're the real dog here. Your whole family is a bunch of mutts. Am I just an ordinary dog? I'm the king of dogs. Bah, I'm a noble Qilin. Seeing that Dahuang was ignoring him, Chen Chang'an had no choice but to refrain from taking it by force, especially since he was certain he wouldn't win in a contest of strength. Could you please help me get another one? This one isn't sweet. I don't want to eat it. Chen Chang'an glanced at a nearby clansman. who promptly nodded and dashed off to fetch another melon. This one is good, sweet. After tasting it, Chen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction, which brought excitement to the clansman's face. What are you all standing there for? Go on with your fight. I'm just having a melon. It doesn't interfere with you. Noticing everyone staring at him, Chen Chang'an hastily urged them on. The members of the Qin family were unfazed. What status did their ancestor hold? What grand scenes had he not witnessed? To remain so calm while eating a melon was utterly normal. However, the Su and Ning families found this perplexing. This Chen Chang'an appeared quite young, yet his treatment seemed rather extraordinary. It was as if he were the true leader of the Chen family. While everyone else was on high alert, he was leisurely enjoying a melon alongside a large yellow dog. This individual was unfamiliar to them. Had he truly emerged from the Chen family? Yanguiching was not vast, and the members of the Chen family were few. The Su and Ning families knew the names and faces of nearly every Qin family member. Yet they were completely ignorant of Chen Chang'an, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Could it be that this young man was the one who brought the treasure to the Chen family? Hence, he received such treatment? It must be so. Otherwise, how could a mere first-level cultivator be treated with such deference by the Chen family? Young man, did you bring the treasure to the Qin family? To be frank, in Yanguiching, our families, the Su and Ning families, are the strongest. If you were to pass that treasure to us, I assure you, your status will surpass anything you experience in the Chen family 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The head of the Su family proclaimed confidently. However, upon finishing this statement, all members of the Chen family regarded him as if he were a fool. This reaction caused the once self-assured head of the Su family to feel inexplicably uneasy. Had he said something wrong? Did I misstep in my words? The head of the Su family quietly inquired. I don't believe I misspoke. The head of the Ning family added, equally perplexed. Just as the two were lost in confusion, Chen Chang'an finished his melon, called for another, and turned to Chen Jingyuan. Jingyuan, what instructions do you have? Let us get started. There is no need for all this idle chatter. Soon, Dahuang will eat all the melons. Dahuang glanced at Chen Chang'an, his eyes filled with contempt. I'm the second one. You've already eaten the third. Why should I care? Yes, ancestor. The exchange between Chen Chang'an and Jingyuan left the Su and Ning families utterly dumbfounded. Ancestor? Chen Jingyuan actually referred to that young man as ancestor? He is the ancestor of the Chen family? How is this possible? Chapter 11. Chen Chang'an, handsome yet useless? An impact, a shock from the soul. How could such a small clan as the Chen family have an ancestor? This is nothing short of a joke, a colossal joke. But now, the individual is indeed seated here, and someone like Chen Jingyuan would not jest about such matters. Yet, an ancestor at the first level of the condensed essence realm, concealed cultivation. The other party must have hidden their true abilities. Indeed, that must be the case. Su and Ning, the two clan heads, exchanged glances, a flicker of dread crossing their faces. No, this cannot be true. The Qin family must be up to some trickery. Without a doubt. Ning, do you not agree? Su, in that moment, felt his composure slipping. Ning's expression was one of bitterness. He wished to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. Could it truly be the Chen family playing tricks? Yet the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly low. Chen family head, is there still a chance if you admit your wrongs? Ning looked gravely at Chen Jingyuan. Apologies. The ancestor has given orders, and we must comply. Attack. I shall take the lead. At Chen Jingyuan's command, the Chen family members stirred with eagerness, for after the enhancement of their powers, they longed to showcase their abilities. However, the swiftest to act were the elders of the Chen family, striking without mercy. In just a single exchange, the forces from the Su and Ning families suffered significant losses. Witnessing this scene, Su and Ning were left speechless. A mere month had passed, and how could there be such a tremendous change? What about Chen Zhengming and Chen Zhengxiao? How could their strength possibly be so formidable? What level of cultivation do they possess now? Could it be the pinnacle of a 9th layer of the true Qi realm? The Su family head was at the 3rd layer, while the Ning family head was at the 4th layer of the true Qi realm. Across the entirety of Yanguiching, they were the strongest, and not a soul within 100 miles could rival them. Yet now, Every elder of the Chen family had seemingly reached the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the true Qi realm. What force in the entire Beiyuan County could possibly withstand such power? Flee. The two exchanged a glance, their minds consumed by a singular thought: escape. And swiftly from the Chen family. In the midst of their days, the elite forces they had brought with them were annihilated. Next, it would be their turn. Halt. Just as Su and Ning believed their demise was inevitable, the sudden utterance of these two syllables sent a jolt through their hearts. Could it be reinforcements arriving? But who would come to their rescue? Could the Su and Ning families also possess an unknown ancestor? Meanwhile, the Chen family members were equally puzzled. Who could have suddenly appeared, and their strength appeared formidable? Kill. Chen Chang'an, casually enjoying a snack, calmly uttered these two words. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an could not afford to ignore it. After all, these were the orders of the ancestor. Wait, the newcomer was about to speak. But before a single word could escape their lips, Chen Chang'an had already approached Su and Ning. With a swift motion, he struck, and with two resounding thuds, the heads of the other two prominent families of Yangwiching fell to the ground, lifeless. You, Transcendent Realm. You are actually at the Transcendent Realm? The newcomer was none other than Wu Qingfeng, the prefect of Beiyuan County, alongside Nan Xiangtian, the head of the Nan family. The two had come to investigate the disturbances that had occurred in Yangwiching a month prior. Initially, they had intended to visit the Su and Ning families, only to be informed that their elite forces had all gone to the Chen family. After some deliberation, they concluded that the Chen family was the source of the disturbances and hurriedly arrived, only to witness the scene that had just transpired. They had not anticipated that the Chen family in Yangwiching would harbor such formidable strength. If this is the case, why have they remained hidden in Yangwiching? The Su and Ning families might not be fully aware of the Chen family's origins, but as the prefect, Wu Changfeng had some knowledge. The Chen family once held a prominent position in the Dazhou kingdom, only to fall into obscurity later. Could it be that the Chen family is on the verge of resurgence? What? Are you two the reinforcements they summoned? Chen Jingyuan asked coldly. No, please do not misunderstand. Chen family head. I am Wu Qingfeng, the prefect of Beiyuan County, and not a hired hand. As the prefect, I simply wish to inquire about the situation. By the way, this is Nan Xiangtian, the head of the Nan family. Nan Xiangtian nodded in acknowledgement towards Chen Jingyuan, aware that he was dealing with someone at the Transcendent Realm, and that he himself had yet to reach the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the true Qi realm. Subsequently, both Wu Qingfeng and Nan Xiangtian involuntarily turned their gazes toward Chen Chang'an. They had just witnessed that the one issuing commands within the Chen family was this seemingly handsome, yet utterly useless young man. So, it is the prefect of Beiyuan County and the head of the Nan family. What brings you both to my Chen family today? Chen Jingyuan smiled faintly. Given the current strength of the Chen family, he felt no need to fear these two individuals. After all, the prefect was merely at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the true Qi realm. The Chen family had 5 individuals at that level. We are merely. Wu Qingfeng offered a sheepish smile, but before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Chen Chang'an, who had stopped not far away. Dahuang, are you not going to watch? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile as he noticed Huang's dissatisfied expression. Boring, this performance lacks excitement. The snack is decent, though. It pales in comparison to the thrilling duel between Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao from years ago. Dahuang shook his head helplessly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, displaying a surprisingly human-like expression. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an too reminisced about that duel, realizing that nearly a millennium had passed. He wondered if those two were still around. With their talents, they should still be alive, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Since you have been out for such a long time, it would be good to seek them out and catch up, Dahuang suggested after a moment of thought. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Chen Chang'an nodded, harboring similar intentions. Their conversation left Wu Qingfeng and Nan Xiangtian utterly bewildered. A man and a dog were conversing? This dog could actually speak human language? What was most alarming was the content of their discussion. Thousands of years. Had they truly lived for such an extended period? See Chen family head, these two. Wu Qingfeng spoke with a tense expression directed at Chen Zhengyuan. Oh, this one is my ancestral predecessor. As for Dahuang, he is not an ordinary dog. Oh, Then what is he? A beast of the 5th rank or higher? No, he is the Dog King. Dahuang halted mid-step upon hearing this, exclaiming inwardly, enough already. Dog King, your whole family is a Dog King. Wu Qingfeng and Nan Xiangtian exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. A Dog King can speak human language? Even if it is a Dog King, it remains a dog. Given its bloodline, could it truly cultivate to such a level? Or could this dog possess other bloodlines? Had its lineage awakened? Regardless, this was a being they could not afford to provoke. Junior Wu Qingfeng pays respects to Qin predecessor. Junior Nan Xiangtian pays respects to Qin predecessor. The two bowed respectfully to Chen Chang'an, standing still as obediently as dutiful grandchildren. Chen Chang'an nodded lightly, and then remarked, "Please continue. What brings you to the Chun residence?" "Yes, esteemed elder." Chapter 12. Rooting out the weeds regardless of the authenticity of Chen Chang'an's identity. The mere presence of the articulate yellow dog was sufficient to instill fear in Wu Qingfeng and his companion. When Chen Chang'an inquired, they dared not neglect their response. Yet they could not divulge the entire truth. In deference to their predecessor, they explained that recently, the spiritual energy of the entire Beiyuan County had been depleted. As the county magistrate, it was incumbent upon them to investigate. Eventually, they learned that the situation might be related to Yan Guicheng, which prompted their visit. However, they did not anticipate the scene that had just unfolded. They implored for their predecessor's understanding, asserting that their duties forbade them from turning a blind eye. "Since it is your duty, I shall overlook it," Chen Chang'an replied, not holding their actions against them. He then turned his attention to Chen Yunxian. "Yunxian, yes? Have you ever taken a life? Huh? Have you ever killed someone?" At this, Chen Yunxian paused momentarily, but ultimately answered in the negative. "Very well. I entrust you with a task. Take a few individuals to the Su and Ning families. Spare no one, regardless of age." Chen Chang'an's words sent a tremor through those present. "Kill them all?" Even Wu Qingfeng and Nan Xiangtian were taken aback by the ruthless mandate of the Chun family elder. The Su and Ning families have already suffered significant losses and no longer pose a threat. Is it truly necessary? Chen Yunxian hesitated. Foolishness. If they are enemies, why show mercy? You must understand the principle of rooting out weeds by their roots. Never underestimate any potential danger. Even a single appearance could lead to consequences beyond your capacity to bear. In the future, as you navigate the world, you will need not only courage and talent, but also a ruthless heart. To be merciful to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Do you comprehend? Chen Chang'an asked, his voice grave. Yes, Yunxian understands, Chen Yunxian replied earnestly. Go now. You will have to face such matters eventually. The sooner you experience them, the better your adaptation. Understood. Chen Yunxian nodded and, accompanied by a few individuals, set off towards the Su and Ning families. By the way, you are the magistrate of Beiyuan County, are you not? You won't mind my actions, will you? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. Mind? Only a fool would say so. As long as you do not harm your own, you may kill whomever you please. Wu Qingfeng quickly replied. If there is nothing more, you may take your leave. Elder, given the current strength of the Chun family, it is no longer suitable for you to remain in Yanguicheng. Perhaps I could arrange a new location for you? A place for the Chun family to relocate? Wu Qingfeng did not wish to miss such an opportunity to ingratiate himself, knowing that the powerful Chun family staying in Beiyuan County would only benefit him. No need. In due time, the Chen family will depart from here. To where? If I may inquire? The capital city. The capital? Is the Chun family returning to the capital to reclaim their former position? Upon reflection, this seemed quite reasonable. What was once lost must be reclaimed. Beiyuan County would likely be unable to retain the Chen family. Wu Qingfeng let out a bitter laugh and bowed respectfully to Chen Chang'an before departing with Nan Xiangtian. It was truly unexpected that the Chun family still had such an elder. Yet, why did I not perceive any danger from him? After leaving, Nan Xiangtian finally dared to speak, fearing that a misstep in the Chen family might lead to disaster. Such a figure has already ascended to heights beyond our reach. How could one possibly sense any danger from him? However, it seems that the skies of the great Zhou kingdom may soon change. The Chun family's arrival in the capital is bound to stir up a storm. Wu Qingfeng lamented. Indeed, do you think the Chen family is heading to address that matter? Was it not said that there existed a contract between the Chen and Lu families in the past? Upon hearing this, Wu Chengfeng's expression shifted. He realized he had overlooked this detail. It is possible. This matter must be reported to His Majesty without delay. The Great Zhou Kingdom, the capital housemaster. A month has already passed. We can no longer afford to hesitate, or we will run out of time. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng recounted the events that transpired in the Chen family, along with their thoughts on the situation. However, upon hearing this, the Lu family head hesitated, unable to reach a decision. A month had already elapsed, and both Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng began to worry that prolonged delays would not bode well for their family. I am aware of what you speak. Is that person truly the ancestor of the Chen family? Is he really that formidable? Have you witnessed him in action? The Lu family head inquired, his brow furrowed. Housemaster, although he did not act, he is undoubtedly powerful. In the face of my aura, he remained entirely unaffected. This indicates that his strength must surpass mine. Moreover, when we departed, the spiritual energy of the entire Beiyuan County was drained. I suspect this is his doing. A warning to us, Lu Chengfeng stated solemnly. The information was too vague, leaving the Lu family head at a loss. Perhaps this so-called ancestor of the Chen family had reached an extraordinary level of power, yet the royal family was not to be trifled with either. In 1 month, Lu Mengyan was to be engaged to the 5th prince, and preparations had already commenced on the royal side. To cancel now would be to slap the royal family's face. Father, I understand your hesitations, but that ancestor of the Chen family has lived for thousands of years. If we prepare in advance, perhaps the Chen family will show leniency, considering past ties. As for the royal family, they likely would not dare provoke such a figure, Lu Mengyan urged. Upon hearing this, the Lu family head displayed a pained expression. After much deliberation, a sudden realization struck him. Wrong, all wrong. The Chen family truly possesses remarkable cunning. They nearly deceived us. The Lu family head chuckled. Huh? Wrong? Father, where have we erred? Lu Mengyan asked, bewildered. If the Chen family truly had such a powerful ancestor, why has there been no action in a month? If they were genuinely formidable, why employ trickery to warn you? Their sole purpose is to instill worry and fear, preventing you from confronting the Chen family. If you too fall for this ruse and return to cancel the engagement with the 5th prince, at that point, the Chen family need not lift a finger. We, the Lu family, would already be unable to withstand the royal family's wrath. The Chen family could eliminate us without shedding blood. What a clever strategy. The Chen family truly possesses remarkable cunning. The Lu family head sneered. Housemaster. But that ancestor of the Chen family undoubtedly possesses strength. Otherwise, he would not have remained so calm in the face of my pressure, Lu Chengfeng remarked, perplexed. This is their true brilliance. They possess strength, but not in excess. Their power exceeds yours, but is certainly inadequate to confront the royal family. Should Mengyan successfully wed the 5th prince, our Lu family would become one with the royal family. At that point, what recourse would the Chen family have? You two are still too naive, thinking too simplistically. Even I was almost led astray by your two perspectives. Such a petty scheme cannot deceive my discerning eyes. The head of the Lu family remarked coldly. So, the master of the house is indeed wise. Chapter 13. The dog that rides a horse, accompanied by the analysis of the head of the Lu family. Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng both sighed in relief. The Chen family truly possessed a myriad of cunning schemes. They nearly fell victim to their deceit. This has delayed my splendid marriage prospect. Let me show them a lesson. Father, this matter cannot simply be let go. The contract remains with the Chen family, and I fear they may disrupt my engagement. Lu Mengyan said angrily. This matter is not difficult. Mengyan, your feelings for the 5th prince are mutual, and his uncle is the 3rd elder of your Shangqing sect, a figure of considerable strength. If you inform the 5th prince of this situation and let his uncle take action, the Chen family will surely be unable to stir up any trouble. The head of the Lu family smiled as he spoke. The relationship between the Zhou royal family and the Shangqing sect is exceedingly close. In terms of overall strength, the Shangqing sect is superior. However, the current supreme elder of the sect is an individual from the Zhou royal family. Given the intricate ties between the two parties, if the royal family encounters a crisis, the Shangqing sect cannot remain indifferent. Moreover, the fifth prince's uncle is an elder of the Shangqing sect and possesses formidable power. Father, is it sufficient to merely inform the fifth prince? What about his majesty? Mingyan, while there are those who know of this matter, they remain silent. Do you know why? The royal family also values its reputation. This is precisely why I instructed both of you to visit the Chun family alone. The fewer who know about this, the better. I see. Your foresight is indeed profound, father. I shall go find the fifth prince now. Very well. Resolve the Chun family issue as expediently as possible to avoid protracted complications. Understood. The Liu family was making moves, and likewise. The Qin family was no longer lingering in Yangwuqing. Look, isn't this too strange? Wow, I've never seen anything like this before. Am I still dreaming? A dog riding a horse? How can I be so unfortunate? I can't even afford a horse. Who are these two, anyway? 3 days prior, Chen Chang'an had departed Yangwuqing with Chen Yinxian and a large dog, attracting considerable attention wherever they went, primarily due to the insistence of the dog to ride a horse. A dog on a horse, an unprecedented spectacle. Initially, Chen Yinxian felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had never experienced such scrutiny and discussion from a crowd. Although the spotlight was largely on the dog, as one of the companions, he too could not escape the attention. However, he soon grew accustomed to it. Such is the rapidity of adaptation. Yinxian, are we still within the territory of Beiyuan Prefecture? Chen Chang'an inquired. Ancestor, I haven't strayed far from Yangwuqing, but according to the journey, we should still be within Beiyuan Prefecture, Chen Yinxian replied after a moment of thought. 3 days. Yet we have not left Beiyuan Prefecture. This pace seems rather slow. It's all your fault, Dahuang, insisting on riding a horse. Otherwise, we wouldn't be moving so sluggishly. Dahuang cast a dismissive glance at Chen Chang'an and telepathically retorted, What's wrong with enjoying myself at this age? Am I not allowed to ride? Why is it only you who can ride me, and not I ride a horse? Why the rush? Are you eager to die? Your life is so long. Why the hurry? Hearing Dahuang's words, Chen Chang'an chuckled helplessly. This fellow has been rather irritable lately. Should I find him a companion to vent his frustrations? He would surely appreciate it. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but grin. However, his smile left Chen Yinxian bewildered, while Dahuang grew wary. That rascal must be scheming something. Suddenly, shouts and curses from a distance drew Chen Chang'an's attention. Upon closer inspection, he saw several burly men surrounding a fortune-telling booth, clearly enraged. Hold on, what did I say that was incorrect? The fortune-telling old man quickly interjected, his voice filled with indignation. 7 days ago, you foretold my impending blood disaster. Is that not true? One of the burly men demanded angrily. Indeed, that was my statement. You instructed me to leave this place and not return for 7 days. Is that correct? The old man affirmed. And do you know that I have not left in these 7 days? Where's my blood disaster? Where's my impending doom? How can you claim you are not a fraud? The burly man bellowed. Hearing their exchange, the onlookers began to murmur and gossip among themselves. Truly a fraud. How can such things be believed? Alas, there will always be those who fall victim to deception. That old man has been peddling his wares for 2 to 3 months. Who knows how many he has swindled? This time, they came knocking. Otherwise, who knows how many more would be fooled in the future? Ugh, I detest these deceitful swindlers. They deserve a good beating. The fortune-telling old man remained unfazed by the anger of the burly man and the surrounding crowd. With a shake of his head, he looked at the burly man and sighed. Alas, this time, I cannot save you. The calamity is upon you. You must fend for yourself. Oomph. You think you could deceive me? A blood disaster, you say? Did you not foresee that today would be your blood disaster? With a cold snort, the burly man commanded his companions to attack the old man. In an instant, a figure appeared, and all of the burly men were sent sprawling to the ground, struck down in a flash. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in shock. This old fraud actually has help? I told you have a blood disaster. Yet you refuse to listen. The old man grinned wickedly. The burly man disregarded the old man and turned to the young man before him, asking, Who are you to him? Why do you help him? The newcomer was none other than Chen Yinxian, and his assistance was, of course, at Chen Chang'an's behest. You cannot touch this man. Leave now, Chen Yinxian replied coolly. Cannot touch. Don't think I'm easily frightened. My brother-in-law is a protector of the Nan family. If you dare provoke me, my brother-in-law will not let you go. The Nan family? I did not realize this was their territory. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, surprised. Oomph. Judging by your demeanor, you probably don't even know who the Nan family is. Get lost. As he spoke, the burly man lunged at Chen Chang'an, who would not allow him to succeed. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying. Thud! The burly man hit the ground, spitting blood. A blood disaster? Could it be true? Impossible, no way. 7 days have already passed. How could? Did you forget? You came here in the afternoon, 7 days ago. It's only been a little less than 7 days, the old man lamented. You're toying with me, aren't you? Just wait. Just you wait. Wait? You may as well die. Chen Chang'an recalled Chen Chang'an's words. Eradicate the roots of the problem. Since he dared to utter such threats, there was no reason to spare his life. You see, I told you, calamity has struck. Everyone, did you see? I'm not a fraud. If anyone else want a fortune told, please step forward. Chapter 14. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Forgetting the Heavenly Secrets. To divine a fortune? Who else would dare to do so? The crowd, initially gathered to spectate, turned and departed without a moment's hesitation upon hearing these words. Observing the exodus, the elderly man sighed in resignation. Alas, the world has profoundly misunderstood me. I am grateful to this young friend for the timely intervention. I perceive that your demeanor is extraordinary, and you are destined for great achievements. Allow me to. There's no need for that. I am merely fulfilling my duty and require no thanks. Chen Chang'an harbored little fondness for the old man. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an's directive, he would not have intervened at all. Oh, fulfilling a duty? So, you must have received orders from that young friend over there? The old man glanced towards Chen Chang'an in the distance, then ambled over with a playful grin. Thank you for your assistance, young friend. Your aura is remarkable, and you are surely bound for greatness. Allow me to. Enough with your theatrics. After all this time, how have you not yet perished? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. Once the old man realized he had been recognized, he dropped the pretense and replied with a mischievous grin. Well, aren't you still alive as well? Ancestor you. Do you know him? Chen Chang'an was astounded. He could not fathom that the elder recognized this charlatan. Could it be that this man was not an ordinary individual? Enough chatter. This is not the place for conversation. Let's find somewhere more private. It has been far too long. We must catch up. Without delay, Chen Chang'an and his companions made their way to a nearby tavern, reserving a private room. It has been over 3,000 years since our last parting. I never imagined you, Brother Chen, and Brother Dahuang would still be as vibrant as ever. How reminiscent this feels. The old man's words astonished Chen Chang'an. While he knew the elder had lived a long life, he was surprised that this seemingly inconspicuous old man had also endured for so long. Then what about earlier? Senior, since you are acquainted with my family's ancestor, you must be a significant figure. How could you have been in such a situation earlier? Chen Chang'an queried, perplexed. You are unaware of certain matters. This individual is none other than the renowned Hall of Heavenly Secrets, the third-generation master, known as Forgetting Heavenly Secrets. He possesses formidable strength, yet has frequently faced retribution for his misdeeds. Retribution? What does that entail? What is the Hall of Heavenly Secrets? I have never heard of it before. To jest before the younger generation? It is merely that our lineage has sought to unravel the secrets of heaven and has faced punishment for it. Every millennium, our bodies suffer affliction. Not only do our appearances wither, but our cultivation is also lost, lasting for a decade. During this period, we are at our most vulnerable, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Forgetting heavenly secrets offered a wry smile. Knowing it is the most perilous time, why would you travel all the way to the Great Zhou Kingdom? With your current abilities, it would take at least a decade to arrive. The distance to the Great Zhou Kingdom was vast. Had he retained his cultivation, it would have been trivial, yet now, bereft of his power, how could he have journeyed so far? Wait, something is amiss. The first time I encountered you, you had just lost your cultivation and appeared aged. By my calculations, you should not be in this state now. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an sensed something was off. His acquaintance with Forgetting Heavenly Secrets stemmed from their meeting during the latter's prior loss of power. However, back to the timeline, Forgetting Heavenly Secrets should not have lost his cultivation again for at least 300 years. Why had this occurred prematurely? With a resigned smile, forgetting heavenly secrets replied, "About a year ago, I had a sudden premonition and decided to divine a fortune. I discovered the heavenly secrets were in turmoil, suggesting a significant event was imminent. Subsequently, I learned that an old friend would appear in this small great Zhou kingdom, yet I could not ascertain who it was. You must understand at my age, I have few old friends. Thus, the only plausible candidate for being here unaccounted for is you. When I first saw you, I cannot decipher your essence or predict your life as trajectory. It was shrouded in mystery. Therefore, I had arrived here before losing my powers. As I calculated, there was a high probability of reuniting with an old friend. Yet unexpectedly, this descendant beside you is similarly extraordinary. Does your Chen family exclusively produce prodigies?" On the surface, forgetting heavenly secrets appeared calm, yet he was genuinely astonished upon seeing Chen Chang'an and Chen Yinxian. As for Chen Chang'an, he was an old acquaintance, but he had not anticipated the young Chen Yinxian to possess such great fortune, which he could not predict. Indeed, is it because of your attempt to pry into the heavenly secrets that your retribution has come early? Your journey here must not have been solely for a reunion, correct? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. You are mistaken. It truly was just to catch up. Perhaps age has made me nostalgic, yearning to see old friends. I cannot discern what events may unfold, so I have chosen not to dwell on it. Forgetting heavenly secrets replied with a grin. Very well. Let us focus on reminiscing today, without discussing anything else. Agreed. Once the dishes and drinks were served, Chen Chang'an and forgetting heavenly secrets toasted and exchanged laughter, not once mentioning their earlier conversation. Chen Yinxian, seated nearby, occasionally refilled their cups, secretly marveling at the opportunity to learn from his ancestor and meet such remarkable individuals. An hour later, after a satisfying meal, forgetting heavenly secrets patted his belly and smiled. That was delightful. I have not enjoyed such a feast in ages. It was worth my long journey. However, all good things must come to an end. It is time for me to depart. Chen Chang'an looked at forgetting heavenly secrets with a calm demeanor and said softly, You intend to leave now? Yes, it is time. Very well. Chen Chang'an merely nodded, refraining from further comment. After forgetting heavenly secrets departed, Chen Yinxian inquired, puzzled, Ancestor, given that forgetting heavenly secrets currently possesses no cultivation, is it not dangerous for him to leave like this? Not at all. He has learned from past experiences. Given his character, he would not fall for the same trick twice. Remember, he is the third-generation master of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Surely, he has means of protection. Ancestor, do you imply that forgetting heavenly secrets has someone watching over him in secret? Why then did you ask me to intervene earlier? It was merely to play along with him in this charade. Yinxian, what do you think of forgetting heavenly secrets? Upon hearing this, Chen Yinxian pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, Ancestor, I cannot decipher this man. I do not know him well. From our brief interaction, I did not feel anything particularly striking. However, since he is an old friend of yours, he must not be too bad. He seems quite decent. Chen Chang'an chuckled at Chen Yinxian's response, which made the latter feel slightly anxious. A man who attempts to pry into heavenly secrets is not someone simple. You do not truly believe he has come merely to reminisce, do you? Though he is not malevolent, he is certainly not a paragon of virtue. Chapter 15, My People. Who dares to scheme? At this moment, Chen Yinxian felt somewhat out of sync with the unfolding events. Just moments ago, during their jovial exchange of toasts, he had believed they were long-time, intimate friends. Yet now, why did the elder cast such aspersions upon Wang Tianji? Could it be that Wang Tianji's appearance was indeed laden with ulterior motives? Chen Yinxian contemplated deeply, revisiting every encounter he had with Wang Tianji thus far. Chen Chang'an sat quietly beside him, offering no interruption to his thoughts. Elder, Wang Tianji's divination of the heavenly secrets is genuine, and his visit to reminisce is also true. However, the one thing he has not disclosed is that his arrival here is not merely for nostalgia. If he is aware that significant events are afoot, he must possess some insider knowledge. Yet he failed to mention it earlier. This surely indicates a hidden agenda. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yinxian spoke. Indeed, the analysis is quite astute. Chen Chang'an nodded in approval. Elder, if that is the case, why not leverage his moment of weakness to extract the truth? Or perhaps, Chen Yinxian proposed, his voice low, "You young rascal, do you truly believe his claim of having lost his powers?" Chen Chang'an replied with a faint smile. "Did you not notice that his aura vanished immediately after leaving this establishment? Is that something a truly powerless individual could accomplish?" Chen Yinxian was taken aback. He had not paid attention to that detail. Could it be that the other party had lied regarding this matter? But what could his motive be? Wang Tianji is indeed cunning and scheming, yet he poses no threat to us, Chen Chang'an remarked with a smile. "Why is that?" Chen Yinxian inquired, puzzled. "Because he dares not." Although Chen Chang'an had known Wang Tianji for a brief period, there existed an inexplicable wariness within Wang Tianji towards him. At that moment, while Chen Chang'an and Chen Yinxian conversed, Wang Tianji had already traversed thousands of kilometers away. Subordinate pays respects to the pavilion master. Wang Tianji had resumed his original appearance and nodded calmly at the members of the Tianji pavilion before him. "Upon your return, you must closely monitor Chen Yunxuan's every move. This individual, though newly emerging, holds boundless potential for the future. The more we know about him, the more advantageous it will be for us. Do you understand?" "Yes, Pavilion Master." "And what of Chen Chang'an?" "Chen Chang'an?" Wang Tianji's brow furrowed slightly. He found it challenging to gauge the situation. His purpose in coming to the great Zhou kingdom was to test the waters. Yet, just as before when he encountered Chen Chang'an, he remained unable to see through him. It was astonishing that after over 3,000 years of diligent cultivation, he was still at a loss before Chen Chang'an. Chen Yunxian, blessed with great fortune, would undoubtedly have his place among those who stir the tides of destiny. However, what role did Chen Chang'an play in this significant event? Given his relationship with Chen Yinxian, he could not possibly be an outsider. Wang Tianji deduced that as chaos loomed over the world, various factions would inevitably become embroiled. If they could seize the initiative, it might elevate the Tianji pavilion to new heights. Thus, understanding Chen Chang'an's role was of paramount importance, influencing how he would navigate his relationship with him. Was he a participant in the unfolding events, or a disruptor of them? Few matters could entangle Wang Tianji's mind to such an extent, piquing the curiosity of the Tianji pavilion members. Just who was Chen Chang'an? Why did the Tianji pavilion possess no information about him? It was known that the pavilion held vast intelligence, even on some super-powerful beings, yet Chen Chang'an was a complete enigma to them. "Pavilion Master, since we cannot see through him, perhaps we should." Before the member of the Tianji pavilion could finish, a formidable aura enveloped them all. The overwhelming pressure felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Wang Tianji's expression changed drastically. He attempted to muster his full strength to resist, but found it utterly futile. Boom! 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 Unable to withstand the force, Wang Tianji and his associates collapsed to their knees, creating a deep crater in the ground. "Tianji Pavilion? Wang Beichuan, who are you?" A melodious voice rang out, beautiful yet laced with an icy chill. Wang Tianji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the newcomer would be a woman, and one who knew the name Wang Beichuan. Struggling, he lifted his head slowly, expending considerable effort. Not far away stood a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her face veiled in a sheer purple fabric. The veil was thin, yet Wang Tianji could not discern her features. The newcomer was none other than Mu Yanxiao, the master of Chen Chang'an. "Yes, she is my ancestor of the Wang family," Wang Tianji stammered nervously. "For the sake of that wretched brat Wang Beichuan, I shall spare you this time. Remember, I care not who you are or what you seek. Do not lay your schemes upon Chen Chang'an. Otherwise, I shall annihilate the entire Wang family." With those words, cold sweat poured down Wang Tianji's back. He was unaware of Chen Chang'an's background, only that the young man was formidable and enigmatic. He could never have anticipated that such a powerful figure stood beside him. What was the relationship between these two? My people, could it be that she was Chen Chang'an's woman? If that were the case, was it possible that Chen Chang'an had intentionally sent her to warn him against any treachery? Rest assured, esteemed elder, I have only just become acquainted with Chen Xiong and would never scheme against him. I doubt you would dare. Now tell me, what have you discovered that has prompted your appearance here? Are you aware of the reemergence of the three lists of heaven, earth, and man? The three lists of heaven, earth, and man. When did this occur? Mu Yinxiao's brows furrowed deeply as she inquired. It was merely a conjecture of mine, but a month ago, our Tianji pavilion received certain tidings. The three lists of heaven, earth, and man have indeed manifested. You should understand what the emergence of these lists signifies, correct? What does it signify? Mu Yinxiao was all too familiar with the implications, having experienced the effects of the three lists herself, though that was a matter of tens of thousands of years past. After millennia of dormancy, their sudden appearance now seemed suspicious. Do you know the exact date of their manifestation? Mu Yinxiao pressed. It should be the 5th of June. The 5th of June? Upon hearing this, Mu Yinxiao's heart raced. That date coincided with the moment Chen Chang'an absorbed the fetal pearl and began his cultivation. However, there were rules governing the three lists that imposed age restrictions, and Chen Chang'an evidently did not meet those criteria. But why was he able to cultivate while the lists resurfaced? Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper reason? Regardless, Mu Yinxiao was acutely aware of the monumental changes that had swept the world upon the previous emergence of the three lists. Many of the top factions rose to prominence during that time. This time, in a bid to avoid being supplanted by others, what actions would they undertake? Indeed, chaos was brewing across the realm. Chapter 16. The three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity. The three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity represent the manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao. Those who ascend the lists are bestowed with gifts from the heavenly Tao, an irresistible temptation for cultivators. However, the three lists do not open simultaneously. The first to be unveiled is the most rudimentary, the human list. Anyone under the age of 30 may participate, competing in the speed of cultivation, strength, and innate talent. Essentially, the human list serves as a preliminary selection, weeding out the majority who lack qualification. Consequently, it is also the most fiercely competitive, marked by both overt and covert struggles. In pursuit of their own ascendance, many resort to hunting gifted individuals. Herein lies a coexistence of danger and opportunity. Mu Yinxiao has previously experienced the three lists and counts herself among the beneficiaries. However, she has always cherished her freedom, opting not to establish or join any faction. Over the years, she has taken on only one disciple, Chen Chang'an. Senior, this time the three lists seem somewhat different, she remarked, furrowing her brow at Wang Tianji's words, soon grasping his meaning. Indeed, there was something unusual. Are you suggesting that the three lists have not been directly activated? In the past, when the three lists appeared, they were announced by the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, audible and visible to all in the world. Yet this time, although the Tiangong Pavilion has received word, the human list has not yet opened, leaving many perplexed. Where are the three lists now? Still at Yinxiao Peak? Mu Yinxiao inquired. The last appearance of the three lists was atop Yinxiao Peak, where three scrolls of different colors would vanish from the summit upon activation and reappear in the sky. Indeed, it remains at Yinxiao Peak. However, it is currently shrouded in an overwhelming energy that renders it inaccessible, let alone reaching the summit. We can only observe from a distance the three different colored lights flickering at the peak, Wang Tianji stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Mu Yinxiao merely cast him a glance before her figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Once she departed, Wang Tianji and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. How terrifying! Who on earth is she? Master, do you know her? Wang Tianji asked, a wry smile gracing his lips. He truly did not know who Mu Yinxiao was, but given her acquaintance with his family's ancestor, she was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Such a person is not someone you can casually inquire about. Be cautious not to draw unnecessary attention. Regardless of her identity, she is not someone we can afford to provoke. Remember, from this day forth, whether it is Chen Chang'an or Chen Yinxian, they are allies, not enemies, to our Tiangong Pavilion. Keep a close eye on Chen Yinxian and provide assistance when appropriate. Do you understand? Wang Tianji said in a grave tone. Yes, master. Let's return now. Understood. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an and his companions did not linger long, as their destination was the capital city, not leisure. Yinxian, according to our plan, we must reach the capital within a month. Have you set any personal goals for this time? On the road, Chen Chang'an's sudden inquiry left Chen Yunxian somewhat bewildered. What goals? Master, do you mean cultivation? Chen Yunxian asked. Indeed, although you have reached the first level of true Qi realm, it is still not remarkable. Among those of your age, many possess greater cultivation and strength. If you do not strive, how will you stand out among them? Your teachings resonate, Master, and I shall remember them well. From now on, I assign you a task. Before reaching the capital, your cultivation must not be lower than the 9th level of true Qi realm. Can you achieve this? Chen Chang'an queried. Not lower than the 9th level? That would mean reaching at least the pinnacle of the 9th level, or even the transcendent realm? Can that truly be accomplished in just 1 month? Chen Yunxian felt a twinge of anxiety, yet excitement surged within him. Yunxian will undoubtedly succeed, he declared with resolute determination. Very well. Your performance will be observed during this journey. Yes, Master. 10 days later, at Yanguicheng, Chen Jingyuan stood before the Chen family members, his expression charged with excitement, his voice trembling. From this day forth, our Chen family shall no longer be a mere small clan in Yanguicheng. Our journey to the capital aims to reclaim our position as the foremost family of Ur. But remember, the Dezhou kingdom is merely our starting point. We must not disappoint our ancestor. Do you understand? Chen Jingyuan spoke with grave seriousness. Yes, Patriarch. Let's depart. Following Chen Chang'an's instructions, Chen Jingyuan set out over 10 days later. During this time, he and the Chen family members did not idle, but diligently improve their cultivation. Thankfully we arrived in time. Otherwise, we might have let the Chen family slip away. Just as Chen Jingyuan and his companions exited the door, they encountered a group of 7 or 8 individuals. Upon hearing the words of the strangers, Chen Jingyuan's expression remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated their arrival. As expected, someone has indeed come, he thought with a cold smile. What a nuisance, a mere Chen family prompting us to travel such a distance. None of you should compete with me. I alone can annihilate them. That won't do. Otherwise, our efforts would be in vain. The Chen family isn't exactly small. Let us each take our share, one of them retorted, laughter echoing among them. Enough of the bickering. Let us see who can slay the most, they declared, revealing themselves as members of the Shangqing sect, dispatched by the uncle of the 5th prince to eliminate the Chen family. In the eyes of the 5th prince's uncle, the Chen family hardly warranted his personal involvement. Hence, he casually sent 8 individuals to deal with them. These 8 assessed the Chen family's actions as akin to fleeing. Do you truly believe you can eradicate my Chen family with just a few of you? You are sorely mistaken, Chen Jingyuan scoffed, recognizing their attire as belonging to the Shangqing sect. Such bravado. Indeed, within the Dezhou kingdom, no one dares to provoke my Shangqing sect. What? Does your Chen family have the audacity? The leader sneered. Why not? Chen Jingyuan retorted with a mocking laugh, forgoing further words as he struck. With a swift motion, Chen Jingyuan swung his long blade, unleashing a massive arc of light towards them. Sensing the power behind his strike, the group felt a tremor of fear. This is bad. Who said the Chen family lacked strong warriors? Chen Jingyuan's strength was evidently at the transcendent realm. With a single blow, he dispatched the 8 adversaries amidst their furious protests. The Shangqing sect truly underestimates us. Fortunately, they arrived late, granting me time to elevate my cultivation to the 5th level of the transcendent realm. I wonder how far our ancestor and Yunxian have progressed. Chapter 17. The aristocracy as the players, the dynasty as the chessboard father. May I inquire why you summoned me? The 5th prince, perplexed, stood before the sovereign of the great Zhou, uncertain of the purpose behind the royal call. He had been engrossed in preparations for the upcoming engagement banquet. Could it be that his father sought his counsel regarding this matter? I have recently received intelligence concerning the Chen family. You are aware of the historical ties between the Chen and Lu families, are you not? The words of the great Zhou's monarch sent a shiver through the 5th prince's heart, catching him entirely off guard. Indeed, father, I am aware of this matter. However, rest assured, I have already taken steps to address it, ensuring it will not affect any arrangements. As you know, Meng Yan possesses remarkable talent and has been favored at the Shangqing sect, and our affections for each other are genuine. Although there were previous agreements between the Lu and Chen families, those are long past, and the contracts are now mere echoes of memory. Father, I hope this will not cast a shadow on your impression of Mingyan. Before the fifth prince could continue, the great Zhou's sovereign raised a hand to silence him. Noticing his father's furrowed brow, the fifth prince's heart raced, fearing for the stability of his relationship with Lu Mingyan. Look for yourself. This is a message from Wu Qingfeng, the governor of Beiyuan Prefecture. The monarch tossed the letter received from Wu Qingfeng toward the fifth prince. Upon perusing its contents, the fifth prince's expression shifted to one of amusement. Father, I am already aware of this situation. Do not worry. It is simply a ploy by the Chen family. As for the so-called ancestor, I find it to be a mere jest. I have enlisted my uncle's assistance to deal with the Chen family, and by now, he should have succeeded. The fifth prince spoke with a smile. Yet, the monarch's brow remained furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on his son. There is another piece of information. Did you notice it? He inquired. What else is there? The fifth prince responded, confused. A dog. A talking dog. Are your eyes merely for show? How could you overlook such significant intelligence? The great Zhou's sovereign could no longer contain his temper, erupting in a thunderous shout. A dog? What dog? How can it possibly speak? The fifth prince was momentarily stunned, his mind blank from the king's outburst. Father, this. Suddenly, a realization struck the fifth prince. A talking dog? A demonic beast? A creature capable of human speech must surely be of fifth rank or higher. This. A fifth-rank demonic beast could spell doom for the great Zhou, let alone one of greater rank. Why had Lu Mingyan not informed him of this crucial news? Father, is this information credible? Mingyan never mentioned it to me, the fifth prince asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Wu Qingfeng would hardly dare deceive me. Thus, the existence of this talking dog is undeniable. There are two possibilities for Mingyan's silence. Either she is unaware, or she is deliberately concealing the truth. If she is ignorant, then she truly knows nothing. Otherwise, she would not have withheld such vital information from me, the fifth prince asserted resolutely. Hearing this, the great Zhou's sovereign sighed in resignation. Among his numerous sons, the fifth prince exhibited the most talent and was the one he held in highest regard. Yet, despite his many virtues, upon meeting Lu Mingyan, he had become infatuated to the point of clouding his judgment. Regardless of whether she knows, it has become inconsequential. What do you intend to do next? The monarch queried. The fifth prince furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. His uncle should have already taken action against the Chen family. The best outcome would be success, while the worst would be failure. If they were to fail, the Chen family would undoubtedly retaliate. Father, I believe we must prepare on two fronts. Regardless of whether my uncle succeeds or fails, we must be ready. One aspect involves negotiating to quell the Chen family's fury, shifting the blame onto my uncle, as if we were entirely unaware. The other aspect is that if the Chen family becomes aggressive, we cannot remain idle. Even if it means mutual destruction, we must not sit idly by. After a moment of contemplation, the fifth prince spoke. The great Zhou's sovereign nodded in approval, satisfied with his son's insights, which aligned closely with his own thoughts. After all, he had always regarded the fifth prince as exceptionally astute. Your uncle has great affection for you. Are you not concerned that this situation may breed resentment between you? Could you risk losing the love of your uncle? The monarch inquired. Though my uncle dotes on me, my loyalty lies with the royal family. In my heart, the dynasty takes precedence. If it comes to it, I may have no choice but to sacrifice my uncle, and I trust he will understand my position. While it may seem callous, a person of ambition must know how to make sacrifices, the fifth prince replied gravely. Indeed, one must understand the necessity of sacrifice, yet your perspective may still be somewhat naive, the monarch cautioned. Oh, what wisdom do you possess, father? The fifth prince asked. The Shanqing sect is our dynasty's greatest ally. Although your uncle is merely the third elder, do not forget that your maternal grandfather is one of the grand elders, his strength comparable to that of our royal ancestor. Thus, we cannot afford to discard your uncle. Moreover, for your engagement banquet, I have invited members of the aristocracy. Regardless of the circumstances, the establishment of the great Zhou is underpinned by these noble families. They will not stand idly by. Should the Chen family be willing to accept an apology and reconcile, all will be well. If they refuse, we shall unite every possible force to eradicate the Chen family. However, this is certainly a last resort. The aristocracy? The fifth prince, still youthful, had limited understanding of the noble families, having only heard whispers, but lacking insight into their intricate dynamics. Father, are these families our support? I have always understood that we relied on the Shanqing sect, correct? That is a fallacy. The true benefactors of our dynasty are the noble families. In this northern region, the real power lies within a handful of prominent families. In the north, the aristocracy reigns, but their internal conflicts often lead to significant losses. Ultimately, they devised a strategy. The families play the game, while the dynasty serves as the chessboard. Minor disputes among the families can be leveraged through the conflicts of the dynasty to determine a victor, thus minimizing their losses. Is that so? So we are merely pawns in their game? The fifth prince expressed his discontent. What other path is there? Should we harbor any ill intentions? The noble families possess the power to dethrone us overnight. Enough of this. It is not a matter for your immediate consideration. Dispatch my orders to gather all troops to the vicinity of the capital, in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, Father. Chapter 18, The Engagement Day. Presenting gifts, have you heard? The engagement banquet of the fifth prince is extravagantly splendid this time. Indeed, one might mistake it for the royal wedding of the sovereign. It is astonishing how much importance the ruler has placed on the engagement of a mere fifth prince. Every prominent family has sent representatives. Moreover, I hear that 2 esteemed elders from the Shanqing sect have come in person. Do you know why? It is said that the fifth prince is the heir apparent to the throne, hence the grandiosity of the affair. The Liu family is fortunate indeed to be connected with the fifth prince. They're destined to become the foremost family in the great Zhou kingdom. Indeed, not long ago, the Liu family was merely, Shoo, are you trying to court danger by uttering such words? Ahem, I spoke out of turn after a drink. Inside a tavern in the capital, the patrons were engrossed in discussions about the engagement banquet of the fifth prince and Lu Mengyan. The event had become a grand occasion not only for the capital, but for the entire great Zhou kingdom, its scale leaving many in bewilderment. Are you afraid? Chen Chang'an glanced at Chen Yinxian, inquiring with a smile. Not at all, Chen Yinxian replied with a shake of his head. The aura around him had transformed significantly. He now exuded composure and tranquility. The experiences of this period had been invaluable for him, and he finally understood the necessity of venturing beyond the confines of Yangue City. Staying cocooned would never allow him to grow. Rest well today. Tomorrow is your stage. Yes, ancestor. After returning to his chamber, Chen Chang'an turned to Dahuang and asked, Can you sense the aura of the? You have encountered the at the Chen residence. Your bond with it is closer. Cannot you sense it? Dahuang inquired curiously. I do not know why, but the last time at the Chen residence, I cannot sense the unless I open that jade box. However, after merging with it, I felt a slight connection, though not strong. Perhaps distance plays a role. With your strength, can you sense it? Simply sensing this aura? Chen Chang'an asked. Sense what? This has no fluctuations of aura. Even your master would be of no help. Dahuang retorted with irritation. No fluctuations of aura? How can that be? Every object possesses its own aura. Why would there be an exception? Did you not notice any aura from the while at the Chen residence? I did not perceive anything. It is abnormal. Anything related to you cannot be normal. This matter rests solely on you. Hearing Dahuang's words, Chen Chang'an sighed helplessly, initially hoping to have Dahuang sense it. If it truly lay within the royal family's grasp in the capital, he had hoped Dahuang could stealthily retrieve it. It now appeared he would have to personally inquire with the royal family regarding this whereabouts. A night passed in silence. The following day marked the engagement of the fifth prince and Lu Mengyan. The sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom had chosen the royal palace as the venue for the engagement. Congratulations, head of the Liu family. Congratulations, head of the Liu family. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The head of the Liu family was beaming with joy. The scale of this engagement banquet had exceeded his expectations. Such grandeur brought honor to the royal family, and even more so to the Liu family. Head, our people have just returned from Yangue City. The Chen family's whereabouts are currently unknown. Could it be that the fifth prince's uncle has already succeeded? Lu Qingfeng whispered. Oh, unknown whereabouts? The head of the Liu family frowned slightly. This news was not favorable. He glanced at the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom nearby, contemplating whether to inquire, but hesitated at the inappropriateness of it. Ah, the third elder. As the fifth prince's uncle, he would naturally be present at such an occasion. The head of the Liu family discreetly approached the third elder, smiling as he said, "Might I ask if you're the third elder of the Shangqing sect? I am Lu Mingyan's father, the head of the Liu family." The third elder looked at him, smiling faintly. "Ah, so it is you. We shall all be family from now on. No need for such formality. What brings you to seek me?" At this point, the third elder suddenly had a thought and added, "Is it regarding the Chen family?" "Indeed. My informants have just relayed that the Chen family's whereabouts are currently unknown. I am concerned. Ha ha, that must mean my people have succeeded. Do not worry. A mere Chen family is inconsequential." Upon hearing the third elder's words, the head of the Liu family finally felt a sense of relief. Since the third elder had stated so, the Chen family must have been eradicated. With a deep exhale, he returned to his position, his expression now radiating even more joy. The appointed time arrived. With the eunuch's loud announcement, the fifth prince gazed tenderly at Lu Mingyan. She, in turn, looked back at him with a face full of happiness, and together they ascended the ceremonial platform hand in hand. What a match made in heaven, an ideal couple. Indeed, the fifth prince is remarkably distinguished, and the Liu family's young lady is like an ethereal goddess. A perfect pair, a union blessed by fate. We are fortunate to attend this engagement banquet. It is indeed a blessing. The guests around began to flatter in unison, their voices growing louder, each eager to ensure their words were heard. "Mingyan, trust me, I will make you the happiest person in the world. Everything you desire, I shall provide, even my life," the fifth prince declared passionately. "I believe you," Lu Mingyan replied, her heart filled with warmth. "In this vast world, the one who treats me best is none other than you." Though she harbored deep feelings for the fifth prince, Lu Mingyan was no naive romantic. She understood when to speak and how to please him. Just a simple expression of devotion was enough to cause the fifth prince's heart to soar, wishing to bestow all the world's treasures upon her. "Your Highness, perhaps we should attend to the formalities first." The eunuch, unable to suppress a smile, interjected. However, his demeanor was clearly amused by their affectionate exchange, and the fifth prince felt no discomfort. "Yes, let us attend to the formalities first. Mingyan, from this day forth, you shall be my official fiancé. No one shall take you from my grasp. You belong exclusively to me," the fifth prince proclaimed with authority, asserting his claim over Lu Mingyan. "Rest assured, I shall forever belong solely to you." Lu Mingyan gazed deeply into the fifth prince's eyes, her own filled with affection. Thunderous applause erupted. Whether from genuine emotion or other reasons, all present fervently clapped, elevating the atmosphere to a fervent crescendo. In light of this, how could our Chen family allow you two to be disappointed? This grand gift has been specially prepared for you. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Realm at 16. Upon the utterance of these words, the previously lively atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. What occasion was this? Who dared to speak such insolence at this moment? The Chen family? Which Chen family? Many present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. However, upon hearing the name Chen family, the members of the Liu family felt a jolt of anxiety. They had truly arrived. The Chen family had actually come. The head of the Liu family turned to the third elder, only to find that his expression was equally grim, indicating that he had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. In contrast, the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom remained remarkably composed, as if he had foreseen such a scenario. "Presumptuous! Who dares to speak with such insolence? Do you not realize the significance of this gathering? Is your place to speak?" The grand eunuch exclaimed in indignation. "If I do not come, how can the eldest daughter of the Liu family restore her honor and freedom?" Chen Yinchuan's words sent ripples through the crowd. Restore her honor and freedom? The implications were heavy. Could it be that the eldest daughter of the Liu family had already? Nonsense! Who dares to stand forth and claim such things? The fifth prince's face was flushed with anger. In the glaring eyes of the crowd, whether the statement was true or false, the impact on Lu Mingyan was immense, and it would inevitably lead to incessant gossip in the future. No one cared for the truth. The intrigue was what captivated them. With a swift motion, Chen Yinxian stepped forward from the throng. The crowd gasped in surprise at his youthful appearance. Was he truly so young? Did he have a death wish? Chen Yinxian, it is you. Why do you insult me? Lu Mingyin's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing him. What? Am I mistaken? Surely you have not forgotten the agreement between the Lu and Chen families? Chen Yinxian countered with a cold smile. You, Lu Mingyin, as the head's daughter, were to marry into the Chen family according to that agreement. What does your engagement to another man signify? Is it not a breach of filial duty? A betrayal of trust? Had you not sought the contract from my family in the first place? The realization dawned on those present. It was indeed that Chen family, a fact that had nearly slipped their minds. Yes, they recalled that the Lu family had once been vassals of the Chen family, bound by a covenant that decreed the daughters of each generation would marry into the Chen family. Yet, had not the Chen family already fallen into decline? Did that agreement still hold any weight? Who could say what had transpired? Perhaps the Lu family had long since forgotten it. It was unwise for the Chen family to emerge in such a manner. This young man's moment of bravado could spell disaster for them. A youth unaware of the vastness of the world. In the eyes of many, the Chen family was but a shadow of its former self. And this young Chen Yinxian seemed incapable of stirring any significant commotion. Who cares if you vent your frustrations? Can the Chen family bear the consequences of this folly? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Who would have thought, in this generation of the Chen family, there would be such an intriguing young man? What is your name? Chen Yinxian. He replied with a smile. Oh, is it just you who has come from the Chen family? The sovereign of the great Zhou seemed to probe, attempting to discern the true intentions of the Chen family amidst the uncertainty surrounding their whereabouts. Just a humble gift from me, Chen Yinxian stated resolutely, devoid of any fear. What, pray tell, is this gift? The sovereign inquired. Is it the contract between the Lu and Chen families? Certainly not. What I wish to present is a letter of divorce. At these words, the assembly was rendered speechless, aghast at the audacity. Had the youth gone mad? Perhaps a return of the contract might have elicited some ire from the imperial family, but a divorce letter? To present such a thing on the day of another's engagement? Was he courting death? What did you say? A divorce letter? We never had a marriage contract with your Chen family. On what grounds do you presume to? Lu Mingyin began, but faltered, realizing the contract did indeed exist, rendering her words moot. Chen Yinxian, you have come here intentionally to humiliate me, to demean the Lu family, have you not? Lu Mingyin glared at him, seething with rage. Those who insult will themselves be insulted. Your Lu family betrayed first, and you, Lu Mingyin, have strayed from your duties. Such a person is unworthy of the Chen family's esteem, and we disdain to claim you. This letter of divorce is my gift to the two of you on your engagement day. I hope you will not take offense for it. Is the thought that counts, Chen Yinxian said with a mocking smile. You seek death. The fifth prince could no longer contain himself and lunged at Chen Yinxian. You think you are worthy to engage me? Chen Yinxian dismissed the fifth prince with a scornful glance, then struck him with a single punch, sending him flying. What? How is this possible? The crowd gasped. The fifth prince, though young, had attained the 9th level of the condensation realm, a remarkable feat among the youth of the great Zhou. Yet, this Chen Yinxian, appearing of similar age, had effortlessly defeated him with a single blow. What was this young man's cultivation level? Good heavens, I can't see through his abilities at all. Is he truly at the true Qi realm? Someone muttered in disbelief. What? Even at the true Qi realm, you cannot comprehend his power? The astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chen Yinchuan's prowess had left everyone stunned. They had not anticipated such a prodigy from the Chen lineage. Extraordinary realm at merely 16? How can this be? One of the senior elders from the Upper Clear sect, who was also the fifth prince's grandfather, inquired slowly. 16, Chen Yinxian replied. 16? An extraordinary realm at that age? How is this even possible? What kind of training has he undergone? The astonishment in the elder's voice was palpable. Even Lu Changfeng, recalling that Chen Yinxian had only been at the condensation realm when last seen, was now flabbergasted. How long has it been? 2 months? 2 months to ascend from the condensation realm to the extraordinary realm? Am I dreaming? At 16, to achieve such a level is unheard of. Not just in the Great Zhou, but throughout the Northern Domain, he is among the rarest of talents. With his rise, who in the Northern Domain could rival him? Alas, he has revealed himself too soon. The imperial family will not allow such a tiger to return to the mountains. Chapter 20. Standing against two, unveiling brilliance. A prodigy of unparalleled talent, brimming with potential. Alas, Chen Chang'an lacks the understanding of patience and the wisdom of subtlety. By revealing his gifts too early, how could the royal family possibly allow such a threat to linger? Though formidable in his extraordinary realm, he is not the only one. The royal family boasts numerous individuals of equal prowess, not to mention the two esteemed elders of the Upper Clear sect, both at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Chen Chang'an, is it? You are indeed impressive. However, this grudge is merely a remnant of the past between the Chen and Lu families. It has not escalated to a life-or-death struggle. If you are willing to join the Upper Clear sect and take me as your master, I can overlook the earlier incident. What do you say? Wei Tianfeng inquired with a smile. Alliance? The first thought that crossed your mind is to forge an alliance? Truly, as an elder of the Upper Clear sect, your ideas are indeed unconventional. Wei Tianfeng's actions garnered admiration from many, as they had only considered issues of face. Indeed, if you agree to join the Upper Clear sect, we from the royal family will also let bygones be bygones, another elder, Wu Yuan, added. Wu Yuan, the ancestor of the Great Zhou royal family, spoke with authority that naturally represented the entire royal family. Grandfather, ancestor Yu. The fifth prince had not anticipated that both his grandfather and his own ancestor would not stand by his side, but instead seek to recruit Chen Chang'an. Those who aspire to great things must not be hindered by trifles. Can you not endure this slight? The ruler of Great Zhou cast an unpleased glance at the fifth prince. In truth, if Chen Chang'an were to concede now, it would yield the best outcome. Father, Silence. The ruler of Great Zhou interrupted coldly, then turned to the head of the Lu family, smilingly inquiring whether he would mind. Rest assured, the engagement will remain unaffected. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family quickly replied, I dare not object. It is all at the sovereign's discretion. You are a wise man. The ruler of Great Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Now, all eyes were upon Chen Chang'an, for the moment awaited his decision. Chen Chang'an glanced at the lofty figures before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, I refuse. You are not worthy of me lowering my head. Chen Yunchuan's path of cultivation is one of dominance. How could he choose to bow? Moreover, how could such a minor sect as the Upper Clear sect expect him to join? The moment those words were uttered, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Particularly, Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Chang'an would show them such disrespect. In the Great Zhou, they were among the pinnacle of existence. Why had anyone dared to be so audacious? So you are rejecting my offer? Wei Tianfeng asked, his face darkening. Drink what? Chen Chang'an, decide what to consume. You are not qualified. Chen Chang'an retorted coldly. Such arrogance. I shall see what you are truly capable of saying such words. No one expected Wei Tianfeng to take matters into his own hands. His status should have precluded him from engaging directly with a junior. Though they thought this, none dare voice it. I too wish to test the fruits of my recent training. Your attack is just what I desire. Chen Chang'an not only showed no fear, but grew increasingly exhilarated. His enthusiasm left everyone bewildered. How could he remain so elated at such a perilous moment? In the next instant, a golden light enveloped Chen Chang'an, his figure transforming into a streak of gold, hurtling towards Wei Tianfeng. Sensing Chen Yunchuan's formidable aura, Wei Tianfeng's heart trembled. This lad was indeed extraordinary. Bang! With a resounding crash, Chen Yunchuan's punch forced Wei Tianfeng back over 10 meters. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. How could this be? Wei Tianfeng had been repelled? One punch to push back Wei Tianfeng? The elder was indeed correct. While cultivation level plays a part, the disparity in techniques and martial skills also significantly influences one's strength. Even a pinnacle extraordinary realm practitioner could be challenged. Chen Yunchuan's heart soared with joy as he gained a newfound understanding of his abilities. After all, His rapid advancement in cultivation had not afforded him many chances to unleash his full power in combat. You, come with me together. Chen Yinxian pointed at Wu Yuan in the distance, eager to test whether he could withstand the onslaught of two formidable opponents at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. What? He dares to take on two opponents? Insanity. This lad is undoubtedly mad. With extraordinary realm level 1. Pushing Wei Tianfeng back with a single punch gave him a certain audacity. However, it was clear that Wei Tianfeng had been caught off guard and had not taken Chen Yinxian seriously. Should he adopt a serious stance, the outcome could be uncertain. This could indeed be possible. The onlookers were unaware, but Wei Tianfeng understood well. Though he had initially underestimated Chen Yinxian, the latter's powerful aura had demanded his respect. The previous strike, while not his strongest, had been delivered without holding back. Boy, do not think that a bit of strength allows you to act recklessly. Do you truly believe I am not your match? Wei Tianfeng's expression darkened as he charged at Chen Yinxian once more. Then I shall meet you head-on, Wu Yuan declared, opting not to remain a spectator but joining the fray. With Wu Yuan's involvement, Chen Yinxian found himself battling two opponents, and the clash became a whirlwind of exchanges, making it difficult to discern victory from defeat. How could this be? How could he possibly be so strong? The fifth prince began to doubt his own existence upon witnessing this scene. Regret now belonged to the Liu family. The Chen family had truly risen, and with astonishing speed, Lu Mingyin's gaze towards Chen Yinxian shifted. This was the true genius, the genuine prodigy of heaven. If she could marry such a person, would her future not be brighter? Dispatch all troops near the capital to the palace. Should anything unforeseen occur, they are to converge and attack in unison. I refuse to believe that this lad does not have a moment of exhaustion. The ruler of Great Zhou had seen the situation clearly. Reconciliation was impossible, and there was no opportunity for an apology. The only course left was to eliminate Chen Yinxian. How fascinating. This truly is intriguing. I did not expect such a youth to exist within your humble Great Zhou. It seems my journey here has not been in vain. Chapter 21. Chen Chang'an, in action, young Master Cheng. At long last, you have arrived. The sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom could not conceal his delight upon seeing the newcomer. The Cheng clan of the Northern Domain is a true aristocratic family and serves as a formidable support for the Great Zhou Kingdom. Isn't this supposed to be an engagement banquet? Why has a conflict erupted? Cheng Yushu mused, filled with curiosity as he observed the three engaged in combat. After all, the youth embroiled in the battle appeared to be only a few years younger than himself. How could his combat prowess be so formidable? Cheng Yushu regarded himself as exceptional, believing that few among the younger generation in the Northern Domain could compare to him. However, upon witnessing Chen Yinxian, he felt a twinge of inadequacy. At Chen Yinxuan's age, he had not yet even engaged two peak 9th-layer extraordinary beings in battle, let alone achieved a breakthrough to the first layer of the extraordinary realm. Uncle Liu, do you think this young man will prevail? Cheng Yushu inquired with a smile. The elder behind him shook his head upon hearing the question. The youth possesses an overwhelming aura and formidable techniques, yet his combat experience appears somewhat lacking, which could be his downfall. Nevertheless, his cultivation method is likely far from ordinary. Currently, the outcome remains uncertain, but the longer the fight endures, the more unfavorable it becomes for the youth. Once he exhausts his strength, defeat is inevitable. After observing for a while, Uncle Liu articulated his perspective. Indeed, my thoughts align closely with yours, Cheng Yushu nodded, turning to the sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom and asking, who is our adversary? Indeed, this individual is named Chen Yinxian, a descendant of the Chen family. Young Master Cheng, do you truly believe you will be defeated? The sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. Since Uncle Liu believes so, it is likely there is no major issue, Cheng Yushu replied, reassured. Please, young Master Cheng, take a seat. Although the focus of the gathering remained on the combat among Chen Yinxian and the others, some individuals took note of Cheng Yushu's arrival. Who is this person? Do you know? I am uncertain. How could someone command such respect from the sovereign within the Great Zhou Kingdom? Look at his seat. Even the two esteemed elders of the Shangxing sect are seated beneath him. Who on earth is he to possess such high status? Do you think the sovereign was aware from the outset that the Chen family would stir trouble and requested assistance in advance? Nonsense. Even if he knew, would the sovereign fear the Chen family? Besides, who could have anticipated such a prodigy emerging from the Chen family? That is true. So, what exactly is his identity? The crowd was filled with curiosity regarding Cheng Yushu's status, but soon redirected their attention back to the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Chen Chang'an and his companion, Dahuang, were diligently searching for the whereabouts of the fetal pearl. Can you not find it? It has been quite some time. Are you not worried that Chen Yunxian might be killed? Dahuang expressed impatience after searching for a while. If he dies, that is his fate. Moreover, there are plenty of individuals in the Chen family. If one perishes, another can be cultivated, Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Damn, you are more heartless than I am. No, I'm not heartless. I'm a divine beast. Dahuang retorted with curiosity. Are you truly not the least bit concerned about that young man? In order to grow, he must face various adversities. If he cannot handle a mere great Zhou kingdom, how will he venture out into the world later? Can you assist me in locating the fetal pearl instead of worrying about these trivial matters? Chen Chang'an expressed a hint of exasperation. Is it truly in the hands of the royal family? Why have I not found anything after searching for so long? I have already told you. This item bears no aura. I cannot sense it at all. To find it, you must rely on yourself. At most, I can help you conceal your presence from being detected. This is maddening. I have searched through all the treasure vaults within the palace. Could it possibly no longer be in the royal family's possession? After all, this item has been with the royal family for quite some time. If it has vanished, that is not entirely implausible. Are you not curious about one thing? Dahuang suddenly asked. What is it? What purpose does the royal family have for such an item? What purpose? Indeed, if the fetal pearl is removed from the royal family's possession, it seems to serve no purpose. Aside from Chen Chang'an, no one else can integrate the fetal pearl. If someone else takes it, what could it possibly be used for? As they pondered, both man and beast exchanged knowing glances. Hey. Dahuang could not suppress a mischievous grin, prompting Chen Chang'an to glare at him in frustration. What use is it to you? I am not one of your Chen family members. Dahuang scoffed. Curse it. This group of ungrateful descendants. Prodigals. Isn't it only natural? Your Chen family has endured through so many generations. It is only to be expected that a few wayward descendants would emerge. Not everyone can be like Chen Chang'an. Otherwise, your Chen family would not have only one fetal pearl remaining. Though Dahuang's tone seemed to offer advice, it was laced with mockery. Chen Chang'an, unfortunately, found himself once again at the mercy of his descendants, a most satisfying turn of events for many. Faced with Dahuang's ridicule, Chen Chang'an could only resign himself to the situation as it was unavoidable. 10,000 years, an expanse of time that had allowed the Chen family to lose the fetal pearl. Chen Chang'an was uncertain of the specifics. However, he had formed some conjectures regarding the one lost in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Chen family's decline necessitated finding a place to establish roots, and they chose the Great Zhou Kingdom. Upon their arrival, forging connections was essential, and the royal family was an indispensable link. What resources did the Chen family possess to forge connections? Perhaps not many. What is the most esteemed item? The fetal pearl. After all, it is a treasure with nearly 10,000 years of heritage, and merely speaking of it would command respect. Furthermore, the fetal pearl's crystalline beauty and lack of aura render it undetectable. Anyone who laid eyes upon it would instinctively perceive it as a treasure worthy of thorough examination. The fetal pearl was undoubtedly a gift from the Chen family to the royal family. Initially, such an item might pique the royal family's interest. However, as time passed and its mysteries remained unsolved, it would become a useless trinket. What does one do with a beautiful yet useless object? A crown or a diadem? Cursing under his breath, Chen Chang'an felt ill at ease at the thought of his fetal pearl potentially being affixed to a crown or diadem. However, this was merely one possibility. Perhaps it was not the case at all. What do you plan to do now? Dahuang inquired. Well, there are many women in this palace. Why not? How about we pay them a visit? Chen Chang'an suggested with a mischievous grin. Hey. I like this idea. Let us proceed. Chapter 22, Breakthrough in Battle Bang. Bang, bang. As the resounding echoes filled the air, Countless women of the royal palace lay unconscious before Chen Chang'an. Dahuang, are you out of your mind? What on earth are you doing bringing this maid here? Do you honestly believe that the sovereign of the great Zhou would bestow such a thing upon a mere maid? Observing Dahuang's relentless enthusiasm for his task, Chen Chang'an felt a throbbing headache. This fellow had an inexplicable penchant for such antics. You understand nothing. I'm merely trying to avoid detection, Dahuang retorted. Look around. How many royal ladies have you rendered unconscious? By the way, after all this searching, have you found anything? Dahuang inquired with irritation. Well, not yet. Perhaps it's not in the possession of any of these individuals. Chen Chang'an sighed helplessly. Oh, I see. Since you've knocked them out, why not make the most of it? Dahuang chuckled lewdly, his expression as grotesque as could be. Chen Chang'an was acutely aware of Dahuang's intentions. The moment this rascal lifted his rear, Chen Chang'an could predict precisely what was to unfold. This is absurd. We came here to seek the fetal pearl, not to indulge in such depravity. Absolutely not. Chen Chang'an declared with righteous indignation. You see, we haven't found the fetal pearl yet, and leaving without it would be a waste, wouldn't it? It's been years since I've indulged in such pleasures. Why can't you just let me have this one time? Dahuang lamented, though they shared the bond of brotherhood. It had indeed been quite some time since Dahuang had engaged in such activities. However, Chen Chang'an found it difficult to simply watch. No way. There's no room for negotiation. We must continue our search for the fetal pearl, he resolved after a moment of contemplation. Oof. Then I shan't accompany you. Go on your own, Dahuang pouted, flopping onto the ground in a huff. Seeing Dahuang's infuriating demeanor, Chen Chang'an took a deep breath, attempting to calm his restless spirit. Dahuang, after all this time, haven't you indulged enough in delicacies? Well, have I ever deprived you of food or drink? Do you truly wish to feast on human flesh before me? Is that not going too far? And you still have the audacity to be upset? While Dahuang appeared as a mere dog, his true essence was that of a fierce divine beast, a Qilin. Consuming human flesh was not a novelty for him, especially since he had once swallowed Chen Chang'an whole. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an's unique constitution, he would have long since been reduced to mere waste. These women are all part of the royal family of the great Zhou, and you are their enemy. Did you not say that one need not show mercy to foes? What harm is there in consuming a few of them? I am merely clearing obstacles for you, Dahuang argued indignantly. This principle had been instilled in Chen Chang'an when he taught Chen Yunxian. Why could he not abide by it now? I am a kind-hearted person, and I cannot bear to witness such scenes. Kind-hearted? Yet you taught Chen Yunxian to eradicate threats at their roots? My teaching is one matter. The act itself was executed by Chen Yunxian. What does that have to do with me? Is there truly a distinction? Did you not instruct him to kill? Not all. The situation is entirely different. He could have refused, yet he did not, so it remains unconnected to me. Chen Chang'an, you are utterly shameless. You have known me long enough. Dahuang looked at Chen Chang'an with disdain, then glanced at the unconscious women before him, unable to resist swallowing hard. There are enough here for a decent meal. Is it truly not permissible? Dahuang, if you won't indulge in delicacies, what makes you want to partake in them? Are they truly that delectable? Just consider the makeup on their faces. Are you not afraid of being poisoned? Chen Chang'an replied helplessly. Though my physique may not rival yours, I am quite resilient. There is no way it could harm me. Besides, it has been far too long since I last indulged. I merely wish to reminisce. Who says I cannot enjoy a bit of variety? Variety? You dare to call this variety? Enough chatter. Let's advance and see. Yunxian has held on long enough. Remarkably, this lad has done well to endure. Had he received proper training from the onset, he might have blossomed into a peerless talent by now. Dahuang held Chen Yunxian in high esteem. Given Dahuang's strength and the exceptional individuals he had encountered, his praise confirmed Chen Yunxuan's talent and potential. What Chen Yunxian lacked was the foundational support of resources during his formative years. Otherwise, at 16, he would not be so underwhelming in prowess. How alarming! Is this Chen Yunxian even human? To withstand the pressure of two peak transcendent realm experts for so long? One hears of prodigies capable of challenging those above their level. Yet this Chen Yunxian is truly extraordinary. In our great Zhou, no, across the entire northern region, have you ever encountered such a genius? Perhaps I am simply uninformed, for I have never heard of such a figure. Chen Yunchuan's resilience astounded all present. The members of the Liu family were engulfed in mixed emotions. Had circumstances been different, had the Chen family not fallen, and had they not betrayed their benefactors, would the outcome have been altered? He must die. If he does not perish, none of the Liu family shall survive. Although regret lingered, the head of the Liu family now desperately wished for Chen Yunchuan's demise, for only then could he find solace. Equally eager for Chen Yunchuan's end was the sovereign of the Great Zhou. Given the current state of battle, he felt increasingly anxious. Initially believing Chen Yunxian to be merely a first-level transcendent, he had anticipated a swift conclusion. Yet this lad displayed remarkable endurance. Young Master Cheng, does it appear that Chen Yunxian may falter? The sovereign of the Great Zhou inquired anxiously. Master Liu, please, Cheng Yushu replied nonchalantly. Yes, young master. Chen Yunxian possesses formidable strength, and his internal energy appears abundant. This may contribute to his combat prowess. Were he an ordinary first-level transcendent, he would have long since exhausted his strength. However, this Chen Yunxian is different, though he cannot hold out much longer. Within 20 exchanges, he is likely to tire. Within 20 exchanges? The sovereign of the Great Zhou let out a sigh of relief. If so, this farce should soon reach its conclusion. You have commendable strength, young man. But do not presume that such power grants you free rein. You are still far from it. Both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan found themselves stifled, unable to accept the humiliation of being cornered by a mere youth. This would forever remain a blemish upon their lives. Is that so? I beg to differ. Chen Yunxian retorted with a cold laugh, his aura surging unexpectedly. Break for me. The sudden shift sent shockwaves through the onlookers, including Cheng Yushu and Master Liu, who were taken aback. A breakthrough in battle? This lad had ascended to the second level of the transcendent realm. Chapter 23, Unstoppable. A breakthrough in battle? This young man is truly a prodigy. In an ordinary battle, one must immerse oneself fully, especially when facing two opponents simultaneously. There is simply no room for thoughts of cultivation or self-improvement. Yet, what a Chen Yunxian! Not only does he hold his own in combat, but he also manages to achieve a breakthrough at a critical moment. This is utterly unprecedented. Lu Bo, have you ever witnessed such a scenario? Cheng Yushu inquired, furrowing his brow. I have not. Either this young man's technique is peculiar, or he has simply been suppressing his cultivation level, waiting for the right moment to unleash it. I lean towards the latter, Lu Bo remarked solemnly. Suppressing his cultivation level? That is indeed a possibility. Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with trepidation and concern. If he is so difficult to contend with at the first level of the extraordinary realm, what will happen now that Chen Yunxian has broken through to the second? Chen Yunxian felt the surge of power within him following his breakthrough, and a smile graced his face. The ancestral wisdom was indeed correct. Battle is the most effective and swiftest means of enhancing one's strength. He turned away Tianfeng and Wu Yuan, stating with calm assurance, this battle should come to an end. Young man, do not speak so arrogantly. Do you truly believe that after merely breaking through a level, you can overpower both of us? Wu Yuan retorted angrily. The truth will be revealed in combat. Chen Yunxian refrained from further banter, his figure flickering as he appeared before Wei Tianfeng in an instant. Wei Tianfeng, caught off guard, had no time to react before Chen Yunxian's fist sent him hurtling away. With a single blow, Wei Tianfeng was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Good heavens! He has only just broken through. Yet how could his strength have changed so drastically? How could Wei Tianfeng be unable to withstand a single punch? Is Chen Yunxian attempting to defy the heavens? What do you mean attempting? He has already defied them. What a terrifyingly formidable youth. As Wei Tianfeng was struck down, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, fully aware of Chen Yunchuan's prodigious talent, yet never anticipating he would reach such heights. Wu Yuan was the first to recover, his immediate instinct being to flee from the scene. Trying to escape? Did you seek my permission first? Wu Yuan, just as he intended to turn and flee, discovered that Chen Yunxian had appeared behind him, blocking his retreat. I surrender. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yunxian delivered another punch, leaving Wu Yuan with a fate akin to that of Wei Tianfeng. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the area, as if the very essence of the world had been frozen. No one expected the outcome to be a resounding victory for Chen Chang'an. This result took everyone by surprise, including Cheng Yushu and Lu Bo, in particular, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had just claimed that after 20 exchanges, his opponent would be exhausted, yet here was Chen Chang'an, not only having broken through, but also defeating both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan with a single punch. We have lost. From this day forth, we shall return to the Shangqing sect and never leave its premises again. The Chen family has won. We concede. The two esteemed elders of the Shangqing sect admitted defeat, pledging to remain within the confines of their sect for life. With just one individual, Chen Chang'an rendered the foremost sect of the Great Zhou nation utterly powerless. Had anyone suggested this prior, they would have been deemed a madman, a dreamer. Yet this scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. What a farce. You believe that after your defeat, you can simply walk away? If I were to lose, would you allow me to leave? Do you truly think me naive? Today, none of you shall depart. This is not merely a sparring session, but a battle of life and death, delineating both rank and fate. How can one expect to leave after losing? With just a few words? You, do not overstep your bounds. Wu Yuan and Wei Tianfeng glared at Chen Chang'an with fury. Overstepping bounds? You, at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, dared to strike me. Did you consider that an overstep? Had my strength been lacking, I would have long since become a corpse. After living a life of some years, do you not understand that this world operates on the principle of kill or be killed? I came here prepared for either your demise or my own. Though the onlookers found some logic in Chen Yinchuan's words, they also felt that his actions were perhaps excessive. What enmity could possibly exist between us? Is there truly no chance for reconciliation? Wei Tianfeng asked, his brow furrowed. There was no enmity initially, but through a series of fortunate coincidences, we have found ourselves at odds. Furthermore, do you truly believe that the Shangqing sect's actions against my Chen family in Yin Guicheng would simply be forgotten? What? The Shangqing sect sent individuals to Yin Guicheng to act against the Chen family? The onlookers were astonished, and both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan were left in bewilderment, for they had been completely unaware of this development until now. Who from a Shangqing sect committed such folly? Wei Tianfeng shouted in anger. It was I. The third elder's face flushed crimson. He had not intended to confess, but upon reflection, he realized that others were likely aware. And it was better to admit it than have it revealed by someone else. Who authorized you to act in such a manner? Wei Tianfeng's anger flared as he recognized his own son. I merely. Enough. Does it truly matter who it was? The outcome remains the same. Chen Chang'an was disinterested in their excuses. Even if they explained themselves, what would it change? Reconciliation was out of the question. Young Master Cheng, I beseech you. You must save us. Regardless of the situation, our great Zhou nation is a vassal of your family. You cannot stand idly by as we face calamity, can you? The ruler of the great Zhou nation implored Cheng Yushu earnestly. Cheng Yushu regarded the ruler of the great Zhou with a discerning gaze, while the spectacle was entertaining. His status ultimately did not allow for passive observation. Very well, considering your family's diligent demeanor over the years, I shall lend you a hand. Cheng Yushu then turned to Chen Chang'an. You are Chen Chang'an, correct? You have impressed me. I am Cheng Yushu, the heir of the Cheng family from the northern region. Have you heard of us? Cheng Yushu spoke with an air of calm authority. The Cheng family from the northern region? So, this is a member of the esteemed Cheng family? No wonder the ruler treated him with such deference. He is no ordinary individual. The crowd was taken aback, having never anticipated Cheng Yushu's noble lineage. I have not heard of it. The simple admission sent a shiver through the crowd. How audacious of Chen Chang'an to speak so boldly before the heir of the Cheng family. You have not heard? You ought to show some courtesy. Yet Chen Chang'an genuinely had never encountered the Cheng family before. His knowledge of the great Zhou was limited, let alone that of the northern region. Ha ha ha. What an amusing fellow. Well, now you should have heard of us. Grant me a favor. Let today's events come to an end. From this day forth, you shall be a friend of the Cheng family. It is better to resolve enmities than to create them. Having more friends is never a bad thing, is it? Cheng Yushu inquired with a smile. Truly, the heir of the Cheng family possesses a grand vision. Such grandeur and magnanimity truly command respect. Indeed, this embodies the noble demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family. Witnessing it today is nothing short of extraordinary. Comparatively, one cannot help but perceive Chen Yinxian as somewhat impulsive and petty. The surrounding discussions were audible to Chen Yinxian and, naturally, to Cheng Yushu as well. The former remained unfazed, while the latter reveled in delight. Casting a glance at Cheng Yushu, Chen Yinxian remarked nonchalantly, "I find it rather unimpressive." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushu's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you refusing a toast and inviting punishment instead? Young man, do you truly wish to court disaster? I doubt I will meet my demise." Chen Yinxian retorted, "You are gravely mistaken. Lubo." "Yes, master." Chapter 24. The Extraordinary Chen Yinxian in the Royal Chamber of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chen Chang'an and the large yellow dog squatted before a tea table, staring intently at the object atop it, motionless. "Do you think this is the one?" The large yellow dog inquired after a long moment of contemplation. "I am certain it is not," Chen Chang'an replied with unwavering conviction. "But it seems somewhat similar, just a tad darker." The large yellow dog shook his head, refuting Chen Chang'an's assertion. "I feel a murderous intent brewing within me." Chen Chang'an's demeanor was steeped in resentment. "Who do you wish to slay?" "All of them." "That seems excessive. You could start by exhuming the grave of your Chen family descendant, and then move on to the monarch of the Great Zhou. If that doesn't quench your thirst for vengeance, you might consider eradicating his entire clan. Slaying them all is unnecessary. The others are innocent," the large yellow dog remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Silence. This has nothing to do with me. I wasn't the one who caused it," the large yellow dog retorted irritably. Such calamity! Such calamity!" Chen Chang'an lamented, feeling utterly despondent, contemplating numerous possibilities, yet encountering the most dreadful outcome. The good news was that the fetal pearl had been located. The bad news was that Chen Chang'an regretted its discovery. The pearl was indeed in the possession of the royal family and, at present, in the hands of the monarch of Great Zhou. However, such a significant item was not being studied or gifted. Instead, it was being toyed with daily. The pearl was almost becoming polished from constant handling. The pearl was dark and oily, causing Chen Chang'an to feel nauseated. How could he possibly integrate with it? The mere sight was repulsive. Do you truly not want it? It is of great importance to you. Besides, you need not consume it. What are you afraid of? The large yellow dog remarked nonchalantly. In the large yellow dog's view, it didn't need to be ingested. A little dirtiness was inconsequential. Do you comprehend what it means to feel revulsion? You do not. Well, I cannot enlighten you, considering you consume feces. Chen Chang'an, you must not slander me. Well, have I ever eaten feces? Were they clean when you consumed a human? Well, that seems to carry some weight. It appears I have indeed consumed feces. The large yellow dog pondered this revelation, seemingly attempting to recall the taste of it. It digested too quickly. I seem to have forgotten the flavor, he said, extending his tongue to taste. Ugh, how utterly revolting. Chen Chang'an could bear it no longer, inhaling deeply. He ceased the frivolous banter with the large yellow dog and turned his attention back to the fetal pearl on the table. Damn it, I must try, Chen Chang'an thought. From a moment he laid eyes on the pearl, his body reacted intensely, urging him to integrate with it quickly. Had the pearl not appeared so pristine, he would have already seized it for integration. Holding the pearl in his hand, it responded, transforming into a dark, oily light. However, this time, it did not enter Chen Chang'an's brow, but instead flowed into his heart. A sense of comfort enveloped him, and he found himself able to absorb spiritual energy once more. It seems I must locate the remaining 7 fetal pearls to continue my cultivation, Chen Chang'an mused. Let us be swift. If we delay, that Chen Yinxian fellow may not withstand much longer, the large yellow dog urged. Having assisted Chen Chang'an in searching for the pearls, he had yet to witness the grand spectacle unfolding outside. Bang! Lubo struck Chen Yinxian back once more, his previously indifferent gaze beginning to shift. Is this young man truly unafraid of death? Knowing he is no match, yet he continues to charge forward? You possess remarkable talent and strength, far surpassing your peers. Yet, what is the purpose of such reckless behavior? Knowing you cannot win, why persist? Lu Bo posed the question that had been troubling him, wiping the blood from his mouth. Chen Yunxian suddenly smiled at Lu Bo. And if I am outmatched, what of it? Fleeing is not an option for me, nor is surrender. Your strength indeed exceeds mine, but that does not imply I will concede. As long as I draw breath, I shall continue to fight, until my last breath. Chen Yunxuan's words garnered respect from many. A cultivator should indeed exhibit such resolve. Without the courage to advance, how could one carve a path in this world? Alas, Lu Bo's heart softened. Such a prodigy should not perish here. Yet, the command of the young master was absolute, and he could not hold back. I hope you won't regret your decision today. Before his words had fully dissipated, Lu Bo struck again, this time without any restraint, intent on concluding the confrontation. As Lu Bo advanced, Chen Yunxian suddenly closed his eyes. Observers were bewildered. Had he not just proclaimed his unwillingness to surrender? Why then this sudden resignation? Was he simply awaiting his demise? Others were perplexed, and Lu Bo too furrowed his brow, unsure of Chen Yunxuan's intentions. Just as Lu Bo's attack drew near, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Yunxuan's body. Feeling this powerful energy, Lu Bo's expression shifted, hastily transitioning from offense to defense. Bang! How is this possible? What had Chen Yunxian done? My heavens! Is he defying the heavens once more? This individual is at the divine ability realm. Incredible, utterly incredible. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Lu Bo was actually forced back by the energy surging from Chen Yunxian. This renewed their understanding of Chen Yunxuan's prowess, even leading some to question their own existence. Was this truly still the extraordinary realm? Epiphany. This young man had achieved enlightenment. Not only could he break through in combat, but he could also attain sudden insight. To experience such enlightenment was a dream for many, yet it required both wisdom and opportunity. Who could suddenly grasp enlightenment amidst battle? Just how profound was this young man's comprehension? The reason Lu Bo had been pushed back was that Chen Yunxian had just entered a state of enlightenment, releasing an immense surge of energy. However, this power would not endure indefinitely. In other words, Chen Yunxian, in his current state of enlightenment, was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Alas, achieving enlightenment was no simple feat yet. In this environment, it was tantamount to courting death. Lu Bo sighed in resignation, a hint of envy lacing his breath. He had never experienced such enlightenment in his lifetime. Young master, during your moment of enlightenment, observing can greatly benefit your cultivation. Lu Bo suggested, his intent clear. In this circumstance, if Cheng Yushu could absorb the experience, it might aid his path of cultivation. Though Lu Bo also harbored intentions of not wanting to take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Cheng Yushu furrowed his brow, and after a brief hesitation, resolved to act decisively to prevent any prolonged uncertainty. Lu Bo, this Chen Yunxian is too extraordinary. We cannot afford to give him the opportunity. Kill him, Cheng Yushu declared solemnly. His words brought a collective sigh of relief. Many feared that if Cheng Yushu acquiesced, Chen Yunxian might retaliate fiercely after his enlightenment. Understood. Lu Bo nodded helplessly, his gaze toward Chen Yunxian filled with complexity. What a pity. How many years has it been since such a prodigy emerged in the northern domain? Who would have thought he would meet his end at my hands today? You are not yet qualified to take his life. A sudden voice startled everyone, and in the next moment, Chen Chang'an, accompanied by Dahuang, appeared before Chen Yunxian, blocking Lu Bo, who was about to strike. Who is this? Another member of the Chen family? Chapter 25, Another Monster? In a critical moment, Chen Chang'an and the large yellow dog finally made their appearance. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were nothing short of spectacular. For such an unusual pairing was a rarity indeed. It is he. It is he. At that moment, both Lu Qingfeng and Lu Mingyan's faces changed dramatically. Wasn't this the esteemed ancestor of the Chen family they had witnessed at the Chen residence? He has arrived? How could he have followed them here? Who is he? The head of the Lu family inquired in a hushed tone. At the Chen residence, he was referred to as the ancestor by Chen Jingyuan. Chen Chang'an. Lu Qingfeng's voice boomed, seemingly overwhelmed by fear, as he nearly roared those words. The ancestor of the Chen family? What is happening? Does the Chen family truly possess an ancestor? Suddenly, a memory struck. After the Chen family arrived in the Great Zhou Kingdom, there had been whispers among the people that indeed, the Chen family had an ancestor who had been taken away by a powerful being. Yes, I recall now. At the time, no one paid it much attention, thinking it mere bragging on the part of the Chen family. If such an ancestor truly existed, how could the Chen family have come to our realm? Could it be that this individual is indeed the Chen family's ancestor? Yet, he appears to be only a few years older than Chen Yunxian. Moreover, his cultivation is at the first level of the condensing yuan realm. The emergence of the Chen family ancestor was undeniably explosive news, and everyone scrutinized Chen Chang'an, engaging in fervent discussions. At this moment, Cheng Yushu was equally perplexed. How had the Chen family managed to reveal an ancestor? He appeared rather unimpressive, save for his striking good looks, and exuded no sense of threat whatsoever. Chen Chang'an, however, paid no heed to the murmurs around him and instead turned his gaze towards Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxuan's performance filled him with pleasant surprise. The reason for allowing Chen Yunxian to face the situation alone was twofold. Chen Chang'an sought to retrieve yet that was not the true reason. For Chen Yunxian to achieve genuine growth, he must confront various crises independently. Training is never mere words. It necessitates practice. My apologies to all present. My junior from the Chen family may require a bit of your time. If you're not in a hurry, please wait. Chen Chang'an said with a gentle smile. You are the ancestor of the Chen family? Lu Bo asked, his brow furrowed, unsure of how to respond. Is there a problem? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. Seeing Chen Chang'an remain so nonchalant, seemingly dismissing their presence entirely, Lu Bo dared not act rashly and instead glanced towards Cheng Yushu. Cheng Yushu was also feeling overwhelmed. He had merely come as a representative of the Cheng family, so why was he being thrust into these troublesome matters? The ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom was utterly unconcerned with Chen Chang'an's capabilities. His focus was solely on the large yellow dog, a dog that speaks human words. This must be that legendary talking dog. What should I do? What should I do? Rely on the Cheng family? No, it seems they cannot be depended upon. The ruler of the Great Zhou cast a glance at Cheng Yushu, noticing his equally grim expression. There was no time to waste. They could not afford to wait any longer. The situation had escalated to a life-and-death struggle, and the ruler did not wish to remain passive. Since the Cheng family could no longer be relied upon, he must rely on himself. He issued orders for the 20,000 troops outside to mobilize. They would first seek to eliminate Chen Yunxian and then deal with the Chen family's ancestor and the yellow dog. No matter the method, they would swarm together. He could not believe that one individual could slaughter 20,000 men simultaneously. In desperation, the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom resorted to a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Even if he could not defeat the Chen family ancestor, killing Chen Yunxian would suffice as a victory. Otherwise, the royal family would suffer needless losses. Lumbo, let us depart. Suddenly, Cheng Yushu's words solidified the ruler's resolve to fight to the death. Cheng Yushu clearly intended to distance himself from this matter. After all, for the Cheng family, there was no need to stir up considerable trouble. If the royal family fell, they could easily support new figures to take the helm of the Great Zhou Kingdom. With Cheng Yushu and Lu Bo's departure, the atmosphere grew even more tense. The large yellow dog glanced at Chen Chang'an and asked, Are you truly letting them leave? What else should I do? They are Yunxuan's adversaries. Let him handle them. My strength is too overwhelming. It would not be appropriate for me to intervene, Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Hearing this, the yellow dog looked at him with a flash of disdain. You consider yourself too strong? Though your combat prowess is exceptional, Chen Chang'an has only recently begun his cultivation and possesses merely the first level of the condensing yuan realm. In terms of combat strength, he is not even a match for Lu Bo. He is simply not in danger of dying. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Holy smokes. The yellow dog spoke. It must be a hallucination. How could a dog possibly speak? Has it mutated? That makes sense. This dog is surely a mutated beast. The yellow dog's ability to articulate left everyone aghast. Many failed to even consider the possibility of it being a high-ranking demonic beast. After all, in their understanding, such entities simply did not exist. This was the epitome of ignorance breeding fearlessness. I do not care if you're the ancestor of the Chen family or merely a fraud with the first level of the condensing yuan realm. I am even less concerned about how this dog of yours can speak. Today, I assure you, the royal family will not allow you to succeed. You shall not leave here smiling. Even if it means death, I shall drag you down with me. The sudden roar from the ruler of the great Zhou caught everyone off guard. With the Cheng family having departed, why was he suddenly so defiant? Could it be? Oh no, it seems the ruler is prepared to perish alongside them. Damn it, how did this engagement banquet devolve into such chaos? Let us leave quickly before we become collateral damage. We must flee this place of discord. Indeed, we must hurry. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. At that moment, the guests finally remembered to escape, but they found themselves without the opportunity. Outside the palace, the 20,000 troops had long been prepared, waiting for the ruler's command to act. It seems he looks down on you. The large yellow dog remarked with a smile at Chen Chang'an. I believe he looks down on you. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. That does seem plausible. However, let me clarify beforehand. I will not easily intervene, so you shall have to rely on yourself. The large yellow dog was entirely intent on watching the spectacle unfold. Such an entertaining event would be rather dull if he were to intervene himself. Very well, I shall take charge. However, you must assist me in maintaining order. Do not let them create chaos. I wish to observe the effects of this second. Chen Chang'an said with a smile. Of course. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, then began to channel his energy. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly vanished? It is him. He is actually cultivating? What? Is he truly cultivating? Could it be? He genuinely possesses only the first level of the condensing yuan realm? It appeared so. Yet, his speed in absorbing spiritual energy was astonishingly rapid. Why did it feel as though all the spiritual energy in the capital had vanished in an instant? Terrifying. A monster. Yet another abomination. Chapter 26. A breakthrough of unprecedented speed. Chen Chang'an's performance, in the eyes of many, paled in comparison to that of Chen Yinxian. After all, Chen Yinxian had demonstrated remarkable prowess, effortlessly defeating opponents with his extraordinary cultivation at the first and second levels of the Transcendence realm, even managing to hold his ground against formidable foes in the Divine Powers realm for a brief moment. This level of strength was truly astonishing. Conversely, what of Chen Chang'an? At the first level of the condensation realm, although his speed in absorbing spiritual energy was impressive, he remained merely at the first level of the condensation realm, nothing more. At this moment, the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom and his companions felt a surge of hope. There was a chance indeed. They must not allow him any respite. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to strike together. The ruler of Great Zhou spoke in a grave tone. The first to respond were Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan, both pinnacle practitioners at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. After Cheng Yushu's departure, they were now the strongest forces present. You handle Chen Yinxian, and I will take care of the other, Wei Tianfeng said, directing his gaze at Wu Yuan. Agreed. Let us act in concert to eliminate these two and dispel the crisis. Wu Yuan replied with determination. With that, the two charged towards Chen Chang'an and Chen Yinxian. Dahuang, however, could hardly be bothered to glance at them, lazily sprawled on the ground, pondering what to eat next. Humans? Forget it. They have waste. After Chen Chang'an's earlier remark, he had developed a significant psychological aversion. Wait a moment. Humans have waste, but so do animals and beasts. Does that mean I can't eat anything anymore? How cruel. Bang, bang. With two resounding impacts, Dahuang's musings on waste were abruptly interrupted. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan wore expressions of utter bewilderment. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why had they failed? Why could they not even advance? What had just transpired? They hadn't quite seen it all. It seemed as if they had been repelled. Repelled by what exactly? How the hell should I know? Strange. Indeed, everyone was in a state of confusion, which only filled Dahuang with disdain. What sort of wretched place was this? The great Zhou kingdom was so backward that they didn't even understand a barrier? Did no one here know about such things? Fetal Dahuang? Setting up a barrier was a trivial task. After all, In his eyes, these opponents were mere ants. Playing tricks. I refuse to believe that such sorcery truly exists. Archers, prepare. Let loose a volley. At the command of the great Zhou sovereign, the archers formed ranks, targeting the area occupied by Chen Chang'an and Chen Yunxian for a concentrated assault. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew towards Chen Chang'an and Chen Yunxian, yet without exception. They were all repelled by the barrier. Damn it. Continue. Fire. As the arrows rained down, Chen Chang'an's cultivation began to rise steadily. What? Is he at the second level of the condensation realm now? Wait, is it the third level? After a prolonged period of inactivity, how had he suddenly advanced so rapidly? What? The fourth level? My heavens, how is this even possible? I have never witnessed such a swift elevation in cultivation. Now at the fifth level, just like that? As he spoke, Chen Chang'an's cultivation soared, reaching the fifth level of the condensation realm. From a moment he broke through to the second level, a mere span of a few breaths had seen him ascend to the fifth level, and he showed no signs of stopping. How has this boy's absorption of spiritual energy become so astonishingly rapid? Compared to that day in Yangue City, this speed is not merely hundreds, but likely thousands or tens of thousands of times faster. While others remained oblivious, Dahuang possessed keen perception. In such a short time, Chen Chang'an had drained the entire spiritual energy of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Let us not even mention the total amount of spiritual energy in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Merely the speed is unprecedented in history. Quick, we must stop him. What are you all doing? If you wish to survive, hurry and attack together. Witnessing Chen Chang'an's continual ascent in strength, the Great Zhou sovereign roared in fury, directing his ire not only at the 200,000 troops, but also at Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan, as well as the Liu family and all others aligned with him. Indeed, we cannot allow him to continue breaking through. All together now, charge! Everyone poured forth their utmost efforts, united in their singular goal, to slay Chen Chang'an and Chen Yunxian. Yet, regardless of their endeavors, all was in vain. The barrier set by Dahuang was not something they could breach. Futile. Why bother? Dahuang lazily rolled over, as if watching a troop of clowns prancing about before him. He has reached the 9th level of the condensation realm. His cultivation has surged to the 9th level. Too fast. This is far too rapid. True Qi realm. He has broken into the true Qi realm. My goodness, is this how cultivation works? Is breaking through this easy? I no longer wish to cultivate. Me too. This disparity is simply too vast. Could it be? Is this the correct way to cultivate? Many, witnessing Chen Chang'an's meteoric rise, began to question their own lives. They had seen breakthroughs, but who had ever witnessed such a phenomenon? Stuck again? When Chen Chang'an's cultivation reached the first level of the true Qi realm, it was no surprise that he encountered yet another blockage. Is it over? Dahuang inquired curiously. Yes, it is over. The spiritual energy of the Great Zhou is somewhat lacking. I should have prepared some spirit stones in advance. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Lacking? What does that mean? Wasn't it sufficient for your breakthrough? Dahuang asked with intrigue. It's an indescribable feeling. How should I put it? The realm has been reached, yet I'm still hindered. The body serves as a vessel. The realm has reached the neck of the bottle, yet there should be capacity for more within. However, before I could fully absorb the spiritual energy, the realm broke through first, resulting in the vessel not being filled to capacity. For an ordinary person, even after a breakthrough, one could still absorb spiritual energy. Yet, it seems my realm acts as a switch. Once the realm is reached, it simply closes off the door to absorbing spiritual energy. Quite frustrating. Chen Chang'an sighed helplessly. It's akin to eating, stuck at the throat, feeling not full, yet unable to swallow any further, completely blocked. I have never heard of such a situation. However, the absurdity of what occurs with you is beyond belief, Dahuang remarked nonchalantly. Perhaps, Chen Chang'an nodded, then turned his gaze towards the enemies charging from beyond the barrier. How persistent they are. Dahuang, dissolve the barrier. I shall test my current strength. Chen Chang'an said with a gentle smile. I am curious as well. Dahuang grinned. Then with a mere thought, the barrier was instantly lifted. As the barrier fell, Everyone felt a powerful aura erupt from Chen Chang'an's form. Caught off guard, they were all sent reeling back several meters. Is he not at the first level of the true Qi realm? How can he exude such overwhelming presence? He has completed his breakthrough. The opportunity has come. Everyone advance. Chen Chang'an glanced at the crowd, his expression calm as he declared, "This farce must come to an end." Chapter 27. The opening of the human ranking. The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, with a single stroke casting a cold radiance across 19 continents. Chen Chang'an wielded his finger as if it were a sword, and with a mere flick, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, crashing toward the crowd. Wherever the sword energy passed, not a blade of grass remained. The onlookers only felt a fleeting flash of sword light, and in the next moment, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Upon closer inspection, the ground was strewn with corpses. How could a single stroke of sword energy possess such formidable power? Bang! The sovereign of the great Zhou knelt down, utterly defeated. Who could have anticipated that Chen Chang'an's strength was truly so extraordinary? Numbers, at times, proved to be of little consequence. Chen Chang'an regarded the sovereign of the great Zhou with indifference. The palace's confines limited the number of soldiers who could rush in, barely amounting to several tens of thousands. Nonetheless, with this single stroke, Chen Chang'an's prowess was undeniably astonishing. He had slain countless enemies with a single sword. Was he still human? The sovereign of the great Zhou now understood clearly that no matter how many commands he issued, the soldiers outside would not dare to charge in. To enter would be to court death, who would willingly seek their demise. Even with overwhelming numbers, they would only serve to provide Chen Chang'an with more opportunities to unleash his sword energy. "I wish to know, who exactly are you? Let me die in clarity," the sovereign implored Chen Chang'an. "That wish cannot be fulfilled," Chen Chang'an replied curtly, immediately striking down the remaining individuals. What began as an engagement banquet transformed into a calamity for the entire Great Zhou. The two esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect, along with numerous elders and disciples, were all annihilated. The royal family was left with no survivors, and the Liu clan was obliterated. Although many guests escaped death, a significant number still fell victim to this unforeseen disaster. After resolving the chaos, Chen Yinxian gradually opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. "They are all dead? Ancestor, did you intervene?" Chen Yinxian gazed at Chen Chang and, feeling a twinge of shame, they had agreed to let him handle matters. Yet it had ultimately fallen upon Chen Chang'an to act. Gaining insight amidst battle is not always a fortuitous event. "If I hadn't been here this time, your life would have been lost," Chen Chang'an admonished. Gaining enlightenment is indeed a good thing, but achieving it during a life-and-death struggle is a different matter entirely. "I shall strive to control it in the future," Chen Yinxian said, feeling remorseful. "Control it? Can you truly govern such enlightenment?" Dahuang expressed mute surprise. "I feel. Perhaps I can." Chen Yinxian nodded earnestly. "By the heavens! A prodigy!" Even someone of Dahuang's caliber could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Chen Yinchuan's level of talent was on par with, if not surpassing, those so-called prodigies. "I am perplexed. How could such a gifted individual remain unremarkable until the age of 16? What were you doing all that time?" Dahuang inquired, bewildered. Hearing Dahuang's words, Chen Yinxian felt somewhat awkward and chuckled. "Senior Dahuang, I was also working hard before. Perhaps I simply had a sudden breakthrough." "A sudden breakthrough? That is indeed plausible." Dahuang mused. In the small town of Yinguicheng, lacking resources and cultivation methods, it was understandable for one to be overlooked. Had Chen Chang'an not returned, Chen Yinxian might still be no different from before. "What have you gained from this enlightenment?" Chen Chang'an asked. In response to Ancestor's inquiry, "I feel my cultivation realm has become more stable. While I have not increased my level, my strength feels significantly enhanced. Moreover, I have comprehended an artistic conception." Artistic conception? Though some can attain such insight at the transcendence realm, Chen Yinxian had only recently begun earnest cultivation. "What kind of artistic conception did you grasp?" "You practice the supreme dominance body technique, walking the path of unyielding bravery. This conception must surely be related to the notion of dominance, correct?" Chen Chang'an queried. "Indeed, As the ancestor has said, the essence of the artistic conception I comprehend is dominance. I can envelop my entire being in this aura, allowing my presence to emanate outward. It greatly enhances my combat prowess, Chen Chang'an replied, visibly excited. Countless artistic conceptions exist in the world, yet Chen Chang'an's seems uniquely his own. At least, Chen Chang'an had never heard of anything like it. Does this conception have a name? I wish to bestow a title upon it. The Celestial Unity Conception. The Celestial Unity Conception? The world's foremost. I alone stand supreme? While not particularly grand, it was still commendable. Let us depart. The affairs here have concluded. It is time to rendezvous with Chen Chang'an and the others, Chen Chang'an stated calmly. Understood. Wait, something feels amiss. Just as they were about to leave, Dahuang suddenly called out to Chen Chang'an and Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. It was rare to see Dahuang display such shock. As he was about to inquire, he too noticed an anomaly. Both Chen Chang'an and Chen Chang'an looked up to see that the sky had become enveloped in a mysterious energy. A shimmering rainbow light flickered above. An anomaly in the heavens? Dahuang, is something significant about to happen? Chen Chang'an asked, his brow furrowed. This was the first time Chen Chang'an had encountered such a phenomenon. Evidently, it was Dahuang's first experience as well. I am uncertain, but I sense. This energy is terrifying. Dahuang responded with a grave expression. Terrifying? At that moment, Mu Yunao had just arrived near the peak of Yinshao Mountain. With her strength, it had taken her over 10 days to reach this point, underscoring the distance from the Great Zhou. At this moment, she was not alone. Many factions had sent observers to monitor the movements of Yinshao Mountain. The energy fluctuations were most pronounced at the summit, where the elusive rainbow light was emanating from. Is the Yinshao Mountain stirring? Could it be that the legendary human ranking is finally about to be unveiled? I'm not sure. This is the first time I have heard of such matters. Regardless, we must complete our mission. Indeed, let us return to report, Mu Yunao affirmed. As all the factions withdrew from Yinshao Mountain, Mu Yunao shook her head, realizing that few of her contemporaries remained in this world. Otherwise, how could they engage in such foolishness? The human ranking is set to be revealed for all to see. What need is there for their watchful presence? If the ranking truly opens, the news will spread far and wide before they even return. What a wasted trip. Had she known it would open so soon, she would have refrained from coming. Mu Yunao gazed at the radiant light atop Yinshao Mountain, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. After millennia, the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity were poised to re-emerge. She could only wonder what changes this would bring to the Taishan realm. Just as Mu Yunao pondered, the human ranking suddenly shot up from the peak of Yinshao Mountain, soaring into the sky. The human ranking is finally about to be unveiled. Chapter 28. The terrifying numbers at this moment, the gaze of everyone in the Taishan realm was drawn skyward. As the human ranking ascended into the air, it unfurled like a majestic scroll, seemingly intent on enveloping the entire firmament. Yet, within this open ranking, not a single word was inscribed. What is the meaning of this? Does anyone know? I'm not sure. I've never encountered such a phenomenon before. Could it possibly indicate a significant event? Obviously, one does not need to ask. Surely, something monumental is afoot. For a brief moment, the entirety of the Taishan realm was abuzz with speculation, for only a select few were truly aware of the existence and purpose of the human ranking. Unexpectedly, after such a prolonged interval, the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity had finally manifested. The opening of the human ranking heralded yet another cycle. Who among us would emerge victorious this time? Who would step away from the stage of history? Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Great Zhou, Chen Chang'an gazed at the unfolding human ranking in the sky, turning to Dahuang with a look of bewilderment. Dahuang, have you ever seen anything like this? What is it? Chen Chang'an inquired. I have not seen it, but it feels rather extraordinary. Of course, even a fool can discern that it is extraordinary. Noting Dahuang's uncertainty, Chen Chang'an refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to observe the celestial anomaly for any additional developments. After a moment, lines of small characters began to materialize upon the human ranking. The script was diminutive and high in the sky, yet curiously, Both cultivators and ordinary folk could read it with utmost clarity, as though the letters floated right before their eyes. Gazing skyward ensured one would see the inscriptions clearly. The human ranking is opening. So this entity is referred to as the human ranking? What is the human ranking? What purpose does it serve? It must be a listing of sorts, though its precise nature remains unclear. Stop talking. There are rules below. Read them for yourself. As the human ranking commenced, the regulations were outlined as follows. Any individual within the Taishan realm under the age of 30, regardless of whether they are cultivators, may participate. The first phase will rank participants based on their cultivation levels. The duration is 3 years, with updates occurring biennially. After 3 years, the final list of the top 500 will be determined. Those who are listed will receive gifts from the heavenly Tao. Gifts from the heavenly Tao? To think that one could receive such a reward upon being listed. This incentive was enough to incite frenzy among the masses. Even those previously regarded as prodigies felt a surge of excitement and fervor upon reading the rules. The first phase? Is there to be a second phase as well? The last human ranking was not nearly as intricate. Upon the emergence of the human rankings rules, Mu Yun Yao furrowed her brow. Having experienced the previous cycles of the 3 rankings, she recalled that the human ranking merely conducted preliminary selections, identifying 500 of the most gifted youths before proceeding to the Earth ranking selections. However, the mention of this first phase implied that once these 500 individuals were chosen, there would likely be a second phase of evaluation. More text is appearing. Is that the list? Wasn't this ranking supposed to be updated annually? Why is the list appearing now? I understand. It must be an initial assessment and ranking of the current young talents within our Taishan realm. How exhilarating. I am eager to see what level of power the foremost among the youth has attained. Under 30 years of age, even the most gifted must have their limits. Surely it cannot be too outrageous. And there it is. Wait, it begins with the first place? As the crowd engaged in discussion, they discovered that the first name revealed was indeed the top rank. First place, Nia Hao Yin, age, 29, cultivation level, first layer of transformation. Transformation? A transformation at the age of 29? What level of cultivation is this? I have not heard of it before. The highest level I know is merely that of divine powers. How frightening. The outside world must be perilous. What does that have to do with you? Can you even venture out? Let me lament for a moment. Shall I? Fine, go ahead and lament. Following the announcement of the first place, a wave of discussions erupted. Upon seeing his name on the human ranking, Nia Hao Yin beamed with pride. Indeed, I am the foremost among the younger generation, he declared triumphantly. How infuriating. We are all at the same first layer of transformation. Why does he rank first? Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Second place, Yi Baiming, age, 29, cultivation level, first layer of transformation. Third place, Gu Feng Yao, age, 29, cultivation level, first layer of transformation. Fourth place. As the list continued to be revealed, the crowd realized that the top 5 were all at the first layer of transformation. This age and cultivation level left many in the Taishan realm astounded, simultaneously awakening them to the profound disparities in talent. The first layer of transformation, an achievement many would strive for their entire lives. Yet these young individuals had attained it before the age of 30. Ancestor, I have made the ranking too, but my position. Chen Yinxian finally spotted his name on the list, only to find it far down the ranks, which dealt a blow to his spirits. To be placed thousands of spots behind was disheartening. The Taishan realm is vast. Achieving the extraordinary level at just 16 years old is already commendable. Others merely have the advantage of age over you. At your current level of extraordinary, given a decade or so, what might you achieve? Do not lose heart. You still have 3 years ahead of you. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Chen Yinxian took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. The ancestor is right. There are still 3 years left. They have merely cultivated a few years longer than I have. I shall contest this human ranking. Observing that Chen Yinxian had not been overly affected, Chen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Alas, this ranking is fated to be beyond my reach, given my advanced age. Dahuang, why are you still staring at the list? Chen Chang'an asked curiously, noticing Dahuang's unwavering focus on the ranking. I am contemplating whether this list will include the names of all individuals under 30. How many names would that entail? Surely, there are quite a few in the Tai-Shan realm. Huh? What number are we at now? 397,785,653. How can there be so many names in such a short span of time? Chen Chang'an looked up, astonished to see the names multiplying at an astonishing rate, with hundreds appearing in the blink of an eye. 1 billion. It has surpassed 1 billion. So many people? This is utterly absurd. My heavens, with so many, only 500 will be selected in the end? This is not a case of 1 in a million. It is 1 in 10 million. At this juncture, the populace finally grasped the magnitude of the Tai-Shan realm's population. How could there be so many under 30? And when considering the total number, how vast would that figure be? However, the number did not cease to rise, as if the entire sky were destined to be consumed by the list. Isn't this a bit excessive? Look, even the names of children are appearing now. Does the human ranking truly believe that these children could achieve the qualifications for selection within 3 years? You know nothing. The human ranking is a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, and thus the rules are set in stone. Therefore, within the parameters of these rules, every individual's name will indeed appear. Regardless of whether the individual ultimately makes the list, it is indeed so. Could it be that this is the conclusion? Is it over? It appears that no new names are emerging. 28 billion. Astonishingly, there are over 28 billion individuals? Such a staggering number, encompassing all those under 30, including even some newborns. Is that it? How has the list of individuals vanished? As the rankings were fully revealed, the list suddenly disappeared from the sky. I comprehend now. The next appearance shall likely be a year hence, when the rankings are refreshed. Chapter 29. Farewell to the Chun family. Departing from the northern region, the human ranking had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yet, the entire Tai-Shan realm was engulfed in a frenzy due to its unveiling. A gift from a heavenly Tao, indeed. Even if one could not vie for a place in the top 10, securing a position within the top 100 or even the 500th was still commendable. Chen Chang'an, however, paid little heed to the emergence of the human ranking, as it bore little significance to him. After leaving the imperial capital of the great Zhou kingdom, he and his companions arrived at the prearranged meeting point with Chen Chang'an. Ancestor, you have arrived. With the unveiling of the human ranking yesterday, I wonder if you are aware of what it truly entails. In Chen Chang'an's mind, Chen Chang'an was a superlative being who had lived for millennia. Surely, he cannot be ignorant of the human ranking. The human ranking is merely a list manifested by the heavenly Tao. And then, what follows? I know as much as you do. This is my first encounter with such matters. Even the ancestor is unaware. Chen Chang'an nodded, refraining from fabricating anything. There was no need for pretense. Let us discuss the pressing matters. The issues in the great Zhou kingdom have been resolved, and that place is no longer suitable for the Chun family. Our sole objective now is to establish the Chun family as the foremost clan in the northern region. The foremost clan in the northern region? This task was undeniably formidable for them. Although the Chun family strength had rapidly increased, it was still lacking in comparison to the entirety of the northern region. Observing the tension among the group, Chen Yinxian smiled reassuringly. Fear not, with me here. I shall ensure that the Chun family attains the pinnacle of the northern region. Chen Chang'an scrutinized his son closely after their journey to the capital. He sensed a transformation in Chen Yinxian. He had matured considerably, his aura more imposing, instilling a sense of pressure. Yinxian, you have your task. Ancestor, what task do I have? Chen Yinxian inquired, puzzled. Your task is to become the foremost individual in the northern region within a year. Remember, the foremost individual, not merely the leading youth of the northern region. Chen Chang'an's words left Chen Yinxian astounded. Within a year, to become the most powerful in the northern region? The strongest in the northern region was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the divine transformation realm. Did this imply he must elevate his cultivation to that level and surpass it within a year? Chen Yinxian felt a considerable weight upon his shoulders. While his current pace of advancement was swift, growth would inevitably slow upon reaching certain thresholds. Achieving the divine transformation realm in a year posed significant challenges. Rest assured, I shall become the foremost individual in the northern region within a year. I will not disappoint you, ancestor, Chen Yinxian declared with unwavering determination. Excellent. Once you attain that status, your path shall extend beyond the four regions and into the central heavenly domain. The central heavenly domain? Once, the Chen family had thrived there. The four regions were merely barren outskirts of the Taishan realm. The inhabitants of the central heavenly domain looked down upon the others, for it was a land where spiritual energy converged and powerful beings emerged. In Chen Yunxuan's eyes, the northern region appeared vast. Yet it was but a mere fragment compared to the central heavenly domain. To become a true powerhouse, one must venture into the central heavenly domain. Chen Yunxian gazed earnestly at Chen Chang'an, sensing an ominous premonition. Ancestor, are you preparing to leave? Chen Chang'an's sudden outpouring of words and arrangements for the Chen family indicated a clear intention to depart. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyuan and the others grew anxious. Had the ancestor not returned for long before he was to leave again? Indeed, I must depart. Chen Chang'an did not deny it. He affirmed it with a nod. His prolonged stay had already exceeded his original plans. According to his intentions, after leaving Mu Yunao, he had intended to journey through the mortal realm with Dahuang, enjoying a carefree life. His return to the Chen family was merely to observe how its lineage fared over time. Unforeseen events had transpired following the revelation of the fetal pearl, and having resolved most of these issues, he was now ready to leave. Ancestor, will you return? Chen Jingyuan asked, reluctant to part. Perhaps one day, we shall reunite in the central heavenly domain. There will always be a day of farewell. Here are 2 transformation pills. Keep them. Do not consume them unless absolutely necessary, only in times of life and death. The transformation pills in Chen Chang'an's possession could enable an individual to instantly break through to the transformation realm, regardless of their prior cultivation level. However, the drawback was that one would forever remain at that level, lacking the strength of someone who had painstakingly cultivated to the transformation realm. This is only to be used in dire situations for self-preservation. Thank you for your generous gift, ancestor. Regardless, you are of my bloodline, and consider this a parting gift. The path ahead will depend on your own efforts. Do not forget that the Chen family once basked in glory. You are no less than anyone else. Yes, ancestor. May our paths cross again. With a faint smile, Chen Chang'an turned to leave alongside Dahuang. Watching his departing figure, the Chen family felt a tumult of emotions. From the moment Chen Chang'an appeared, they had found a pillar of support, yet they had not anticipated his swift departure. Chen Yinxian fixed his gaze upon Chen Chang'an's retreating silhouette, silently vowing to himself that he would certainly venture into the central heavenly domain and transform into a formidable being, not only for the human ranking, nor merely to make a name for himself, but more importantly, to avoid disappointing the ancestor. I will lead the Chen family to unprecedented heights. I shall not betray the ancestor's faith in me. Ancestor, we shall meet again. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yunxuan's resolve solidified once more. Father, we too must depart. I fear I shall not remain in the Chen family for the coming year. I intend to dominate the northern region within this time frame. Chen Yunxian declared solemnly. Go forth with confidence. I shall oversee matters here. Moreover, with the transformation pills left by the ancestor, you need not harbor any worries. Remember, do not bring shame upon the Chen family, nor upon the ancestor. I believe in your capabilities. Yes, father. With a resolute nod, Chen Yunxian turned away, determined to forge his own path. We must strive harder. Indeed, Patriarch. Chapter 30. The Celestial Domain. Langya, I had presumed you would remain with the Chen family, awaiting its rise and the maturation of Chen Yunxian. Departing now, do you truly trust that lad? He is undoubtedly a prodigy among the younger generation of the Chen clan. Upon hearing Dahuang's words, Chen Chang'an replied calmly. Chen Yunxian has his own path to tread. He must confront challenges and grow independently. Even if he were to meet an untimely end, it would be his fate. Besides, staying within the Chen family has become rather tedious. The vibrant world outside holds far more allure. Dahuang shook his head in resignation. Having hoped that upon returning to the Chen family, Chen Chang'an's disposition might have shifted. However, No sooner had he departed than he reverted to his true self. Where shall we go then? Dahuang inquired with curiosity. To the celestial domain, Langia. Langia? The name seemed vaguely familiar to Dahuang, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yet he was certain that during their escapades, he and Chen Chang'an had never ventured to such a place. If my memory serves me right, Qilin Dahuang hails from Langia, does he not? Dahuang suddenly asked. Indeed, the Lin family of Langia is where Qilin Dahuang originates. After all these years, I wonder if he still resides there or if he has journeyed elsewhere. However, by now, he must have attained a status akin to an ancient ancestor. Are you hoping to reconnect with Qilin Dahuang? Dahuang asked, intrigued. Yes and no. Langia is significantly larger than the northern domain. My primary objective remains the Chen Chang'an chose Langia not only out of curiosity, but also for the You have news regarding the? Dahuang gazed at Chen Chang'an in astonishment. How could Chen Chang'an have acquired information about the aside from the imperial family of the Great Zhou? Could it be that he could sense its general location now? Shaking his head, Chen Chang'an replied, I possess no concrete news. However, I have perused the ancestral records of the Chen family. A lineage that has existed for millennia would undoubtedly maintain such records. Each clan leader is required to document their life as events and significant occurrences during their tenure. This serves to enlighten future generations, preventing them from repeating past mistakes or encountering unresolved troubles without understanding how to address them. Does your family record detail the circumstances surrounding the loss of the? Not precisely. Then how do you ascertain it was in Langia? Through deduction. Chen Chang'an discovered that before the Chen family settled in the northern domain, they resided in Langia. Although the records did not explicitly mention they revealed some clues. The Chen family had faced covetous adversaries during this period, resulting in a devastating conflict that forced them from Langia. The particulars of the events were not clearly documented, which was rather peculiar. Such significant matters ought to have been recorded for the benefit of posterity to identify potential foes from their time in Langia. So, your family likely has enemies in Langia, but still lacks information on the, Dahuang remarked, perplexed. Brother, could you engage your intellect for a moment? I was born without the, why should I be concerned? This is your affair, Dahuang retorted disdainfully. The records suggest that the conflict arose from someone coveting the treasures of the Chen family. What treasures could a family in decline, residing in Langia, possibly possess? The only heirloom passed down through generations is the, Chen Chang'an replied, somewhat irritated. Are these people mad? What purpose does this serve? Why would they attempt to seize it? It's nonsensical. Dahuang expressed his bewilderment regarding their actions, as they lacked any discernible energy or presence. At least as far as he knew, he couldn't fathom what others might do with the. Human nature is such. This heirloom of the Chen family has been cherished for thousands of years. If you were unaware of its nature as surely you would view it as a rare treasure. Otherwise, the Chen family would not have preserved it for so long. While the Chen family may deny its significance, others must believe in its value for them to act. Ultimately, they would seize it, even if they later discovered it to be futile. The damage to the Chen family would already be done. As they spoke, Chen Chang'an's brow suddenly furrowed. Could it be that the Chen family's long decline is entirely attributed to the? Have they been perpetually coveted and targeted, with clan members perishing one after another? Did they ultimately find themselves reduced to this desolate northern domain of the Great Zhou? If so, would I not be the eternal sinner of the Chen family? Why the silence? Your analysis is quite astute, Dahuang noted, equally perplexed as he furrowed his brow. It's nothing. Thus, we must journey to Langia. I suspect that the forces that once attacked the Chen family were not limited to a single clan or faction. It is precisely why the clan leader of that era refrained from documenting these events in the family records. Fearing the descendants seeking vengeance might plunge the Chen family into irrevocable ruin. Dahuang found Chen Chang'an's reasoning compelling. Yet one question lingered. Why was it always only one that went missing? If they intended to steal, would they not take them all? Chen Chang'an had pondered this as well, but no definitive answer emerged. Perhaps his father had prudently stored the 9 separately. Or those who coveted them were simply unaware of the totality of their existence. After seizing one, they may have believed their mission accomplished. Regardless, the specific reasoning was now inconsequential. Let us depart. The distance to Langia is not trivial. Dahuang, Enlarge yourself. Riding in discomfort is undesirable. Huh? Am I to ride a dog again? You can cultivate now, so walk on your own. Too slow. Are you in such haste to be reborn? If it were possible, it would not be out of the question. Curse your second uncle. Dahuang erupted in a flurry of expletives, while Chen Chang'an merely observed him calmly, unfazed. Are you done? Feeling better now? Tell me, how does my master treat me? Master, please take your seat. We shall set off now. At the mention of Mu Yunao, Dahuang's countenance transformed, donning a sycophantic smile, as if he had not just been cursing moments ago. Very well, let us be on our way. You shall see. In the celestial domain, at the Tianji Pavilion, the pavilion master received news. It appears Chen Chang'an has departed the northern domain, while Chen Yinxian is now forging his path alone. He has left. Unexpectedly, Wang Tianji did not anticipate that Chen Chang'an would depart so swiftly. After all, this individual had only recently emerged on the rankings. Logically, he should have remained in the northern region to nurture Chen Yinxian. Very well, I understand. Let our people continue to follow Chen Yinxian. Remember, if he encounters a life-threatening crisis, we must extend our assistance. Understood, Master. And what of Chen Chang'an? Chen Chang'an. Maintain a distance from him. The presence of his companion, Dahuang, is not to be underestimated. Indeed. Chapter 31. Encountering an old friend. Begging for 3,000 years Dahuang. Were you doing this on purpose? I wasn't. You can't wrongfully accuse me. Still insisting you weren't? Chen Chang'an's gaze towards Dahuang was filled with resentment. This rascal was undoubtedly seeking revenge. For a full week, Dahuang had unleashed his full speed without offering Chen any protection. Chen's body could withstand it, but how could his garments endure Dahuang's velocity? Why don't you take better care of yourself? Oh, I forgot. You've just begun your training. You're still quite weak. My mistake. Dahuang feigned ignorancy, grinning mischievously at Chen Chang'an. All right, just wait. Chen Chang'an chose to ignore Dahuang and was about to change into a new outfit when suddenly he heard a loud shout. Chen Chang'an, you scoundrel. I've finally found you. Huh? What on earth? Upon arriving in Langia, he encountered an acquaintance? Could it be Lin Shangliu? No. Lin Shangliu wouldn't harbor such animosity. Both Chen and Dahuang curiously followed the sound, only to discover a beggar staring at Chen Chang'an with palpable hatred. A beggar? Wait, do I know this beggar? At that moment, Chen Chang'an desperately rifled through his memories but could not identify the individual. Dahuang, do you recognize him? Chen Chang'an inquired. This? He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't recall. Dahuang shook his head. The beggar appeared to be a middle-aged man, his face as dark as the earth, dressed in tattered rags. However, Chen Chang'an realized that his own attire seemed to bear an uncanny resemblance to that of the beggar. The beggar approached Chen Chang'an, his face contorted with resentment, but upon seeing Chen's current appearance, his eyes sparkled with a twisted delight. Chen and Dahuang both stared at one another. After all, there were few who could call out their names. Have we met before? Yes, I feel a sense of familiarity. Could it be? No way. Xian Wudao? Is that really you? Suddenly, both Chen Chang'an and Dahuang widened their eyes in disbelief. The beggar before them was indeed Xian Wudao. Xian Wudao was not from Langia, and Chen Chang'an had first encountered him 3,000 years ago. Back then, Xian Wudao was a spirited young man, hailed as the foremost figure of his generation, with a promising future ahead. When Chen Chang'an first met him, Xian Wudao was in the prime of his life, having reached the pinnacle of the Dongshu realm at only 50 years of age. How could 3,000 years have passed, and yet this old friend had transformed into a beggar? The passage of time bewildered Chen Chang'an. What could possibly have sown such bitterness in Xian Wudao's heart? There seemed to be no lingering animosity between them, did there? Come on, you were once a prodigy. What on earth are you doing now? Experiencing the hardships of the world? Sampling different lives? Chen Chang'an expressed his astonishment. Seeing Chen Chang'an's expression, Xian Wudao was utterly enraged. Forgotten? You actually forgot? After 3,000 years of faithfully keeping my promise, you dare to forget what happened back then? Am I to blame for what has become of you? Chen Chang'an, you have made my life a misery. The resentment emanating from Xian Wudao felt as though it could take physical form and strangle Chen Chang'an. Wait, how is this my fault? Before he could finish, Chen Chang'an suddenly froze as a strange yet familiar memory surged into his mind. Wait, this matter does indeed seem to concern me. Dahuang could no longer contain himself and began to cover his mouth, snickering. 3,000 years. Do you have any idea how arduous it has been for me to search for you? Damn it, I'll never have to beg again. I am free. Xian Wudao howled to the heavens, as if releasing the grievances of 3,000 years in that moment. The beggar was truly pitiable, having fallen to such depths. He had gone mad. Who says otherwise? Look at these two beggars. They seem to be getting along quite well, enjoying their conversation. Indeed, they are both unfortunate souls. Even in their plight, they care for a dog, showing they possess a kind heart. Right, despite their own misfortunes, Dahuang is well taken care of, proving they are indeed kind-hearted individuals. Never mind, let us give them some money for a decent meal. I'm on board with that. The conversation among the passers-by left Chen Chang'an, Xian Wudao, and even Dahuang in stunned silence. They truly believed them to be beggars? While it was true that Xian Wudao was a bona fide beggar, Chen Chang'an did not consider himself one. His clothing was merely a bit shabby. The most infuriating was Dahuang, who, upon hearing the remarks of others, turned away and pretended not to know them. Get lost. Do I look like a beggar? What are you all staring at? Xian Wudao exclaimed in anger. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at him as if he were a fool, their gazes suggesting, do you not look like one? Xian Wudao had initially held his ground, but upon reflection, he realized if he wasn't a beggar. Who was? Let us go. Let us not embarrass ourselves here. Damn it, I've lost 3,000 years. All these years, he had avoided familiar faces, fearful of being recognized. Xian Wudao hastily urged Chen Chang'an to leave. Now that he had found him, there was no need to continue his life as a beggar. All right, let us find a place to wash up and change clothes. I know a good spot. I've had my eye on it for ages, but I didn't have the money to go. This time, you're treating. Fine, I'll treat. I have money. Chen Chang'an shook his head helplessly, then followed Xian Wudao to a brothel. Huanghua Tower? Is this truly the place you've been eyeing? Chen Chang'an wore a look of resignation. Of course. This place is splendid. Have you seriously never visited a brothel in all these years? I've traveled to many places, and after saving some silver, I spent it all in brothels. Xian Wudao boasted proudly. What the hell? How many brothels have you visited all these years? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. What do you think? It's all because of you. Xian Wudao retorted. Chen Chang'an chuckled. When he first met Xian Wudao, the latter was incredibly arrogant, believing himself invincible. Initially, Chen did not think much of it, but before parting, Xian Wudao insisted on a spar. Chen proposed a wager. He would stand still for a stick of incense. And if Xian Wudao could injure him even slightly, he would lose. If Xian Wudao lost, he would have to beg until their next meeting. Ultimately, Xian Wudao exhausted himself attacking Chen for a stick of incense's duration, yet not a hair on Chen was harmed. I say, if it took you 3,000 years to find me, would you have continued your life as a beggar? Chen Chang'an inquired. Of course, a man must uphold his promises. How could I go back on my word? Truly a man of honor. Enough with the chatter. Treat me to a lavish time. All right, let us go. Chen Chang'an shook his head helplessly, as he had never been to a brothel and was curious to see what it was like. Stop, stop. You ought to consider the nature of this place. Two beggars dare to approach our Huanghua Tower. As they reached the entrance, a young attendant swiftly intercepted them. Their disheveled appearance, accompanied by a dog, was indeed a sight difficult to behold. There was no need for further discourse. Proceed ahead. Chen Chang'an, without hesitation, cast aside several gold ingots, for such currency held little value. It merely served as a means of exchange for the common folk, while for cultivators, spirit stones were of paramount importance. Ah, how foolish of me to fail to recognize your esteemed presence. Gentlemen, please enter. Chapter 32, Dahuang, I want 5. How absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Is this still the Huanghua Tower I once knew? How can anyone, even beggars, waltz in here? What do they think of the rest of us guests? Indeed, the standards have plummeted. I shall never return. How disheartening, truly disheartening. The very air here has become tainted, reeking foully. As Chen Chang'an and his companions entered the Huanghua Tower, They drew disdainful glances and mockery from numerous patrons. In their eyes, although this establishment was known for its frivolities, it was not a place for just anyone. The presence of beggars surely diminished their own standing. Xian Wudao cast a glance at Chen Chang'an, his expression inscrutable. Let me handle this. There is no need for bloodshed over such trivial matters. Chen Chang'an smiled lightly and turned his gaze to the others. And what are your standings? Before anyone could respond, Chen Chang'an tossed a gold ingot at one of them. You. With each ingot hurled, the previously irate faces transformed. Wealth. Such astonishing wealth. This is truly a demonstration of money speaking. I have no standing, none at all. You, sir, are the most noble among us. Indeed, the aroma is exquisite, far more delightful than the ladies of this tower. I told you, these two exude a remarkable presence, far beyond our humble selves. As the crowd murmured, they bent down to gather the gold ingots, with a nearby attendant eyeing them greedily. That trick is clever. Why didn't I think of it? Xian Wudao remarked, surprised by Chen Chang'an's approach, though he found it amusing. Even if you had thought of it, do you possess the wealth? Chen Chang'an retorted disdainfully. Where did you acquire such riches? Xian Wudao inquired, intrigued. For cultivators, gold was as worthless as dirt compared to precious spirit stones. Typically, cultivators did not hoard such mundane wealth, yet Chen Chang'an was an exception. He possessed a substantial amount. The gold he had just tossed amounted to thousands of taels. Having lived long, one naturally accumulates some assets. Dahuang is quite lazy. As you know, not everywhere accepts spirit stones as currency. Thus, I have amassed a considerable stash of gold ingots. Roughly speaking, it's a lot, though I can't recall the exact amount. You can't recall? Just how much do you have? The attendant was left dumbfounded. What has become of the wealthy? Do they now fancy the guise of beggars? Bring us 2 exquisite private rooms upstairs, and prepare some hot water. We need to cleanse ourselves properly. Of course, esteemed sirs. Right this way. The attendant, recognizing the fortune at hand, hurriedly led them to the finest rooms on the upper floor. After a brief cleansing, Chen Chang'an and Xian Wudao donned fresh garments. How refreshing. What a relief. I haven't felt this clean in 3,000 years. Xian Wudao exclaimed joyfully. Chen Chang'an and Dahuang exchanged disdainful glances at Xian Wudao. Their expressions filled with contempt. Truly filthy. Just because you're pretending to be a beggar doesn't mean you shouldn't bathe. HM? Not bathing? You haven't washed in 3,000 years, have you? Chen Chang'an asked, astonished. To be a beggar, one must embody the essence of a beggar. Bathing too thoroughly contradicts the purpose, Xian Wudao replied with pride. So, do beggars bathe? Do they? Xian Wudao was caught off guard, lost in thought. After all, beggars are human too. Though impoverished, they would surely wish for a bath given the opportunity. You visited countless establishments over the years and never washed? Good heavens! Are they really accommodating such guests? Are they truly so desperate for money? Chen Chang'an found the thought repulsive. What of it? I'm not an ordinary person. I'm not prone to filth. I simply haven't bathed in a while and find myself nostalgic. Enough. Now that we've bathed, shouldn't we indulge a little? Xian Wudao suggested with a smile. Indulge? Very well, Chen Chang'an conceded, deferring to Xian Wudao, for this was his first experience in such a place. Xian Wudao exhibited the finesse of a seasoned patron, promptly summoning the finest ladies of the Huanhua Tower. You need to look at me. I'm treating you. Please, feel free. Seeing Xian Wudao gaze at him, Chen Chang'an shook his head. To him, these women were mere objects of superficiality. He could not comprehend Xian Wudao's fascination with such establishments. In that case, I shall not hold back. You, and you, and you, stay here. By the way, Dahuang, what about you? Xian Wudao, considerate even at this juncture, noticed Dahuang hesitating, seemingly shy. Glancing at Chen Chang'an and then back at Xian Wudao, Dahuang slovely, raised japao. I understand. That's the message. I sent it. You, please take care of my brother Dahuang. HM? What do you mean, Dahuang? After selecting a suitable lady for Dahuang, Xian Wudao noticed Dahuang shaking his head. In this place, Chen Chang'an did not permit Dahuang to speak freely, and the poor creature was clearly holding back. Once more, Dahuang raised his paw and shook his head. I comprehend its meaning. It desires 5. What? 5? Xian Wudao finally grasped that the raised paw indicated not 1, but 5. Very well, Dahuang, a true comrade indeed. You 5, serve my brother Dahuang well. Rest assured, your rewards will be ample. Though it was their first experience tending to a dog, the ladies found no issue with it. After all, serving a dog was far preferable to serving a person. At least this dog wouldn't make unwanted advances. Bring forth the finest food and drink. Do not concern yourselves with expenses. I am affluent. Xian Wudao resembled a nouveau riche eager to reclaim 3 millennia of grievances in a single feast. Beside him, Dahuang beamed with delight, seemingly adapting quickly, reveling in the camaraderie with Xian Wudao. Old Chen, want you join us? Xian Wudao inquired curiously. You continue. I shall merely observe, Chen Chang'an replied, shaking his head. Very well, then I shall not concern myself with you. Chen Chang'an sighed in resignation, unable to believe that even a man like Xian Wudao could fall into such depravity. Perhaps it had always been his true nature, hidden beneath layers of pretense. Apologies, dear patrons, I have arrived late. A cool voice interrupted, drawing Chen Chang'an's attention. A woman in a flowing white gown appeared, exuding elegance, her light makeup contrasting sharply with the atmosphere of the establishment. While she may not be extraordinarily beautiful, her presence was certainly pleasing to the eye. Ah, you 2 patrons are indeed fortunate today. She is the renowned courtesan of our Huanhua Tower, a rare sight not often seen by just anyone. One of the women introduced herself, albeit with a tone that was far from amicable. A courtesan? How intriguing. Chapter 33. How dare your ancestors speak to me like this? Both Chen Chang'an and Xian Wudao discerned that the courtesan, Xianer, was not an ordinary individual. She was a cultivator, albeit of modest prowess. Nevertheless, it was peculiar for her to find herself in such circumstances. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an, Xianer appeared momentarily taken aback, for she had heard that 2 eccentric wealthy gentlemen, disguised as beggars, had arrived. Yet, Chen Chang'an's appearance, attire, and demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a beggar. Can you play the Qilin? Chen Chang'an inquired, noticing the instrument cradled in Xianer's arms. Dear guest, our Xianer offers her artistry, not her person, another woman teased, which caused Xian Wudao to furrow his brow and cast an irritable glance at her. Xian Wudao was not someone whose presence could be easily withstood by these courtesans. A mere glance from him was enough to intimidate them into silence, for they recognized that the pair before them were not to be trifled with. Forgive my clumsiness, the young woman said. Xianer, observing Chen Chang'an and his companion, since they were not the typical lecherous patrons, and exhaled in relief. She positioned her guqin and delicately stroked the strings, allowing a melodious tune to waft into the air, enchanting Chen Chang'an and Xian Wudao. The music was gentle and lingering, resonating deeply, yet beneath its tender surface lay a hint of sorrow. Despite Xianer's efforts to conceal this sentiment, it did not escape the keen ears of Chen Chang'an and Xian Wudao. They exchanged knowing glances. This girl harbored a tale of her own. My skills on the guqin are lacking. I hope you'll pardon me, she said. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, my apologies, I meant 3 guests. Xianer chuckled lightly, amused by the discontented barking of a large dog, Dahuang. It was her first encounter with a patron accompanied by a dog, let alone one who sought companionship for it. Flowers bloom towards the sun, and people must move forward. Worry not about the past, and may laughter accompany the rest of your days. Chen Chang'an's words stirred something within Xianer, and she was astonished that he had grasped her sentiments. Old Chen, you possess some insight, you understand this? I used to frequent brothels and found those pretentious scholars infuriating. Damn, they were insufferable, and I certainly don't feign sophistication. Chen Chang'an replied, casting a resigned glance at Xian Wudao, wondering what the latter had occupied himself with all these years. You don't? Chen Chang'an asked. Why would I? What purpose does it serve? Does it enhance one's cultivation or accelerate one's training? Xian Wudao scoffed. Neither, but it can bestow a measure of wisdom upon you. And what use do I have for that? I believe in speaking through strength. Xian Wudao remained unconcerned. It is indeed useful. Had you possessed even a modicum of wisdom, You wouldn't be oblivious to whether a beggar requires a bath after all these years. You. Xian Wudao glared, momentarily at a loss for a retort, as he was rather straightforward in his thinking. Gu Xian'e, where are you? I know you are here. Come and see me. Suddenly, a man's voice bellowed from outside, causing Gu Xian'er's expression to shift. Alas, it seems I can no longer remain here. Esteemed guests, our encounter today is fated, and that melody shall be my gift to you. I must take my leave. With that, Gu Xian'er turned to depart. Chen Chang'an was taken aback by this scene. She fled, and he pursued, a rather cliché drama, indeed. Dahuang, have you ever witnessed such a spectacle? Chen Chang'an inquired. Dahuang shook his head vigorously, having traversed the realms without encountering such a scenario. Xian'er, please wait. Evading is not a solution. Can you truly hide indefinitely? It would be far better to engage in an open and honest dialogue. Perhaps the issue could be resolved. Chen Chang'an interjected, blocking Gu Xian'er's path. Thank you for your kindness, but some matters and individuals cannot be rationalized or clarified, Gu Xian'er replied, shaking her head. How can one know without attempting? As they spoke, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, and a young man rushed in, heading straight for Gu Xian'er. Xian'er, it truly is you. I heard from others that you were here, so I rushed over. Please do not leave me. I beg you, stop hiding from me. Upon seeing the young man approach, Gu Xian'er instinctively recoiled a few steps, creating distance between them. Xian'er, the young man was visibly wounded by her reaction, his eyes filled with sorrow. Young Master Lin, why do you persist in this torment? Must I perish before you relent? It is impossible between us. You ought to comprehend that. Gu Xian'er's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. No, it cannot be. There must be a way. I have thought it through, and I can. Enough. Gu Xian'er interrupted him before he could finish. Your Lin family annihilated my Gu family. Do you truly believe this can simply be forgotten? I lack the ability to avenge my family, and I have endured. Why must you continue to pursue me? Lin Ruoheng, do not overstep your bounds. You speak of vendettas? How overly dramatic. Chen Chang'an interjected. I must ask, what drives you to pursue her after annihilating her family? Had you foreseen this day, would you have acted differently? How can you still show your face here? Xian Wudao sneered from the side. At this, Lin Ruoheng's expression darkened, his anger directed at Xian Wudao. And who do you think you are? This matter does not concern you. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave now. You dare to let Sienna serve you? It is a mercy I have not caused you trouble. Speak again, and I shall ensure you find no rest. Lin Ruoheng shouted in fury. Find no rest? How intriguing, truly intriguing. It has been ages since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. Young man, today I am quite eager to engage with you. Xian Wudao replied with a chilling smile. Enough. Why stoop to the level of a mere child? Chen Chang'an raised his hand to halt Xian Wudao's impending outburst, turning to Lin Ruoheng and asking, Are you of the Langulin family? You possess some discernment. Since you recognize my lineage, you ought to understand that you cannot provoke us. Lin Ruoheng scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Chen Chang'an. Cannot provoke? Is Lin Shangliu still alive? At this proclamation, Lin Ruoheng's heart skipped a beat. Lin Shangliu? Did I hear correctly? You have spoken of Lin Shangliu? You have quite the audacity to call my family's ancestor by name. No one in Langya dares to be so brazen. Lin Ruoheng bellowed in rage. From the looks of it, he must still be alive. Young man, you may inquire with Lin Shangliu himself regarding the extent of my audacity. Or, have him come to meet me. Chapter 34. Seeking a mentor in Chen Chang'an within the confines of the private room, a pall of gloom enveloped the atmosphere. The Lin family, reigning supreme in the realm of Langya, stood as an indomitable force. Who would dare to offend the Lin family? Yet, here were two individuals who brazenly called out the name of the formidable Lin Shangliu. In Langya, Lin Shangliu was not merely the foremost power, he was a legend, a myth, an idol revered by all cultivators and an embodiment of their aspirations. Chen Chang'an and Xian Wudao spoke of Lin Shangliu with an air of casual indifference, their tones devoid of pretense. Their demeanor did not suggest that they were merely putting on an act. Lin Ruoheng brow furrowed. pondered whether these two were deceiving themselves or if they genuinely knew the ancestral figure of the Lin family. If you truly knew my ancestor, you would be aware that he has been in seclusion for many years. How could you simply claim to have met him? Secluded, you say? I was unaware of that. As I have not set foot in Langia for a millennium, Chen Chang'an replied blandly. A millennium? Could it be that this person is an acquaintance of our ancestor from 1,000 years ago? Yet, Lin Shangliu from millennium past was merely a young man. Lin Ruohang mused. I, too, have never met him. I have merely heard tales. After all these years, I wouldn't bother seeking news of a junior. Xian Wudao's disdain was palpable. What audacity! To refer to Lin Shangliu as a junior? Lin Ruohang found himself at a loss, grappling with the realization that he may have inadvertently offended two eminent figures. Forgive me, esteemed seniors. I was blind to your significance. Lin Ruohang faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Enough. We shall not hold it against you, a mere junior. The lady has been quite clear it is not meant to be. Why persist in this futile endeavor? Release others, and in turn, liberate yourself, Xian Wudao replied, his impatience evident. It was clear that Lin Ruohang was quite smitten, seemingly unable to forget Gu Xiener. The means by which Gu Xiener had ensnared Lin Ruohang's affections remained a mystery. Yet, it was evident that her intentions were not malicious. Otherwise, she could have feigned loyalty to Lin Ruohang, seeking revenge for her family. However, Chen Chang'an could not discern whether Gu Xiener was simply oblivious to this possibility or held it in contempt, or perhaps there were other motives at play. Observing Lin Ruohang's indecision, Chen Chang'an remarked, not all affections lead to fruition, Lin Ruohang. In the course of your life, encountering certain individuals may be a rarity in itself. Let go of expectations. Do not question the future. May you each find peace without disturbing one another. Chen Chang'an's words plunged Lin Ruohang into deep contemplation, and Gu Xiener, too, appeared moved. Only Xian Wudao remained, looking at Chen Chang'an with a mix of envy and scorn. What a performance! Ugh! One would think he has forgotten how to speak plainly. Come, Dahuang, let us enjoy ourselves and leave him to his theatrics. Xian Wudao promptly lost interest in the unfolding drama, finding more solace in revelry. Meanwhile, Dahuang lay in the embrace of a maiden, utterly blissful, his eyes squinting with delight as he rolled about in her arms. The sight of this man and dog indulging in their merriment was one that Chen Chang'an found hard to witness. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I shall remember your words. I will not impose further upon you, and shall take my leave. And if Lin Shangliu emerges from seclusion, please inform him to seek me out. I have matters to discuss with him. Of course, I shall convey your message to the elders of my family, ensuring they pass it along. It was evident that despite being a member of the Lin family, Lin Ruohang lacked the standing to directly approach an ancestor like Lin Shangliu. After Lin Ruohang departed, Gu Xiener turned her gaze to Chen Chang'an, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. It was but a trifling matter. I have a penchant for stories. Pray, share the tale of your connection with him. Chen Chang'an remarked, his curiosity piqued. What would you like to know, esteemed senior? Gu Xiener asked, her demeanor slightly awkward. Much indeed. Why did the Lin family annihilate the Gu family? And if they did, why does Lin Ruohang, a member of the Lin family, harbor such deep feelings for you? As a member of the Gu family, why do you not leverage Lin Ruohang's standing for revenge? Perhaps it would be best if you told the story, Gu Xiener responded, a faint smile betraying her resignation, as if she were expected to recount every detail of the past. Let's find a quieter place, she suggested. Though she understood she could not linger in this company any longer, some truths were better left unspoken around others. Very well, Chen Chang'an nodded, initially intending to inquire about Xian Wudao and Dahuang, but observing the carefree duo, he deemed such thoughts foolish. Gu Xiener led Chen Chang'an to her chamber, which exuded a subtle fragrance, neither overpowering nor harsh, instead providing a sense of tranquility. The decor was exceedingly modest, contrasting starkly with the ostentation typically associated with such establishments. Perhaps this was a privilege reserved for the courtesan. Please, take a seat, she invited. There is no need for such formality. It was merely a few exchanged words. Moreover, I share a long-standing acquaintance with Lin Shangliu of the Lin family. I would not assist you in your dealings with them simply based on a few comments. Chen Chang'an replied, seating himself with a gentle smile. You misunderstand, esteemed senior. I hold no such expectation. That is for the best. Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Gu Xian'er maintained her composure as she sat opposite him. In truth, Lin Ruoheng is but a young master of a collateral branch of the Lin family. And my own Gu family is not a prominent clan in Langya. This tale begins a year ago. As Gu Xian'er recounted her story, Chen Chang'an gleaned a clearer understanding. It appears the downfall of the Gu family stemmed from an indiscretion on the part of a younger member, overheard by the Lin family. The very family that executed the Gu family was the collateral branch to which Lin Ruoheng belonged. Fortuitously, he and Gu Xian'er had already crossed paths, and Lin Ruoheng had developed feelings for her. Initially, Gu Xian'er held a favorable impression of Lin Ruoheng, but following the annihilation of her family, Lin Ruoheng pleaded for her life. However, his father, fearing for their future, decreed that Gu Xian'er must remain within the confines of Langya for the rest of her days, destined to live in a brothel. This effectively shattered any hopes Lin Ruoheng might have entertained. For how could a young master of the Lin family marry a woman of such standing? Yet surprisingly, Lin Ruoheng proved to be quite the romantic, persistently pursuing Gu Xian'er. Chen Chang'an observed blandly. You jest, esteemed senior. Though Lin Ruoheng is but in his early 20s, he is never lacking in the company of young women. His so-called romantic fixation is merely the pangs of unrequited love, a heart unwilling to yield. Gu Xian'er countered. Were Lin Ruoheng truly the devoted romantic, perhaps you would consider him differently. Yet, he has undeniably embraced a certain rakish demeanor. With his esteemed identity, few women could escape his pursuit. Yet, Gu Xian'er stood as a notable exception. Perhaps this sparked the young master's competitive spirit and possessiveness. Have you never considered avenging the Gu family by leveraging Lin Ruoheng's status? Gu Xian'er spoke at length, yet she never mentioned revenge, nor did she exhibit any hatred, which piqued Chen Chang'an's curiosity. I have contemplated it, yet found it unattainable. First, I cannot exploit another's emotions to achieve a particular aim. Second, even if I were willing to act, success would elude me. Third, as long as I draw breath, the Gu family retains its lineage. If I were to perish, the Gu family would truly cease to exist. Gu Xian'er remained remarkably clear-headed, refusing to let hatred cloud her judgment. She yearned for vengeance, yet would not engage in actions devoid of certainty. My benefactor, I shall not beseech you to do anything for me. However, I wish to take you as my mentor, may I? Chapter 35. The nine-rank balsam, a single utterance from Gu Xian'er left Chen Chang'an momentarily stunned. Become my master? He gazed at her, then broke into a smile. What a clever girl she is. Gu Xian'er is astute, composed, and adept at seizing opportunities. It is not that she lacks the desire for vengeance. Rather, she has yet to find the right moment. The recent display by Chen Chang'an and Xian Wudao has undoubtedly sparked deeper thoughts within her. Even if Chen Chang'an had not approached her to share stories, she would have found a way to engage him in conversation. As for why she chose Chen Chang'an over Xian Wudao, it was not merely because he initiated the dialogue. Rather, in comparison, Gu Xian'er sensed that Chen Chang'an might be the more reliable option. Perhaps this is the only opportunity in my life. It's not merely vengeance I seek. I detest this life in the brothel. Benefactor, you have promised that you would not intervene, but I would like to be your disciple. I hope you will grant me this wish. Gu Xian'er is a wise individual, aware that conversing with Chen Chang'an is often more beneficial than engaging in schemes before a powerful figure, which would be a foolish endeavor. The idea of accepting a disciple had never crossed Chen Chang'an's mind before, although there exists a master-disciple bond between Chen Yunxian and himself. It lacks the formal recognition of such a relationship. At 20 years of age, Gu Xian'er has only reached the first stage of true qi. While this may be considered decent in the northern region, it is merely average in the central domain. Observing Chen Chang'an's hesitation, Gu Xian'er felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that the benefactor finds my aptitude lacking and doubts my potential for achievement? If so, I would willingly abandon my desire to be your disciple. Even remaining by your side as a servant would suffice. For Gu Xian'er, escaping her current predicament requires the assistance of a formidable figure like Chen Chang'an. At least in the realm of Langia, she knows of no one else who would dare to disregard the Lin family's influence. Even if such a person existed, would she have the opportunity to engage with them? Perhaps fate has its own design. Langia is vast, and encountering him must be a form of destiny. Very well, I will take you away from Langia, but not at this moment. There are matters I must attend to here first. Once I have resolved them, I will escort you away. As for the path you choose thereafter, that is entirely up to you. With that, Chen Chang'an concluded, and Gu Xian'er knelt before him, hope igniting within her heart. Thank you, benefactor, for your salvation. From this day forth, I pledge to serve you faithfully, unwaveringly. Should I ever betray this oath, may my soul descend eternally into perdition, suffering without end. Chen Chang'an regarded her with a slight nod. Rise. Yes, benefactor. May I inquire how I should address you from now on? Should I call you master or young master? Gu Xian'er stood and asked. What should you call me? Chen Chang'an pondered momentarily, for while he had lived a long life, he had never experienced the status of being served in such a manner, having always played the role of a subordinate to his own master. Young master seems inappropriate given my age. Master it is, then. Very well, young master. Since you have become my servant, you cannot be weak. Although your innate talent is average, it is not impossible to change your fate. Here is a 9-rank balsam. Consume it. The 9-rank balsam? Gu Xian'er was unaware of its true nature or effects, but the name alone suggested it was no ordinary item. This 9-rank balsam had been gifted to Chen Chang'an by Mu Yun'ao, intended for someone special in the future, but Chen Chang'an had little regard for such niceties. He believed in utilizing resources effectively, regardless of the recipient. Benefactor, this item is far too precious. I am merely. Enough, take it. You need only obey my words, understand? Yes, young master. She consumed the 9-rank balsam without hesitation. It dissolved instantly, an extraordinary sensation enveloping her, shocking Gu Xian'er as she had anticipated difficulty in swallowing. Instead, it transformed into a torrent of energy, cleansing her body repeatedly. Whoa, what is happening? Such a surge of energy? Chen Chang'an's companion, Xian Wudao, rushed over alarmed. Meanwhile, Dahuang, in silent understanding with Chen Chang'an, erected a barrier around Gu Xian'er's room, sensing the unexpected intensity of the reaction from merely consuming something. You didn't foresee this? You gave her a 9-rank balsam, a legendary item that hasn't been seen in millennia. Have you lost your mind, giving such a treasure to a servant? Chen Chang'an was indifferent. To him, these items held no value, as he had no use for them. Yet, to Xian Wudao, it was a different matter. He observed every movement with keen interest, nearly spitting out his drink upon hearing the name of the 9-rank balsam, cursing Chen Chang'an for being extravagant. Items are meant to be used, are they not? As the owner, I decide who uses them. I am not anxious. Why should you be? Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. I have never encountered someone so wasteful. By the way, are you calling me a eunuch? Xian Wudao glared, challenging Chen Chang'an. Want to bet on it? Same rules as before, but this time, the wager is your status as a eunuch. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, Xian Wudao wilted, realizing the severity of the bet. Chen Chang'an's confident demeanor left him feeling utterly deflated. Though his own strength had grown over the past 3,000 years, he could not guarantee that Chen Chang'an had remained stagnant. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. However, I am genuinely curious about the effects of the 9-rank balsam on her. Xian Wudao redirected his attention to Gu Xian'er, who was enveloped in a powerful energy, enduring immense pain without uttering a sound. This girl, I truly underestimated her. Such willpower indicates she is destined for greatness. Xian Wudao regarded Gu Xian'er with newfound respect. This energy seems quite formidable. Chapter 36. A Phoenix's Cry. Dancing in the sky, the energy within Gu Xian'er surged increasingly, emanating an ever more intense aura. Even Xian Wudao's countenance shifted dramatically, sensing that something was amiss. Just as he prepared to turn and depart, he was obstructed by the barrier laid down by Dahuang. Alas, this is bad. Dahuang, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he vanished from Huanhua Tower. Upon witnessing Chen Chang'an's exit, Xian Wudao was momentarily stunned before hastily pursuing him outside. Damn it, your reflexes are quick. he muttered under his breath after emerging. This is called synergy. Meanwhile, after re-establishing the barrier, Dahuang also fled Huanhua Tower. What about the people inside? Xian Wudao inquired of Chen Chang'an, his gaze filled with concern. Although it was merely an instant, the moment the barrier fell, a powerful aura surged forth. Surely, these individuals would not be foolish enough to linger inside and indulge themselves? That is difficult to ascertain. Not long after, some began to sense the unusual atmosphere and rushed out, particularly those maidens who had been attending to Xian Wudao and Dahuang. They were the first to escape. In a short span, only Gu Xiener remained within Huanhua Tower. What on earth just transpired? It was terrifying. A feeling of suffocation enveloped me. I felt it too. Is Huanhua Tower not merely an ordinary brothel? Could there be formidable beings concealed within? Uncertain, but drinking today is out of the question. I sense a palpable danger. Indeed, let us disperse for now. We can reconvene another day. Let us go. Many chose to depart, while the proprietor of Huanhua Tower wore a troubled expression. She wished to scold, but dared not. Offending the wrong individuals might jeopardize not only her business today, but also her very life. Truly, it was a case of a mute eating bitter herbs, suffering in silence. Old Chen, what do you think is happening? If that energy is entirely concentrated within the barrier, can Gu Xiener withstand it? Xian Wudao asked, frowning. That, I am uncertain, as this is my first encounter with such a situation. Chen Chang'an replied, I cannot say if her body can endure, but I fear my barrier is on the verge of collapse. Dahuang, who had remained silent until now, was also filled with astonishment. The barrier I established is about to fail? Dahuang was a 9th-tier beast king of the Forbidden Forest, possessing formidable strength. If not for the apparent existence of certain rules in Taishan realm, his prowess would likely rival that of Mu Yanao. Yet, to think that the barrier he set could nearly give way? Brother Dahuang, you cannot jest about such matters. The barrier you created is impenetrable. Now you tell me that the energy within Gu Xiener is close to breaching it? Xian Wudao's face displayed shock, struggling to comprehend the implications of what he had just heard. After cultivating for millennia, could he truly be outdone by a mere girl? Moreover, could the 9th-grade phoenix immortal grass possess such formidable energy? Although rare and treasured, could it truly have such an effect? I'm not joking. The energy is indeed potent and on the verge of breaking through the barrier. However, this was merely a barrier I casually established. I had no inkling that the energy within Gu Xiener would be so formidable. Casually established? That indeed raises the possibility of it being breached. Just as Xian Wudao and Dahuang conversed, suddenly, the barrier set by Dahuang shattered. A tremendous surge of energy shot skyward. In an instant, the energy radiated across hundreds of miles. A phoenix's cry resonated through the vast expanse. The phoenix danced in the heavens, soaring through the skies. A colossal phoenix illusion erupted from Huanhua Tower. This spectacle left the entirety of Langia in stunned silence. Everyone gazed upward at the phoenix illusion, momentarily rendered speechless. What is happening? There are no powerful beasts in Langia, let alone a phoenix, a mythical creature long thought extinct. What on earth is going on? By heavens, Chen Chang'an, you have struck gold. Your servant is no ordinary being. Though the 9th-grade phoenix immortal grass was rare and could alter a person's physique, it could not possibly yield such results. Gu Xiener must have some profound connection to this phoenix. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable. What kind of extraordinary luck do you possess? Xian Wudao couldn't help but feel envious. He had heard about Gu Xiener becoming Chen Chang'an's disciple, but had dismissed the notion, never believing Chen Chang'an would take on a pupil. If it were him, he wouldn't even consider accepting a female servant, as he found the idea troublesome. Yet, who could have foreseen that this seemingly inconspicuous Gu Xiener held such immense potential? You know nothing. This is the reward for being virtuous. I'm a good person, Chen Chang'an replied with a gentle smile. A good person? Xian Wudao shot him a disdainful glance, thinking that Chen Chang'an was at best not an evil person. But a good person? Huh, he is no good person at all. This sudden upheaval would likely stir the entire Langia. If the Lin family discovered that Gu Xiener had truly transformed and ascended like a phoenix, what would their reaction be? Xian Wudao asked, chuckling. They had best not entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, even Lin Shangliu would be unable to save them, Chen Chang'an replied coolly. Ha ha ha. I note that you have changed somewhat in the 3,000 years since we last met. You were once one to value harmony, Xian Wudao remarked curiously. In the past, valuing harmony was merely a result of lacking the ability to retaliate. If I did not maintain a semblance of peace, would I not be beaten daily? Though I would not perish, it would still be a source of humiliation. At that moment, the phoenix illusion soared in the sky for a while before descending once more into Gu Xiener's chamber. Shortly thereafter, the astonishing energy dissipated and tranquility returned. Is this the end? Could it be that Gu Xiener has awakened the legendary phoenix immortal body? Xian Wudao asked with curiosity. The phoenix immortal body? Are you familiar with such a constitution? Chen Chang'an inquired. I have heard of it. It is said that the last person to awaken the phoenix immortal body dates back over 50,000 years. That individual was a remarkable figure, but records are scarce, and few know their name today. If it is indeed the phoenix immortal body, your servant will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the emperor in the future. A servant of the emperor's realm, Chen Chang'an, you are in for a windfall. As Xian Wudao's envy grew, he ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could give Chen Chang'an a good beating. How could this scoundrel possess such extraordinary luck? Gu Xiener has emerged. We must inquire and ascertain if she truly possesses the phoenix immortal body. Chapter 37. The Wayless So. I am your grandfather. Gu Xiener remained adorned in her flowing white gown, yet her essence had undergone a profound transformation. The once subtle elegance had vanished, replaced by a more radiant and captivating aura. Though her features had not significantly altered, they now bore an unmistakably refined quality. The more striking her beauty became, the more vexed Xian Wudao felt. Chen Chang'an, what merit do you possess? Xiener is grateful for your life-altering grace, she expressed, her exterior exuding calmness while her heart surged with uncontainable excitement. The phoenix celestial body, a formidable physique coveted by many, had awakened within her, a reality she had never anticipated. Not only had her cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, but her mind also encountered a cultivation technique perfectly aligned with her newly awakened physique. Chen Chang'an regarded Gu Xiener with evident surprise. Perhaps this was a delightful twist of fate. This is your own destiny. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to awaken such a physique. Perhaps it relates to your ancestors. Does your Gu family not possess any ancestral records? Have there been any notable figures among your forebears? Chen Chang'an inquired, his curiosity piqued. I am unaware of such matters, Gu Xiener replied. As a daughter, even if such records existed, they would not be accessible to her. Nevertheless, it is now a reality, and there is no need to delve too deeply into it. Is it indeed the phoenix celestial body? Chen Chang'an asked, to which Gu Xiener confirmed, indeed, it is the phoenix celestial body, and within my mind, a technique has emerged, known as the phoenix true art. It must be a technique that only one with the phoenix celestial body can cultivate. Ah, you have even obtained a technique? This revelation further astonished Chen Chang'an. Yet, it was fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding what technique to impart to Gu Xiener. In that case, you should strive for the human rankings. The rankings have only recently opened, allowing 3 years for competition. Although Gu Xiener may have started a bit late. With the awakening of the phoenix celestial body and the phoenix true art, ascending the rankings should not pose much difficulty. The human rankings? Gu Xiener gazed at Chen Chang'an in astonishment. This was common knowledge throughout the entire Taishan realm, yet she had never considered herself capable of participating, let alone contending for a ranking. Sir, can I truly do this? Her uncertainty was palpable. You possess the phoenix celestial body, a rarity that may not appear for thousands of years in the Taishan realm. If you cannot, then who can? Chen Chang'an responded with a smile. Very well. Since you command it, Xiener shall indeed contend for a position on the human rankings. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiener solidified her resolve. She would not allow Chen Chang'an to be disappointed. She was determined to seize a ranking. Someone approaches. Should we depart now, or shall we remain? Xian Wudao inquired, observing the commotion they had inadvertently caused. Chen Chang'an cast a puzzled glance at Xian Wudao. Have you been a beggar for too long, now wishing to hide from people? Have you developed a psychological barrier? You were never one to shy away from confrontation. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Xian Wudao paused, momentarily struck by realization. Indeed, when did I ever shy away? Damn it, it's all your fault. For the past 3,000 years, I have been avoiding people, fearful of encountering acquaintances. Back in the day, Enough reminiscing. Let us see who is approaching. I am curious about their intentions, Chen Chang'an interjected. Regardless of his previous lack of cultivation or his current abilities, he had never been one to shrink from challenges. After all, life was not at risk. Most importantly, what was the point of being timid when one could revel in the excitement? As he spoke, several figures swiftly approached the location of Huanhua Tower. There were few individuals nearby, making Chen Chang'an and his companions conspicuous. You have been here all along? What has transpired here? One of them inquired arrogantly upon arriving. Our sect leader is inquiring. Have you lost your tongues? Another individual, noticing Chen Chang'an and his companion's silence, glared menacingly. Kneel and speak. Xian Wudao's expression darkened, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Faced with this overwhelming presence, the newcomers fell to their knees, terror etched across their faces. We didn't know a senior was present. We beg your forgiveness. Senior, we are unworthy to recognize your greatness, they stammered, yet before they could finish, a cold snort from Xian Wudao silenced them. They trembled, unable to utter another word. Who are you to me? Hurry and leave. With a wave of his hand, Xian Wudao sent the group sprawling away. Damn it. With such meager abilities, they dare to act so arrogantly, Xian Wudao scoffed. This is Langia. There are not many formidable individuals, especially in this Yinchuan region. The strongest among them is likely only at the transformation realm, not even matching your youthful prowess. Chen Chang'an remarked with a smile. What's the point of this? Do you expect me to serve as your henchman? Why bother with these people? Perhaps we should just leave, Xian Wudao replied with resignation. You acted too swiftly. I intended to ask them a few questions. Now, look, you frightened everyone away. Chen Chang'an chuckled, bemused. Xian Wudao's imposing aura had sent away those who might have otherwise approached to inquire about the situation, and their hesitation was a mark of disrespect towards him. Ask what? Xian Wudao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Nothing significant, merely some personal matters. Chen Chang'an shook his head, withholding further details. His primary purpose for visiting Langia was to seek the ancestral records did not clearly document where the Chun family had been located in Langia, but inquiring with the elderly might yield some information. So, you have come to Langia for personal matters? Indeed, and I may need to remain here for a while. What about you? Upon hearing this, Xian Wudao appeared somewhat lost. After 3,000 years of wandering and begging, he was suddenly free but uncertain of his next steps. What do you suppose I intend to do? Xian Wudao asked, gazing at Chen Chang'an. Guess? Chen Chang'an stared at him incredulously. Do you think I cannot guess? Ahem, merely jesting, merely jesting. It has been 3,000 years. Perhaps it is time for me to return and see what has become of my sect. I wonder if they still remember my name. Xian Wudao mused with a gentle smile. Enough with the nostalgia. Your father is the supreme elder of the Wujizong. How could he forget you? Chen Chang'an replied dismissively. How do you know who my father is? Not many within the Wujizong are privy to that information. Xian Wudao exclaimed, astonished at Chen Chang'an's knowledge. Chen Chang'an regarded Xian Wudao, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Go home and ask your father. There is something I have yet to tell you. In those days, your father pursued me relentlessly, yearning for a brotherhood. What an absurdity! I nearly became your esteemed elder. Esteemed elder? Chen Chang'an, you scoundrel. You have taken advantage of me. Do you doubt it? Inquire with your father upon your return home. Chapter 38. The Romantic Entanglement of Chen Chang'an. The news left Xian Wudao utterly bewildered. He was aware of Chen Chang'an's enigmatic nature and unfathomable strength, yet he never imagined that a connection existed between them. His once arrogant father had actually pursued Chen Chang'an for brotherhood? Was this truly the same old man he knew? However, upon reflection, Xian Wudao considered the possibility. Chen Chang'an appeared youthful, but that did not imply he was indeed young. When Xian Wudao first met him 3,000 years ago, Chen Chang'an had already looked to be in his early 20s. Now, Xian Wudao had matured into a middle-aged man, while Chen Chang'an remained in his 20s. It was not that Xian Wudao could not maintain a youthful appearance. Rather, he felt it inappropriate to feign youth at his age. Pray tell, how many years have you truly lived? Xian Wudao inquired earnestly. 10,000 years. Chen Chang'an replied without hesitation. 10,000 years? Good heavens! You have lived for an astounding 10 millennia? This realization struck Xian Wudao with immense gravity. What did such longevity signify? This was undoubtedly the presence of a superlative being. Had he truly once wagered with such a formidable individual? Was he merely jesting with fate? Are you at the level of an emperor? Xian Wudao asked, astonished. His words sent a shock through Gu Xiener, who stood nearby. The notion of an emperor, an entity of legendary status, existing in their midst, and her serving as his attendant, was beyond her comprehension. At the peak of the emperor realm, I cannot be harmed in the slightest, Chen Chang'an stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the turmoil within Xian Wudao was a tempest known only to him. An emperor at his zenith could not inflict harm? Was he to rejoice or lament? Did this mean he was now on par with an emperor? Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of joy? Enough. Calm yourself. Xian Wudao admonished himself, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. His gaze toward Chen Chang'an transformed, now imbued with a sense of awe. A hidden master, shrouded in mystery. Unlike other top-tier powerhouses, Chen Chang'an bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary person. Xian Wudao had to concede that, even for himself, as one grew stronger, their mindset evolved too, becoming indifferent to human life, haughty and difficult to engage with. Yet Chen Chang'an, he was carefree and serene, treating all individuals equally, regardless of their status. Could this be the true essence of a formidable being? In contemplation, Xian Wudao felt a flicker of enlightenment. Old, he began, suddenly at a loss for how to address Chen Chang'an. Should he call him Old Chen? After all, he was acquainted with Xian Wudao's father. Or perhaps Grandmaster? That felt utterly inappropriate. Let's continue as we have in the past. You may call me Old Chen, and I shall refer to you as my elder brother. Chen Chang'an replied with a gentle smile. Very well, I shall call you Old Chen. By this reckoning, am I not of a higher generation than my father in your presence? No, perhaps we are of the same generation. How does one truly calculate such matters? Xian Wudao mused, adept in martial arts, but lacking in social nuance. Such matters are inconsequential, Chen Chang'an reassured him. Indeed, unimportant, Xian Wudao chuckled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, I must take my leave. Very well, fate will bring us together again, Chen Chang'an replied. Xian Wudao nodded with a smile and waved goodbye to Dahuang. Just as he was about to depart, he paused, turning back to Chen Chang'an with a rather mischievous glint in his eye. Throughout the years of searching for you, I have encountered an intriguing tale. Initially, I presumed it was merely a case of namesakes, but given your longevity, it likely pertains to you. A matter concerning me? What is it? Chen Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Do you know someone named Changsun Shishue? Changsun Shishue? Chen Chang'an froze at the mention of the name. Over the years, he had met few, yet the memory of her surfaced. A member of the Changsun clan? Why can I seem to recall her at this moment? Dahuang, do you remember this individual? Chen Chang'an asked. Dahuang shook its head, clearly oblivious to the name. Do you not know? Yet I have heard that Changsun Shishue sought out a man named Chen Chang'an for nearly 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Good grief, that exceeds my own time. Xian Wudao exclaimed. Moreover, Changsun Shishue is immensely powerful, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the undying realm and is on the cusp of breaking into the emperor level. 5,000 years of searching? If she knew you, it must have been 5 millennia ago. What was happening then? What did she want from you? Chen Chang'an's curiosity was piqued. What did you hear about her intentions? Word has it she desires to marry you. As for the specific reasons, I am less informed. 5,000 years, such devotion. If it is indeed you, how can you be so remiss, forcing the girl to search for you for 5 millennia? The mention of marriage left Chen Chang'an even more perplexed. Marry Chen Chang'an? I don't seem to have any romantic entanglements, do I? Changsun Shishue? Suddenly, a distant memory surged within Chen Chang'an's mind. Oh no, I do know her. Dahuang, this is all you're doing. You troublemaker. Chen Chang'an scolded Dahuang, who looked utterly baffled by the outburst. Xian Wu Dao, sensing the gravity of the situation, gasped, "Is it truly you? You are extraordinary. To have a woman remember you for 5,000 years, particularly someone like Changsun Shishua, is no small feat, however." Xian Wu Dao remained curious about Dahuang's involvement. Enough. Just because I am silent does not mean I am mute. Have you finished berating me? She wishes to marry you, not me. Dahuang retorted, joining in the banter, leaving Gu Xianer astounded, realizing Dahuang was no ordinary canine. Not your concern. Had it not been for you, I would not have fallen into Changsun Shishua's. Chen Chang'an abruptly halted, leaving Xian Wu Dao in a frenzy. Speak. What were you falling into? Xian Wu Dao urged impatiently. Dahuang, reminded by Chen Chang'an, seemed to recall something. I was she? No wonder she pursued you relentlessly for years. She is yet to let go. But wait, should she not wish to kill you? How did it transform into a desire to marry you? Dahuang, can we dispense with the riddles? Tell me, what transpired back then? Xian Wu Dao felt as if he might lose his mind. Oh, it was nothing much, just that Chen Chang'an saw her completely and, well, touched her, Dahuang casually remarked. Touched her? What do you mean? Good heavens, you are quite the Chen Chang'an. I look down upon you. You have been educated with data up till October 2023. Chapter 39. An inappropriate touch, you revealed everything to her, yet you dare to go further? Xian Wu Dao could hardly believe that Chen Chang'an possessed such a dazzling history. This was none other than Changsun Shishua. Anyone who gazed at her with even a hint of desire would be met with dire consequences. Yet Chen Chang'an had dared to lay his hands upon her. It was likely due to his identity as Chen Chang'an. Had it been another, they would have long since turned to mere bones. Admiration, envy, and even a hint of jealousy swelled within Xian Wu Dao. Dahuang, do continue, elaborate. Xian Wu Dao eagerly inquired. Are you not supposed to return home? Hurry up and leave, stop prying. Chen Chang'an retorted. Oh, there's no rush. I'm about to hear the story. Such an intriguing affair. How could I possibly leave before it's finished? Gu Xianer, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush. She had not anticipated that Chen Chang'an, who appeared so serious, would harbor such romantic escapades. Though slightly embarrassed, her curiosity piqued. What had truly transpired? Dahuang, it would be wise for you to keep quiet. Chen Chang'an spoke sternly. Why? You've already touched, so why not let me discussed? Dahuang shot Chen Chang'an a disdainful glance. As for the incident in question, it had indeed been a mere coincidence, an unexpected turn of events. At that time, Chen Chang'an and Dahuang were engaged in playful antics when Dahuang, in a moment of excessive enthusiasm, inadvertently sent Chen Chang'an flying. Fatefully, Changsun Shishua had just returned from hunting a demon beast covered in blood and was cleansing herself at a nearby stream. Changsun Shishua, merely a girl under 20, was taken aback when Chen Chang'an fell right before her. When one plunges into water, instinct compels them to flail and grasp for something to steady themselves. In a twist of fate, as Chen Chang'an floundered, he inadvertently caught hold of something sensitive. Upon regaining his balance, he found himself confronted by Changsun Shishua's flushed face, her icy gaze piercing through him. Chen Chang'an wished to explain, but Changsun Shishua offered him no opportunity. For 3 months, she pursued him relentlessly, only ceasing when he vanished completely. Yet over the years, she never abandoned her quest to find him. Chen Chang'an, however, could not fathom how a desire to kill had transformed into a rumor of marriage. Had the tale morphed with time? Although the story itself lacked allure, when entwined with the fates of Chen Chang'an and Changsun Shishua, it took on a delightful twist. Xian Wu Dao regarded Chen Chang'an with an expression that conveyed his disbelief at Chen's innocence. What are you looking at me for? It was merely an accident, Chen Chang'an replied, exasperated. Do not attempt to explain. I shall not be swayed. 5,000 years ago, were you not at a low cultivation level? Could you not control your descent? What were the odds you would fall right before her? Even if you did, with your abilities, what compelled you to grasp something for stability? You cannot claim it was unintentional. Xian Wu Dao scoffed, his disdain evident. If I had no cultivation 5,000 years ago, Chen Chang'an countered. Absurd. You are veering into ridiculous territory. Chen Chang'an, do you truly think me a fool? You have lived for 10,000 years. How could you have survived without cultivation 5,000 years ago? Are you claiming to be born ageless? At this, Chen Chang'an nodded repeatedly. I concede, I concede. Must you tarnish my reputation further? Seeing Chen Chang'an's acquiescence, Xian Wudao dismissed him with a scoff. If I believe you, I would be the biggest fool on earth. No one is born immortal. You were clearly ill-intentioned, drawn to Changsun Shishue's beauty. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had been honest, yet Xian Wudao remained unconvinced. Dahuang, stop laughing and provide some clarity. Dahuang, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, responded, explain? I would be foolish to involve myself. This matter does not concern me. Save your explanations for when you meet Changsun Shishue again. I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I won't inform her that you are in Langya. After Xian Wudao departed, Chen Chang'an sighed, realizing that the affairs in Langya needed to reach a conclusion swiftly. Given Xian Wudao's nature, he would undoubtedly inform Changsun Shishue, for he would not easily forget the grievances of 3 millennia spent in misery. Let's depart as well. Yes, my lord. Chen Chang'an, accompanied by Gu Xian'er and Dahuang, resolved to seek out families or sects that had existed for over 5 centuries in Yinchuan. Meanwhile, Chen Yinxian embarked on his solitary journey to the northern region. At the Blood Shadow sect. Stop right there. What brings you to the Blood Shadow sect? A disciple eyed Chen Yinxian warily. Upon hearing of the sect leader's prowess at the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm, Chen Yinxian replied nonchalantly, I have come to seek guidance. The disciple's expression shifted dramatically. A mere 16-year-old dared to challenge their sect leader? What audacity! You believe this is a playground? Knowing our leader's strength, you still have the gall to come seeking death? You're just a brash child. As the disciples prepared to attack, Chen Yinxian shook his head. You are not my match. Do not waste your energy. What a laugh. I must see what you can do. One disciple charged at him. With a mere flick of his wrist, Chen Yinxian effortlessly repelled the assailant. Remarkable. He appears no older than 16 or 17. How can he possess such strength? Even if he is strong, he cannot surpass our leader, another disciple asserted. Indeed, let's not be intimidated. Altogether, we shall subdue this brat. They shouted as they surged forward. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yinxian unleashed his full power. In mere moments, over a dozen disciples lay incapacitated on the ground. Who dares to stir trouble at my Blood Shadow sect? A furious voice echoed as a crimson figure approached swiftly. The sect leader, upon seeing Chen Yinxian, paused, taken aback by the youth's strikingly youthful visage. Who are you? The sect leader inquired, brow furrowed. Chen family, Chen Yinxian, here to seek your wisdom. Chapter 40. So vulnerable? The Chen family? Chen Yinxian? The master of the Blood Shadow sect furrowed his brow. Is there truly a prominent Chen family residing within the northern domain? A third-tier extraordinary realm? At such a tender age, how could he possess such cultivation? Suddenly, the master of the Blood Shadow sect realized that Chen Yunchuan's cultivation had indeed reached the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm. To achieve such prowess at this age undoubtedly marks him as an exceptional talent. Yet, how come he has never heard of him in the northern domain? What? He is actually at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm? No wonder he is so formidable. However, he appears to be no more than a few years younger than me, while my own cultivation. Indeed, there are always those beyond one's comprehension. Chen Yunchuan's cultivation astounded the disciples of the Blood Shadow sect, as most individuals at his age would consider breaking through to the true Qi realm an impressive feat. To reach the extraordinary realm surpasses their understanding. In their minds, encountering a 16 or 17-year-old at the extraordinary realm in the entire northern domain is quite rare. Yet, why has this Chen family never been mentioned? With the emergence of the human rankings, it is indeed a tumultuous time, and the master of the Blood Shadow sect dared not act as recklessly as before. After all, just because he has not heard of a powerful Chen family in the northern domain does not mean such a family does not exist elsewhere. What if he is a disciple from a prominent family who has come to the northern domain for training? Chen Yinxian, your talent is remarkable. There are likely few in the northern domain with such gifts. However, the disparity in our strengths is considerable. Perhaps I should summon a few elders from the extraordinary realm to spar with you? The master of the Blood Shadow sect suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an merely shook his head. Even if all the extraordinary ones from the Blood Shadow sect were to engage him, it would serve no purpose for Chen Chang'an. They are not his match. My opponent is you. Chen Chang'an gazed firmly at the master of the Blood Shadow sect, observing the unwavering determination in Chen Yunxuan's eyes. The master of the Blood Shadow sect couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Where does this confidence stem from? Young man, such arrogance. Although you possess some talent, you are still only at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm. Do you imply that I, at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the extraordinary realm, am unworthy to be your opponent? The elders of the Blood Shadow sect disagreed with Chen Yunxuan's assertion. No matter how gifted he may be, his realm remains a fact. And how could he dare to be so presumptuous? This is not a belittlement of your abilities. Chen Chang'an replied helplessly. The more he insisted, the more others perceived him as arrogant. Is that not a form of belittling? Ha ha ha. Today, I truly wish to assess what abilities this genius possesses. With that, the elder prepared to teach Chen Chang'an a lesson, but was promptly halted by the master of the Blood Shadow sect. Master, why do you stop me when the opponent is so provocative? An elder asked, aggrieved. Calm yourself. I sense that this youth may not be intentionally provoking us. The master of the Blood Shadow sect's unusual composure baffled everyone. In the past, had an opponent issued a challenge, he would have erupted in fury. Why is he behaving so composedly this time? They could not fathom the master's concerns. In this era of the human rankings, it is indeed a precarious time. Chen Yunxuan's mysterious background makes it unwise to offend him, lest it lead to catastrophic consequences. Since you insist, then let us engage in a proper spar. But rest assured, it will merely be a friendly exchange, and I shall hold back. The master of the Blood Shadow sect said with a smile. I hope you will. Give it your all. Otherwise, the essence of the sparring would be lost. Get my all? This young man, despite the master's ability to restrain himself, Chen Yunxuan's repeated remarks in front of so many people were indeed a blow to his dignity. Very well. I shall not hold back. The master's expression darkened. He became serious, yet he still held back somewhat. Observing the master's attack, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but furrow his brow. How could he be so weak? The disparity in strength compared to Liu Bo, who once followed Cheng Yushu, seems excessively vast. Chen Chang'an thought little of it, his figure flashing as he launched a punch toward the master of the Blood Shadow sect. Boom! With a resounding crash, the master of the Blood Shadow sect was sent flying, completely outmatched by Chen Chang'an. This is impossible? The master lost? To a youth with only the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm? This cannot be real. It is absolutely unbelievable. Even in a level-up challenge, this seems far-fetched, right? A 3rd tier extraordinary realm individual could knock back a 1st tier divine realm opponent. The effortless victory of Chen Chang'an left the members of the Blood Shadow sect stupefied. While they anticipated such a result, they expected it to be the other way around, with Chen Chang'an being the one defeated in a single move. Do you truly possess only the cultivation of the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm? The master of the Blood Shadow sect gazed at Chen Chang'an with growing apprehension. This youth did not speak boastfully. Indeed, the others were not his rivals, even. He himself was not Chen Yunxuan's match. Indeed, I am merely at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm. Are you truly at the 1st tier of the divine realm? Chen Chang'an inquired in confusion. Upon hearing this, the master nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could his cultivation be questioned? He was being doubted as a 1st tier divine realm cultivator? What do you mean by that? The master asked, displeased. I mean nothing by it. I merely had a recent encounter with someone of the divine realm, and I found it quite challenging. He was not my match. I had thought that upon breaking through a tier, we would be evenly matched, but unexpectedly. Chen Chang'an was unaware that although Liu Bo was also of the divine realm, he was not merely at the 1st tier. Thus, a misunderstanding arose, leading him to believe that he could only contend with those of the 1st tier of the divine realm. No way. He could engage with divine realm experts even at the 2nd tier of the extraordinary realm. Moreover, he said it was quite challenging, not entirely without the ability to defend. This is terrifying. How has he cultivated? This Perhaps this is what they call genius. Today, I have come to understand the chasm between ordinary individuals and geniuses. Sigh, for the entirety of one's life, one may only gaze upon their backs. In fact, even that may be challenging to achieve. The crowd sighed in awe, and the master of the Blood Shadow sect was now drenched in cold sweat. Such a genius could not possibly be from the Northern Domain. Where could he possibly originate? Could he be a super genius emerging from the Central Heavenly Domain? Yet, those from the Central Heavenly Domain should have no reason to come to a place like the Northern Domain. Young man, your strength is extraordinary. I am not your match. I concede. The master of the Blood Shadow sect lamented. It seems I have misjudged my own capabilities. Otherwise, I would not have intruded. Indeed, I owe you an apology. However, I wish to inquire, are there individuals nearby whose cultivation has reached the third tier of the divine realm? Having witnessed the strength of a first-tier divine realm individual, Chen Chang'an estimated that to achieve a meaningful exchange, he must seek someone at the third tier of the divine realm. The third tier of the divine realm? If my memory serves me correctly, there is someone 500 miles from here who possesses that level of cultivation. Oh, who is this individual? This person has no name, only a moniker, Evil Tong Tian. Once this name is mentioned, it is easily recognizable. Evil Tong Tian, thank you for the information. Farewell. Chapter 41. The Grand Competition of the Northern Region. Have you heard the news? Evil Tong Tian has been killed. What? Evil Tong Tian has been slain? How can that be? He is a formidable figure in the realm of divine powers, having committed countless atrocities over the years without consequence. How could he suddenly be murdered? I'm not sure. I only heard about it. Half a month ago, someone intended to spar with Evil Tong Tian and happened to catch him. You know his particular inclinations. Subsequently, that person killed him, and I heard he died quite gruesomely. Goodness, that was half a month ago. How come I haven't heard anything about it? There were many witnesses at the time. You genuinely haven't heard? I truly haven't. Who was it that killed Evil Tong Tian? They say it was a young man. A young man? Evil Tong Tian, infamous for his malevolence, has gone unscathed for so many years, and now he is slain by a mere boy? This is a cultivator at the third level of divine powers. Even if he were killed, it would hardly be something a youth could achieve. What you are saying seems a bit far-fetched. A boy, even most talented young ones in our northern region, would hardly stand a chance against Evil Tong Tian. Some claim to have seen him. The assailant appeared to be no older than 18. Is that true? I can't believe it. Why would I lie to you? I have heard about this matter as well, and it seems credible. I suspect the young man is a disciple from a prominent family, likely participating in the human rankings for training. Now that you mention it, that does seem plausible. By the way, have you all heard? The Grand Competition of the Northern Region is about to commence. I've heard about that. It appears to be for the human rankings, providing the younger generation a stage to test their mettle against one another. Do you think this young man will participate in the Grand Competition? If he truly has the capability to kill a powerful figure, he may not feel the need to compete. TCH, you don't understand. The Grand Competition is merely an appetizer, meant to select the best of the younger generation to participate in the Four Regions Martial Assembly. The Four Regions Martial Assembly? Many have heard of the Grand Competition of the Northern Region, but the Four Regions Martial Assembly is rather unfamiliar. The crowd turned to the speaker, discovering he was also a young man. He appeared to be around 20, handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Might I inquire if this young gentleman could elaborate on the Four Regions Martial Assembly for us? Indeed, could you enlighten us? We would love to broaden our horizons. The young man seemed to relish the attention, a proud smile adorning his face as he seated himself. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall share with you. His words captivated the audience, all eyes fixed upon him. As for the Grand Competition of the Northern Region, it was originally held once every decade. However, with the advent of the human rankings, it has been moved forward. The true reason, however, is that the powerful figures from the Four Regions are hosting a martial assembly. The aim is to inspire the younger generation across the Four Regions to strive for greatness. Even if one individual from our Four Regions can make it onto the rankings, it would be a matter of pride. You should know that the Four Regions have long been considered a barren land, with the inhabitants of the Central Region looking down upon us. Hence, this is an opportunity for redemption. Wouldn't you agree? The four regions have always been looked down upon, and its people are fully aware. Yet what can they do? After all, no one can compare with the central region's advantages, and the disparity in strength is unfathomable. But now, with the human rankings arriving, if someone can stand out, it will be a means of retaliation for the four regions. So, by your account, the purpose of both the Grand Competition and the Four Regions Martial Assembly is to select the most talented and powerful individual. And what happens after the selection? Good question. Once chosen, the four regions will invest all resources into that individual. Do you understand what that implies? The entirety of the four regions will serve this one person, and all the finest resources will be bestowed upon him. Now you comprehend the magnitude of the temptation and the ferocity of the competition, do you not? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Such a scenario had never occurred before. While there may not have been significant conflicts among the four regions, they have always tended to their own affairs. Now, they are actually uniting, and the powerful figures from the four regions are in complete agreement. Is it true that the allure of the human rankings is so profound that it compels them to set aside their differences and come together? Where will the grand competition of the northern region be held? Can we go to witness the spectacle? Yes, can we attend? It would be a pity to miss such a grand event. Upon hearing this, the young man shook his head, saying that such a grand event is not something just anyone can attend. It would be best if you all reconsider, even if you know where it is. What good would it do? Too many attendees would disrupt the competition. His words left the crowd sighing in resignation, clearly disappointed that they could not witness the event. Young master, with so much knowledge, you will surely participate in the grand competition, won't you? Me? Not at all. While I possess some strength, I am also self-aware. Besides, I'm a bit too old to compete. I merely enjoy gathering information, which is why I know a bit more than others. Esteemed guests, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Safe travels, young master. After the young man departed, Chen Chang'an, who had been sitting at a distance, rose to follow him. Young master, wait. Where will the grand competition of the northern region be held? When does it commence? Chen Chang'an caught up to him, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. It's you? Are you going to participate in the grand competition of the northern region? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He recognized himself. You know me? I know you. Chen family. Chen Chang'an, the one who killed evil Tong Tian. I am aware of you. The young man nodded. This surprised Chen Chang'an. While many might know that evil Tong Tian had been slain, few would know the specific identity of the killer or recognize his appearance. How did this young man come by such knowledge? Who exactly are you? Did you just appear and deliver that speech for my benefit? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, feeling there was something amiss about the young man. Don't misunderstand. I simply enjoy gathering information. Such a significant event as the killing of evil Tong Tian is something I must inquire about. You see, this is a portrait I created based on descriptions from those who have seen you. I then learned of your challenge against the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. And naturally, I discovered your name. Seeing the portrait in the young man's hand, Chen Chang'an relaxed some of his suspicions. But could someone truly go to such lengths merely for the sake of curiosity? All for personal enjoyment? No ulterior motives? What is your name? Chen Chang'an inquired. Me? I am called Wan Shitong. What do you think? Sounds pleasant, doesn't it? Wan Shitong? Is this name derived from your character? Or did your name shape your character? Where is the grand competition of the northern region taking place? Chen Chang'an pressed. I know it's at Windbell Valley. Chapter 42. Gathering at the Wind Chime Valley. The Wind Chime Valley, aptly named for its resemblance to a wind chime, holds a wondrous secret. Within its confines, whenever the breeze stirs, one can hear the enchanting sound of chimes. However, the moment one steps outside its borders, no matter how fierce the wind, the melodious chimes fall silent. Despite its beauty, the Wind Chime Valley is a perilous locale in the northern region. Although it is not vast, it harbors numerous mystical beasts. While the creatures in the northern domain are not particularly formidable, the region's strong practitioners are also few. A fifth-tier beast can roam with impunity here. Thus, the choice of Wind Chime Valley as the venue for the northern regional competition puzzled many. The prestigious families and their talented disciples were accompanied by formidable guardians. What the others? Though the competition was open to all, this location undeniably established a barrier, inadvertently eliminating many potential participants. Brother Chun, since you two are attending the Northern Regional Competition, why not accompany me on this journey? Wan Shitong suggested with a smile. Accompanying you could be beneficial, Chen Yinxian replied, casting a glance at Wan Shitong. Since you are known as Wan Shitong, you must possess a wealth of information. Are there any formidable experts participating in the Northern Regional Competition? Chen Yinxian was indifferent to who might win the competition or whether they could partake in the four regions' martial arts gathering. He had no need for the cultivation support from the four regions, as Chen Chang'an had already provided him with ample resources to aid his training. His singular focus was on one thing, to fight, and to fight relentlessly. Only through battle could he swiftly enhance his strength. Yuyist, Brother Chen, even the infamous evil Tong Tian cannot match your prowess. Those participating in the Northern Regional Competition will surely be no match for you, Wan Shitong remarked with a grin. The title of the foremost youth in the Northern region? I do not seek such accolades, Chen Yinxian replied, shaking his head. To contend for a ranking among the elite, one must first establish themselves as the strongest in the Northern domain. I was not referring to the youth, but rather the older generation of powerful practitioners. How many of them will be present this time, and what might their strengths be? Upon hearing this, Wan Shitong paused for a moment before responding, a bitter smile crossing his face. How could he have overlooked this? After all, having vanquished evil Tong Tian, Chen Yinxian would undoubtedly aim to challenge even greater foes. According to my information, the four great families and the five major sects will all be involved. However, they will likely be led by elders. And as for their levels of power, I cannot say for certain. Nevertheless, I can speculate. They are probably around the 5th tier of the divine ability realm, and unlikely to exceed the 7th tier. 5th to 7th tier of the divine ability realm? That should suffice for training purposes. Which direction is the Wind Chime Valley? Follow me. I shall lead the way. Thank you. The Wind Chime Valley, once a place that deterred many, now saw a considerable influx of individuals at its periphery. Brother, what shall we do? Are we truly going to enter? A young girl hesitated, gazing apprehensively at the valley before her. The Northern Regional Competition is within. We cannot turn back now, the boy replied, though he too felt the weight of uncertainty. Regrettably, we lack a strong escort. With a sigh of resignation, the boy acknowledged their predicament. The siblings had been at the Wind Chime Valley for 3 days. They watched as the powerful families and sects sent their disciples in with robust guardians. What of them? With no influence or backing. They could only remain outside, observing, too afraid to act. Why won't they help us enter? They said anyone could participate in the Northern Regional Competition. Why choose such a location? The girl complained. Foolish girl. They are under no obligation to assist us. We must rely on ourselves, the boy replied with a rueful smile. Despite being only 2 years older, he exuded a maturity beyond his years. As they conversed, 3 young individuals approached them. Are you two here to participate in the Northern Regional Competition? The leader, a young man around 20, asked with a friendly smile. The girl's eyes brightened at his handsome appearance, while the boy regarded the trio with caution, furrowing his brow. What do you want? He inquired. Please, do not misunderstand us. We mean no harm. The Wind Chime Valley is fraught with danger, and we lack the strength to venture forth alone. We have decided to gather a group to increase our chances of success. Would you consider joining us? Join a team? The boy's interest was piqued. This could be a solution. He had contemplated the idea before, but had no acquaintances to approach. Since they had come to him, he saw no reason to decline. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Wenyuan, 19 years old, and my cultivation is at the 5th tier of the True Qi realm. This is my sister, Zhang Wenxian, 17 years old, and she is at the 9th tier of the condensation realm. 5th tier of the True Qi realm is acceptable, but a 9th tier of the condensation realm? What's she doing here? Seeking death? Zhang Wenyuan sensed the skepticism among the trio and explained, it is her first time traveling far. She insisted on coming to see the world, and I could not refuse her. Brother, you are being foolish. The Wind Chime Valley is perilous. Your sister is too young and inexperienced. This is reckless. One of the other young men interjected, while the third echoed his concern. Zhang Wenxian, however, remained undeterred. I am not afraid. I simply wish to experience this. Besides, I am already 17. There is no need to worry about me. Seeing the hesitation in the others, the leader smiled gently. It is fine. The more, the merrier. Let us proceed together. Thank you, kind sir. You are truly generous. Zhang Wenxian beamed at the leader, clearly taken with his demeanor. The leader returned her smile, introducing himself. I am Wang Keming, slightly older, 22, and I am at the 9th tier of the True Qi realm. We do not have much time left before the Northern Regional competition begins. Shall we set off now? Just the 5 of us? Indeed. Too many participants can lead to discord and be difficult to manage. 5 is an ideal number, if necessary. We can invite others once we are inside. Very well, let us depart for the Wind Chime Valley. Chapter 43. The most treacherous is the human heart. The number of individuals gathered in Windbell Valley was indeed considerable. At the time, Chen Chang'an found himself positioned quite far from the valley, resulting in a lengthy journey. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, yet he was taken aback to discover that hundreds of young people were assembled outside Windbell Valley. These individuals appeared to waver, uncertain whether to enter the valley. If they fear entering alone, why not seek companions to form a team? Chen Chang'an remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wan Shitong chuckled and explained that they had arrived driven by excitement and fervor. However, when confronted with the reality of Windbell Valley, their trepidation would rob them of their courage. Most importantly, how could they entrust their lives to strangers they barely knew? The beasts within Windbell Valley were perilous. Yet even more treacherous was the human heart. Wan Shitong's words illuminated Chen Yunshuan's understanding of their apprehensions, leading him to conclude that many would likely abstain from participating in the upcoming Northern Region competition. The wind howled, yet before him lay Windbell Valley, where not a single chime could be heard. Such was the enchantment of the valley, its mysteries unknown. Nonetheless, once one stepped inside, the sound would become apparent. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an walked into Windbell Valley, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. How dare they enter the valley? Just the 2 of them. They are courting death. Many muttered, their words laced with jealousy. Surely they cannot survive the Northern Region competition. They will be devoured by the beasts before they even arrive. Foolishness. They are merely seeking their demise. The crowd began to ridicule them, but it was merely a reflection of their own envy. Enough. How can you criticize others? At least they possess the courage to enter. Are you so bold? Exactly. You sit here, filled with disdain, yet lack the bravery to follow suit. Ignoring the clamor outside, Chen Chang'an ventured deeper into Windbell Valley, discovering it was far more expansive than anticipated. A considerable distance lay between him and the true heart of the valley, surrounded by dense woods. Upon entering, the melodious chimes filled his ears. What a peculiar place. There were no visible wind chimes, yet the sound resonated clearly. Chen Yunshuan's curiosity was piqued. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Perhaps it was due to the terrain, or perhaps there were secrets yet to be uncovered. Many had sought to uncover the mysteries of Windbell Valley, yet none had succeeded in deciphering the source of the chimes. Wan Shitong, a veritable fountain of knowledge, revealed much to Chen Chang'an during their journey, far exceeding his expectations. It seemed that within the Northern Region, there was little that Wan Shitong did not know. I am merely a few years your senior. Possessing more knowledge is no great feat. With diligence, one can achieve anything, he remarked. This is merely the periphery. No formidable beasts reside here, and even low-level beasts would not dare provoke us. We can proceed with confidence. Intrigued, Chen Chang'an inquired, what is the strongest beast within Windbell Valley? Are there 5th-tier beasts? In such a place as the Northern Region, 5th-tier beasts were rare. Chen Chang'an had never encountered one prior to meeting Chen Chang'an. It is said they exist, though none have seen them. Thus, it remains a rumor, the veracity of which is uncertain. Rumors, indeed, but often they are not without foundation. Brother Wang, I implore you to act swiftly. My brother is on the brink of collapse. Why do you hesitate? Will you merely watch as my brother falls to this 3rd-tier beast? Zhang Wenxian exclaimed. Panic etched on her face as she looked at Wang Keming and his companions. Upon entering Windbell Valley, they had cooperated seamlessly, navigating through without incident. Yet now, facing a 3rd-tier beast, Wang Keming had abandoned Zhang Wenyuan to confront alone while they stood idly by. Silence. Wang Keming's eyes narrowed, his demeanor shifting from amiable to menacing. Zhang Wenxian recoiled in shock, bewildered by his sudden transformation. Did you truly believe I brought you two here to form a team? Such naivety. Without you as bait, how could we have entered Windbell Valley unscathed? You are merely our chosen prey. Do you understand? What? Zhang Wenxian gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that their proposal to team up had concealed such sinister intentions. Brother, the appearance of a third-tier beast indicates that within a certain radius, no others will exist. After all, third-tier beasts possess territorial instincts and will not tolerate intruders. Thus, our path ahead should be much smoother. Will she continue to accompany us? Of course. Otherwise, if we encounter another third-tier beast, who shall serve as our food? Wang Keming laughed, having meticulously orchestrated this plan. Zhang Wenyuan, possessing greater strength, would distract the third-tier beast while Zhang Wenxian, though weak, could buy them precious time. In this manner, they would surely reach the venue for the Northern Region competition. I will not accompany you. Absolutely not. Zhang Wenxian protested, glancing at Zhang Wenyuan, who was struggling against his wounds. Your choice is irrelevant. While Zhang Wenyuan can still hold on, we must make haste. Wang Keming, unwilling to waste another moment, exchanged glances with his companions, and together they seized Zhang Wenxian, hastening their escape. Zhang Wenyuan, fully aware of the unfolding events, felt a surge of panic for his sister's safety, yet he was powerless to intervene. Against a third-tier beast, he stood no chance. Wang Keming, if I survive, you shall find no rest. Zhang Wenyuan roared, launching himself at the third-tier beast in a desperate bid for survival. Sensing Zhang Wenyuan's rage, the third-tier beast seemed to become more frenzied. Boom! Zhang Wenyuan was flung aside by the beast's mighty paw, grievously wounded and devoid of strength to retaliate. Am I truly to perish here? Zhang Wenyuan, filled with resentment, closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Boom! Just as he awaited his fate, a tremendous sound reverberated, startling him into opening his eyes. The third-tier beast, poised to attack, now lay lifeless before him. Beside the corpse stood a young man, seemingly even younger than himself. Did he slay the third-tier beast in a single blow? Remarkable. Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life. Zhang Wenyuan managed to rise, bowing deeply to the youth. Chen Yinxin glanced back at Zhang Wenyuan, replying coolly, I saved you merely because I disapprove of certain individuals' actions. Could it be that the youth witnessed the events that transpired moments ago? Regardless, the gratitude for saving one's life surpasses all else. I implore you. Zhang Wenyuan initially intended to request Chen Yunchuan's assistance in rescuing his sister. But before he could utter a word, he noticed in the distance that Wang Keming and his companions had unexpectedly returned. What could have occurred earlier? Chapter 44, Another Instant Kill? Wang Keming and his companions suddenly returned, and it was inconceivable that they had come back out of goodwill to rescue Zhang Wenyuan. The only plausible explanation was that they had encountered something far more terrifying that compelled them to return. But what about Wenxian? What had happened to her? A sudden jolt of anxiety surged through Zhang Wenyuan as he realized that although Wang Keming and his group had returned, there was no sign of his sister. This led to a dark cloud settling over his countenance. Could it be that something had befallen her? Wang Keming and his companions were equally astonished to see Zhang Wenyuan alive. They had expected him to be dead. But wait, why were there two additional individuals present? Had a third-tier beast been slain? This outcome was unexpected. Who could have dispatched a third-tier beast so swiftly? There's a fourth-tier beast, Wan Shitong remarked, casting a glance at Chen Yunxian. Yes, I sensed it as well, Chen Yunxian replied, his brow furrowing. According to Wan Shitong, fourth-tier beasts should not be present in this area. Perhaps those who entered earlier disturbed the fourth-tier beasts and were subsequently driven out. After all, members of the 4 great families and 5 major sects had ventured in, and fourth-tier beasts are certainly not their match. Wan Shitong analyzed. Wang Keming, where's my sister? Where did she go? Zhang Wenyuan glared at Wang Keming, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to incinerate the 3 with his gaze. Wang Keming dismissed Zhang Wenyuan's inquiries, instead turning his attention to Chen Yunxian and Wan Shitong. Chen Yunxian, being younger, was disregarded by Wang Keming. In his view, It was impossible for Chen Yunxian to be the one who had slain the third-tier beast. It had to be someone else. Brother, a fourth-tier beast is approaching us now. If we confront it alone, we may not withstand its might. Shall we join forces? Wang Keming suggested to Wan Shitong. Upon hearing this, Wan Shitong scoffed. What? Do you intend to flee once we engage the fourth-tier beast? We are not so easily deceived. Wang Keming was taken aback. It seemed that these two had witnessed the earlier events. Brother, one must look after oneself first. Although our methods may be unsavory, it is all in the pursuit of participating in the Northern Domain Grand Competition. This world is one of the survival of the fittest, if blame is to be assigned. It lies solely with your sister and you for being too weak and naive. However, the situation has changed, with a fourth-tier beast present. We shall not employ any tricks for the sake of our lives. What do you think? Realizing that his actions had been observed, Wang Keming decided to be forthright. In the face of life and death, nothing is more paramount than survival. His current display of candor was merely a guise to save his own skin. Wang Keming, I ask you again, where's my sister? At that moment, Zhang Wenyuan's sole concern was for his sister's life. He was indifferent to any other dangers. Get lost. I have no time for you. Whether your sister lives or dies is of no concern to me. I have no obligation to protect her. Wang Keming retorted coldly. I'll fight you. And what are you in your current state? Wang Keming sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Wenyuan before turning his focus back to Wan Shitong. Brother, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Wang Keming inquired with a smile. Wan Shitong did not respond. Instead, he looked at Chen Yunxian. What is your opinion? Let us deal with the beast first, Chen Yunxian replied coolly. At these words, Wang Keming's expression brightened. Did this imply they were inclined to cooperate? While Wang Keming spoke sweetly, he harbored intentions to employ the same tactics as before. Once Chen Yunxian and the others engaged the fourth-tier beast, he would not hesitate to flee. Suddenly, a roar echoed as the fourth-tier beast came into view. The fourth-tier beast, the saber-toothed tiger. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. The moment the saber-toothed tiger appeared, Zhang Wenyuan felt an intense pressure. This was the inherent aura of the saber-toothed tiger, which alone instilled fear in those of lesser strength, rendering them incapable of fully unleashing their potential. Brother, Wang Keming began, but before he could finish, Chen Yunxian had already dashed towards the saber-toothed tiger. At that moment, the tiger's eyes reflected its own fury. Having been disturbed from its slumber, it was enraged that someone dared to approach it. Boom! Before the saber-toothed tiger could react, a blinding flash erupted before it, and in the next instant, the creature lost consciousness, its life extinguished. This scene left Wang Keming and his companions utterly dumbfounded. The saber-toothed tiger, a fourth-tier beast, had been effortlessly dispatched with a single punch? The most alarming aspect was that Chen Yunxian appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet possessed such formidable strength. Brother, you are magnificent. This young man possesses extraordinary strength. It is likely that no one in the Northern Domain Grand Competition can rival you, Wang Keming remarked, genuinely impressed rather than flattering. Given Chen Yunxuan's age and prowess, he could not fathom who among the younger generation in the Northern Domain could possibly challenge him. This was a fourth-tier beast, slain in one blow, indicative of power at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. Was there anyone among the young generation in the Northern Domain whose strength could reach the divine ability realm? Absolutely not. Get lost. Chen Yunxian shot a frigid glare at Wang Keming and his companions, causing them to flee in terror. Why spare them? They are responsible for my sister's death. Why not kill them? Zhang Wenyuan questioned in confusion. They harmed you, not me. If you wish to exact vengeance, you must do so yourself, Chen Yunxian replied, casting a glance at Zhang Wenyuan before vanishing from sight. Kid, he speaks the truth. Wang Keming has not wronged us nor plotted against us. Why should we kill them? You are the one with a grudge against them, so strengthen yourself and seek your own revenge. Furthermore, your sister is not dead. Not dead? My sister is alive? Zhang Wenyuan's face brightened at Wan Shitong's words, and in the next moment, Chen Yunxian appeared before Zhang Wenyuan, carrying the unconscious Zhang Wenxian. Return. This place is not meant for you. Consider it a lesson learned. One must always act within their capabilities, Chen Yunxian stated calmly. Thank you, benefactor. I now understand the disparity between myself and true strength. Please, allow me to know your name. I shall repay today's kindness in due time, Zhang Wenyuan expressed gratefully. No need. There likely will not be another opportunity to meet again, Chen Yunxian replied coolly. Please, benefactor, indulge me. Very well. My name is Chen Yunxian. Chapter 45. The rumored Chen Yunxian? Zhang Wenyuan firmly etched this name in his memory, only to find that Chen Yunxian and his companion had already vanished when he looked up. Benefactor, I, Zhang Wenyuan, vow to repay your life-saving grace today. He silently swore that he would repay Chen Yunxuan's kindness whenever the opportunity arose. After awakening his sister, Zhang Wenyuan did not leave immediately. Instead, he retrieved the cores of 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts. While Chen Yunxian might not have valued these items, they were of immense worth to Zhang Wenyuan. After all, these 2 types of cores were worth their weight in gold, even if he did not use them for his own cultivation. They could be exchanged for a substantial amount of cultivation resources. At this moment, the heart of Windbell Valley was already bustling with people. Although it was a grand competition, no arena had been constructed. Instead, a few powerful individuals had set up a barrier. The competitors needed to enter the barrier to determine the victor before it would be opened again. Yushu, what are you looking for? Cheng family's young master, Cheng Yulin, inquired curiously as he noticed Cheng Yushu searching through the crowd. It's nothing. I'm looking for Chen Yunxian. I cannot believe he would miss such an important event as the Northern Region Grand Competition. Cheng Yushu replied with a furrowed brow. Chen Yunxian? Is he the one you mentioned last time you returned? Has a prodigious talent truly emerged from the great Zhou kingdom? Is he really as formidable as you claim? Cheng Yulin asked, his brow knitted in skepticism. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushu nodded. It was difficult for him to forget Chen Yunxuan's performance. After all, it was Chen Yunxuan's actions that had caused him to lose the position of young master. Cheng Yushu and Cheng Yulin were twin brothers, sharing the same mother. Thus, the title of young master naturally fell to Cheng Yulin. If it weren't for him, the great Zhou kingdom would not have undergone such upheaval, nor would I have been unjustly accused by the elders of my clan and stripped of my title. This young man, merely 16 years of age, had already reached the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm. The most alarming aspect was that even the 9th level of the extraordinary realm was no match for him. Lu Bo had fought him and remarked that this young man's combat prowess was astonishing, capable of contending with a 1st-level divine ability realm expert, with the outcome remaining uncertain. What do you think? Is he truly formidable? Cheng Yushu spoke with a serious tone. Cheng Yulin had heard this before, yet both he and the other members of the Cheng family found it somewhat exaggerated. How could such a prodigy possibly emerge from a place like the Great Zhou Kingdom? Moreover, when the Cheng family sent people to investigate the aftermath in the Great Zhou Kingdom, they discovered that the Chen family had vanished without a trace, further leading the Cheng family to believe that Cheng Yushu was lying. If the Chen family had indeed annihilated the Great Zhou imperial family and secured their position as the foremost family in the Great Zhou, why would they flee? Yet now, as Cheng Yushu mentioned Chen Yunxian once more, it compelled Cheng Yulin to ponder deeply. Could it be that such a prodigious individual truly existed? Meanwhile, the elders leading the 4 great families gathered with the elders from the 5 major sections. Although this was the Northern Region Grand Competition, the true core members, the competitive young generation, would undoubtedly emerge from among these powerful factions. I believe the time is right. Those who can attend should already be here. Otherwise, we should commence the Northern Region Grand Competition, one elder proposed. The other 3 regions are likely beginning as well. We cannot afford to lag behind. Indeed, let's quickly select our representatives so that we may nurture them before the 4 regions competition to avoid embarrassment. Embarrassment is secondary. Securing a ranking in the 4 regions competition is of utmost importance. Precisely, we must unite the Northern region this time. This was the most united effort among the various powers in the Northern region's history. Despite individual ambitions, their ultimate goal remained aligned. Shall I announce it? An elder from the Flame sect inquired with a smile. Elder Zhao, your strength surpasses the rest of us. It is only fitting that you make the announcement. Yes. Let Elder Zhao take the lead, others concurred. Very well. I shall not be modest, Elder Zhao replied with a smile, turning to face the crowd. Silence, please. His voice commanded attention, silencing the previously lively discussions. You young ones should be aware of the purpose of this early Northern Region Grand Competition. Your presence here signifies that you are among the elite of the Northern Region's youth. The rules for this competition are simple, a knockout elimination format, one-on-one. The top 10 contestants will represent the Northern Region in the 4 regions competition. The 4 great families and 5 major sects each selected 5 representatives, who would directly enter the final competition round. I trust there are no objections? Objections? Who would dare? Excellent. Since there are no objections, let's commence the drawing of lots. After Elder Zhao's words, everyone except the disciples of the 4 great families and 5 major sects began the draw. Truth be told, this was merely a formality. Elder Zhao and the others already had a mental list of those truly gifted and capable. The openness of the Northern Region Grand Competition served a dual purpose, to showcase their fairness and to uncover any overlooked talents. As the lots were drawn, Chen Yunxian and the ever-curious Wan Shitong arrived at the competition venue. Aren't you participating? Wan Shitong asked, casting a curious glance at Chen Yunxian. Boring. Together. They don't measure up to me. Why waste my time? If anyone else had heard this, they would have deemed Chen Yunxian arrogant. But Wan Shitong understood that Chen Yunxian had earned the right to make such a statement. Having traveled alongside Chen Yunxian, Wan Shitong couldn't help but marvel at his relentless dedication to cultivation. It seemed his life revolved solely around becoming stronger. Are you planning to challenge directly and leave after? Wan Shitong queried with curiosity. Forget it, I'll wait. There is no need to disrupt their Northern Region Grand Competition. With that, Chen Yunxian strolled to the side and leaned against a large tree, sitting down. In the distance, Cheng Yushu anxiously scanned the surroundings. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief upon not seeing Chen Yunxian, a sudden shock surged through him. It's him. He truly has come. Chen Yunxian, you have indeed arrived. Cheng Yushu's expression tightened, his voice trembling slightly. Who? Chen Yunxian? Where is he? Cheng Yulin asked with curiosity. Right there. Cheng Yushu pointed, and Cheng Yulin followed his gesture to see Chen Yunxian in a meditative state. Is that him? He really looks so young. But why? ISNT drawing lots? Chapter 46. Among you, who is the strongest? The drawing of lots continued, and Chen Yunxian had kept his eyes closed throughout, as if the events unfolding around him were entirely unrelated to him. The more indifferent he appeared, the more cautious Cheng Yushu became, filled with trepidation. He could not comprehend Chen Yunxuan's intentions for being there. As the drawing concluded, Chen Yunxian remained unmoved, which brought a sigh of relief to Cheng Yushu. Could it be that he merely came to observe? Did he truly have no intention of participating in the Northern Region Grand Tournament? Or perhaps he simply regarded it as beneath him? Cheng Yushu furrowed his brow, realizing that since arriving at Wind Bell Valley, his mind had been consumed by thoughts of Chen Yunxian. No need to dwell on it, since he did not draw lots. The Northern Region Grand Tournament has no bearing on him. I should focus on the competition. In my view, Chen Yunxian is merely a figure of empty reputation. Perhaps the last time he displayed such formidable combat prowess was due to the effects of a temporary elixir, a fleeting surge of strength, Cheng Yulin scoffed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushu was taken aback. Could it be true that Chen Yunxian had consumed a potion that allowed for a temporary enhancement of his abilities? As the tournament commenced, Cheng Yushu momentarily redirected his thoughts. After all, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Why is that young man sleeping over there? Do any of you recognize him? Is he one of yours? At that moment, Elder Zhao noticed Chen Yunxian, mistakenly believing he was someone brought by one of the 4 great families or 5 major sections. Hearing Elder Zhao's inquiry, the crowd turned to Chen Yunxian, collectively shaking their heads. Not familiar. Never seen him. Who is this person? Seeing that no one knew Chen Yunxian, Elder Zhao was taken aback. How peculiar. Since he is not one of us, why does he remain seated? Is he not here to participate in the Northern Region Grand Tournament? Elder Zhao pondered aloud. Uncertain, but it matters not. He is merely a youth. Indeed, could he possibly disrupt our Northern Region Grand Tournament? No one regarded Chen Yunxian with any seriousness. After all, he was just a teenager. What trouble could he possibly cause in front of such formidable individuals? Soon, their attention shifted back to the Northern Region Grand Tournament. This time, the choice of Windbell Valley meant fewer participants. Aside from the 45 competitors brought by the 4 great families and 5 major sects, there were only a little over 100 individuals present. As the matches were determined by drawing lots, it relied purely on luck, and the results came swiftly. Within half a day, the top 50 had been selected. Indeed, it was quite tedious. I suggest you simply take action. If this continues, it will take several more hours, and it will be dark by then. Wan Shirtong, having watched for a while, found the tournament rather dull, lacking in excitement. It was either a single strike to determine victory or surrendering outright, when 2 evenly matched opponents faced off. It was more comfortable to concede than to engage in a battle rife with flaws and ostentation. Although I am one who charges forward, I am not a fool. I cannot afford to disregard everyone. If I were to disrupt the Northern Region Grand Tournament, I would offend several powerful factions here. I have no habit of courting death. Chen Chang'an kept his eyes closed. Youth did not equate to a lack of wisdom. His current objective was to grow stronger, not to make enemies of the world. Very well, I shall continue to observe. I hope this Northern Region Grand Tournament concludes swiftly. To be honest, I am rather curious about whom you will challenge among them. Wan Shirtong remarked with a smile. Challenge whom? Chen Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Elder Zhao and the others. Whoever is the strongest, I shall challenge. Failure matters not. At least I will understand my shortcomings, Chen Chang'an said with a faint smile. Upon hearing Chen Yinchuan's words, Wan Shirtong felt a sense of admiration. Many enjoy challenges, but few can regard victory and defeat with such nonchalance. It was evident that Chen Yunchuan's challenges were not for the sake of titles or the admiration of others. Everything he did served but one purpose: to grow stronger. As time passed, the Northern Region Grand Tournament reached its climax, the battle for first and second place. The contenders were Lu Zhaodian from the Lu family and Fire Sovereign from the Flame sect. Their advancement to this stage surprised many. Before the tournament, neither was considered a likely candidate for the top 2 spots. Who would have thought Lu Zhaodian and Fire Sovereign had hidden their strengths so well, deceiving everyone for years? Indeed, it was astonishing that their cultivation had risen to the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. Utterly infuriating. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Among the crowd, the most incensed were the Cheng brothers, Cheng Yushu and Cheng Yulin, as twin brothers with comparable speed in cultivation and talent. Both had reached the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, making them true contenders for the championship. Yet, they ultimately fell short, finishing 3rd and 4th. As the discussions continued, the Northern Region Grand Tournament finally concluded. The victor was none other than Fire Sovereign from the Flame sect. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, Elder Zhao. Who would have thought Fire Sovereign's strength had become so formidable? With proper training, he might even reach the 9th level of the extraordinary realm by the time of the 4 regions Martial Assembly. Such a level of prowess would surely yield commendable results in the assembly. Indeed, contending for a top 5 finish is not out of the question. Yet, have you heard of any experts from the other 3 regions? Well, I have not heard much. Most seem to be at the extraordinary realm level. In that case, there is nothing to fear. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Elder Zhao was in high spirits, especially since a disciple from his sect had claimed first place in the Northern Region Grand Tournament. Our Northern Region is united, and this time, we must show the other 3 regions that we are not inferior to them. After speaking, Elder Zhao began to announce the rankings of the Northern Region Grand Tournament and the representatives who would participate in the 4 regions Martial Assembly. Finally, it is over. Chen Yinxian slowly opened his eyes. Wan Shirtong, observing him closely, detected a surge of battle intent. This was a long-suppressed desire for combat. It was evident that Chen Yinxian had grown somewhat impatient. What is this lad up to? Suddenly, someone noticed Chen Yinxian standing up, striding purposefully towards Elder Zhao and the others. Elder Zhao and his companions also took note of Chen Yinxian's movement. What did he possibly want at this moment? Junior Chen Yinxian inquires, who among you possesses the greatest strength? A wish to experience it firsthand. Chapter 47. Who else if he cannot? The gentle breeze carried the sound of wind chimes into the ears of the gathered crowd. Yet at this moment, no one paid heed to the melodic chimes. All eyes were fixated on Chen Chang'an. Among the multitude present, only two individuals, the brothers Cheng Yushu, recognized him. Even so, their astonishment was palpable. This young man truly had a remarkable audacity. He had come here to challenge the elders. It was no wonder he refrained from participating in the Northern Region Grand Competition. He held it in utter contempt. One arrogant lad. He appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet he dared to confront the elders? Such ignorance of his own limitations. He wouldn't even dare to enter the Northern Region Grand Competition. What audacity did he possess to challenge the elders? Who did he think he was? A prodigy of unparalleled caliber? It was laughable. I shall teach him a lesson. The young participants in the Northern Region Grand Competition held their own pride, each believing themselves superior to their peers. Moreover, some had just lost their matches and were brimming with frustration. Now, with a brash young upstart disregarding them, how could they possibly endure it? You are no match for me. Do not waste my time. Chen Yunchuan's words ignited their fury further. How brazen, how utterly audacious. Very well. I shall see just how capable you truly are. The recently crowned champion of the Northern Region Grand Competition, Hua Zun, was brimming with confidence, convinced that no one among the younger generation posed a challenge to him. Yet, here appeared Chen Yunxian, attempting to steal his spotlight. Hua Zun wasted no time. He leaped forward, charging directly at Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian furrowed his brow slightly, and with a mere punch, a beam of golden light surged towards Hua Zun. Bang! Hua Zun was utterly unprepared for the sheer power of Chen Yunxian. A single punch from afar rendered him defenseless, and he sensed that Chen Yunchuan's strike was executed with such casualness, lacking any semblance of his true strength. Astonishing. Hua Zun had been defeated by a single punch? How outrageous. This youth possessed such formidable strength. Why had he not participated in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Had he entered, victory would have been assured for him. Could it be that he simply looked down upon the title of first place in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Looked down upon it? This was the title of the number one among the youth of the Northern Region. I would dream of possessing such a title. But do you possess his strength? With just one punch, Chen Yunxian had already demonstrated his prowess to all present. Though some still regarded him with disdain, they dared not voice their thoughts. After all, strength reigns supreme. He is indeed formidable. Cheng Yulin exclaimed, astonished. How terrifying. The last time I saw him, his cultivation was merely at the first or second stage of the extraordinary realm. And now, it has only been a brief month. Cheng Yushu was even more shocked, unable to fathom how Chen Yunxian could elevate his cultivation to the sixth stage of the extraordinary realm in such a short time. To achieve 4 stages in just 1 month was astonishing. Yet, little did he know that even this pace left Chen Yunxian unsatisfied. If ascending the extraordinary realm was so challenging, what awaited him in the divine realm? Chen Yunxian? Why have I never heard of such a prodigious youth before? Elder Zhao and the others were equally astonished, recognizing that Chen Yunxian had not been earnest in his previous display. The 6th stage of the extraordinary realm, with a casual punch, had left Hua Zun defenseless. This young man was undoubtedly a genius capable of challenging those at a higher level. However, to challenge the elders of the divine realm seemed rather reckless. Chen Yunxian, your strength is commendable. Why not join the Northern Region Grand Competition? To challenge us, you must strive harder. At the very least, you must reach the divine realm, Elder Zhao remarked with a smile. I have no interest in the Northern Region Grand Competition. I only wish to challenge the strongest among you. Chen Yunxian replied resolutely. This? Ha ha ha, what an amusing youth. Since he has made such a request, it would be ungracious of us not to oblige. Elder Lu, after all, he is merely a junior. Is it truly appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Did he not request it himself? Elder Lu, known for his fiery temper, could not tolerate being slighted by a junior. However, as someone had boldly stepped forward, the others refrained from further persuasion. They too wished to witness the true strength of this Chen Yunxian. Young man, my cultivation is at the 5th stage of the divine realm. How does that fare with you? Rest assured, I will show you mercy. I will not take your life. It is merely a sparring match, Elder Lu said with a grin, though his smile held a hint of menace. The fifth stage of the divine realm? Clearly, this level of cultivation left Chen Yunxian somewhat disappointed. Very well, let us begin with you. Please, senior. What do you mean? No one anticipated that Chen Yunxian would audaciously allow a fifth-stage divine realm practitioner to strike first. Was this a mere oversight or a deliberate insult to Elder Lu? Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Elder Lu's expression darkened, and without further ado, he launched an attack. With a mighty leap, Elder Lu brandished his sword, unleashing a slash that sent a wave of sword energy hurtling towards Chen Yunxian. This strike was fierce, and the onlookers gasped in awe at Elder Lu's terrifying strength. Indeed, facing such an attack, Chen Yunxian would surely be unable to withstand it. Of course, what could he use to withstand Elder Lu's strike? His life? The divine realm was, without a doubt, formidable. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chen Yunxian dismissed the overwhelming might of Elder Lu's strike. Boom! Chen Yunxian did not evade or retreat. He faced it head-on, delivering a punch that met the sword energy in a cataclysmic clash, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The force of the blast sent the young participants reeling backward, some even propelled away. How is this possible? The scene left Elder Zhao and the others utterly dumbfounded. He caught it. Chen Yunxian had actually withstood Elder Lu's strike, and emerged unscathed, while Elder Lu had not exerted his full strength. Even a practitioner at the first stage of the divine realm would likely have sustained injuries. Yet Chen Yunxian, clearly, he possessed remarkable abilities. Elder Lu was now greatly astonished, gradually shedding his initial contempt for Chen Yunxian. This was a prodigy, undeniably worthy of being considered his rival. Chen Yunxian, you must be cautious. I will not hold back with this next strike. Likewise, please. Chen Yunxian was intent on not wasting any more time. With a flash of movement, he charged towards Elder Lu. The speed at which Chen Yunxian moved stunned the crowd. This young man, who clearly favored a brute force approach, was also remarkably swift. Prepare yourself. Elder Lu, refusing to underestimate him, unleashed all his power in a single downward slash, a thunderous strike aimed directly at Chen Yunxian. Break! Chen Yunxuan's aura surged with intensity, and he delivered a punch that resonated like an earth-shattering quake. Boom! Once again, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, but fortunately, this time everyone had learned their lesson and had retreated to a safe distance. Lost. Elder Lu actually lost? The esteemed Elder Lu, unleashing his full power, was unexpectedly sent flying by Chen Yunxian, even spitting blood in the process. This scene sent shockwaves through the nerves of all present. A prodigy, a freak. Is this young man even human? He has lost. Is there anyone among you who surpasses him? If not, then I shall take my leave. Chapter 48. Chen Yunxian. My ambition lies in the heavenly domain. Throughout the encounter, Chen Yunxian exhibited an unwavering composure, an air of nonchalance. Though his words may have been audacious, his tone remained serene, devoid of any turbulence. Even after triumphing over Elder Lu, there was no discernible shift in his demeanor, no elation, no arrogance, and certainly no sense of invincibility. It was as if the events unfolding bore little significance to him. Internally, Chen Yunxian harbored a tinge of disappointment. If Elder Lu's prowess was all there was to contend with, his journey had indeed been in vain. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the onlookers regained their senses. Despite their shock, they found themselves struggling to comprehend Chen Yunxuan's insistence on continuing. Having already surpassed Elder Lu and demonstrated his strength, was it not wiser to withdraw gracefully? Should he falter now, it would inevitably mar his burgeoning reputation. With such remarkable talent at a young age, any defeat could tarnish his future. Did you not exert your full strength just now? Elder Lu, though suspicious, found it hard to accept the possibility that a youth could best him without employing all his might. 80%? The mere thought of Chen Yunxian having only utilized 80% of his capabilities nearly caused Elder Lu to faint. Was this still the realm of the extraordinary? When did it become customary for one of such caliber to hold back? What was even more unsettling for Elder Lu was the inkling that this so-called 80% might be exaggerated. Chen Yunxian had appeared far too relaxed. Had he truly unleashed that much power? Or was it impossible? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Elder Lu dared not entertain it further. If his suspicions held any truth, how formidable would Chen Yunxian truly be? A prodigious anomaly. Are you truly from the northern region? Elder Zhao inquired, voicing the doubts that lingered in his mind. A youth of such extraordinary talent. Was he genuinely a product of the north? Indeed, Chen Yunxian nodded affirmatively. Are you aware of the Chen family in the northern region? Elder Zhao asked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. There are many with the surname Chen, yet none among the practitioner families possess notable strength. It seems peculiar. Could it be an inconspicuous clan? Esteemed elders, I know who he is. Oh, you are Cheng Yushu? You know? Indeed, Cheng Yushu stepped forward, the only one present who had previously encountered Chen Yunxian. He recounted his experience of meeting Chen Yunxian in detail. As Cheng Yushu's narrative unfolded, the assembly fell into stunned silence. From such a small realm as the Great Zhou Kingdom, an inconspicuous family had birthed such a prodigy? The most alarming revelation was that at just the second stage of the extraordinary realm, Chen Yunxian had been capable of contending with a master of the divine realm. What terrifying combat power! So does this lad? No wonder his name sounded familiar. Yushu, were your earlier claims indeed factual? This youth truly is that remarkable? An elder from the Cheng family recalled, previously dismissing Cheng Yushu's words as mere fabrications. Elder, you finally believe my account. Cheng Yushu replied with a wry smile. We were indeed too narrow-minded, clinging to outdated notions. Who would have imagined that even in a place like the Great Zhou Kingdom, a true dragon could emerge? Remarked the Cheng family elder. After hearing this, Elder Zhao's gaze towards Chen Yunxian grew increasingly intrigued. If they could win him over, it would undoubtedly benefit the Flame sect immensely. Others shared similar sentiments. Yet could such an individual be easily swayed? Chen Yunxian, I am an elder of the Flame sect. My cultivation is at the 7th stage of the divine realm. Might I be considered your match? Elder Zhao inquired with a smile. Upon his declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What had Elder Zhao just uttered? The 7th stage of the divine realm, a worthy opponent? Such an acknowledgement was exceedingly flattering for Chen Yunxian. The 7th stage of the divine realm? I find that quite intriguing. Chen Yunxian expressed, excitement glimmering in his eyes. It was evident that the prospect of facing someone of this caliber stirred his fighting spirit. Why do I have the feeling this lad is only now taking things seriously? How absurd. If I were to learn my opponent was at the 7th stage of the divine realm, I would be terrified into submission. Yet he seems invigorated. This stark contrast illustrated the chasm between him and a true prodigy. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became, it seemed. Perhaps it was only with such a mindset that one could continue to grow stronger. Is there a possibility that Chen Yunxian believes he can surpass a master of the 7th stage of the divine realm? Are you jesting? That is the 7th stage of the divine realm. Yet the 5th stage has already been defeated. As discussions swirled among the onlookers, Chen Yunxian and Elder Zhao had already engaged in combat. In the skies, their clash was fierce and evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Elder Lu, observing the battle, couldn't help but smile wryly. The display of power from Chen Yunxian far exceeded his expectations. Against Elder Zhao of the 7th stage, Chen Yunxian showed no signs of faltering. With the 6th stage of the extraordinary realm, he wielded combat power that rivaled the 7th stage of the divine realm. Who could contend with such might? A resounding boom echoed as both Chen Yunxian and Elder Zhao were forced back several meters. Elder Zhao regarded Chen Yunxian with a gaze brimming with battle intent. Well done. How exhilarating. I never anticipated that you could engage me to such a degree. I underestimated you. In that case, I shall unleash my full strength. Chen Yunxian, brace yourself. At that moment, Elder Zhao's admiration for Chen Yunxian morphed into profound respect. A teenager capable of compelling him to resort to his most formidable techniques. How could one not be in awe? Then I shall not hold back either. Chen Yunxian replied with a calm smile. Very well. Let me witness just how extraordinary you truly are. Elder Zhao laughed heartily, his aura surging dramatically. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Elder Zhao, the onlookers instinctively recoiled in alarm. Retreat. Quickly. Distance yourselves. Are you intent on courting disaster? Move. The crowd hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Flames ablaze. Elder Zhao radiated an increasingly intense heat as a colossal fireball materialized above him. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the fireball erupted, scattering into countless smaller fireballs that surged toward Chen Chang'an. Raging Sun Incineration? This is the flame sect's most powerful technique. Can Chen Chang'an truly withstand it? That is uncertain. Facing Elder Zhao's assault, Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, a domineering aura emanating from him as he declared, heavenly intent. What imposing presence. Is that an intent? What? Chen Chang'an has even grasped the concept of intent? Just how many hidden talents does he possess? At this moment, Chen Chang'an exuded an overwhelming aura, causing Elder Zhao to shudder involuntarily. In the next moment, Chen Chang'an was enveloped in a golden aura, propelling himself at an astonishing speed to stand before Elder Zhao. Boom! The golden light erupted, and the onlookers witnessed Elder Zhao being sent flying, mirroring the earlier defeat of Elder Lu. Defeated, Elder Zhao had also been vanquished? Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around, clearly indicating that this outcome had surpassed everyone's expectations. Chen Chang'an had indeed created a miracle, a legend akin to the dawn of creation. Cough, cough. I concede. Chen Chang'an, do you still hold back? Elder Zhao inquired with a furrowed brow. A strike with all my might, without reservation. A strike with all your strength? Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's response, Elder Zhao let out a sigh of relief. So the young man had indeed reached his limits. Chen Chang'an, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as the foremost figure among the youth of the Northern Territory. The quota for the 4 regions martial assembly rightfully belongs to you, Elder Zhao declared with a smile. No one voiced any dissent to Elder Zhao's words. Such a person representing the Northern Territory would undoubtedly shine brightly, leaving the other 3 regions in awe. I will attend the 4 regions martial assembly, but I shall not compete. What I seek has never been the title of the foremost youth in the Northern Territory. Oh, then what is it that you desire? Previously, it was to be the foremost in the Northern Territory. Now, I wish to become the foremost among the 4 regions. The foremost among the 4 regions? This young man's ambition is indeed vast. However, given Chen Chang'an's age and the prowess he had just displayed, it was merely a matter of time. You aspire to unify the 4 regions? Elder Zhao asked in astonishment. No, my ambitions lie beyond the 4 regions. Where then? The Central Sky region. With that, Chen Chang'an gazed towards the direction of the Central Sky region. Ancestor, will you be satisfied with my performance? Chapter 49. Where on earth are you? Chen Chang'an? In the realm of Zhongqian, in the territory of Langya, a cacophony of frustration erupted. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The head of the Qing Shui Lin family, Lin Xiong, was seething with rage, all due to the mischief of that wretched boy, Lin Ruang. A month prior, an unusual phenomenon had occurred in Yunchuan, and Lin Xiong, along with others, had taken note. Although he was merely a branch of the Lin family, he still bore the weight of its name. With such disturbances in Langya, a thorough investigation was imperative. However, upon discovering that this anomaly might be linked to Gu Xiner of the Huanhua Tower, Lin Xiong's anxiety escalated. Coincidentally, Lin Ruoheng returned home and recounted the events that transpired at Huanhua Tower. This only fueled Lin Xiong's ire, leading him to chastise Lin Ruoheng vehemently. In the subsequent days, Lin Xiong devoted himself solely to the pursuit of Gu Xiner and Chen Chang'an. Yet, a month had elapsed, and he had found no trace of them, always arriving just a moment too late. Calm your anger, head of the family. Chen Chang'an's whereabouts are elusive. No one knows where he intends to go. Moreover, Langya is vast, making it a formidable challenge to locate someone never before seen. The Lin family members conceded helplessly. I understand Langya is expansive, but is Yunchuan not large as well? With your capabilities, can you truly not find someone in such a small place? If you cannot find him, have you even asked around? Surely, they cannot be wandering aimlessly in Yunchuan. A man, a woman, and a dog. Does such a combination not stand out? If you're not useless, then who is? Lin Xiong retorted angrily. Hearing this, The Lin family members could only manage a bitter smile. They had pondered over what Lin Xiong sought, yet they still failed to uncover any signs of Chen Chang'an. Head of the family, we have inquired widely, and there are indeed some who have seen them, albeit few paid attention. Furthermore, we have enlisted the help of numerous clans and sects in Yunchuan, one of them reported. I have noted a peculiar point. Chen Chang'an seems to have visited several places but departed swiftly each time. It appears he evades us, as though he knows we are on his trail. Could it be that Chen Chang'an is truly acquainted with our ancestor? Lin Xiong mused. But before the idea could take root, he forcefully smashed the tea table beside him, shattering it into splinters. Such nonsense can only deceive that wretched boy, Lin Ruohong. What kind of person is our ancestor? Does anyone simply claiming acquaintance warrant belief? Have you considered the repercussions if the disturbances in Yunchuan were indeed instigated by Gu Xian'e? There exists an ancient grudge between her and our family. If Chen Chang'an were a friend of our ancestor, would he take Gu Xian'e away, thereby positioning her against the Lin family in the future? What is the purpose of your intellect, if not to ponder such matters? Have you inquired about the purpose of Chen Chang'an's visits? This may very well hold the key to locating him. Lin Xiong inquired in a low voice. Yes, we have asked. It is said that Chen Chang'an was inquiring if anyone knew of the Chen family in Langia, came the response. The Chen family in Langia? Lin Xiong furrowed his brow. Reflecting carefully, is there such a family? At least, in my recollection, I cannot recall one. If it exists, it must be a minor clan, hardly worthy of mention. Chen Chang'an's inquiries suggest a connection to this Chen family. It is highly probable that he is one of them. Do you truly believe someone from a family you have never heard of could be acquainted with our esteemed ancestor? How ironic that you were just fretting about this matter. Lin Xiong cast a disdainful glance at the group, but as he spoke, a sudden realization struck him. Which Chen family is he seeking? He pressed, frowning. Which Chen family? Did you not just say it was one we have never heard of? If you have not heard of it, how could we have? The Lin family members internally scoffed, though they dared not voice their thoughts. Head of the family. It is rumored that he was inquiring about whether a Chen family existed in Yunchuan over 500 years ago. Over 500 years ago? Well, I see. You may leave now. Remember, do not slacken in your search for Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'e. Increase our efforts. We must ascertain their whereabouts. They must still be in Langia. Understood, head of the family. Once the others departed, Lin Xiong murmured to himself, how could it be this Chen family? After speaking, he vanished from sight, appearing in a serene courtyard of the Lin family. Lin Xiong seeks an audience with the elders. The Lin family, being a branch of the Lin clan, maintained a complex hierarchy. Ostensibly, Lin Xiong was the head of the Qing Shui Lin family, but in reality, the true power resided with the elders. The Qing Shui Lin family was governed by 3 elders, each with cultivation levels reaching the Dongxi realm. In their heyday, they were formidable figures within the main family. However, as the Lin family grew in strength, several branches emerged, and these 3 elders were dispatched to oversee the Qing Shui Lin family. The head of each generation of the Qing Shui Lin family was not necessarily the most talented or powerful in cultivation. Rather, they were the most adept at managing family affairs, serving as tools of governance. For such powerful families, those with true talent devoted their lives solely to the pursuit of strength, avoiding mundane affairs that could hinder their cultivation. Lin Xiong, did you come here for any significant matter, or is there news regarding the recent phenomenon in Yunchuan? One elder inquired. In response to the elder's question, I have gleaned some insights, but I did not come for that reason. Do the 3 elders recall the Chen family? The Chen family? Upon Lin Xiong's mention, a brief silence fell over the room. Before long, the 3 elders of the Qing Shui Lin family appear before him. Which Chen family do you mean? The eldest elder asked, furrowing his brow. The one from over 500 years ago. Recently, someone has been inquiring about the Chen family from that era, and this individual is named Chen Chang'an. He was present during the disturbances in Yunchuan at the very location of the incident and may indeed be connected to it. Strangely, this individual claims to know our ancestor, Lin Shangliu. Claims to know Lin Shangliu? Nonsense. Even the Chen family from back then had no dealings with Lin Shangliu. Now, suddenly, a Chen Chang'an appears, claiming such acquaintance. The eldest elder's voice turned cold. What of this Chen Chang'an? Bring him to me. I have questions for him. This individual is currently missing. I am unsure of the elder's inquiries. Lin Xiong replied, perplexed. The eldest elder produced a lustrous, translucent pearl, the very artifact that Chen Chang'an sought. We have spent 500 years studying this pearl, yet we have not unraveled its secrets. Chen Chang'an's inquiries regarding the Chun family could suggest he is one of them. Perhaps only someone from the Chun family knows the true nature of this pearl. The eldest elder stated gravely, Elder, I cannot fathom why you three have been unable to uncover its mystery over the years. Might it not be that this pearl is a worthless trinket? Lin Xiong questioned, puzzled. A worthless trinket? Upon hearing this, the three elders erupted in laughter. How could an artifact passed down through the generations of the Chun family be deemed worthless? The more we struggle to comprehend it, the more it signifies its rarity. If we could uncover the secrets and methods of using this bead, perhaps the three of us would have a chance to catch up with the venerable Lin Shangliu. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiong felt a jolt in his heart. Could this bead truly possess such formidable power? It is well known that Lin Shangliu is regarded as a deity among the Lin family. To pursue Lin Shangliu is akin to chasing after a god. Elders, I now comprehend the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly locate Chen Chang'an and bring him back to meet you. Very well. If you perform your duties diligently, you shall not be wronged in the future. Thank you, Elder. Lin Xiong left with a beaming smile, yet his heart was troubled. The realm of Langya is vast. Where could Chen Chang'an possibly be? Chapter 50. How did I fall in love again? Yangshuling, a place of elevated terrain, is perpetually blanketed in snow. When the sunlight glimmers upon the white expanse, it radiates an extraordinary brilliance. Despite its picturesque scenery, few venture to this remote locale. The region lacks any precious treasures, yet it is home to a multitude of snow demons. These creatures are inherently combative, and should an outsider intrude, they will band together to launch an attack. Over time, this has led to a significant decline in visitors to the area. Consequently, the Lin family, despite their meticulous calculations, could never have anticipated that Chen Chang'an would find himself atop Yangshuling. At this moment, Chen Chang'an reclined against a great tree, leisurely resting his legs in the snow. Beside him, Dahuang lay listlessly, seemingly lost in thought. The phoenix immortal body is indeed formidable. In merely a month, mostly spent on the road, Goose Yenner has remarkably advanced to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, just a step away from transcending to the divine realm. Such progress would likely make it challenging for that Shen Yunxian fellow to catch up. Goose Yenner's cultivation speed is astonishing, almost as if her techniques are self-propelling. It is no wonder she has achieved continuous breakthroughs in such a short time frame, especially considering that Chen Chang'an has spent a considerable portion of the month traveling to various sects and clans. Regrettably, no news of the Chun family has surfaced in Yunchuan. It appears they were not present in Yunchuan during those years, leaving the locals unaware. Dahuang, are you even listening to me? You're utterly unresponsive. After several attempts to engage, Chen Chang'an noticed Dahuang remained motionless, as if he were a lifeless creature. Hearing his companion's words, Dahuang merely turned his head, continuing to lie there without acknowledging Chen Chang'an's presence. This peculiar behavior puzzled Chen Chang'an. Dahuang seemed to be in a funk lately. Could it be a matter of health? Dahuang, we are brothers. If something troubles you, speak up. Don't sulk in silence. Have you encountered some difficulty? Upon hearing these words, Dahuang finally turned to Chen Chang'an, his eyes betraying an unmistakable loneliness. Sigh, I long to visit a brothel. Huh? You want to indulge in such establishments? Has this rascal become addicted? Is it truly that necessary? You've only been once. How could you have fallen in love with it? Chen Chang'an asked, exasperation evident on his face. You wouldn't comprehend. You have yet to experience true joy. It's fragrant, soft, and exceedingly comfortable. Even the simplest of food and drink is remarkably refreshing, leaving a lasting impression. It is indeed a paradise on earth, and my heart yearns for it. Witnessing Dahuang's rapturous expression, Chen Chang'an felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him. You're a dog. How could you reminisce about such things? Aside from eating and drinking, what else can you do? You know nothing of genuine happiness. I suspect you're just lovesick. Rest assured, once we leave Yangshuling, I will find you several beautiful female dogs of pure bloodlines to ensure your satisfaction. Bah, Chen Chang'an, do you truly think of me as just a dog? I tell you, I am a pure-blooded divine beast, a noble Qilin. Fine, just remember that. I want to interfere. You're determined to visit the brothel. Dahuang then resorted to playful antics, rolling on the ground as if to declare he would not rise until Chen Chang'an agreed. With a sidelong glance at Dahuang, Chen Chang'an stood up and turned away. I'm going to check on Gu Xianer. You can roll around here and make yourself at home in Yangshuling. Seeing that Chen Chang'an was unfazed by his antics, Dahuang quickly scrambled to his feet, shaking off the snow from his fur before darting after him. We are brothers, after all. I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. You see, whether eating or drinking, what does it matter where one does so? In a brothel, one enjoys the experience and the money is well spent. Besides, you're not short on funds. If you're not interested, you don't have to call for the girls. You already have Gu Xianer to attend to you. Alas, poor Dahuang, who followed you out of the forbidden forest, now finds himself alone, without kin or friends. Enough with the theatrics. Are you not weary from acting? Perhaps I shall take you again when the opportunity arises. Learn from this experience. Just look at what you have become, a dog in search of pleasure. Dahuang paid no heed to Chen Chang'an's words. As long as he could go once more, he was indifferent to any criticism. Isn't life meant to be lived freely and joyfully? What does it matter how one appears? The most important thing is to be happy. Would you not agree? Dahuang grinned widely, as if the entrance to the brothel lay just ahead. Chen Chang'an shook his head in resignation, though he did not argue. For Dahuang had a point. Dahuang, do you not find it peculiar? The snow demons of Yangshuling seemed to have vanished completely. As they walked, Chen Chang'an sensed something was amiss. Not a single snow demon was in sight. In my presence, they must be keeping their distance, which is to be expected. Yet poor Gu Xianer has struggled to find any. This experience has proven fruitless. At this moment, Gu Xianer, equally perplexed, stood ready as Chen Chang'an approached. Young master, it's nothing to be concerned about. We simply haven't encountered any snow demons. No need for such anxiety, Chen Chang'an reassured her, noticing her unease. Yet tales have long circulated that this place is teeming with snow demons. I have even found traces left behind by them. How could they seemingly vanish without a trace? Gu Xianer queried, perplexed. Chen Chang'an shared her curiosity. Traces indicated the snow demons were indeed real, not mere fabrications. Yet their complete disappearance baffled him. He doubted it was due to Dahuang, as the beast had not released any aura to deter the snow demons. I've already mentioned, it's not because, enough with the chatter, let us assess the situation. Chen Chang'an interjected, cutting off Dahuang's boastful remarks. Very well. Given your promise of a brothel visit, Dahuang expanded his senses, and suddenly his demeanor shifted, catching Chen Chang'an off guard. Few things could elicit such a reaction from Dahuang. What is the matter? Is there something amiss? Chen Chang'an inquired. There is a significant development. Chapter 51. The mysterious heavenly pool and the story-laden village. What is the situation? Chen Chang'an cast a puzzled glance at Dahuang, questioning the seriousness of the matter. Dahuang, stop fooling around. What is going on? He inquired. How should I put it? The snow demons do indeed exist, and in vast numbers. My rough estimates suggest they exceed 1,000. Truly, as social creatures, their numbers are impressive, Dahuang replied. Over 1,000? That is indeed substantial. But what does this have to do with the current situation? Chen Chang'an asked. However, the Yunxue Ridge is not only home to snow demons, but also to humans. Strangely, these humans are now congregating with the snow demons, Dahuang stated, glancing helplessly at Chen Chang'an. Congregating together? Engaging in a brawl? That seems unlikely. A mere fight wouldn't warrant your concern, Chen Chang'an remarked. Could it be a gathering? Yet, isn't it said that the snow demons are inherently combative and averse to humans? Dahuang quoted. Stop panting and speak plainly, Chen Chang'an frowned. What is it? Worship. They are partaking in a worship ceremony, the snow demons and humans together. I have discovered that at the highest point of Yunxue Ridge, there exists a heavenly pool, and nearby is a village where humans have long resided. The relationship between the snow demons and humans seems mutually beneficial, They coexist harmoniously. However, what they are worshipping remains unclear, Dahuang explained. This heavenly pool poses a mystery. The existence of humans on Yunxue Ridge is unheard of in the Yunchuan region. There is indeed something intriguing about Yunxue Ridge. Snow demons, humans, a heavenly pool, and worship. It feels like a place steeped in stories. Let's go and take a look, Chen Chang'an suggested with a smile. Yes, I am curious as well. I have never encountered such a situation, Dahuang responded, now visibly intrigued. Naturally, Gu Xiener, a maid, followed closely behind them. The trio, 2 men and a dog, ascended without incident, arriving at the pinnacle of Yunxue Ridge. Before them lay a vast flatland, where a quaint village came into view. Smoke curled from the chimneys, exuding a sense of life. However, the streets were deserted, as all the villagers had gathered several hundred meters away by the heavenly pool. Surrounding the pool, villagers mingled with the snow demons. They all moved in unison, kneeling before the pool, murmuring incantations whose meanings were lost to Chen Chang'an. Their devotion appeared sincere. Could it be that their ancestors resided within the waters? Yet, that seemed improbable. What would the snow demons be doing in such a scenario? Dahuang, did you not notice that there is something amiss with the heavenly pool? Chen Chang'an asked. Of course I did. It seems enveloped in a veil of energy, preventing any perception from penetrating it. A pool capable of blocking my senses is certainly extraordinary, Dahuang replied, despite his usual levity. Shall we approach? Guxiania in Qilin. Wait, we bear no grievances. There is no need to intrude upon their ritual. Chen Chang'an shook his head, opting to sit aside and await the conclusion of the worship. As time passed and the sun set, a chilling wind swept across the summit of Yunxue Ridge. It's so cold. Gu Xiener's exclamation startled both Chen Chang'an and Dahuang. Cold? How can Gu Xiener, a cultivator of the 9th realm, feel cold from merely a gust of wind? This place is indeed peculiar, Chen Chang'an noted. It appeared the ceremony was drawing to a close. He observed the villagers and snow demons rising. Though they remained divided, their interactions were amicable. The villagers even shared smiles and exchanged pleasantries with the snow demons, typically known for their combative nature. Suddenly, a commotion arose among the snow demons. Clearly aware of Chen Chang'an's presence after completing their ritual. Do not attack. They have been here for some time and have not disturbed us. They seem harmless. The village chief intervened as the snow demons prepared to strike. The snow demons obeyed the chief's command, standing down but maintaining a vigilant gaze upon Chen Chang'an and his companions. As the chief approached, Chen Chang'an rose, offering a friendly smile to convey his peaceful intentions. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, young friend? The chief probed, scrutinizing Chen Chang'an's reaction. Chen Chang'an candidly expressed his intentions, leaving no room for concealment. It was merely an unexpected discovery. I harbor no ulterior motives. Then it appears to be a fortunate coincidence. You have witnessed the event. Why do you not depart? Why linger? The chief's meaning was clear. If they were not curious, why not leave instead of waiting? Naturally, I am curious. However, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. In such an important setting, I trust you would prefer not to be disturbed. I merely wish to wait a while longer. It will not consume much time, Chen Chang'an articulated, earning a nod of understanding from the chief, who lowered his guard slightly. Gu Xiener regarded Chen Chang'an with admiration, recognizing his integrity. In contrast, Dahuang suppressed his disdain, muttering under his breath about the notion of gentlemanly behavior. Since night has fallen, might we seek shelter here for the evening? Chen Chang'an asked. Shelter for the night? The chief's brow furrowed slightly. This village has never harbored outsiders. Even those who accidentally stumbled here were swiftly expelled. I regret to inform you that it is not convenient here. If you have no other matters, I must insist you leave. There is nothing here to pique your curiosity, the chief declared, his demeanor turning serious. With that, he turned away, disregarding any further words from Chen Chang'an. As a stranger, the chief could not fully relinquish his caution. He led the villagers back to their village, while the snow demons, although departing from the heavenly pool, remained hidden in the periphery, keeping a watchful eye on Chen Chang'an and Dahuang. How very cautious, Chen Chang'an mused. What secrets did the heavenly pool harbor to incite such apprehension? The more they acted this way, the more Chen Chang'an's curiosity grew. Perhaps we should make a night raid on the heavenly pool? Dahuang proposed excitedly. Chapter 52. Alone at the heavenly pool, this is inappropriate. It's simply not suitable. I'm a serious person. Chen Chang'an quickly waved his hand, declining the suggestion made by the large yellow figure. A serious person? The large yellow figure cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chang'an. Have you, over these years, refrained from doing anything morally questionable? Being a serious person has allowed Xian Wudao to live as a beggar for 3 millennia? If he had been driven out by your master, he would likely have remained a beggar for his entire life. You consider yourself a serious person? How can we possibly call this a nighttime intrusion? We're merely looking, just out of pure curiosity. You haven't bathed in days. Shouldn't you clean yourself properly? In this frigid weather, there's south only one place with water. If not the heavenly pool, then where else? Xiener, do you not agree? Chen Chang'an asked earnestly. Gu Xiener had not anticipated that the seemingly serious Chen Chang'an would possess such a side. Could this truly be his genuine nature? How shameless! Yet oddly enough, it struck her as somewhat endearing. What the young master says is entirely reasonable. It ought to be so. Gu Xiener responded with equal seriousness. Goodness! The large yellow figure was left dumbfounded. It was one thing for Chen Chang'an to be shameless alone, but now Gu Xiener too? Upon their first meeting, although she had fallen into a world of vice, she had emerged untainted, possessing an innate sense of dignity and personal boundaries. How was it that, after such a short time with Chen Chang'an, her boundaries had vanished? Gu Xiener, you have changed. You have become as shameless as he is, the large yellow figure scoffed. Predecessor Dahuang, that is a grave misjudgment. To Xiener, the young master's words are paramount. If the young master says it, then it must be the truth. Therefore, Xiener has not changed, Gu Xiener replied with a gentle smile. Fine, I cannot argue with the two of you. But what are we to do? I can hardly contain my curiosity. I truly wish to uncover the secrets of the heavenly pool. The large yellow figure exclaimed with excitement. We must go, certainly. However, I do not wish to harm the villagers. After all, they are innocent. Therefore, Dahuang, you must devise a way to ensure that both the villagers and those snow spirits fall into a deep slumber. Is there a method? Chen Chang'an inquired. Is that all? You truly underestimate me. The large yellow figure shot a disdainful glance at Chen Chang'an, then, in a flash, returned before him moments later. All taken care of. Rest assured, I will ensure they do not awaken for at least 10 days to half a month. That should suffice for our visit to the heavenly pool. Let us proceed. By the way, Xiener, it would be best if you did not accompany us. Your cultivation level is too weak. We cannot risk any unforeseen events. After a moment of contemplation, the large yellow figure deemed it wiser for Gu Xiener not to follow, as no one could predict the circumstances surrounding the heavenly pool. Well, very well. Gu Xiener felt a tinge of disappointment, but it passed swiftly, replaced by tranquility. She silently vowed to diligently cultivate her abilities to reach a level where she would not be a burden. Let us go together. It wouldn't be safe for you to remain here alone. Besides, with you by my side, what danger could there be? Chen Chang'an discerned Gu Xiener as despondence. Bringing someone along wouldn't cause any detriment. He did not require protection, and the large yellow figure could keep an eye on Gu Xiener. What nonsense! How could it be unsafe? I have handled both the villagers and the snow spirits. You insult me, the large yellow figure retorted, clearly displeased. With your prowess. What is the harm in bringing her along to broaden her horizons? Is there truly any danger in following you? Chen Chang'an chuckled. Your words hold merit. Young lady, accompany me, and I assure you, you will be safe. Come along. Thank you, young master. Thank you, predecessor Dahuang. Gu Xiener's expression brightened, and she followed closely behind Chen Chang'an as they approached the heavenly pool. Young master, I cannot proceed. Goodness, I cannot proceed either. Upon reaching the edge of the heavenly pool, both the large yellow figure and Gu Xiener discovered a barrier preventing their passage, leaving only Chen Chang'an unaffected. This must be a barrier. During the day, your perception would have been blocked by it, Chen Chang'an deduced. Ah, I nearly forgot you are an anomaly. The barrier has no effect on you. How dare they attempt to obstruct my path? I shall see just how formidable this barrier truly is. The large yellow figure, now irate, attempted to break through the barrier using all his might. Odd, This barrier is problematic. I cannot break it. He was perplexed. It seemed this barrier might have been established by a peak emperor-level expert. The strength of the barrier astounded the large yellow figure, for very few could withstand his efforts. Are you implying that within this heavenly pool, there may indeed reside a peak emperor-level expert? That seems rather implausible. Or perhaps a peak emperor-level expert is imprisoning something here? This barrier not only prevents outsiders from entering, but also keeps something from escaping? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, analyzing the current predicament. However, there's another possibility. The barrier could be naturally occurring, perhaps due to an extraordinary treasure existing within the heavenly pool. Regardless of the scenario, Chen Chang'an's curiosity was undeniably piqued. Chen Chang'an, you do not intend to descend and investigate on your own, do you? Well, the large yellow figure initially wished to dissuade him, but upon reflection, he realized this rascal was unlikely to perish. So why worry? No matter, go ahead. Be swift in your return. I shall guard the entrance. Very well. Since you cannot enter, I shall descend alone. It should not pose a significant issue. A faint smile graced Chen Chang'an's lips as he leaped directly into the heavenly pool. Seeing Chen Chang'an's silhouette vanish, Qilin felt a surge of concern. Predecessor Dahuang, do you think the young master will be all right? What is happening with him now? Qilin inquired anxiously. I cannot perceive what lies within, but you need not fret. Though Chen Chang'an may lack certain skills, he possesses an indomitable spirit. There is likely no one in this world capable of injuring him. The large yellow figure reassured her confidently. Upon hearing this, Qilin finally exhaled in relief. Yet her admiration for Chen Chang'an only grew. Invincible. Only an invincible being can render themselves impervious to harm. The young master is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 53. At the bottom of the heavenly pool. Encountering a familiar face, Chen Chang'an plunged into the depths of the heavenly pool, discovering that the expanse below was far more vast than that above. The depth was beyond his expectations. After diving nearly 100 meters, he found he had yet to reach the bottom. Despite being at the first level of the true Qi realm, his strength belied his rank, and his unique constitution rendered him impervious to the water pressure. He continued to descend, and after plunging nearly 1,000 meters, he finally encountered something unusual. At the bottom of the heavenly pool, there existed a barrier that merely shielded the water, isolating it from the cavernous entrance below. Intrigued, Chen Chang'an smiled slightly and, with a flicker of his figure, charged into the cave entrance. Upon entering, he found himself engulfed in darkness. The passage was narrow yet conducive to upright movement. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a golden sword aura that illuminated the surroundings, allowing him to see the situation clearly. The tunnel was not long, spanning approximately 100 meters, and at its end lay a stone door. Soon, he arrived before the stone door, expecting it to be a challenge to open, but to his surprise, it swung open effortlessly. Beyond the stone door, darkness still reigned, yet Chen Chang'an's keen perception indicated that the space was not particularly vast. Most notably, there was warmth. This warmth was not of natural origin. It was the warmth of life. Someone was here. I know you're here. I mean no harm. I merely passed through and found this place rather peculiar, so I came to investigate, Chen Chang'an stated calmly. The presence he sensed was formidable, eluding his detection. But he was certain that the individual was close by. Chen Chang'an? Suddenly, a tentative voice emerged from the darkness. That single phrase left Chen Chang'an momentarily bewildered. What was going on? A familiar face here? Did acquaintances gather in Langia? You recognize me? Chen Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Upon receiving a confirming reply, the surrounding oil lamps ignited, illuminating the stone chamber. The furnishings within were quite simple. A stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. Just as he was observing the chamber, a figure emerged from behind a stone wall. Upon seeing the individual, Chen Chang'an was initially taken aback, but quickly recalled their name. Lijian Quang, how can it be you? Are you still alive? Learning the identity of the figure surprised Chen Chang'an. For Lijian Quang was someone he had known for 7,000 or 8,000 years. After so many years without news, he had assumed this fellow had perished, only to discover he had been hiding at the bottom of the heavenly pool. What an oddity! Lai Zhanquang sat down beside the stone bed and gestured for Chen Chang'an to take a seat on the stone chair. I never expected that after all these years we would meet again. Fate truly is a curious thing. To be honest, I haven't seen a familiar face in over 6,000 years. It's been quite frustrating. 6,000 years living here? Did you offend someone? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. After all, Lai Zhanquang was an extraordinary talent, even more gifted than Xian Wudao, and his arrogance was well known. He was always ready for a fight, so it was no surprise that he had found himself in such a predicament. Indeed, I offended a powerful emperor. There's no choice but to hide away. For all these years, I've been too afraid to venture out. Fortunately, this place is decent. No one can intrude here. So, how did you manage to get in? Suddenly, Lai Zhanquang recalled how Chen Chang'an had entered this place. I walked in. This barrier has no effect on me. However, your strength has indeed improved. It even kept Dahuang out, Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Dahuang is here too? Right? You two are inseparable. After all these years, he is still alive. What breed of dog is he? Lai Zhanquang inquired, intrigued. He's the Dog King. Chen Chang'an responded. The Dog King? Living for so long, he is almost a dog emperor now. Anyway, let's discuss your situation. Which emperor did you offend? There are not many powerful emperors in the Taishan realm, Chen Chang'an asked, curious. Who else could it be? It was that old wretch, Long Wuqi. I merely commented on how ugly he was, and he sent 10 undying realm warriors to hunt me down. Back then, I was just at the Supreme Realm. Did he really need to send 10 undying realm fighters after me? To make matters worse, my father simply expelled me from the family to avoid being implicated. Such is the depth of paternal affection, Lai Zhanquang lamented. Long Wuqi, the founder of the Dragon Emperor Palace and one of the few powerful emperors in the Taishan realm. The Dragon Emperor Palace is formidable. I know a bit about Long Wuqi from Mu Yunyao. He and Mu Yunyao are peers, both reaching the pinnacle of emperor strength. It's no wonder Lai Zhanquang ended up in this situation. Long Wuqi's greatest taboo is being called ugly, and he couldn't resist provoking such a powerful figure. Is this barrier at the heavenly pool you're doing? Chen Chang'an inquired, intrigued. Not all. I lack that capability. Although I have reached the undying realm, I cannot establish such a barrier. This barrier existed when I arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen this place, Lai Zhanquang replied, a wry smile on his face. It existed beforehand? Then how did you get in? Dahuang couldn't even enter, Chen Chang'an questioned, puzzled. Perhaps it was luck. The heavenly pool above Yinshui Ridge has always been there, and so has the barrier. However, this barrier experiences brief moments of stagnation. I discovered this by chance, which is why I sought refuge here. I waited a year to enter the heavenly pool S barrier and another year for the entrance S barrier underwater. It's quite troublesome, which is why I rarely go out. After hearing this, Chen Chang'an realized that there was indeed a flaw in the barrier. However, what about the villagers and snow demons outside? Do the villagers and snow demons outside have anything to do with you? Are they worshipping you? This is both true and not true. It's rather complex. Then please simplify it for me. All right, Lai Zhanquang conceded. Chapter 54. Why does your touch yield a response? As Lai Zhanquang recounted the events of Ur, Chen Chang'an began to grasp the circumstances of that era. The villagers and the snow spirits had existed long before Lai Zhanquang's arrival. According to his narrative, they all seemed to worship a deity known as the snow god. This celestial pool served as the snow god's abode, and the villagers, self-identified as devotees, had safeguarded this sanctuary for generations to prevent any disturbance to their revered deity. The snow spirits shared a similar devotion. When Lai Zhanquang inadvertently stumbled into the celestial pool, the villagers mistook him for the snow god, given the peculiar circumstances of his arrival. Regardless of the events prior to your arrival, there must have been some form of existence here. Otherwise, how can one explain this barrier? You've resided here for millennia. Have you discovered nothing? Chen Chang'an inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Upon entering the cavern, he found no other passage. The end led only to this stone chamber. Yet, he believed the situation could not be so straightforward. I once harbored the same doubts as you. To be candid, for thousands of years, I have been on a quest to uncover the mysteries of this celestial pool. I yearn for the opportunity that might propel my cultivation to the realm of the great emperor. At that point, I would surely teach that hideous dragon Wuqi a lesson. It is infuriating. Not only is he repugnant, but he also cannot bear any criticism. Lai Zhanquang lamented, his animosity toward Dragon Wuqi undimmed by the passage of time. Enough of that. I understand your frustrations, but can we return to the matter at hand? Chen Chang'an replied with exasperation. The matter at hand is that after all these years, aside from discovering the stone chamber, I have found nothing else. In this confined space, I have lingered for ages. Can you imagine how constraining that is? Lai Zhanquang expressed his discontent. Just this stone chamber? So, you have not relieved yourself in all these years. Chen Chang'an's abrupt change of subject left Lai Zhanquang momentarily speechless. Relieve myself? What does that have to do with anything? He retorted. However, he quickly regained his composure and glared at Chen Chang'an. I have not consumed anything in years. How could I possibly produce waste? Besides, with my level of cultivation, my body no longer generates such filth. Most powerful cultivators no longer require food. They absorb the essence of the heavens and earth to nourish their bodies, which is far more effective. Even if I had eaten, it would be converted directly into energy, leaving no waste behind. Chen Chang'an's inquiry was clearly a jest. Nonetheless, during my extended stay here, I have encountered some intriguing phenomena. Every 6 months, this locale experiences a surge of spiritual energy, the intensity of which is astonishing, even to my experienced eyes. Yet, I have yet to discern its source. I took advantage of a moment when the barrier weakened to delve into the celestial pool, but the source was not within it. I suspect there is an undiscovered location, Lai Zhanquang stated with grave seriousness. Suspect? Is there even a need for suspicion? It is patently obvious. However, the spiritual energy at the bottom of the celestial pool is indeed remarkably dense, even in the absence of an energy surge. I can feel it is 2 or 3 times stronger than above. Alas, my body can no longer absorb any spiritual energy. Otherwise, I might uncover something more. Chen Chang'an mused. By the way, why did you hide when I entered? Why is there a separate stone wall within this chamber? Chen Chang'an asked, gazing at Lai Zhanquang. When an unexpected individual arrives, this place is generally inaccessible to the common folk. I thought that scoundrel Dragon Wuqi had come after me. As for the stone wall, it was there when I arrived, and I had already examined it thoroughly, Lai Zhanquang replied. Examined it? I trust that you would not deceive me. But merely because you have checked it does not guarantee its safety. This involves not only ability, but also intellect. Clearly, you lack the latter. Chen Chang'an retorted, undeterred by Lai Zhanquang's disdainful gaze as he approached the stone wall. The space behind the stone wall was modest, measuring only 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, leaving one to wonder why such a structure existed. Yet, often, the seemingly inconsequential holds the key to the mystery. Do you still doubt me? Look, there is nothing here, Lai Zhanquang grumbled upon, following Chen Chang'an. After thousands of years without discovery, do you really believe I could unearth anything? Chen Chang'an reached out to touch the left and right walls, and to his astonishment, his hand sank directly into the wall. Chen Chang'an was momentarily stunned, then turned to Lai Zhanquang with a challenging glance. This is impossible. I have touched this wall countless times. Wow. Lai Zhanquang was left utterly flabbergasted. Is this discrimination? Am I being slighted by this stone wall? It only reacts to you, not to me. It must be a coincidence. Let me try. Lai Zhanquang, skeptical, approached the wall where Chen Chang'an had touched. Why? He exclaimed, utterly bewildered as Chen Chang'an's hand remained embedded in the wall, while his own still encountered solid stone. Position is key. Retract your hand so I can feel your spot. Chen Chang'an suggested with a smile. Very well, please proceed, he acquiesced. Yet, the result remained unchanged. Lai Zhanquang still felt only the stone wall, with no alteration in response. Why? I simply wish to understand why. Why can you and not I? Lai Zhanquang fumed in frustration. Because I am more handsome than you. Chen Chang'an replied with a nonchalant grin. Huh? More handsome? Lai Zhanquang, though not unattractive, found himself overshadowed by Chen Chang'an's allure. Fine, I concede you are slightly more handsome. Regardless, we both surpassed that wretched Dragon Wuqi in appearance. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Is it truly necessary to dwell on such trivialities? This appears to be a barrier, though it resembles a stone wall. You cannot pass through, hence it feels no different from stone. However, The barrier is ineffective against me, allowing my passage while yours is barred, Chen Chang'an elucidated with a smile. All right, then you should enter swiftly. I shall await your return outside, Li Zhanquang urged. Are you giving up so easily? This does not align with your temperament. You should be enraged and determined to break the barrier, Chen Chang'an remarked, curious about this deviation from Li Zhanquang's usual character. Enraged? I have been wild with anger for countless years. I am acutely aware of the barrier's strength. Hurry and enter. I too wish to uncover the secrets of this place. Li Zhanquang insisted impatiently. Very well. I shall enter first. You wait for me outside. Agreed. Chapter 55. The Celestial Spirit Fruit on the Celestial Spirit Tree upon entering the stone wall. Chen Chang'an discovered a space far more expansive than the stone chamber he had just left, at least 10 times larger, if not more. It was not shrouded in darkness, but rather illuminated by a soft azure glow. At the heart of this azure expanse stood a translucent tree, radiant with a gentle blue luminescence, captivating Chen Chang'an's attention. This was, upon beholding the tree, Chen Chang'an found himself momentarily bewildered. No wonder this place experienced periodic surges of spiritual energy. It was, astonishingly, a fully formed celestial spirit tree. The time required for such a wondrous entity to materialize was beyond his comprehension. Yet he had once heard tales of its existence from Mu Yunao. The celestial spirit tree, a culmination of pure and dense spiritual energy, formed over countless millennia, was an exceedingly rare find in the Taishan realm. Few had ever discovered or laid eyes upon one, with most only familiar with its lore. Chen Chang'an had not anticipated that hidden within the modest Yushue ridge of Langia, in this celestial pool, lay a celestial spirit tree that would incite frenzy among all in the Taishan realm. To cultivate beside the celestial spirit tree would undoubtedly amplify one's progress manifold, perhaps even by dozens of times. Yet, the true marvel of the tree resided in the celestial spirit fruits that had coalesced upon its branches. 15 of them had astonishingly emerged. The celestial spirit fruit, a distillation of the tree's essence, was immensely precious, requiring 3,000 years to bear a single fruit. With 15 fruits present, the time alone for their formation reached an astonishing 45,000 years. This indicated that the celestial spirit tree had existed for an even greater duration. The so-called snow god from years past had likely discovered this tree, remaining here perhaps to partake of its fruits. 15 celestial spirit fruits represented a monumental windfall, yet their preservation was fraught with challenges. The moment a celestial spirit fruit fell from the tree, it had to be contained in a vessel crafted from 10,000-year-old warm jade, lest it gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Moreover, these fruits could not withstand prolonged contact with human hands. With so many treasures at hand, it would be a travesty not to accept them. 15 fruits should pose little issue. Over the years, Chen Chang'an had accumulated a few, and occasionally pilfered some from his master, Mu Yunao. Indeed, he possessed quite an assortment of valuable items. For cultivators, 10,000-year-old warm jade held limited utility, yet it served well as a container, rendering it quite sought after. Mu Yunao had gathered a considerable amount, hence Chen Chang'an found himself in possession of such vessels. He quickly located a container made of warm jade, then proceeded to gently knock each celestial spirit fruit from the tree, placing them into the vessel. Not a single fruit was left behind. All were secured. Alas, the celestial spirit tree itself could not be taken, which was a regrettable limitation. Chen Chang'an harbored no greed, merely desiring to uproot it entirely. After safely storing the fruits, Chen Chang'an surveyed his surroundings once more. After all, a thief should not leave empty-handed. It appeared that the celestial spirit tree was the sole treasure in this location, much to his slight disappointment. He had once heard that areas where celestial spirit trees appeared might also yield accompanying spirit beasts or spear herbs. Had the fabled snow god already claimed those as well? This possibility seemed more plausible, as it was unlikely that such precious treasures would have been left behind. Have you emerged? So soon? What did you find inside? Speak. As Chen Chang'an stepped out from the stone wall, Li Zhanquang eagerly bombarded him with questions. Ignoring him, Chen Chang'an made his way to a stone seat and settled down. Really now, you have a guest and don't even offer hospitality? You have no sense of etiquette, Chen Chang'an scoffed. Huh? Hospitality? What do you expect from me? I have nothing here to offer, Lai Zhanquang replied, bewildered. Don't make excuses. What do you think I have? He retorted. Should I urinate in a cup for you to drink? Come on. You're not really going to tell me you found treasure, are you? Chen Chang'an said nonchalantly. Of course I did. It's a supreme treasure, he added. A supreme treasure? If it's something Chen Chang'an calls a supreme treasure, it must be extraordinary. Where is it? Show me. Lai Zhanquang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Don't worry, I can be trusted not to steal it. I'm just eager to see what it is. I cannot bring it out, Chen Chang'an replied. Cannot bring it out? What do you mean? The celestial spirit tree. Can you take it out? The celestial spirit tree? Upon hearing those words, Lai Zhanquang was utterly stunned. You mean to say that beneath this celestial pool, next to my stone chamber, lies a celestial spirit tree? I've been here for thousands of years and never realized its existence. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so dense, and surges occur. The revelation of the celestial spirit tree sent Lai Zhanquang into a frenzy, pacing in circles, his excitement overflowing. Chen Chang'an, you're destined for greatness. Why did you come out? You should remain by the celestial spirit tree to cultivate. By the way, what realm are you at now? You only seem to exhibit the first level of true Qi realm. Are you trying to keep a low profile? If you haven't broken through to the Emperor realm, you might as well stay here and meditate. I believe you have a chance to reach the Emperor realm. In Lai Zhanquang's mind, Chen Chang'an had always surpassed him. Even if he hadn't yet broken through to the Emperor realm, he was surely at the peak of the undying realm. Don't you desire this? Of course I do, but I cannot enter. This opportunity seems destined to elude me. Lai Zhanquang sighed, resigned. He had been here for thousands of years without success, while Chen Chang'an appeared and uncovered the celestial spirit tree. It was evident that this fortune was not meant for him. Since we are friends, let me present you with a gift. With that, Chen Chang'an produced a celestial spirit fruit and tossed it to Lai Zhanquang. Consume it immediately. Lai Zhanquang was taken aback at first, but upon hearing Chen Chang'an's urging, he wasted no time and devoured the fruit. Wow, what is this? Such pure and rich spiritual energy. Lai Zhanquang was astonished by the value of the gift he received from Chen Chang'an. The celestial spirit fruit. You know of the celestial spirit tree, so you must know what this is. However, no one has ever consumed this before, so its effects remain unknown. Please, verify it for me, Chen Chang'an said with a smile. Sure, the more the merrier. I'll begin cultivating right away. Chapter 56, Dahuang. I as dog-like as you think? An overwhelming aura of spiritual energy enveloped Lai Zhanquang, filling him with exhilaration, continuously circulating his cultivation techniques. He aspired to break through to the exalted realm of the great emperor. Time gradually slipped away, and before long, 3 days had passed. Throughout this period, Lai Zhanquang had been absorbing the energy from the immortal spirit fruit, while Chen Chang'an sat quietly beside him, unhurried. Senior Dahuang, it has been 3 days since the young master descended. Why has he not returned? Could he be in some peril? Qilin was filled with anxiety at the lack of news from Chen Chang'an. Unfortunately, my perception cannot reach below. However, rest assured, I have stated before that no one in this world can harm Chen Chang'an. Let us wait a little longer. Hearing Dahuang's words, Qilin felt somewhat reassured, though her concern lingered. Damn it, why is this so difficult? Lai Zhanquang cursed as he ceased his cultivation. Despite the richness of the energy, breaking through to the barrier of the great emperor was proving exceedingly challenging. Finished? Chen Chang'an inquired. Not yet. The energy from the immortal spirit fruit is far too potent. It is impossible for me to fully absorb it within just 3 days. I fear it will take at least a year for me to digest this energy completely. This treasure is truly formidable. My cultivation alone requires a year. For others, it would likely take much longer. Though he had not achieved a breakthrough to the great emperor realm, Lai Zhanquang could not help but marvel at the power of the immortal spirit fruit. It was undoubtedly a rare treasure in the world. Is the energy within the immortal spirit fruit turbulent? Chen Chang'an asked. It is quite gentle. Even children who have not practiced can consume it without adverse effects. However, they will gain little benefit from it. Firstly, they cannot absorb it. Secondly, the energy will dissipate over time. As for the third point, I am unsure. Why say such nonsense? All right, I have also been down here for 3 days. It is time for me to leave. What about you? What are your plans? Chen Chang'an asked Lai Zhanquang. Leaving so soon? Regardless, it is a reunion of old friends. I did not expect you to depart so quickly. Lai Zhanquang felt a tinge of reluctance after so many years without seeing Chen Chang'an. You go ahead. I shall remain for now. I cannot leave, nor do I wish to. I intend to spend this year striving for the great emperor realm. By then, I will have the confidence to venture out. Lai Zhanquang spoke solemnly. He was at the pinnacle of the great emperor. Should Chen Chang'an break through, he would likely not be his match. I understand, but he would never dare to act against me lightly. Once I am out, I will seek you out for a proper reunion. Very well. Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile and departed from the heavenly pool under Lai Zhanquang's reluctant gaze. Upon his return to the heavenly pool, both Dahuang and Gu Xianer breathed sighs of relief. Although Dahuang knew Chen Chang'an was not in danger, he also understood that the young man's true strength was still lacking. If he encountered trouble, his life would be safe, but what if he were captured? What lies below? Young master, you have returned. Chen Chang'an smiled and nodded at Gu Xianer before casting a glance at Dahuang. Look at her. She still knows to express concern for me, while you only inquire about what is below. What lies below is your ancestor. After speaking, Chen Chang'an hesitated. Did Lai Zhanquang count as taking advantage of the situation? Dahuang could not be bothered to respond, having grown accustomed to this over the years. Quickly tell me. What is it? Chen Chang'an then recounted the events that transpired below. So, that brat Lai Zhanquang has arrived at this point? Ultimately, he has paid the price for his youthful recklessness. However, it is for the best. At least he is still alive. I did not expect to find an immortal spirit tree in the heavenly pool of Yinxue Ridge. This is likely the only one in the entire Taishan realm. An entity like the immortal spirit tree could not be found everywhere. The birth of one meant that another could never arise. Dahuang, would you like to taste the immortal spirit fruit? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. You would give me such a precious item? Dahuang looked at Chen Chang'an in surprise. When had this fellow become so generous? Of course, but you must assist me with a simple task. Chen Chang'an replied with a grin. I knew you weren't that generous. Speak, what do you need me to do? Make a trip to the northern region and deliver an immortal spirit fruit to that brat Chen Yunxian. The northern region, Chen Yunxian? You are quite fond of him. Thinking of him even when you possess something good. However, it is not too far from here. Wait, you first mentioned giving me an immortal spirit fruit because you feared I would steal the one meant for Chen Yunxian? Am I really that dog-like? Weren't you always a dog? Dahuang understood Chen Chang'an just as well as Chen Chang'an understood him. If Chen Chang'an did not give Dahuang an immortal spirit fruit first before sending him off, that rascal would undoubtedly consume it on the way and concoct an excuse to return for another one to give to Chen Yunxian. Rather than waste time, it was better to give it to him directly, showcasing his generosity. Enough of the nonsense. Hurry and return. Very well, I shall go swiftly. Where will you head next? Crossing Yunxue Ridge should lead to the Lanling territory. I may go there first. All right, then I shall take my leave. Dahuang departed on his own this time, ensuring a quicker journey. It would likely take only a few days for him to return. Young master, shall we set off for Lanling now? Gu Xianer stepped forward to inquire. Do you not desire the immortal spirit fruit? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. I am merely the young master's maid. Such a precious item should be reserved for someone more significant. Gu Xianer maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Chen Chang'an studied Gu Xianer for a moment until her face tinged slightly red before he withdrew his gaze. What is the matter, young master? Is there something on my face? Gu Xianer felt her face warm, her mind racing with a flurry of thoughts. You should consume it. I am curious to see to what extent your cultivation will enhance after taking the immortal spirit fruit. This is my command. Seeing Gu Xianer about to refuse, Chen Chang'an declared the final words that made her swallow her unspoken objections. Thank you, young master. Gu Xianer did not expect Chen Chang'an to be so generous. As a mere maid, she had received such a precious item. You should consume it. Yes. Chapter 57. Has Chen Chang'an been wanted? Young master, we have reached our limits. However, I fear I have absorbed less than 1/10 of the energy from the immortal spirit fruit. Gu Xianer's cultivation is, after all, considerably lower than that of Lai Zhanquang, so her capacity to absorb spiritual energy is naturally limited. Even so, within a single day, Gu Xian'er's cultivation soared from the ninth level of the transcendent realm to the ninth level of the divine abilities realm. Such a rapid ascension would astonish anyone who witnessed it. This remarkable progress can be attributed not only to the efficacy of the immortal spirit fruit, but also to Gu Xian'er's formidable physique. That is already quite impressive. Gradually converting and absorbing this energy will be sufficient to support your cultivation and allow you to break through to the void realm. This is Chen Chang'an's most conservative estimate, given his limited understanding of the immortal spirit fruit and his lack of personal experience with it. The void realm? Young master, does that mean if I completely convert and absorb the energy from the immortal spirit fruit within 3 years, I could ascend to the top of the human rankings? Gu Xian'er inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, but do not underestimate others. It is quite possible that they will experience rapid advancements in their cultivation within the same time frame. Thus, you must strive even harder. Yes, young master. Let us depart. It is time to leave. After Gu Xian'er's breakthrough, Chen Chang'an took her, and the two of them traversed the Yunxue Ridge, heading straight toward the territory of Lanling. Upon entering Lanling, Chen Chang'an discovered that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. A man, a woman, and a dog? They must be searching for me, he mused, surprised to find that someone in Lanling was actively seeking him. Young master, could it be the Lin family? Those who command such a number of people are certainly not from an ordinary family. Though this is Lanling, it is still within the realm of Langya. Even as a collateral branch, the Lin family holds considerable weight in Langya. Gu Xian'er frowned and remarked. Chen Chang'an had not been in Langya for long, and previously he had only been in the Yunxian territory. Moreover, he had not made any enemies. So the only plausible explanation for someone investigating him was indeed the Lin family. Gu Xian'er felt a twinge of guilt in her eyes. Their actions must surely be connected to her. After all, the Lin family and Chen Chang'an had no past grievances, so why would they go to such lengths? However, Chen Chang'an sensed that the situation was somewhat different. Was the Lin family's significant action merely a concern over her potential rise for revenge? Perhaps that was part of it. Yet he could not shake the feeling that their focus lay squarely on him. This intuition was not baseless. Throughout their journey, he had observed that those searching for him mainly directed their attention towards the man rather than the woman. If Gu Xian'er were the target, they would surely pay more heed to her. Indeed, Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er had drawn some attention, but due to the absence of a crucial factor, they had not been suspected. Young master, what should we do next? Once Dahuang returns, it will undoubtedly attract others' attention. A man, a woman, and a dog. Such a combination is exceedingly unique. After all, who carries a dog around casually? If one were to bring a creature, it would need to be a more impressive beast. Let them take notice. The Lin family is in Qingxue, correct? Chen Chang'an inquired. Indeed, the Lin family, where Lin Ruoheng resides, is in Qingxue, not too far from here, merely a few thousand kilometers. Nodding at Gu Xian'er's words, Chen Chang'an silently hoped that things would not unfold as he feared. Young master, are you suggesting we go to Qingxue? The mention of Qingxue stirred something within Gu Xian'er, for it was where the Gu family had once thrived. Now, however, she was the sole survivor of her clan. It was a place of both nostalgia and enmity. She had not anticipated returning so soon. Qingxue, Gu Xian'er? You are Gu Xian'er. Before Chen Chang'an could finish his thought, an individual nearby pointed at Gu Xian'er, his expression brimming with excitement. Few recognized Chen Chang'an, yet there were those familiar with Gu Xian'er, and now he had encountered one such individual. Gu Xian'er, caught off guard, peered closely at the man, puzzled. This person, why does he seem familiar? How does he know me? Ha 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 ha. I never expected that such immense fortune would fall into my hands. Truly, heaven bestows its favor upon me. You are Gu Xian'er, and the person beside you must be Chen Chang'an, correct? Though the dog is absent, it matters not. If you two wish to avoid hardship, come with me willingly. The man completely disregarded Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er, viewing this as an opportunity to seize boundless resources and a chance to affiliate with the Lin family. His words garnered the attention of numerous onlookers. It is indeed them, Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er. No wonder they have been elusive. They discarded the dog. How cunning they are. I wonder who leaked this information. A man, a woman, and a dog. Who carries a dog around casually? The news is erroneous. Capturing these two could lead to substantial rewards from the Lin family. Damn it, they are mine. No one could take them from me. Who do you think you are? Just because you say they are yours, does that make it true? Do you have the capability to back that up? Do you want to test that? Before long, the crowd erupted into chaos, leaving Chen Chang'an feeling somewhat exasperated. Perhaps I should just leave while you all bicker? Get lost. Who do you think you are? Who? Gao Changyuan? Apologies for my earlier words. I meant no offense. I will take my leave at once. Yes, we are not worthy. We are not worthy. The arrival of Gao Changyuan silenced the crowd, for he was not someone they could provoke. After all, the Gao family ranked among the top 3 in Lanling. Young master, I have heard of Gao Changyuan. He is a prodigy from the Gao family, only 25 years old. Yet he has already reached the 5th level of the divine abilities realm. Moreover, he is the heir of the Gao family and surrounded by numerous experts. Gu Xiner informed Chen Chang'an of Gao Changyuan's identity. The Gao family? They have also decided to meddle in this affair? Gao Changyuan regarded Chen Chang'an, his mind filled with confusion. A mere young man at the 1st level of the true Qi realm. Was he truly worthy of the Lin family's attention? Yet, the mystery surrounding Gu Xiner's cultivation eluded him. Was she truly unremarkable? Unable to fathom the situation, Gao Changyuan chose not to dwell on it further, confident in his ability to secure Chen Chang'an and Gu Xiner. Today, you are fortunate to encounter someone like me. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly face some hardship. Accompany me quietly, and I shall not make things overly difficult for you. Gao Changyuan wore a faint smile, yet his gaze was laced with arrogance, as if his actions were a favor to Chen Chang'an and Gu Xiner. Fortunate? Yet, I cannot help but feel that your luck is rather lacking. Chapter 58. Is it too late to acknowledge one's mistakes? A single remark from Chen Chang'an left Gao Changyuan momentarily stunned. What did this young man mean? Was he belittling him? Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? In Lanling, how dare he speak to me in such a manner? You truly possess an audacious spirit, Gao Changyuan sneered. For far too long, the Gao family had relished their elevated status, accustomed to flaunting their might before others. They instinctively believed that anyone encountering a member of the Gao family should tread carefully and show utmost respect. Raised in such an environment, Gao Changyuan, a prodigious disciple, had been exalted since childhood. To him, Chen Chang'an's earlier words were a profound disrespect. If he sought to suffer, then let it be so. You too, give him a good lesson, Gao Changyuan commanded coldly to his 2 subordinates. Yes, young master, they replied, nodding at Gao Changyuan before swiftly charging towards Chen Chang'an. This Chen Chang'an truly had no sense of self-preservation, daring to offend even the young master of the Gao family. He had even defied the Lin family. What else could he possibly fear? Regrettably, he could have been taken away unscathed, yet he insisted on courting disaster. Ah, youth, unfazed until faced with death. Ha! He is merely a coward, too frightened to move, believing himself to be formidable. As the 2 subordinates launched their attack, Chen Chang'an remained motionless, his expression calm and untroubled. To the onlookers, it appeared as if he was paralyzed by fear and incapable of resistance. However, anyone with a modicum of insight could discern that Chen Chang'an was utterly unconcerned, dismissing his opponents entirely. Bang! Bang! What has transpired? Many were bewildered, unable to comprehend how Chen Chang'an had not moved. Yet the 2 subordinates of Gao Changyuan were sent flying, collapsing to the ground. No, it wasn't Chen Chang'an who struck. It was Gu Xiner. What? Gu Xiner? How could this be? The Lin family had claimed that her cultivation level was merely at the true Qi realm. Yet, those 2 were both at the divine power realm, and they had been utterly powerless to retaliate. Impossible, it cannot be Gu Xiner. The Lin family's information must be incorrect. No, it was indeed Gu Xiner. I noticed that while her body exhibited only slight fluctuations, it was precisely at that moment that the 2 divine power realm warriors from the Gao family were struck down. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Gao Changyuan's face was etched with disbelief. He could never have anticipated Gu Xiner's strength to be so formidable. He had dispatched 2 subordinates, both at the 6th level of the divine power realm, yet they could not withstand even a single blow. Moreover, Gu Xian'er's speed was astonishingly swift. Remember, do not hold back next time. Do not grant the enemy any opportunity to breathe, Chen Chang'an cautioned, noting that while Gu Xian'er had intervened, she had not delivered a lethal strike, leaving room for mercy. Such a habit was ill-advised, so he felt compelled to offer a reminder. Yes, Xian'er understands. I was merely concerned. There is nothing to worry about. It is merely the Gao family, Chen Chang'an replied with a cold smile. Rest assured, young master. I will ensure that I do not hold back next time. Good, as long as you remember. Chen Chang'an's words exhibited a complete disregard for the Gao family, prompting many to begin questioning his identity and strength. What manner of being could command such respect from the Lin family that they would mobilize forces? He could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Why had this not occurred to them earlier? At that moment, Gao Changyuan's expression was one of seething rage. Yet he recognized that he was no match for Gu Xian'er. Young master, it is unwise to linger here. According to the intelligence provided by the Lin family, Gu Xian'er merely attained the true Qi realm a month ago. For her to elevate her strength to such a level in such a brief span is no simple feat. Even if the two of us join forces, we may not be able to contend with Chen Chang'an. The two men behind Gao Changyuan, both at the spirit transformation realm, were entrusted with safeguarding his safety. However, in the face of Chen Chang'an, they felt an unsettling lack of confidence. Despite Chen Chang'an presenting only the first level of the true Qi realm, he exuded an air of composure as if he had mastery over the situation. Are you saying that you two are not his opponents? Gao Changyuan asked, astonished. Not just us, within the Gao family. There is likely no one who can stand against him. The mere fact that Gu Xian'er achieved such feats is something the Gao family cannot replicate. It is likely that even the Lin family lacks such means. This time, it is not only the Gao family that has run into a brick wall. The Lin family will likely face the same fate. I wonder what grievances exist between the Qing Shui Lin family and Chen Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Gao Changyuan grew anxious, as he held immense trust in the two men beside him. He was certain that they would not speak without basis. If they said so, there must be truth to it. Then, what should we do now? He wanted to retaliate against the Gao family. Will he? Gao Changyuan queried nervously. Apologize. Do not engage him as an enemy. Apologize? This was something Gao Changyuan had never done in his life. A disgrace, an indelible stain on his existence. Young master, do not hesitate. The moment is fleeting. For the sake of the Gao family, you must endure this humiliation. Indeed, young master, apologizing to a stronger opponent is not shameful. It is merely human nature. Gao Changyuan inhaled deeply, casting a serious gaze at the two men before turning his attention to Chen Chang'an. I acknowledge my missteps, and I deeply regret any offense caused. I hope you will not take it to heart. The Gao family acted out of necessity due to the Lin family's influence. I earnestly hope you can show leniency. Whatever requests you have, I will do my utmost to fulfill. His words left the surrounding crowd utterly astounded. Who is this? The young master of the Gao family, who had never bowed his head in Lanling, was not only lowering himself, but also offering an apology? Who on earth was Chen Chang'an? Am I dreaming? This is the young master of the Gao family. In my lifetime, I never thought I would witness such a moment in Lanling. Could it be merely due to Gu Xian'er's strength? That seems unlikely. You know nothing. Their fear is not of Gu Xian'er, but of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an? What of him? Are you blind? Look at how Gu Xian'er treats Chen Chang'an with utmost reverence. If Gu Xian'er is already so powerful, then what of Chen Chang'an? Goodness, I hadn't considered that. Could it be that Chen Chang'an is at the spirit transformation realm? Perhaps. He is far beyond the spirit transformation realm. Far beyond? How terrifying. Yet he appears so youthful. Thank goodness Gao Changyuan intervened. Had we acted earlier, none of us would have escaped unharmed. So it seems the young master of the Gao family indirectly saved our lives. Those who had harbored intentions to confront Chen Chang'an now felt a wave of regret wash over them. They were fortunate that Gao Changyuan had stepped forward, sparing them from impending disaster. Now, do you realize your mistake? Chen Chang'an inquired with a mocking smile. Were you instructed by the Lin family to capture me or Gu Xian'er? We were tasked with apprehending both, but the primary focus is on you, Gao Changyuan replied, gazing intently at Chen Chang'an. The primary focus is on me? This situation has indeed taken an intriguing turn. Chapter 59, Diverting to Tianshui Lake. Directly heading to the Lin family's main house, Gu Xian'er was equally taken aback that the Lin family's primary target would be Chen Chang'an. This was utterly illogical. It was she who had enmity with the Lin family. If they sought to take action, it would surely be against her. So, why focus on Chen Chang'an? Most importantly, it was evident from Gao Changyuan's demeanor that the Lin family's attitude towards Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er was entirely disparate. Gu Xian was met expendable, while Chen Chang'an was to be taken to the Qing Shui Lin family. Could it be because of your acquaintance with the Lin family's ancestor? Gu Xian'er inquired. Yet she quickly dismissed the notion. If that were the case, they should have invited him rather than resorting to such underhanded means. What was the Lin family's intention? Things are unfolding in a manner I had most dreaded. The Qing Shui Lin family is truly courting their own demise, Chen Chang'an remarked with a cold smirk. If previously Chen Chang'an had merely suspected, he was now convinced that the Qing Shui Lin family was indeed the one who had seized the Chen family's fetal pearl all those years ago. His inquiry in Yunchuan was twofold. On one hand, he genuinely sought information, while on the other, he aimed to rattle the snake in its den. However, he had not anticipated that it would lead him straight to the Qing Shui Lin family. The Lin family must have learned of Gu Xian'er's situation, prompting their investigation and subsequent awareness of his circumstances. At this moment, Gao Changyuan, hearing Chen Chang'an's words, was nearly unsteady on his feet. The Lin family courting their own demise? What on earth is this lunatic saying? Does he truly disregard the Lin family? Even the Qing Shui Lin family boasts 3 strong practitioners in the Dongxi realm. Has he lost his mind? However, Gao Changyuan had no time to ponder Chen Chang'an's sanity or the fate of the Qing Shui Lin family. His mind was consumed with worry over how Chen Chang'an would deal with him and the Gao family. Leave. I'm not in the mood to entertain you today. Chen Chang'an waved dismissively at Gao Changyuan. Thank you for sparing my life, senior. Gao Changyuan finally exhaled in relief, bowing to Chen Chang'an before turning to depart. Shall we head directly to Qing Shui? Guxiania asked. We're not going to Qing Shui. We are going to Tianshui Lake. Tianshui Lake? Isn't that where the Lin family's main house is located? Are we heading straight to their stronghold? Yes, to visit an old friend. What about the elder Dahuang? Should we wait for him a few days? Calculating the time, Dahuang's round trip should take no more than 2 or 3 days. No need. Dahuang is quite intelligent and possesses keen senses. He will find us. Chen Chang'an did not wait for Dahuang, but set off with Gu Xian'er towards Tianshui Lake. If this matter was indeed linked to the Qing Shui Lin family, Chen Chang'an felt it imperative to find Lin Shangliu first. As a friend, he ought to inform her. And besides, retrieving the fetal pearl did not necessarily require force. At this juncture, the significance of connections became apparent. With a word from Lin Shangliu, would the Qing Shui Lin family dare to act recklessly? Meanwhile, upon returning to the Gao family, Gao Changyuan recounted the day's events. Is Chen Chang'an truly that formidable? If so, why would the Qing Shui Lin family provoke such a person? Or do they believe they have the backing of the Lin family and thus feel invincible? The head of the Gao family furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Chen Chang'an's appearance in Lanling and his conflict with the Gao family would soon reach the ears of the Qing Shui Lin family. If mishandled, the Lin family might retaliate against the Gao family. And now Chen Chang'an has gone to Qing Shui? The Gao family head inquired, his brow furrowed. It seems he mentioned heading to Tianshui Lake. Tianshui Lake? Directly bypassing the Qing Shui Lin family and heading straight to the Lin family's main house. Someone, here, what is your command, Patriarch? Depart immediately for the Qing Shui Lin family and inform them that Chen Chang'an has appeared in Lanling, but is too powerful for the Gao family to contend with. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential. It must not reach any ears. Do you understand? Yes. Father. Why such caution? Are you not afraid that Chen Chang'an will retaliate against our Gao family once he learns of this? Gao Changyuan queried, perplexed. You are still thinking too simplistically. Whether it is Chen Chang'an or the Qing Shui Lin family, we cannot afford to offend either. The best course of action is to keep Chen Chang'an in the dark while we explain matters to the Qing Shui Lin family first. Whatever transpires thereafter, it will have nothing to do with us. That is why I instructed secrecy no information can leak. With so many having seen him today, what evidence does Chen Chang'an have to suspect our Gao family of tipping him off? The Gao family head replied with a smile. Father, your wisdom is commendable. Chen Chang'an would never suspect that our Gao family would act in such a manner. However, if he dares to approach the Lin family's main house directly, it indicates that his identity is rather extraordinary, Gao Chongyuan mused. The central sky domain is vast. Arlangia is merely the tip of the iceberg. Many individuals possess formidable backgrounds. With the emergence of the human rankings, this is a time of turmoil. We must exercise utmost caution and maintain a low profile in Lanling. Do you understand? The Gao family head cautioned. Do not worry, Father. I shall heed your words. My current objective is the human rankings. The human rankings? Ha ha. You may not have that opportunity. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, causing both Gao father and son to startle. This was undeniably not one of their own. Who could enter the Gao family unnoticed? Who dares to reveal themselves? The Gao family head questioned, his expression grave. You are unworthy. I have only one purpose in coming here. Your Gao family must perish. Before the words had fully escaped, a powerful aura engulfed the entire Gao family. This terrifying presence caused everyone to tremble. In mere moments, nearly half of the Gao family members lay dead. Despair filled the eyes of the Gao clan members. They could not fathom why such a powerful being had descended upon them. Was it? Suddenly, the Gao family head's heart sank. Chen Chang'an? This must be connected to him. Has he truly resolved not to spare the Chen family? Chen Chang'an, you are so ruthless. In the throes of unwilling despair, the head of the Gao family succumbed to the overwhelming force and perished. The Gao family, from top to bottom, along with even the insects on the ground, were not spared. TSK, so weak, unable to withstand even my aura. Sigh, why am I so powerful? With a sigh of lament, a shadow vanished instantaneously, and the Gao family was forever erased from Lanling. Chapter 60. The Cataclysm Descends. Achieving Immortality, Senior Dahuang. Have you returned so soon? Chen Chang'an and Gu Xianer had only set off for Tianshui Lake less than a day ago when Dahuang caught up with them. Chen Chang'an glanced at Dahuang, noticing that his speed seemed to have increased somewhat. It has indeed quickened. I thought I would have to wait for you for another couple of days. Chen Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. This immortal spirit fruit is truly remarkable. I feel significantly enhanced, and thus my speed has naturally improved, Dahuang said, beaming with satisfaction. Has the matter been resolved? Yes, everything has been taken care of. Rest assured, there will be no lingering concerns, Dahuang nodded with a smile. Guxiania, listening from the side, felt bewildered. What matter had been resolved without any lingering concerns? Hadn't they gone to deliver the immortal spirit fruit to Chen Yinxian? Excellent. After so many years of tacit understanding, it's still intact, Chen Chang'an chuckled. As if I don't know you. You didn't take action. Did you just wait for me to handle it? Dahuang scoffed, rolling his eyes. Young master, Senior Dahuang, what are you discussing? Guxiania asked curiously. Nothing much. Just dealing with the Gao family. Dealing with the Gao family? Gu Xianer was filled with astonishment. She had been with Chen Chang'an the entire time and had not seen any instructions left by him. Why was Senior Dahuang able to understand his intentions? Tacit understanding? How long does it take to cultivate such a rapport? Chen Chang'an had done nothing and said nothing. Merely because he hadn't acted, Dahuang knew to assist with the aftermath. This indicated how well Dahuang understood Chen Chang'an's character. How has that Chen Yinxian been faring lately? Chen Chang'an inquired. His cultivation has improved quite well. When I found him, he had already reached the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. I heard he intends to participate in some 4 domains martial gathering to challenge the true powerhouses of the 4 domains. He possesses his own opinions and ambitions. You merely encouraged him to become the strongest in the northern domain. Yet this lad's goal is to be the strongest across the 4 domains. Now, with the immortal spirit fruit, I fear he may become the strongest within a month. Dahuang couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yunshuan's abnormality. He had originally thought it would take at least a year for him to reach this point. Yet, with the current developments, it appeared that within less than half a year, Chen Yinxian could stand at the pinnacle of the 4 domains, becoming the mightiest. This lad is determined to seek you out in the central sky domain. You are his aspiration, Dahuang chuckled. His goal should be to grow stronger, not merely to find me. He ought to carve out his own path and experiences. Well, I shall leave these matters for when I see him again. Dahuang, can you break through the 9th stage with the immortal spirit fruit? Upon hearing this, Dahuang shook his head helplessly. Though the immortal spirit fruit was excellent, breaking through the 9th stage is no simple feat in the Taishan realm. No one had ever surpassed the 9th stage. Being the only Qilin in the Taishan realm and possessing the blood of divine beasts, Dahuang naturally boasted a much longer lifespan than other demonic beasts. Yet despite this, he had been stuck at the 9th stage for many years, unable to progress. Take your time. There will always be a way. You have a long life ahead. You won't perish in a moment, Chen Chang'an said with a smile. Thank you. You truly know how to comfort, Dahuang replied. Are you human? I'm merely adept at comforting dogs, Chen Chang'an retorted. Get lost. Dahuang shot Chen Chang'an a glare and refrained from further comment, uncertain of what the rascal might say next. At Tianshui Lake, the Lin family gathered all their core members, standing respectfully as they awaited the appearance of one individual. Today the ancestor emerges from seclusion. Do you think he will succeed in his breakthrough? Uncertain, but given the years he has spent in seclusion, he ought to have gained something. Our Lin family has become the foremost family in Langya, all thanks to the ancestor alone. It is said that in those days, the Void Realm was a dominant force. The ancestor elevated that standard to the supreme realm. If he can break through to the immortal realm, it is likely that the Lin family will no longer be constrained by Langya. Indeed, the immortal realm. What a formidable existence! Lin Shangliu was a figure of unparalleled stature for the Lin family. They had never produced a supreme realm master, and even with Lin Shangliu's assistance over the years, the Lin family remained stagnant in the Void Realm. It could be said that the Lin family thrived solely on Lin Shangliu's merit, placing them in a transcendent position. Even families from other regions would regard them with respect. To the members of the Lin family, Lin Shangliu was akin to a divine being, the very foundation of their standing. He had once declared he would enter seclusion for 100 years, regardless of whether he succeeded or not. He would emerge after that time. Now, as the days approached for his emergence, the core members of the Lin family dared not be negligent. Arriving early at Lin Shangliu's seclusion location. Look, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, someone noticed that a mass of thunderclouds seemed to be gathering in the heavens. P.S. Breaking through. The ancestor is about to break through. It is recorded that when one seeks to break through to the immortal realm, it attracts the descent of heavenly tribulation. If one can successfully navigate this tribulation, they may attain immortality. Our Lin family is finally poised to possess a powerhouse of the immortal realm. The ancestor is magnificent, truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. As the crowd marveled, the thunderclouds thickened ominously, a terrifying aura causing them to shudder. Everyone retreat. The power of this heavenly tribulation is immense. Do not gather here. Quickly fall back. With the family head's command, all core members retreated 10 miles, daring not to approach the range that the heavenly tribulation could envelop. This heavenly tribulation is terrifying. Can the ancestor truly pass through it unscathed? I believe in the ancestor. He will surely face the heavenly tribulation without fear. But I have heard of many who perished beneath this heavenly tribulation, unable to step through the door of immortality. Those were others. Can the ancestor be compared to them? Indeed, the ancestor is certainly not like those ordinary individuals. Despite their reassurances, anxiety lingered in their hearts. Who among those who could break through to the immortal realm was truly ordinary? So, the heavenly tribulation has descended. It seems Lin Shangliu is on the verge of breaking through to the immortal realm. 1,000 years to achieve this breakthrough. It seems a bit slow. Chen Chang'an mused as he arrived at Tianshui Lake, recognizing the heavenly tribulation as a manifestation of Lin Shangliu's efforts. Aside from him, no one in Langya had the opportunity to reach such a level. Dahuang also expressed his sentiments, acknowledging that 1,000 years for Lin Shangliu to reach the immortal realm was indeed a tad slow. After all, Dahuang was well aware of Lin Shangliu's talent. Perhaps he has been entangled by certain matters, which has impeded his cultivation speed. Regardless, it is still a step forward. I wonder if Wu Mingdao has already broken through to the immortal realm, Chen Chang'an said with a faint smile. Wu Mingdao, that lad is rather stubborn. He might surpass Lin Shangliu, Dahuang chuckled. Gu Xiener, listening from the side, was equally astounded. 1,000 years to reach the immortal realm, and it was deemed too slow? This was the legendary immortal realm, a genuine entry into the ranks of the powerful. How many people could not achieve such heights even in their entire lives? Let us wait. After the heavenly tribulation, we shall visit. Chapter 61. Reunion of the Old. Bad news arrives. The sky was increasingly shrouded with dark, ominous thunderclouds, casting the ground into a suffocating darkness that enveloped the Lin family with a palpable sense of dread. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and a figure shot up into the sky. It was the ancestor. The ancestor's aura was astonishingly powerful. How terrifying! Is this the presence of an immortal being? Just the weight of this aura leaves me breathless. Why do I sense that the ancestor's might surpasses even this heavenly tribulation? Truly, our ancestor, the Lin family, stands unmatched. This heavenly tribulation is trivial in his presence. The appearance of Lin Shangliu ignited excitement among the Lin family members. At that moment, Lin Shangliu hovered in the air, gazing confidently and eagerly at the impending tribulation. At last, I have reached this stage. Do these mere clouds of tribulation think they can hinder me? Lin Shangliu? What a jest! With unwavering confidence, Lin Shangliu dismissed the looming tribulation, which seemed to sense his disdain, intensifying its ferocity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Shangliu was not so arrogant in the past. He seems a bit too carried away now. Although he possesses considerable strength and talent, this is, after all, a heavenly tribulation. Does he really believe it is an easy opponent? Dahuang sneered. Though the tribulation is formidable, Lin Shangliu is no slouch either. From my understanding of him, he must have some hidden cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident, Chen Chang'an remarked nonchalantly. Of course he has hidden cards. Did you not notice the attire he wears? It is no ordinary garment. It seems familiar, yet I cannot recall its name. Dahuang observed, recognizing that Lin Shangliu's outfit bore significance, though he could not place it. It is the dragon armor of the Wu family. Chen Chang'an's brow furrowed. The dragon armor had originally been passed down to Wu Mingdao. How did it end up with Lin Shangliu? This is a treasure, acquired by the Wu family under fortuitous circumstances, said to be crafted from the scales of a flood dragon. It is worth noting that flood dragons have long vanished from the Taishan realm, and the reasons for their disappearance remain unknown. This dragon armor is truly one of a kind. Now I understand. No wonder it seems so familiar. During that sparring session between Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao, it was the advantage of this dragon armor that led to Wu Mingdao's victory over Lin Shangliu. How did such a significant treasure end up in Lin Shangliu's possession? Did something transpire between the two of them? I am uncertain. I shall inquire directly later. After a millennium apart, Chen Chang'an could only speculate about the events that transpired between them. However, the matter of the dragon armor was indeed peculiar. As they conversed, the thunderous tribulation finally descended from the sky. Lin Shangliu stood defiantly against it. As the bolts of tribulation struck, he began to feel the strain, particularly with the final bolt, which was at least 10 times more powerful. Upon sensing the might of that final bolt, Lin Shangliu's expression turned grave, and he became exceedingly serious. How could this be? Why is this bolt of tribulation so potent? I feel it is at least 10 times stronger than the previous one. It is said that breaking through to the immortal realm is fraught with challenges. Today, I realize that merely facing this heavenly tribulation could lead most to their demise in regret. Indeed, it is utterly terrifying. I feel that if it were me, I would truly lack the capacity to withstand this tribulation. Do you think the ancestor can truly endure it? Everyone anxiously gazed at Lin Shangliu in the sky, their hearts pounding with concern for this legendary figure of the Lin family. At the moment the final bolt struck, those with weaker mental fortitude had already shut their eyes. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as the bolt struck Lin Shangliu's body. His form jolted violently, plummeting from the sky straight toward the ground. Ancestor, witnessing the scene, The Lin family members were taken aback. Could it be that the ancestor has failed? Truly, the dragon armor is remarkable. It absorbed nearly half the power of the final bolt of tribulation. Without this armor, Lin Shangliu would have been gravely injured, Dahuang exclaimed. This dragon armor is indeed impressive. It can be considered a quasi-emperor weapon. Chen Chang'an nodded in agreement. Cough, cough, cough. How could such a tribulation be so fearsome? At this moment, Lin Shangliu was in a pitiful state, with the dragon armor showing slight damage, though it was not severe and would gradually self-repair. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shangliu adjusted his state. After all, having broken through to the immortal realm, his recovery abilities were formidable. In a flash, he appeared before the gathered members of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Shangliu emerge unscathed, joy spread across the faces of the Lin family members. We pay our respects to the ancestor. We pay our respects to the ancestor. With a breakthrough to the immortal realm, the Lin family had finally gained a member of this esteemed level, marking a significant advancement for the family. Enough, it was merely a breakthrough. There is no need for such reverence. I have matters to attend to. You may return for now. Matters? The Lin family members were puzzled. Having just achieved a breakthrough, what could possibly require attention? Without waiting for their inquiries, Lin Shangliu's figure vanished in an instant. Brother Chun, after 1,000 years, we finally meet again. Lin Shangliu had noticed Chen Chang'an and Dahuang during the tribulation, but the circumstances had prevented him from acknowledging them. After all these years, you have only just broken through to the immortal realm? Your pace seems somewhat slow, Chen Chang'an remarked with a smile. Brother Chun, you are unaware. I was indeed bogged down by family affairs for a time. Otherwise, I would have broken through at least a century earlier, Lin Shangliu replied with resignation. In this regard, you cannot compare to Wu Mingdao. That fellow is singularly focused on becoming stronger, disregarding everything else. Speaking of which, how did Wu Mingdao's dragon armor come to be in your possession? Has he already broken through to the immortal realm and lent it to you? Dahuang asked with a chuckle. At the mention of Wu Mingdao, Lin Shangliu's expression suddenly shifted. Brother Chun Mingdao has passed away. Lin Shangliu spoke with a pained countenance. At these words, both Chen Chang'an and Dahuang were taken aback. Passed away? Wu Mingdao is truly gone? Chen Chang'an had not known Wu Mingdao for long, but the young man was straightforward and sincere, and they had developed a decent rapport. He could hardly believe that such a talented individual had met his end. How'd he die? Was he avenged by enemies? Chen Chang'an inquired with a solemn expression. Brother Chun, this is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us find somewhere more private, Lin Shangliu suggested. Very well, lead the way. Chapter 62. The Death of the Renowned Blade. The Sin of Chang'an? Lin Shangliu had brought Chen Chang'an into his tranquil courtyard, a place where he often sought solace. Once they were seated, Lin Shangliu sighed deeply, revealing the profound impact Wu Mingdao's demise had on him. Wu Mingdao possessed remarkable talent and strength, and his familial lineage was formidable. To speak candidly, the likelihood of misfortune befalling you is greater than that of him, for the Lin family lacks substantial heritage. Why did Wu Mingdao meet with such a fate? Did the Wu family fail to protect him? Chen Chang'an inquired, furrowing his brow. Lin Shangliu cast a glance at Chen Chang'an, offering a bitter smile. Brother Chun, though the Wu family is powerful, there are always greater mountains. Are you familiar with the Feng Tian dynasty? The Feng Tian dynasty? Chen Chang'an had not visited, but had heard of it. In the central heaven domain, as well as the entirety of the Taishan realm, most powers existed in the form of clans and sections. However, there were also other structures, such as dynasties, and within the central heaven domain, 3 dynasties stood prominent. Each of these dynasties possessed immense strength, while they lacked an emperor to oversee them. They were home to peak undying realm experts. The Feng Tian dynasty was one of these. Logically, the location of the Feng Tian dynasty was distant from the Wu family, seemingly unrelated. Could it be that Wu Mingdao ventured into the territory of the Feng Tian dynasty for training? Was it possible that someone from the dynasty had acted against him? Despite Wu Mingdao's straightforward nature, it was unlikely he would provoke the Feng Tian dynasty. What truly transpired? Chen Chang'an pressed, his brow still knitted in concern. Lin Shangliu observed Chen Chang'an and hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Brother Chen, do you know of the son of Yin from the Feng Tian dynasty? The son of Yin? Chen Chang'an had no recollection of this individual, as his knowledge of the Feng Tian dynasty was limited to mere hearsay. Indeed, it is he who made a move, Lin Shangli confirmed. This son of Yin is a top-tier expert of the Feng Tian dynasty, known for his arrogance. It is said he has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Undying Realm, a truly terrifying figure. Brother Chen, are you truly unfamiliar with him? Lin Shangliu's inquiry startled Chen Chang'an. Why would he ask such a question? Could this incident somehow be linked to him? If so, did Wu Mingdao suffer due to his connection? Yet, Chen Chang'an could not recall anything about the son of Yin, though he had traveled extensively. Each journey was limited in time and scope. His acquaintance with Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao was merely a chance encounter during their own expeditions. Dahuang, do you recognize this son of Yin? Chen Chang'an turned to Dahuang. I wouldn't know, but I suspect this matter is likely linked to you, Dahuang replied. Assessing Chen Chang'an. Knowing him well, Dahuang surmised that if this truly related to Chen Chang'an, it would not bode well for him. Chen Chang'an appeared indifferent to everything, even regarding his family, as he had little emotional connection with the Chan clan. His interactions had been minimal, having been taken away by Mu Yunao before he could form any bonds. After spending a millennium by her side, he began to venture out occasionally, but by then, his memories of the Chun family had nearly faded. Brother Chun, as far as I know, the son of Yin is infatuated with Chang's son Shishue of the Chang Sun family, making him a fervent suitor. Meanwhile, Chang's son Shishue has been searching for you, which has fostered a deep-seated resentment within the son of Yin. I do not know how he learned that Mingdao seemed to know you, but he sought him out. You know Mingdao's character. He would never betray a friend, even if he were aware of your whereabouts. The opposing force was simply too powerful for the Wu family to confront, leaving Mingdao with no choice but to divulge your situation. Upon learning this, Mingdao severed ties with the Wu family and faced the son of Yin alone, confronting the entirety of the Feng Tian dynasty. In that battle, the son of Yin did not engage directly, for he looked down upon Wu Mingdao's meager cultivation. At that time, Mingdao had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, yet the adversary dispatched 10 peak Supreme Realm experts against him. Mingdao single-handedly slew them all and successfully broke through to the Undying Realm. Utilizing the power of the heavenly tribulation and his newly acquired strength, Mingdao managed to evade death. Yet the Feng Tian dynasty did not cease their pursuit. By the time I received word and rushed to his aid, it was already too late. Before his demise, Mingdao entrusted me with the divine dragon armor and left you a message, Brother Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's expression remained calm. Yet this tranquility only masked the tumult within him. What message did he leave? Chen Chang'an inquired evenly. Here, take a look. This jade pendant contains a fragment of his soul's imprint. It may allow you to see him one last time, Lin Shangliu said, handing over a jade pendant, his gaze lingering on it with reluctance, for he knew that once it was activated, Wu Mingdao would completely vanish from this world. Chen Chang'an accepted the pendant, gazing at it deeply before shattering it in his hand. At that moment, a faint soul appeared before them. Before them stood the spirit of Wu Mingdao. Still the spirited youth he once was, a confident smile gracing his face. Brother Chen, it has been so long since we last met. Alas, we are now separated by realms, unable to share a cup of wine together. Though our acquaintance was brief, it was genuine, and in this life, I count you and Brother Lin as my true friends. With you too, my heart is content. I know you can see me. It was Brother Lin who informed you of my fate. Brother Chen, do not blame yourself. This was my choice and has nothing to do with you. Though my enemies are strong, I, Wu, am not one to fear death or betray a friend. That will be tantamount to taking my own life, which I would never desire. To fight for my brothers is my wish, so there is no need for revenge on my behalf. If there is a next life, if we're to meet again, I shall drink 300 cups with you. Brother Chen, it is truly wonderful that you still live. In the end, as Wu Mingdao's joyful smile faded, his spirit slowly dissipated. Watching the familiar visage vanish, Chen Chang'an's calmness exuded a chilling aura, particularly noted by Dahuang, who sensed the storm brewing within him. Gu Xian'er stood by, her worry evident, yet she dared not utter a word. "Brother Chen, this is—" Lin Shangli began, but was abruptly interrupted as Chen Chang'an smiled and asked, "Is there truly such a thing as reincarnation in this world?" Chapter 63. Chen Chang'an. Some people must die. Chen Chang'an's sudden declaration left Lin Shangli momentarily stunned. He glanced at Chen Chang'an, who wore a smile, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Reincarnation. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Perhaps it does, though I remain uncertain. "Brother Chen, do you mean?" Lin Shangli asked, surprise evident in his gaze. "I wish to drink 300 cups with him. Regardless of whether it exists or not, I must endeavor to find out. Though it may be challenging, I shall pursue it relentlessly. Moreover, the Feng Tian dynasty and Emperor Yin shall not escape my wrath. I am determined to witness the downfall of the Ming Dao with my own eyes," Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Throughout their conversation, Chen Chang'an remained either calm or smiling, never once displaying anger. Yet, his smile struck Lin Shangli as eerily foreboding. The concept of reincarnation seemed ethereal. Its existence was uncertain. Even if it were true, where could one search for Wu Mingdao in this vast world? It was no simple task. "Brother Chen, is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Shangli inquired. "You might keep an eye out," Chen Chang'an suggested. "Very well. Regardless of who discovers something, we shall inform each other. I've also been thinking of him." "Agreed." Lin Shangli took a deep breath. The atmosphere had grown excessively tense due to the topic of Wu Mingdao, prompting him to change the subject. "Brother Chen, it has been years since we last met, yet you appear unchanged. I could not see through you back then, and I still cannot now. However, you have gained a companion." Lin Shangli had noticed Gu Xianer previously, but had not paid her much mind. Now, upon closer inspection, he felt a stir in his heart. 9th level of the divine ability realm? At such a young age, she possesses such cultivation? He mused. "May I inquire, young lady, your age?" Lin Shangli asked curiously. 20. Gu Xianer replied. 20? You have reached the 9th level of the divine ability realm at merely 20? Such talent is indeed astonishing. Lin Shangli was not a boastful person, yet he held his own pride. At 20, he had not achieved such prowess. At just 20, you are truly a prodigy. You flatter me, senior. I am merely a servant to my master. Without him, I would not have attained my current level of cultivation. A servant? Lin Shangli pondered. How could such a gifted individual be merely Chen Chang'an's servant? It seemed utterly unjust. A talent like hers would surely be nurtured wherever she went. How could she willingly serve as a maid? "I do not understand," Lin Shangli thought, struggling to make sense of it all. "But tell me, Brother Chen, how did you end up in this Langya? I recall you once mentioned that you would not venture far. I had planned to seek you out after breaking through to the Undying Realm, yet here you are in Langya." Lin Shangli was compelled to inquire about Chen Chang'an's sudden visit, suspecting it was not merely for nostalgia. "I have come to find you for a specific reason. The Qing Shui Lin family is a branch of your Lin family, correct?" Chen Chang'an asked. "The Qing Shui Lin family? Oh yes, I'm aware of them. What of it? Have they offended you, Brother Chen?" Lin Shangli inquired, furrowing his brow. He was not very familiar with the Qing Shui Lin family. But as a member of the Lin family, he could not afford to take the matter lightly if they had indeed crossed Chen Chang'an. "Let me briefly explain the situation." Chen Chang'an began, recounting the details, which caused Lin Shangliu's brow to furrow even deeper. The situation appeared graver than he had anticipated. He had observed Gu Xianer's talent. An individual like her could not simply let bygones be bygones with the Qing Shui Lin family, especially considering Chen Chang'an's involvement. How audacious of them to openly capture Chen Chang'an. Were they seeking their own demise? Lin Shangliu himself would not dare such a thing, yet they had been even bolder. "So, back in Qing Shui, your Chen family originated from the same lineage?" Lin Shangli surmised. "If that is the case, I will ensure you receive an explanation for this matter. However, the Chen family was not completely exterminated. Could you, for my sake, refrain from escalating this too much?" Chen Chang'an glanced at Lin Shangli, smiling gently. "If it weren't for you, do you believe I would have come to Tinshui Lake first?" Hearing this, Lin Shangli sighed in relief, though he still cast a concerned glance at Gu Xianer. "Without my master, there would be no Gu Xianer today. I shall heed my master's command." Gu Xian'er could not possibly harbor no resentment towards the Qing Shui Lin family. Yet, her current achievements were solely due to Chen Chang'an. Thus, she felt compelled to follow his arrangements regarding this matter. Brother Chen, what do you think we should do? Lin Shangyu asked. Let us do this. Send someone to the Qing Shui Lin family, instructing them to return what they took from the Chen family years ago. Furthermore, the Qing Shui Lin family must pay for their actions. Those who attacked the Chen family and those who personally exterminated the Lu family must die. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Through the Chen family records, Chen Chang'an knew that while the Chen family had not been entirely eradicated, they had suffered greatly. This vendetta could not go unaddressed. The Lu family's massacre could not simply be overlooked either. With Gu Xian'er now serving Chen Chang'an, he would not allow anyone close to him to suffer injustice. This was the only course of action Chen Chang'an could conceive, considering Lin Shangliu's standing. However, upon hearing this, Lin Shangliu felt conflicted. If this continued, the Qing Shui Lin family would likely suffer considerable losses. In truth, I could have come to you later, Chen Chang'an stated simply, causing Lin Shangliu to be taken aback. Indeed, Chen Chang'an could have gone directly to the Qing Shui Lin family. If he were to destroy them, Lin Shangliu would have little recourse, as the Qing Shui Lin family had no grounds to stand on. I understand now. Rest assured, I will provide both you and Miss Xian'er with a satisfactory resolution. Lin Shangliu nodded reluctantly. Though he was unaware of Chen Chang'an's true strength, he had witnessed the prowess of Dahuang, which was impressive. Moreover, with Gu Xian'er by his side, Lin Shangliu could not kill them outright. If he did not allow her to vent her rage, once she matured, the Qing Shui Lin family would likely face annihilation. Then, you shall stay here for the time being while I dispatch someone to the Qing Shui Lin family with utmost urgency. Very well, I appreciate your consideration. Do not mention it, Brother Chen. If you had directly annihilated the Qing Shui Lin family, that would have truly burdened me. I know you've already taken my feelings into account. Lin Shangliu smiled before stepping outside. 3 days later, at the Qing Shui Lin family, what? The ancestor has truly broken through to the undying realm? How delightful! Truly, this is a cause for celebration. The Qing Shui Lin family was ecstatic upon receiving this news. However, the subsequent words from the family representative left them utterly dumbfounded. What do you mean by this? Are you asking us to go to our doom? Chapter 64. Betrayal breeds retribution. The initial joy dissipated instantaneously, as it became evident that the words brought forth by the main family were a blatant invitation for the Qing Shui Lin family to march towards their demise. Many of those who had once dealt with the Chen family were no longer present, yet a significant number still remained. Moreover, those who had personally engaged with the Lu family, if they were to perish, the Qing Shui Lin family would lose at least half of its members. Most crucially, during the confrontation with the Chen family, all 3 elders of the Qing Shui Lin family had taken action. This was a direct assault on the very foundation of the Qing Shui Lin family. How could they possibly accept such a fate? At this moment, the head of the Lin family wore a grave expression, while the 3 elders furrowed their brows in concern. Although the members of the main family did not explicitly state the consequences of their actions, it was apparent to even the dimmest of minds why they were being sent forth. Did Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er truly possess such formidable abilities? Even if the ancestor had achieved immortality, would he still be obliged to follow their orders? This could not be Gu Xian'er. It had to be Chen Chang'an. Who exactly was he to instill such fear in the ancestor? Lin Xiong was engulfed in regret. He had meticulously calculated every possibility, yet he never anticipated that the Chen family would produce someone like Chen Chang'an. However, it was too late for regrets. Lin Xiong understood that even if he refrained from provoking or seeking out Chen Chang'an, the latter would inevitably come knocking. After all, his arrival in Langia was for the purpose of addressing past grievances. This was the ancestor's command. How could you dare defy the will of the ancestor? They could not. Yet, the ancestor had already devised a way to preserve their foundation. Otherwise, what consequences would they face? Do not engage in petty schemes. Otherwise, even the ancestor would be powerless to save them. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiong was filled with a sense of helplessness. If even the ancestor could not provide salvation, Was it truly the end for this branch of the Qing Shui Lin family? Elders we, in desperation, Lin Xiong turned to the three elders for ultimately, the decision lay in their hands. At that moment, the expressions of the three elders were grim. They had come this far and achieved so much. How could they willingly march towards death? The three elders exchanged glances, and from a mutual understanding in their eyes, they discerned each other's thoughts. Rebellion? Indeed. The three of them, their countenance transformed, immediately launched an assault on the members of the main family. This spectacle left the other members of the Qing Shui Lin family in utter shock. Had the three elders truly lost their minds? Even if the ancestor had broken through to immortality, their actions were tantamount to courting death. The members of the main family were equally astonished that the Qing Shui Lin family had dared to rebel. Caught off guard, they were unable to withstand the onslaught from the three powerful Dongshu realm elders, resulting in immediate casualties. Elders, what are you doing? The main family will not let us off. Lin Xiong cried out in panic. Foolishness. If we do not take this course of action, do you think we would survive a trip to Tianshui Lake? One elder retorted. In the end, it is a matter of life or death. If we act decisively, we may yet find a sliver of hope. However, we must select one individual willing to sacrifice their life to buy time for the rest of us, he continued, his voice somber. Is there anyone willing? The eldest elder asked gravely. To offer one's life? To protect the others of the Qing Shui Lin family with a single life? I am willing. So am I. They echoed. Very well. You are indeed worthy of being members of the Qing Shui. No, from this moment forth, we shall be simply the Lin family, shedding the prefix Qing Shui. Lin Ruoheng, you shall go. You have had contact with Gu Xin'er and a brief acquaintance with Chen Chang'an. You are the most suitable candidate. Lin Ruoheng, despite Lin Xiong's discontent with his son, he could not bear the thought of sending him to his death. Yet, this was the proposal of the three elders, and though dissatisfaction lingered in his heart, he felt powerless to object. Elders, for the sake of the Lin family, Lin Ruoheng is willing to sacrifice himself. What must I do? Chen Chang'an has undoubtedly come to Langya for the treasures of the Chen family. While these treasures are valuable, they pale in comparison to one's life. You must take this jewel and head to Tianshui Lake alone. Once there, do your utmost to delay them. After your departure, we shall all leave Qing Shui and Langya. The world is vast. I refuse to believe there is no refuge for us. The three elders had already devised a plan. Escape was their only means of survival. As long as they could leave Langya in the vast expanse of the Zhongtian domain, there must be a place for them to hide. The Lin family, no matter how powerful, could not easily track them down. Rest assured, Lin Ruoheng will not fail in his mission. As the son of the Lin family head, I must set an example. I will not let you all down. Lin Ruoheng's resolve impressed Lin Xiong. His son had indeed matured. Excellent. This is what I expect from a true son of the Lin family. The eldest elder approached Lin Ruoheng and firmly patted him on the shoulder before handing him the jewel seized from the Chen family. Hurry, time is of the essence. Depart immediately. Yes, elder. Lin Ruoheng cast a deep glance at the members of the Lin family before turning resolutely to leave. As they watched his retreating figure, the Lin family members were filled with a mix of sorrow and pride. Lin Xiong, you have raised a fine son. You were too harsh on him in the past. The eldest elder remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, perhaps I underestimated him. He is my pride, Lin Xiong replied, struggling to hold back his tears. Time waits for no one. We cannot allow Lin Ruoheng's sacrifice to be in vain. Only by surviving can we truly honor his bravery. You have half an hour to prepare. We depart in half an hour. Yes, elder. The members of the Lin family busied themselves with preparations for their escape. Meanwhile, after Lin Ruoheng had distanced himself, he turned back for one last look at the direction of the Lin family. Suddenly, he broke into a smile and coldly muttered, You want me to die? How foolish of you! With the treasure that even the three elders could not fathom, why should he march to his death? It's far safer to run alone. A bunch of fools. Father, I have been unfilial. Now, you must perish for my sake. With a disdainful laugh, Lin Ruoheng sprinted in the opposite direction of Tianshui Lake with all his might. Tianshui Lake, Lin family after the departure of the envoy from the Lu family. Chen Chang'an remained quietly waiting, yet he was not merely idle. Is a twist of fate upon us? As Chen Chang'an sipped his tea, he noticed the stirrings of Dahuang and inquired with a smile. The Qing Lin family has rebelled. Dahuang nodded and recounted the information he had gathered. What? They dare to rebel? Upon hearing this, Lin Shangliu's countenance shifted dramatically before quickly regaining its composure. Desperation can drive even the most cautious to act irrationally. Lin Shangliu, you may handle the affairs of your family as you see fit. Dahuang will inform you of their escape route. As for me, I intend to pay a visit to that clever young man. Chapter 65. The resourceful Chen Chang'an young brother. We owe you a great debt on this journey. Without your timely intervention, our group might not have traversed this path safely. It is indeed rare to encounter someone as chivalrous as you in these times. An elderly man gazed at the young man before him, his eyes filled with gratitude. The group behind the old man shared the same sentiment. Had it not been for this young man's assistance, their fate would have been dire. The honor is mine. It is the duty of youth to act with valor. Turning a blind eye to suffering is certainly not in my nature. It was merely a trivial effort, and there is no need for such gratitude. The young man replied with a smile. To you, it may seem a trifling act, but to us, it is a life-saving grace beyond compare. Please, noble sir, share your name with us. Although we cannot repay you in any substantial way, we would like to erect a longevity tablet in your honor to be revered daily. The old man said with a hint of remorse. Such a gesture is too much. No, I must insist that you do not feel this way. Otherwise, I would feel even more indebted, the young man responded. Very well, I am called Hung Ruolin, he declared. Hung Ruolin, I shall remember that. Noble sir, are you planning to depart? The old man inquired. Indeed, it is time for me to take my leave. Hung Ruolin nodded with a smile. Alas, as we part ways, it seems unlikely we shall meet again. There is no need for further words. Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be, Hung Ruolin said softly, smiling at the group before turning to leave. Observing Hung Ruolin's carefree demeanor, the old man and his companions could not help but feel envious. Who among them had not once harbored such dreams? Unfortunately, they were merely ordinary individuals, too mundane to aspire to such a life, to perform good deeds without seeking recognition. He truly is a benevolent soul. Indeed, is it not so, Lin Ruohang? This person was none other than Lin Ruohang, who had changed his name and identity. As he ventured forth, a sudden voice pierced through his thoughts, causing him to feel a surge of alarm. How could anyone recognize him here? Moreover, the voice seemed oddly familiar. Where had he heard it before? Who goes there? Lin Ruohang furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings warily. What? Do you not recognize me? In the next moment, Chen Chang'an appeared alongside Gu Xian'er and Dahuang, entering Lin Ruohang's line of sight. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er, Lin Ruohang's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. How could this be? How do they know I am here? Since departing from Qing Shui, Lin Ruohang had adopted a new name, disguised himself, and even wore a mask to obscure his identity, claiming to have been disfigured. He had endeavored to lower other suspicions by acting as a benevolent hero, aiding many along the way. Yet, he never anticipated that despite such precautions, he would still be discovered. Gentlemen, do we know each other? You must be mistaken. I am Hung Ruolin, not the Lin Ruohang you seek, he insisted, unwilling to acknowledge his true identity, hoping his disguise would suffice. Your instinctive response cannot deceive. You have just betrayed a hint of tension. Moreover, you may change your appearance, but you cannot alter your essence. Do you truly believe others are foolhardy? Chen Chang'an replied with a calm smile. Realizing his charade was at an end, Lin Ruohang sighed in resignation and removed his mask. You are indeed formidable, Chen Xinbei. However, I am curious. How did you discover my identity? Furthermore, why have you come to seek me alone, not with the Lin family? One must always be wary. In matters of life and death, desperation can drive one to extremes. Therefore, when Lin Shangliu sent someone to the Lin family in Qing Shui, I took measures to keep watch over their movements. Rest assured, your kin will be dealt with by Lin Shangliu. I have come to reclaim what belongs to me. Hand over that orb, Chen Chang'an stated matter-of-factly. Lin Ruohang pondered Chen Chang'an's words, taken aback by his foresight. After a brief moment, he burst into laughter. I see now. From the very beginning, You never intended to grant the Qing Shui Lin family any mercy. You knew full well they would never accept your terms. Once the Lin family revolts, the main house will surely be incensed, and the entire Qing Shui Lin family will face annihilation. Your strategy allows you to avoid conflict with the main house while achieving your own goals, does it not? Lin Ruoheng questioned, a wry smile on his face. Chen Chang'an did not deny this, but rather nodded in acknowledgement. I despise complications, so I leave no room for hidden dangers. Yet, you are far more astute than I anticipated. Now produce the item. Will giving it to you guarantee my survival? Do you truly think I'm a fool? I have concealed the orb in a place known only to me. Should you take my life, you will never find that orb. The orb in my life. Surely you understand which holds greater weight. Lin Ruoheng replied confidently, as if victory were assured. I desire both the orb and your life. Chen Chang'an countered coolly. Xian'e. Yes, Gu Xian'e replied, her figure flashing as she moved to stand before Lin Ruoheng. Seeing the woman he once coveted now wield such power left Lin Ruoheng momentarily stunned. You. Before he could finish, Gu Xian'e struck with a single palm, effortlessly ending Lin Ruoheng's life. Given that Lin Ruoheng once saved your life, do you not feel any pity? Chen Chang'an inquirit, observing Gu Xian'e. His motives were twofold. First, he coveted my beauty. Second, had he not sought to annihilate my family, he would not have come to my aid at all. To me, Lin Ruoheng was never a benefactor. He was merely an enemy, cloaked in the guise of a savior. You, my lord, are the one who truly rescued me from despair. Gu Xian'e responded resolutely. With your life at stake, I shall undoubtedly obey. Chen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. While he had always recognized Gu Xian'e as a clever woman, he also understood she was still a woman. Seeing that she bore no negative sentiments in her heart, he felt no need to delve further into the matter. Approaching Lin Ruoheng's lifeless body, Chen Chang'an remarked, since you are a wise man, you must understand that something as crucial as thee is better kept close than hidden away. I'm not a naive youth easily deceived by mere words. Ultimately, Chen Chang'an discovered the third within Lin Ruoheng's spatial ring. Only 6 remain. However, gazing at the orb in his hand, Chen Chang'an's joy was tempered. The clan records did not provide specific details regarding the time and location of the other orb's loss. Must it truly rely on luck? Very well, let us first integrate this. Chapter 66. Chong Sun Shishue appears in Langia Chen Chang'an directly merged with and this time, the process took slightly longer compared to the previous 2 occasions. He felt the entering his body, its energy coursing through his right arm. It took a full 2 hours before it finally settled, during which Chen Chang'an was once again able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He decided to consume to assess its effects. As it touched his lips, Chen Chang'an experienced a jolt of exhilaration. The energy was immensely pure and powerful. In the past, breakthroughs required him to first deplete the surrounding spiritual energy before gradually pushing through to the next realm. However, this time was different. This energy was overwhelmingly refined and formidable. In an instant, Chen Chang'an's cultivation began to surge, and within a few breaths, he had ascended to the first level of the transcendent realm. This time, he had genuinely absorbed a sufficient amount of energy, reaching the limits of his body's capacity. Regrettably, there remained 60% of the energy unutilized. Chen Chang'an sighed in exasperation, uncertain if he could locate the fourth before this surplus energy diminished. His remarks startled Gu Xian'e and Dahuang, who were nearby. To absorb 40% of this energy in such a brief interval, this was not merely a staggering quantity. Even Dahuang had taken an entire day to absorb only 20% after his first, let alone Gu Xian'e, who had reached her limit before fully absorbing even 10%. You directly absorbed 40%? If not for this limitation, would you have consumed it all? Your constitution is rather extraordinary, Dahuang exclaimed, only to feel that his words were futile. Possessing such a physique rendered one practically immortal. Yet, it was uncertain how long it would take to find thee again. However, following the footsteps of the Chen family should yield some discoveries. Let us return to Tinshui Lake for now, he suggested. We must inform Lin Shangliu. It is somewhat impolite to leave without a word. After acquiring the Chen Chang'an returned to Tinshui Lake, where Lin Shangliu had already managed matters concerning the Qin Shui Lin family. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an's return, Lin Shangliu smiled wryly. "Brother Chen, is this the outcome you desired?" Lin Shangliu was no fool. Just because he initially failed to realize the implications did not mean he would remain oblivious. Indeed, you shouldn't find this outcome too troublesome, should you? Although some means were employed, Chen Chang'an acknowledged with a faint smile. Lin Shangliu sighed in resignation. He did not blame Chen Chang'an, understanding that Chen had acted out of concern for him. Moreover, the Qin Shui Lin family could retaliate today as they might in the future, and this incident served as a wake-up call for the other branches of the Lin family. "What are your plans moving forward?" Lin Shangliu inquired. "We shall take it one step at a time. This journey is meant for exploration. And you? Now that you have broken through to the immortal realm, what are your intentions?" Chen Chang'an countered. Lin Shangliu found himself at a loss. He had initially aimed to swiftly break through to the immortal realm and then visit Chen Chang'an to discuss matters regarding Wu Mingdao, but he had not contemplated his own direction thereafter. Observing Lin Shangliu's confusion, Chen Chang'an remarked that it was time for him to depart. "For your sake, and for the Lin family, you must leave." Lin Shangliu looked at Chen Chang'an in confusion, asking for clarification. "Remaining in Linglang offers you no benefits. You need to venture out to advance further. Seclusion will only hinder your progress. Moreover, your presence allows the Lin family to stagnate. Although they claim they wish to surpass you, their comfort breeds complacency. In Langya, you can dominate, and the Lin family can act without restraint. But does the Lin family truly lack ambition?" Chen Chang'an's words plunged Lin Shangliu into deep contemplation. Did the Lin family possess ambition? Certainly. Observing the Lin family's dominance in Langya, they had always bullied others, with no one daring to speak against them. The members of the Lin family had indeed grown too complacent. "Brother Chen, you are right. The Lin family is far too comfortable. Perhaps only my departure will instill a sense of urgency in them. Coincidentally, I shall seize this opportunity to search for the reincarnation of Mingdao. Should you ever venture to the Feng Tian dynasty, do inform me. Failing to fight alongside Mingdao remains my greatest regret. I shall strive to enhance my strength. So I may contribute when the time comes," Lin Shangliu said gravely. "That is a given." Chen Chang'an did not linger, exchanging a few more words with Lin Shangliu before taking his leave. "Where shall we go next?" he asked. "To the south," came the reply. "To the south? Do you have leads?" "No, merely a feeling. I sense there may be something to gain in that direction. However, it seems the Chen family has never ventured into that area," Chen Chang'an admitted, uncertain of why he felt this way, though the family records explicitly stated they had never gone south of Langya. "Do you know what lies south of Langya?" Dahuang asked curiously. "I do not. I have never been there," Chen Chang'an shook his head. "Young master, I know. I have heard that south of Langya is a perilous place, rife with chaos and bloodshed, hence referred to as the Chaos Zone. The people of Langya, unless seeking experience, would never dare to venture south. As for the specifics, I cannot say. I only heard this by chance. Gu Xiener, being a native of Langya, would naturally have heard of such things. A Chaos Zone? How intriguing. I am curious to see just how chaotic it can become." As Chen Chang'an set forth towards the Chaos Zone, Changsun Shishue, clad in white, appeared within the Langya territory. Her presence drew the gaze of many. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, her exquisite beauty impossible to ignore. Yet, her cold demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation, making onlookers hesitant to gaze upon her for too long. "Chen Chang'an, you have indeed been to Langya. After all these years, I have finally uncovered your whereabouts." Chapter 67. Changsun Shishue versus Mu Yunyan. The search for Chen Chang'an had seemingly become an obsession for Changsun Shishue. After several millennia, news of his whereabouts finally surfaced, which naturally captured her utmost attention. She had ventured to Langya in person to ascertain the veracity of this information, and indeed, Chen Chang'an had been there. However, his presence had nearly faded, indicating that he had departed from Langya. To the south? What purpose could he have there? Judging by the dissipating aura, it appeared he had indeed headed southward. Without further contemplation, Changsun Shishue's figure flickered as she pursued him. Yet, she had barely flown a short distance when a woman appeared in her path, whose beauty was rivaled only by her own. Clad in a flowing purple gown, The newcomer exuded an air of nobility, and her formidable presence momentarily left Chang'an Shishue in a daze. Return, young lady. Chang'an has matters to attend to. This is not the time for your entanglements, the woman stated, revealing herself as Mu Yunyan, Chen Chang'an's master. Since departing from Yangxiafeng, Mu Yunyan had kept a vigilant eye on Chen Chang'an's every move. Upon noticing Chang'an Shishue's arrival, she had intervened. Chang'an Shishue frowned at the familiarity with which Mu Yunyan referred to Chen Chang'an, and a wave of displeasure surged within her. This unexpected emotional response puzzled her. Why was she feeling this way? What concern was it of hers whether he had matters to attend to? It was not for Mu Yunyan to meddle in her pursuit. With a frigid gaze, Chang'an Shishue showed no intention of departing. Mu Yunyan, however, remained unfazed, recognizing that this situation was a consequence of her disciple's actions. And Chang'an Shishue was, in a sense, a victim. If not for this obsession, perhaps your cultivation would have reached greater heights. With your talent, you could have aspired to the realm of emperors. Yet, you cling to this misfortune as if it were your lifeline. Chang'an is preoccupied, and even if you were to meet him, what then? Would you take his life or demand he be accountable for you? Either way, you will not attain the outcome you desire. In this chaotic era, it will be prudent to focus on more pressing matters. Should fate allow, you will meet again. Mu Yunyan spoke calmly. My affairs do not require your inquiry. If you obstruct me, do not blame me for my impoliteness. Chang'an Shishue replied coldly. Oh, this girl is truly stubborn. Very well, if you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall cease my interference. If not, you must return and refrain from seeking Chen Chang'an. Do we have an agreement? Mu Yunyan inquired. A single blow? Chang'an Shiksa regarded Mu Yunyan warily. She was at the pinnacle of the undying realm. How could Mu Yunyan be so confident that she could not withstand a mere strike? Was it mere bravado, or did she possess absolute strength? Chang'an Shishue was uncertain of Mu Yunyan's true capabilities, but held a modicum of confidence in her own. Talents often had the ability to challenge those beyond their level. While she could not contend with an emperor, she believed she could endure a single blow. Even if it meant straining herself, she was determined to hold her ground. With this resolve, Chang'an Shishue dismissed any lingering doubts. I am eager to see if you can indeed strike me down. If I cannot withstand it, I shall return without protest, she declared solemnly. Very well. Are you prepared? Mu Yunyan asked. Bring it on. Chang'an Shishue elevated her aura to its peak, facing Mu Yunyan with utmost seriousness. Her instincts warned her that this opponent would be formidable. Seeing that Chang'an Shishue was ready, a smile graced Mu Yunyan's lips. Your strength is commendable. With a light chuckle, she unleashed a single palm strike. What? Witnessing the sheer power of Mu Yunyan's effortless strike, Chang'an Shishue was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming force akin to the collapse of the heavens bore down upon her. Before she could even react, she found herself hurled dozens of miles away, utterly unable to defend herself, a clear indication of the disparity in their strengths. Chang'an Shishue remained entranced in disbelief, grappling with the magnitude of Mu Yunyan's power. A casual palm strike yielding such devastating results? What was most alarming was how precisely Mu Yunyan had controlled her strength, inflicting no harm while simultaneously rendering Chang'an Shishue defenseless. This demonstrated an astonishing mastery over her abilities, as well as an acute awareness of Chang'an Shishue's own limitations. How could someone she had just met so accurately gauge her capabilities? It was terrifying. Return, Mu Yunyan's voice echoed, and Chang'an Shishue blinked, realizing that Mu Yunyan had somehow appeared before her once more. You have lost. Accept your defeat. From this day forth, I shall not seek Chen Chang'an again. However, I wish to know, who exactly are you? Chang'an Shishue queried, puzzled. Who am I? Mu Yunyan regarded Hertoy. Few know me now, but one in your family does. Return and inquire with Chang'an Wu. He may provide you with an answer. Chang'an Wu? The mere mention of the name sent a jolt through Chang'an Shishue. Chang'an Wu was the sole powerhouse of the Chang'an clan at the emperor level, his existence known to only a handful. Due to her exceptional talent, she had been groomed by Chang'an Wu since childhood and was thus aware of his stature. Could this person before her truly have a connection to the esteemed ancestor of the Changsun family? Just as Changsun Shishua opened her mouth to respond, she realized Mu Yunyin had vanished without a trace. What was the nature of her relationship with Chen Chang'an? Changsun Shishua pondered, utterly confounded, shaking her head in dismay as she glanced in the direction of Chen Chang'an's dissipating aura, muttering a curse before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Mu Yunyin shook her head in resignation. All this turmoil, the result of my troublesome disciple, a fine young woman burdened by a millennia-long obsession, truly a tragic fate. This wretched disciple is a harbinger of chaos. Why am I sneezing? Chen Chang'an exclaimed suddenly, baffled. Even Dahuang was taken aback. Could this physique really sneeze? I suspect your master is thinking of you. Perhaps she misses you. Why not return and see her? Dahuang teazit. No way. She cast me out. Why would I return? Besides, I have many matters to attend to. After I finish, I shall visit her then. Just wait. I shall show her my prowess. Chen Chang'an replied with a chuckle. Tell me, does this count as bringing glory to my master? Bringing glory? I see you're merely preparing to betray your master and ancestors, Dahuang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Chang'an. Chapter 68. The Realm of Chaos. A surge of blood as a disciple. To lack respect for one's master and instead contemplate how to discipline him daily. Such a wayward apprentice is nothing short of a disgrace to the teachings. Only Chen Chang'an possesses the audacity to speak freely, relying on Mu Yun'eo's inability to act against him, allowing him to indulge in reckless banter. Dahuang, on the other hand, dares not utter a word. Recalling his earlier folly of following Chen's lead, he trembles at the memory of the consequences. Ironically, it was Chen who had boasted the most, but suffered the harshest retribution. For reasons unknown, he feels as though he has narrowly escaped a crisis. Never mind. There is no death awaiting me. It will be prudent to venture into the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos is a place bereft of morality, where humanity is distorted and devoid of honor, righteousness, and shame. Here, anyone may act as they please, provided they possess the requisite strength. In this realm, justice is an anomaly, and morality is a jest. Everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs, indifferent to the fates of strangers. Indeed, even their own survival is often beyond their control. Before even crossing into the realm of chaos, Chen Chang'an notices a shift in the atmosphere surrounding him. The air is thick with a faint metallic scent, and the spiritual energy here seems to exude an erratic aura. It is no wonder this place has descended into such a state. Absorbing such energy for prolonged periods breeds madness. Even a normal person, after a while, would likely succumb to insanity. Siener, from this moment on, refrain from absorbing external spiritual energy. Having consumed the immortal spirit fruit, the energy within you suffices for your cultivation. Cut off your intake of external energy, Chen Chang'an instructed, brow furrowed. Understood, young master, Gu Siener replied, having also sensed the peculiarities of the spiritual energy here. Upon Chen's command, she forcefully severed her connection to the external energy. This place holds intrigue. Are you certain you resides here? Dahuang inquired curiously. Uncertain, yet I feel it is not misplaced. Not all from the Chen family were seized. Some were willingly given away, akin to the situation in the Great Zhou Kingdom. It is possible that someone who acquired it brought it to this place. While I sense its presence in the realm of chaos, I cannot discern its exact location or the identity of its current possessor. Chen Chang'an responded, his tone tinged with resignation. If all else fails, we could eliminate everyone in the realm of chaos and search through their remains. Surely we would find something, Dahuang suggested nonchalantly. Eradicating the entire realm of chaos. How long would that take? And what if it's not on the person? Dahuang's seemingly simple plan was, in fact, rather impractical. It's rare to see someone so young daring to enter the realm of chaos. We are indeed fortunate today, and you've even brought a dog along. How amusing to encounter such spirited youth. A group of 5 men suddenly emerged, blocking their path shortly after Chen Chang'an and his companions entered the realm of chaos. These 5 appeared to be in their 40s, yet their eyes were bloodshot, and their smiles were grotesque, surrounded by a suffocating aura of bloodlust. It was evident that they had lived here for quite some time and had been profoundly affected by their surroundings. Chen Chang'an, however, found himself perplexed by their intent in intercepting newcomers to the realm of chaos. Such a delightful scent. I can hardly contain myself. Their blood must be incredibly sweet, capable of quelling the frenzy within us. One of them inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma as if it were the most delectable cuisine imaginable. Upon hearing their words, Chen Chang'an realized their grim purpose. Fresh blood, untainted. Had they absorbed so much of the local spiritual energy and taken so many lives that the bloodlust and chaotic energy within them had become uncontrollable? Did they truly need to rely on untainted blood to subdue their madness? Such depravity, drinking the blood of the living. What distinguishes them from monsters? The realm of chaos, indeed, is chaotic, harboring all manner of beings. Yet, if they wish to drink my blood, they must first prove their worth. Ha ha ha, a foolhardy child, merely an extraordinary being. Yet you dare to venture here. To speak so brazenly is truly reckless. Soon, I shall ensure you witness how your blood is drawn from you, drop by drop. The leader of the group sneered, eyes glinting with bloodthirst. You are nothing more than mere practitioners. Your cultivation is too low to suppress the frenzy within. Weakness is not your fault, but to expose yourselves here is a grave error. Chen Chang'an retorted with a cold laugh, glancing at Qilin, who understood his intent without further words and immediately launched her attack. Seeing Qilin take the initiative, the 5 men merely laughed dismissively. They recognized her prowess as a 9th-level practitioner, yet they were all of the same caliber. A 5-against-1 scenario left little room for doubt regarding the outcome. Boom! 5th. Damn it, that wretched girl has killed the 5th. Everyone attack. We shall make this foul wench wish she were dead. The remaining 4 were taken aback by Qilin's swift speed and formidable strength, having slain one of their own in mere moments. Whether driven by rage or self-preservation, they could not afford to remain passive. As they attacked, Qilin exhibited remarkable ease, effortlessly dodging their strikes without suffering a scratch. Throughout their journey, her combat skills had significantly improved. However, it was evident that these opponents were not particularly strong. Dahuang remarked disdainfully, "These individuals are truly lackluster." Qilin, with her unique physique and cultivation aligned with the phoenix's immortal body, wielded immense power, coupled with the pure and abundant energy derived from the immortal spirit fruit. Her attacks were naturally more potent. "Please, spare me. I understand my wrongs. I beg you, grant me my life. I will do anything you ask." In a matter of moments, only the leader remained alive, and he was utterly terrified. Qiling's overwhelming strength instilled dread, a beautiful face masking a ruthless disposition. Upon hearing his plea, Qilin glanced at Chen Chang'an, but seeing him unmoved, she promptly ended the leader's life. "Young master, killing here, it feels quite unsettling." Qilin expressed her discomfort upon returning to Chen Chang'an's side after dispatching the 5 men. "Oh, how does it differ from the outside?" Chen Chang'an inquired. "It is difficult to articulate, yet I feel an inexplicable agitation. Something seems to be affecting my emotions. I did not notice it when I killed the 1st, but by the time I faced the 2nd, the sensation became apparent. After slaying all 5, the feeling intensified." Qilin pondered, unable to precisely define the phenomenon. The act of taking a life inherently cultivates a certain malevolence within oneself, a darkness that demands gradual alleviation. However, the surrounding environment exacerbates this malevolence, rendering it difficult to dispel, thus giving rise to palpable feelings of agitation. Your cultivation appears somewhat lacking. It seems prudent for you to refrain from taking action in this chaotic realm. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Qilin felt a pang of guilt. If only her strength were greater, would they find themselves in such a predicament? Must it truly come to the point where the young master must intervene, personally? "Young master, enough, this is not your fault. Let us proceed. We cannot foresee what other events may unfold. This place bears little distinction from purgatory. Indeed, there is a difference. Purgatory is far more terrifying than this." Dahuang's sudden remark left Chen Chang'an momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by his own words. "Dahuang, have you been to purgatory?" Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. "No, I merely spoke instinctively, not quite understanding why. Chen Chang'an observed the bewilderment in Dahuang's expression and chose not to press further. After all, as a divine beast, it was conceivable that he had unwittingly triggered some ancestral memories. Let us go and uncover just how terrifying this purgatory truly is. Chapter 69. The indifferent Chen Chang'an in the city of no return. Upon entering the chaotic zone, Chen Chang'an found himself truly enlightened. Under the same sky, how could there exist such a malevolent and bloody place? Corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed, and the sight of brutal killings was all too common. In this city of no return, Chen Chang'an had unknowingly stained his hands with the blood of countless individuals. It was not that he reveled in slaughter. Rather, there were simply too many who sought their own demise. Not only Qilin, but even Dahuang wore an unusually grave expression, having witnessed scenes previously unknown to it, each one more harrowing than the last. Humanity seemed to have vanished here. The ordinary people residing in this place had completely devolved into bloodthirsty lunatics, monsters. Young master, how are you unaffected by this? Qilin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Despite the numerous lives Chen Chang'an had taken, she perceived no trace of negativity within him. He remained unchanged, devoid of any malice. Chen Chang'an glanced at Qilin and replied with a faint smile, "Perhaps it is simply my nature to be indifferent." He himself was unsure why he could remain so unmoved. Was it due to living too long, or was it inherent to his character? The city of no return proved to be an intriguing locale, with an outer barrier effectively isolating the malevolent energies. As Chen Chang'an gazed at the distant city, he could distinctly sense it was enveloped by this protective barrier. At the city gate, a group of individuals stood, presumably guards, though the flow of people entering the city of no return appeared sparse. At least at the city gate, he noticed only a handful of individuals entering. When Chen Chang'an and his companions reached the gate, the guards couldn't help but scrutinize them, for among those who arrived at the city of no return, such cleanliness was a rarity. "Are you aware of the rules?" the leading guard asked Chen Chang'an. "What rules?" Chen Chang'an responded, clearly a novice. The guard proceeded to explain the regulations of the city of no return. To enter, one must pay 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones as an entry fee. Furthermore, to reside within the city, each individual must pay 100 mid-grade spirit stones daily. These are the rules of the city of no return. However, we do not provide any protection. If you wish to survive here, it entirely depends on your own abilities. Now, do you still wish to enter? It was evident that the exorbitant fees were due to the barrier's existence. Yet once inside, life and death would be left to fate. They would not intervene. "Of course we wish to enter, but I have a question," Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. "Oh, what is your question? Is there a fee for this dog?" He gestured to Dahuang beside him. "Huh?" The head guard was momentarily taken aback. After all, it was his first encounter with someone bringing a dog along. "Dogs do not incur a fee." The guard pondered. Since the rules were meant for humans, his decision seemed justifiable. "Very well. I shall pay the entry fee for the two of us. By the way, to whom should the daily fees be paid?" Upon entering, you have two options. 1. Purchase a residence in the city of no return to become a permanent resident, which reduces your fees by half. The other option is to pay normally at the southern part of the city. Given the unpredictable nature of life and death here, most individuals prefer to pay daily, as no one knows if they will survive until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile, paid the entry fee, and proceeded into the city of no return. How long do you think this fellow will last? I doubt he'll make it through today. It's a wonder he even made it here. In the city of no return, without strength, possessing spirit stones, it would be strange if he didn't attract attention. Ha ha ha, forget it. It's not the first time for such matters. Chen Chang'an overheard the chatter behind him. The city of no return appeared relatively safer. Yet that was merely an illusion. Within the city, the barrier diminished the malevolent energies, but they still lingered. The inhabitants seemed somewhat normal, not prone to random fits of madness. "Young master, it seems these people are watching us," Qilin noted after they had walked for a while. "That's quite normal. After all, rarity draws attention. In their eyes, we are the outliers. When there are many monsters, the humans become the anomalies. In this city of no return, Both Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er were indeed regarded as peculiar. How audacious! Do they dare venture into the city of no return? Are they truly unafraid of death or merely ignorant? One at the first stage of the transcendence realm, the other at the ninth stage of the divine ability realm. Accompanied by a dog? What a bizarre combination. I see that this young woman is quite young. She must be a talented member of a prominent family. Such individuals likely possess many valuable items. Are you out of your mind? Do you dare target someone from a prestigious family? Why not? This is the city of no return. Who would know it was me? That is a fair point, in the eyes of those around them. Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er were akin to plump sheep, ripe for the taking. With mediocre strength, yet potentially abundant spirit stones, they represented a windfall of fortune. After entering the city of no return, Chen Chang'an distinctly sensed many individuals poised to strike. They were not deterred by Chen Chang'an or Gu Xian'er. Rather, they feared those who also sought to act. Young master, do you plan to purchase a residence here or pay daily? At this moment, Chen Chang'an pondered the matter. He did not intend to linger long, as he had come in search of the. If he found no leads within the city of no return, he would depart swiftly. However, the question of residence still required resolution, and he had been observing the inns around him. To be frank, he found the conditions of these inns quite unsatisfactory, too noisy, too chaotic. That in ahead appears considerably quieter. Let's go take a look. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, he noticed a seemingly tranquil inn at a street corner. In the city of no return, achieving such tranquility suggested that the innkeeper must possess considerable prowess. Otherwise, they could not manage their guests. How do they end up at that inn? Damn it, it's over. I should have acted earlier. Now the opportunity is past. Not just anyone can enter that inn. They are truly unafraid of death. I believe they are merely ignorant and know nothing. Forget it. Disperse. There is no opportunity left. Chapter 70. The Joyful Pavilion and the Enchanting Landlady. The name of this inn, the Joyful Pavilion, may evoke a sense of impropriety. However, the atmosphere within is remarkably decorous. Upon entering the establishment, no attendant comes forth to greet them. In the main hall on the first floor, only a few tables are occupied, with merely 3 patrons, each seated alone, devoid of interaction. When Chen Chang'an and his companion arrive, the 3 guests simultaneously cast their gazes towards Chen Chang'an and Gu Xian'er. Their expressions reveal a hint of astonishment, yet they quickly regain their composure, as if they had seen nothing, returning to their drinks with deliberate slowness. Young master, these 3 individuals emanate a formidable aura, Gu Xian'er murmurs softly. Indeed, their cultivation levels are at the transformation realm, and they are no novices. Their prowess likely exceeds the 5th stage of this realm. Chen Chang'an replies, nodding in acknowledgement. It is noteworthy that, even in the main hall, there are 3 patrons of the transformation realm, suggesting that the Joyful Pavilion possesses further accommodations. This establishment is undoubtedly exceptional. Maintaining such tranquility in a place like the unreturning city, its proprietor must possess considerable influence. Lo and behold, I never anticipated such fresh faces gracing my Joyful Pavilion. Rare guests indeed. At that moment, a voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire, sashays down the staircase. Her crimson hair cascades down her shoulders, mirroring the vibrant red of her diaphanous gown. Much of her figure is exposed, with only the most essential areas modestly concealed. One cannot deny the allure she exudes. Even Gu Xian'er feels a jolt of surprise upon seeing her. Though Gu Xian'er surpasses her in beauty, the latter's seductive charm is unparalleled. She is akin to a captivating enchantress. Chen Chang'an's gaze falls upon her as well, captivated by the shimmering depths of her eyes, which seem to threaten to engulf him entirely. What a strikingly handsome young man. It has been years since I have encountered such a dashing junior. The landlady beckons him closer, and Chen Chang'an feels an inexplicable force drawing him towards her. Is this seduction? Chen Chang'an muses internally, recognizing the landlady's mastery of allure. Yet, such tactics are utterly ineffective against him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replies with a wry smile. How can you be so certain that I am merely a junior? Perhaps I possess capabilities beyond your imagination. His words carry a double meaning, prompting the landlady to chuckle softly while her heart races with intrigue. despite appearing to possess only the first stage of the extraordinary realm. Chen Chang'an's ability to resist her charms indicates that he is far from ordinary. Could it be that he is concealing his true strength? If even she cannot discern his cultivation, it is likely that he surpasses her own. This man must not be offended. With a playful glint in her eyes, the landlady examines Chen Chang'an with a teasing gaze before gliding closer. Her fingers brush against his cheek as she leans in, whispering, "I am quite curious to see just how impressive you truly are." Chen Chang'an discreetly steps aside, creating distance between them. He understands that beneath the landlady's playful demeanor lies a complexity that should not be underestimated. "I am here to lodge, not to engage in any other activities. Is there a room available?" he inquires with a smile. Seeing that Chen Chang'an does not take the bait, the landlady refrains from pressing further. With a sultry smile, she responds, "If you are willing to lend a hand, I may consider waiving your fees." However, her gaze shifts to Qilin, causing the latter to blush and appear somewhat flustered. "Very well, I shan't impose further. The cost for a day is 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Will you be staying? 2,000? That is quite steep, considering the daily fee for residing in the unreturning city is merely 100. Do not be misled by the price. The environment here is exceptional. Moreover, I offer a unique privilege. Those who stay at my joyful pavilion need not pay the unreturning city's fees." "What do you say? Interested?" the landlady inquires with a smile. The joyful pavilion possesses such a privilege? It seems the landlady has connections with the city's authority. Chen Chang'an, well-versed in the value of spirit stones, having once been the beneficiary of 3 prime spirit veins procured by Mu Yunao for his cultivation, has no shortage of wealth. He retrieves 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and hands them to the landlady without hesitation. Observing Chen Chang'an's generous demeanor, the landlady becomes even more convinced of his extraordinary nature. The 3 patrons in the hall, too, regard him with renewed interest. "What are you staring at?" "In my joyful pavilion. You are to behave yourselves," the landlady asserts, her commanding presence compelling the 3 to comply. "Dear guest, please follow me inside," she says, her demeanor shifting instantly as she leads Chen Chang'an and his companions to the serene courtyard at the back. Behold the surroundings. For 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day, it is a worthy investment, she remarks. Indeed, the ambience is delightful, far exceeding expectations. The tranquil courtyard features 3 elegant chambers, an oasis of sophistication in stark contrast to the unreturning city's atmosphere. "Within my joyful pavilion, no one will dare to harm you. I can assure you of that. However, once you step outside, I cannot guarantee your safety. Being newcomers, it would be wise to exercise caution. Otherwise, I will be quite distressed," the landlady hints, her playful tone masking her intent to probe. Chen Chang'an, perceiving her subtlety, replies with a smile, "And how much would it cost to have you protect us?" "Oh, you desire my services as a bodyguard? My fees are quite substantial, you know. But I assure you, it will be worth every coin," she retorts, her laughter echoing with delight at the flattery. "Such charm. Surely this young lady has ensnared your heart?" The landlady teases, yet Qilin interjects, "Senior, you misunderstand. I'm merely the young masteress maid." The revelation causes the landlady to re-evaluate, astonished that such a lure could belong to a mere servant. "Very well. I shall not intrude further. Should you need anything, you may find me on the 2nd floor," she states, preparing to depart, but Chen Chang'an calls her back. "One moment, please." "Yes. Are you reluctant to part with me?" She jests. "I wish to inquire as to who possesses the most reliable information within the unreturning city," he states, seeking knowledge. "Reliable information? You seek to gather intelligence?" Upon contemplating this, the proprietress conceived a clever plan and remarked with a smile, "Of course. I am well aware that the one who knows the city of no return best, and understand it most profoundly, is none other than its Lord Shura." Chapter 71. The Metal Battlefield? Azura. This name belongs to the Lord of the City of Lost Return. Yet whether it is a name or merely a title remains a mystery to all. Within the City of Lost Return, few have truly laid eyes upon Azura, and even the mere existence of Azura within these walls is uncertain. Nevertheless, no one dares to disrupt Azura's rules, for for the consequence of such actions is singular: death. Azura's identity is shrouded in secrecy, and his prowess is formidable. Rumors abound that Azura has already transcended to the realm of the great emperor, but the truth remains elusive. Thus, to acquire the information I seek, must one indeed meet the lord of the city? How might one gain an audience with him? Chen Chang'an inquired. Isn't that simple? Just storm the gates directly. The proprietress chuckled. Storm the gates? Quite the straightforward approach, indeed. The proprietress jested, but I lack such strength. Besides, I am merely here to gather information. Is there no alternative? She had merely been teasing, hoping to gauge Chen Chang'an's reaction. Yet regrettably, his response revealed nothing. The Lord, Azura, is exceedingly enigmatic and does not summon anyone lightly. If you wish to meet him in the near term, there exists but a singular method. What method is that? Become the bearer of the purple gold medal. The purple gold medal? What is that? Upon entering the city of Lost Return, Chen Chang'an had indeed observed that some individuals wore medals of various materials. However, he had yet to encounter the purple gold medal. In this city, medals symbolize power and status, established by Lord Azura as a hierarchical system. They are categorized into 5 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and purple gold. Yet, due to the stringent requirements to obtain the purple gold medal, no one in the entire city has yet achieved this distinction. Lord Azura once proclaimed that whoever becomes the first bearer of the purple gold medal would be granted his audience. Stringent requirements? Chen Chang'an's interest was piqued. What could be so demanding that it remains unattainable? What are the conditions? He pressed. First, the individual must be a novice, one who has never participated in battles for medal ranks. Second, there is a time limit of merely 1 month. Third, their cultivation must not exceed the transformation realm. In other words, a novice below the transformation realm must ascend from bronze to purple gold within a month. Furthermore, to progress in rank, upon becoming a bronze medal bearer, one must defeat 100 fellow bronze medal bearers to earn the opportunity for promotion. The requirement for advancement is to challenge and conquer a silver medal bearer. The subsequent promotions follow the same principle, but for the purple gold medal, one must defeat 100 platinum medal bearers, after which the Lord S estate will dispatch 10 peak transformation realm experts. You must contend against all 10 simultaneously, either defeating them or enduring for an hour. Upon hearing these stipulations, Chen Chang'an found them rather harsh. Accomplishing such feats within a month as someone below the transformation realm seemed an insurmountable task. Especially the final requirement. Facing so many opponents at once, even a peak 9th layer expert would need exceptional talent to succeed. It seemed Lord Azura was indeed selecting for extraordinary individuals. What could his intentions be? What do you think? Do you feel confident within a month's time? The proprietress inquired with a smile. It should be manageable, but I wonder if there are that many opponents available for me to challenge. Ha ha, of course there are. The population of Lost Return numbers at least in the hundreds of thousands. Do you fear a lack of challengers? If you're resolved, you may proceed to register for the medal battlefield. The medal battlefield, you say? Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile, refraining from further inquiries, instead returning to his room. Observing Chen Chang'an's retreating figure, the proprietress's gaze turned contemplative. Could it be that his cultivation truly fell short of the transformation realm? Dahuang, what do you sense? Are you able to detect the presence of the Lord of Lost Return? Upon returning to his room, Chen Chang'an queried Dahuang. How can I sense someone without knowing who they are? This city is far too chaotic. There are indeed several formidable presences, but I cannot ascertain which, if any, belong to the Lord of Lost Return. It is possible that these individuals are not even present in the city at this moment. Dahuang found it difficult to judge, as it was unaware of the identity of the Lord. It appears that participating in the medal battlefield is the only course of action, Chen Chang'an remarked calmly. Young master, perhaps I should go. My strength does not exceed the transformation realm, so it should pose no issue. Gu Xianer suggested. While you may lack practical experience, it would be unwise for you to engage here. Allow me to handle it. Chen Chang'an's cultivation indeed stood at the first layer of the extraordinary realm, and there was no doubt about that. However, the true extent of his combat prowess remained uncertain, necessitating verification. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Chen Chang'an rose early and made his way to the metal battlefield. It must be said that this battlefield was likely the most bustling location within the city of Lost Return. One could easily describe it as a sea of humanity, for not only could one witness battles, but one could also partake in betting. Many sought to earn a few spirit stones through such means, as daily expenses in Lost Return necessitated the use of spirit stones. Failure to provide them would result in expulsion from the city. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Chang'an found it already teeming with people. Ah, a newcomer has arrived. I heard about this one yesterday. The new arrival is still alive. A newcomer from yesterday? Quite intriguing. I wonder if he intends to participate in the metal battlefield? TSK. This young man truly possesses courage. I fear he may not survive the arena. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Chen Chang'an paid them no heed and proceeded directly to the registration desk. I wish to register for the battles at the metal battlefield. The registrar glanced up at Chen Chang'an and then said, "Let us first assess your cultivation." "Very well. First layer of the extraordinary realm. You meet the criteria. I can issue you a bronze medal immediately. Please provide your name for registration." Chen Chang'an. "Excellent. Here is your bronze medal. You may proceed." The second floor is designated for bronze medal battles. Chen Chang'an was surprised by the simplicity of the registration process. A cultivation assessment and a name registration concluded the matter. Holding his bronze medal, he ascended to the second floor of the battleground. The arena for bronze medal battles was not particularly crowded, as fights of this caliber lacked significant appeal. "Are you here to compete?" "Yes, I would like to inquire whether there are currently 100 bronze medal bearers present here." Chen Chang'an asked. The administrator paused, startled. What does this young man mean? Is he aiming for advancement? Rest assured, there are indeed enough participants. It merely depends on how long you can endure, the administrator replied with a smile. Is it possible to arrange for them to all face me at once? I fear wasting time. All at once. Chapter 72. Unstoppable advancement. Upon hearing these words, not only did the administrator of the bronze medal arena change his expression, but several other holders of bronze medals nearby were equally taken aback. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? Do you truly look down upon us bronze medal holders? You are one of us. What ground do you have to be so haughty? Damn it. Are you courting death? Those from the unreturning city are known for their fiery tempers and menacing presence. They are bloodthirsty by nature, and upon hearing Chen Chang'an's remarks, they could hardly contain their fury. However, Chen Chang'an paid no heed to the raucous crowd and pressed on, inquiring whether such an action was permissible. The administrator regarded him with surprise, pondering whether this young man was genuinely capable or merely posturing. Previously, there had been no precedent for such a request, but if he wished to proceed, it would require the consent of these individuals. We cannot compel other medal holders to engage in combat. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an nodded, realizing that as long as these individuals consented, it would suffice. With this thought in mind, a smile crept across his face, and he leaped onto the arena. The arena was indeed expansive, capable of accommodating hundreds without issue. Chen Chang'an surveyed the bronze medal holders surrounding him and calmly declared, with a mere finger, "I can annihilate all of you here. Do you believe me? A finger?" The audacity of Chen Chang'an's words sent a ripple of agitation through the bronze medal battlefield. Arrogant. This was beyond arrogance. How could someone at the first level of the extraordinary realm dare to be so presumptuous? Did he truly believe himself invincible? Seeking death. No one should vie with me. This boy's life is mine. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Bastard, I will swallow you whole. In an instant, dozens of individuals leapt onto the arena, each unwilling to miss the opportunity to eliminate Chen Chang'an. Observing the numbers, Chen Chang'an deemed them insufficient and continued. What about the rest? Are you afraid? Are you trembling and unwilling to step forward? At his taunt, nearly 100 more individuals joined the fray. More than enough to confront him. Well, the more, the merrier, he mused as he extended a finger and casually waved, unleashing a wave of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the previously boisterous bronze medal battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The scene before them left everyone in stunned disbelief. Dead. All dead. He truly accomplished this with just a finger? I told you, a finger is sufficient, Chen Chang'an said with a faint smile, before vanishing and reappearing before the administrator. How do I advance? He inquired. To advance, you must go to the third floor. This is your advancement certificate. The administrator was momentarily dazed. While he had witnessed fierce individuals in the unreturning city, none had exhibited such unapologetic arrogance as Chen Chang'an. Thank you. With the advancement certificate in hand, Chen Chang'an ascended to the third floor, the domain of the silver medal arena. Wait, didn't this fellow just come from the bronze medal arena? How did he end up here? Could he be lost? Some joked. No, look at what he holds. An advancement certificate? How could he have achieved 100 consecutive victories in such a short time? Even if he defeated them all in seconds, 100 opponents would not fall so swiftly. Unless, could it be simultaneous defeats? Although astonished, the onlookers were not overly concerned, as the strength of bronze medal holders was generally modest. Many could accomplish such feats. Advancement? I will arrange for you to face a silver medal holder. Defeat them, and you shall advance. Very well. Soon, Chen Chang'an awaited his opponent, a silver medal holder. Before the challenger could utter a word upon entering the arena, Chen Chang'an struck with another instant kill. The speed left many in shock. Was he overly eager? Am I now considered to have advanced to the silver medal? Chen Chang'an asked the administrator. Yes, I will replace your medal now. No need. I will wait to change them all at once. Wait? What do you mean? Someone inquired, irate. What I mean is, facing one opponent at a time is too tedious, and you have no chance of victory. Why not face 100 all at once? Perhaps you might stand a chance. Chen Chang'an replied with a calm smile. How dare you? What a joke. What qualifications do you have to demand we fight together? Who do you think you are? I will show you that in the unreturning city, not just anyone can act so brazenly. Before his words could settle, a silver medal holder charged onto the arena. But before he could even land, Chen Chang'an executed a sword strike, splitting him in half, blood splattering the arena. Is he truly that formidable? Someone gasped. I refuse to believe he can maintain such overwhelming prowess. Remember, his cultivation is merely at the first level of the extraordinary realm. Indeed, he is merely bluffing. His true aim is to intimidate us into forfeiting, allowing him to advance with ease. What a cunning fellow. Since he insists, let's all confront him together. Yes, together. Former adversaries chose this moment to unite, compelled by Chen Chang'an's audacity, setting aside past grievances to eliminate him first. Seeing the crowd ascend the arena, Chen Chang'an smiled in satisfaction. It would have been better to do this sooner. You wasted my time. Farewell, everyone. With a single finger, the same outcome was achieved, merely shifting from the bronze medal arena to the silver medal arena. As Chen Chang'an departed, the others remained in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had transpired. I understand now. He is aiming for the purple gold medal. Someone exclaimed. Does this lad intend to claim the purple gold medal within a month? The administrator of the silver medal arena suddenly grasped the urgency behind Chen Chang'an's quest for advancement. The purple gold medal? That boy. The purple gold medal requires confronting 10 peak transformation realm opponents simultaneously. How could he possibly succeed? Not to mention, achieving 100 consecutive victories among platinum medal holders is exceedingly difficult. Indeed, the challenge for the purple gold medal necessitates that a newcomer with cultivation below the transformation realm participates, yet many seasoned platinum medal holders have reached the transformation realm. How could he expect to escape their wrath? Aspiring to claim the purple gold medal? That is sheer folly. However, do you think he will exhibit the same arrogance when he enters the gold medal arena? Shall we watch the spectacle? Come, such a scene is a rare delight. Chapter 73. Chen Chang'an, renowned in the city of no return, have you heard? A significant event has transpired in our city of no return this time. How could one not have heard? It's all the rage. Astonishing. This Chen Chang'an is truly formidable. In a single day, he has ascended to the rank of platinum medalist. What does that even mean? Do you realize what is most terrifying? He annihilated his opponents on his way up, meaning that beneath the platinum rank, no one stand a chance against him. Stand a chance? Do you truly grasp the reality of the situation? I was there in person, witnessing what it means to achieve 100 consecutive victories. 100 consecutive victories? What does that entail? Pray, elaborate on the situation. One move, just one move. From the rank of bronze medalist to platinum medalist, Chen Chang'an faced at least 100 opponents simultaneously, defeating them effortlessly with a single strike. This lad's cultivation is merely at the extraordinary realm, yet I sense his combat prowess rivals that of the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Outrageous! A prodigy indeed. To wield the power of the divine transformation realm while at the extraordinary realm? It is a pity, however, that achieving 100 consecutive victories henceforth will not be a simple endeavor. True masters are all platinum medalists, most of whom have reached the divine transformation realm. And I hear some have even broken through to the peak of that realm. I suspect this is where his ascent will plateau, though his potential remains immense. Chen Chang'an's swift rise to platinum medalist has stirred a tempest in the city of no return. After all, such a phenomenon has never occurred before. Everyone can see that Chen Chang'an's ambition extends towards the golden medal. This incites a fervor among all platinum medalists. They're determined not to allow anyone else to achieve what they could not. On the path to 100 consecutive victories, they will exert every effort to thwart Chen Chang'an's success. If he cannot accomplish it within a month, then the golden medal shall remain forever out of his reach. Isn't this the current figure of renown in our city of no return? Back again? As soon as Chen Chang'an returned to the happy pavilion, the proprietress playfully teased him with a seductive smile. Chen Chang'an's name has nearly echoed throughout the entire city. The proprietress, having been attentive to his exploits, could hardly be unaware of the news. Honestly, the proprietress found no surprise in Chen Chang'an's rapid ascension to platinum medalist. What puzzled her most was his true origin and why he appeared to be merely at the first level of the extraordinary realm during the cultivation assessment. She had always believed Chen Chang'an was concealing his true power, yet tests such as these cannot be falsified. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Nonetheless, Chen Chang'an undoubtedly possesses boundless potential. At the first level of the extraordinary realm, his combat power is truly extraordinary. You seem rather concerned about my affairs. Do you have intentions? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. Oh, have you only just noticed? How about today? Do you want me to keep you company? Keep company? Forget it. This woman does not strike me as virtuous. Even if her intentions are not malicious, there are surely ulterior motives at play. I wish to inquire about something. Why was I not permitted to continue my challenges today in the medal arena? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow as he asked. Of course, you wouldn't be allowed. In just one day, you have thrown the entire medal arena into disarray. Moreover, battles for the platinum medal are not something that can be arranged casually. The crux is that you are now a coveted individual. Everyone knows you are vying for the golden medal. At this juncture, placing bets would yield substantial profits. Furthermore, those who possess platinum medals do not linger in the medal arena and need to be notified in advance. I estimate you shall receive notification within 3 days. The proprietress's assessment aligned with the information Chen Chang'an had received from the medal arena. You seem quite knowledgeable about these matters. Your relationship with the city, Lord, must be quite profound. No? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. Trying to pry into my affairs? Are we? If you comply and submit to me, I promise to divulge everything, all right? The proprietress shot Chen Chang'an a seductive glance, striking a tantalizing pose that stirred one's blood. Alas, such temptation holds no sway over Chen Chang'an. In the past, Mu Yunao had employed every means to strengthen his resolve, and through that process, Chen Chang'an had endured much hardship. Over time, he cultivated an unwavering heart and an immovable demeanor. Compared to Mu Yunao, the proprietress ultimately falls short. Perhaps for others, she would be an irresistible allure, but for Chen Chang'an, her charm is simply insufficient. What a pity. It has been ages since my master last tested my resolve. I truly miss those times. Chen Chang'an sighed inwardly, reminiscing about those days filled with excitement. Even though each day was spent either enduring punishment or on the verge of it, yet the journey was beautiful. Noticing Chen Chang'an lost in thought, the proprietress's expression shifted. Did this lad truly disregard her? Was her allure so lacking? How could he possibly have time to ponder other matters? Unaware of her own worth, she truly believed that she had captured his interest? With a cold remark, the proprietress turned and ascended to the second floor. As she departed, Chen Chang'an chuckled wryly. Women truly are curious creatures. Was she genuinely upset? Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the city of no return, stood a rather humble wooden shack. Inside, a man clad entirely in black gazed at the two kneeling before him, speaking in a calm tone. "What have you discovered about this Chen Chang'an?" Reporting to the city lord, Chen Chang'an's origins remain shrouded in mystery. We have only traced his recent appearance in the chaotic zone. His identity and strength elude comprehension. Yet it is said he has come here seeking information, aiming to obtain the golden medal. No one would ever suspect that the lord of the city of no return would conceal himself within such a remote wooden shack. Seeking information? I understand. You may leave now and continue your investigation, keeping a close watch on Chen Chang'an's every move. Yes, my lord. Once his subordinates departed, Shura removed his black cloak and exited the wooden shack. Shortly thereafter, Chen Chang'an, accompanied by Dahuang, arrived before the very shack. "Dahuang, is this the place?" Chen Chang'an inquired. "Yes, this should be it. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here." Dahuang nodded thoughtfully. Chen Chang'an approached, gently pushing the door open, revealing an unpleasant odor and a disordered interior. He furrowed his brow. Could anyone truly reside in such a place? Someone was indeed here recently, but they appear to have left already. It seems we have arrived a step too late. Do you think this individual could be the city lord of the city of no return? Chapter 74. The Foolish Youth. Resembling the renowned blade, Chen Chang'an had never been the type to hang himself from a tree. He was determined to obtain the purple gold medal while simultaneously pursuing information about the elusive lord of the city of no return. This lord was shrouded in secrecy, leaving both Chen Chang'an and Dahuang uncertain about his presence in the city, and even if he were there, who he might be. No one in the entire city of no return had ever witnessed the true visage of its lord. His enigma was profound. Recently, Dahuang had stumbled upon something amiss with a small wooden cabin. However, by the time Chen Chang'an and Dahuang arrived, they were already a step too late. Chen Chang'an glanced at the black robe that lay discarded on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. "Dahuang, would you mind taking a whiff of that robe to see if you could detect anything?" Chen Chang'an inquired playfully. "Do you truly take me for a dog? This filthy place reeks. I want to sniff it." "If you want to, go ahead," Dahuang retorted with displeasure. "Never mind. There's nothing to discern here. Let us depart." Chen Chang'an chuckled softly, leading Dahuang away from the cabin. In the present, as Chen Chang'an traversed the city of no return, he resembled a dazzling star, drawing the involuntary gaze of all towards the platinum medal adorning his chest. A platinum medal on such a young individual was an unmistakable marker of his identity. Indeed, he was Chen Chang'an. Is that really him? He is astonishingly young. Indeed, and his cultivation level is at the first stage of the transcendence realm. To ascend to the platinum medal with such an invincible stance is nothing short of terrifying. Oh, how I envy him. I seek not the purple gold medal. If only I could attain the platinum one, I would have no regrets. Precisely. The owner of the platinum medal incurs no costs and enjoys a 50% discount on all purchases within the city of no return. The platinum medal signifies not just strength, but also bestows certain privileges, which is why so many aspire to possess such a medal. Of course, there are restrictions as well. One must heed the commands of the city lord, Shura. Those who have reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, or even broken through to the void realm, are prioritized as trusted confidants of Lord Shura, ascending to leadership within the city of no return. Are you flaunting your prowess on the battlefield for medals today? Yes, I possess some skill, but alas, obtaining the purple gold medal is no simple feat. You may find it difficult to surpass my challenge. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interjected, prompting Chen Chang'an to glance towards the speaker. Is that Yin Xiong? Has he returned? My heavens, when did Yin Xiong come back? This is disastrous. It seems Chen Chang'an's good fortune has come to an end. Who is Yin Xiong? I've never heard of him. You must be new to the city of no return in recent years if you haven't heard of Yin Xiong. And who exactly is he? The owner of the platinum medal, possessing the most formidable combat prowess. 10 years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm and could have easily become the leader of no return. But Yin Xiong is exceedingly proud. He would not choose to lead without first entering the void realm. Over the past decade, he has not lingered in the city, but has ventured forth to seek breakthroughs. Now, his cultivation likely has reached the void realm. A platinum medal owner at the void realm. What sort of game is this? Who could possibly contend with such an individual? Wait, if he has achieved that level, he should already qualify as a leader and would likely not participate in the platinum medal battles, right? As long as he does not apply, he shall remain a platinum medal owner forever. His participation would not violate any rules. Upon overhearing the surrounding conversations, Chen Chang'an grasped the arrogant individual's true identity. So you have broken through to the Void Realm, possessed the Platinum Medal? 10 years to ascend from the peak of the Transformation Realm to the Void Realm? You are not as impressive as you think, Chen Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. Ha, such arrogance. Even if I am lacking, I am not someone you can contend with. I won't waste my breath on you today. I shall await you on the battlefield for medals. You will learn what the consequences of arrogance truly are. Yin Xiong refrained from making a move against Chen Chang'an, for in his eyes, Chen Chang'an was not worth his personal involvement. Many among the platinum medal owners could easily teach Chen Chang'an a lesson. Then you shall witness my prowess. If you choose not to participate, victory would be too effortless and utterly dull, Chen Chang'an coldly retorted. Very well. I shall remember this. I hope you do not disappoint me and can withstand at least a single battle, Yin Xiong declared before departing, as though his presence here was merely to exchange harsh words with Chen Chang'an. Is this fellow unwell? Did he come merely to boast? Or perhaps to announce his return to others? Does he have too much bloodlust, turning into a braggart? Dahuang nodded in agreement, observing that Yin Xiong indeed appeared quite foolish. Moreover, over the past decade, Yin Xiong seemed to have endured much, as the bloodlust radiating from him was intense, suggesting he could snap at any moment. Yet, Chen Chang'an noted that those who had long resided in the city of no return exhibited significantly less bloodlust, seemingly possessing a means to suppress it. However, these matters were of little concern to Chen Chang'an. His focus remained on awaiting the notification from the battlefield for medals. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an noticed a group of youths, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, mocking a fool in a corner. The fool, with vacant eyes and a silly grin, was oblivious to the malice of others, obediently following their commands as if it were instinct for survival. Initially indifferent, Chen Chang'an cast a fleeting glance, for he was not driven by a benevolent heart. Yet, that unguarded glance sent a jolt through him. That face was so familiar, despite the many changes. Chen Chang'an could never forget it. Dahuang, sensing something amiss with Chen Chang'an, glanced towards the corner. Could it possibly be this coincidental? Had we truly found him so swiftly? Shock filled Dahuang's eyes as he beheld the fool, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Mingdao. Though his features were more youthful, the resolute confidence that once characterized him was absent, replaced by a lack of spirit. Could it truly be reincarnation? Chen Chang'an was uncertain, but having encountered him, he felt compelled to intervene and inquire. As Chen Chang'an approached, the youths froze, especially upon noticing the platinum medal on his chest, their demeanor shifting to one of tension. Do you harbor any grievances? One of the youths stammered. Do you know him? Chapter 75. Is he truly Wu Mingdao? Chen Chang'an gazed at the youth before him, who was smiling foolishly. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. The boy's visage evoked memories of Wu Mingdao, yet the two bore numerous distinctions. I ask you, do you know him? Chen inquired, noticing the silence from the group of youths. His expression darkened, causing several to kneel in fright. We do not know him. We only know he is a fool, someone we tease when we have nothing else to do. Sir, we have never harmed him, and we feed him daily. At most, we have merely played pranks on him. Unfamiliar? Chen pondered. Is he not a native of this city of lost return? Yet how could a fool wander into such a place? According to the city's customs, newborns were exempt from any fees until they reached 18. Thus, he must have been born here, yet has fallen into such dire straits. Perhaps he has lost his family or was abandoned from a young age. Slowly, Chen crouched down, observing the familiar yet strange boy before him. Would you like to come with me? He asked with a smile. The boy continued to grin blankly, showing no sign of comprehension, as if Chen's words had not registered. With clothes to wear, food to eat, and no more bullying, would you like that? Chen asked gently, unhurried. This time, the boy finally reacted, nodding and smiling vacantly, perhaps swayed by the promise of clothing, food, or a life free from torment. Since you are willing, then come with me. Chen rose, and the boy followed suit. As Chen turned, he noticed the other youths had not fled but stood trembling nearby. Can we leave now? One of them asked nervously. This was not a grave matter. Yet, casting a glance at them, Chen waved his hand, swiftly dispatching the group. Though their crimes did not warrant death, they had humiliated one who should not have been humiliated. Returning from his outing with a beggar, the proprietress furrowed her brow upon seeing Chen with a disheveled youth, though she bore no disdain, which surprised him. Could I trouble you with something? Chen asked with a smile. Oh, a person of your stature has need of my assistance? The proprietress was intrigued. Since you're familiar with this place, could you investigate his background? Investigate his background? She glanced at the filthy boy, puzzled by Chan's motives. Did he have some connection to this fool? Very well. I will look into it, but I cannot guarantee results. Thank you. Shall I have someone fetch him some clothes and prepare warm water? Yes. I will pay you with spirit stones later. No need. It requires little in spirit stones. Chen nodded gratefully before returning to his courtyard with the boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Mingdao. Young master, who is he? Gu Xianer inquired, curious about the stranger Chen had brought back. I suspect he may be the reincarnation of Wu Mingdao. Reincarnation? Gu Xianer recalled the events at Tianshui Lake and was astonished that he had found him so soon. Is it merely a coincidence due to his appearance? There must be others who resemble him in this vast world, she mused. Chen agreed, acknowledging the probability of similar appearances. Yet this boy bore an extraordinary likeness to Wu Mingdao. Regardless of the truth, he could not afford to overlook this opportunity. Dahuang, can you discern what afflicts him? Or is there a method to ascertain any connection to Wu Mingdao? Chen asked. Dahuang's expression grew serious. Wu Mingdao possessed the cultivation of an undying realm. Typically, a person of such prowess has a considerable chance of awakening memories from their past life upon reincarnation. Even without such awakening, he should not have become so simple-minded, unless there was an issue at birth, or his soul suffered a grievous blow before his demise. To determine if he is indeed Wu Mingdao, we must first heal him. I examined him earlier. His soul is indeed damaged, and throughout the years, he has been heavily influenced by the blood malice. You must not only mend his wounded soul, but also purge the malevolent energy clouding his mind. Do you possess a solution? Chen furrowed his brow, rummaging through his belongings for items to restore the soul. While he searched, the proprietress arranged for clean clothes and warm water, sending 2 individuals to assist the boy with bathing. What is he doing? The proprietress asked Gu Xianer, curious about Chen's lack of response. The young master is searching for something, she replied. Searching for something? For the boy's treatment? The proprietress remained silent, stepping aside to allow Chen to focus. After a lengthy search, Chen emerged from his reverie. Strange, how could I lack such items? He was perplexed. With all his possessions, not a single treasure for soul restoration was present. Suddenly, clarity dawned on him. Mu Yinrao had once remarked on the formidable strength of his soul, with mental acuity that bordered on the extraordinary. Chen could utilize a spatial ring even without cultivation, a feat unimaginable for others. Because of this, Mu Yinrao never worried about his soul being harmed and had never supplied him with relevant treasures, leading Chen to neglect such matters. When did you arrive? Chen snapped back to reality, noticing the proprietress observing him intently. Are you truly unafraid of danger? Do you possess a carefree spirit or simply disregard caution? The proprietress was baffled by how Chen could remain so focused, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, a perilous state as it left him vulnerable to unforeseen threats. I cannot perish, Chen stated earnestly, but the proprietress dismissed his words as jest. I have news regarding your investigation. Already? So soon? Did you underestimate my capabilities? Does it take several days for me to uncover information? The boy was born in the city of Lost Return, a tragic tale. His parents were slain on the very day he entered the world. Due to the city's protective regulations for newborns, he survived, yet as he aged, his guardians, realizing his simple-mindedness, cast him aside. For years, he wandered the city as a beggar, surviving against the odds. As for the reasons behind his folly, it is possible that he sustained severe trauma while still in the womb, compounded by years of exposure to malevolent energy. Do you wish to cure his madness? inquired the proprietress. Indeed, but I currently possess no means to do so. I see. Then perhaps I can devise a solution for you. Oh, you have a method? Chapter 76. The Forest of Life and Death. The purifying grass. The proprietor's unexpected warmth took Chen Chang'an by surprise. This woman was certainly not one to display such kindness. Did she harbor ulterior motives? Uncertain of her intentions, Chen Chang'an set aside his doubts, as the immediate priority was to heal the youth before him. In the northern part of the city of no return, there existed an auction house, which might possess what one seeks. However, the most pressing concern was the malevolent blood aura residing in his mind, a force not easily eradicated. To completely eliminate it, one would need to procure a particular item, the purifying grass from the forest of life and death. The purifying grass? This was the first time Chen Chang'an had heard of such a thing. Was it a unique entity within this chaotic region? The proprietor seemed to perceive Chen Chang'an's thoughts and continued, explaining that the purifying grass was exclusive to the forest of life and death. Within this forest, the blood aura surged skyward, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to survive its depths. Most would succumb to madness from the overwhelming blood aura, compounded by the myriad dangers lurking within, making the place seldom visited. Yet, the purifying grass thrived in this treacherous environment, unaffected by its perilous nature. Thus, it possessed a remarkable efficacy. Upon ingestion, it could entirely absorb and dispel the blood aura within the body. Such a remarkable item indeed. But why must one venture into the forest of life and death? Surely the auction house would have it available? Does the auction house not possess the purifying grass? Chen Chang'an inquired. You seem to lack an understanding of the blood aura, the proprietor explained. While it does exert influence over one's consciousness and poses certain threats to the body, it is undeniable that it can also enhance one's combat abilities when utilized judiciously. However, the purifying grass will thoroughly cleanse the blood aura from one's system, and considering the perils of the forest of life and death, it is unnecessary to risk one's life for such an item. Even if it were available at the auction house, it would not fetch a worthwhile price. Nodding in agreement, Chen Chang'an acknowledged the proprietor's reasoning. Indeed, it was not a prudent gamble. How far is the forest of life and death from the city of no return? He asked. Well, if one travels swiftly, it could be reached within a day. However, once inside, how long it takes to return is uncertain, she replied. Are you truly willing to risk your life for this boy? That place is avoided even by those in the ordinary void realm. You are merely at the first level of the supernatural realm. Do you not fear for your life? The proprietor's confusion was evident. Even if Chen Chang'an possessed hidden strength, why would he risk himself for someone so unrelated to him? Casting a glance at the now refreshed youth who had emerged, Chen Chang'an's resolve solidified. He resembles someone. Far too much. I owe him this, Chen Chang'an replied with a gentle smile. Owe him? This statement only deepened the proprietor's bewilderment. How could someone like Chen Chang'an incur such a significant debt to a fool? Proprietor, please prepare some supplies for him. Dahuang, Xian'e. You two stay here and keep an eye on him. I shall make a brief trip to the auction house, and then to the forest of life and death. I aim to return within 3 days. Chen Chang'an stated calmly. He had not forgotten that an important duel awaited him in 3 days. Stay put. I will return shortly. He patted the boy's shoulder, who seemed to sense Chen Chang'an's goodwill. Though his smile appeared foolish, it carried a hint of sincerity. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an departed from the joyful building. The proprietor watched as he vanished, her gaze reflecting a mix of curiosity and intrigue. What manner of person was he? Are you not going to stop your master? Are you not concerned for his safety? The proprietor asked Guxianer. As a mere maid, I must obey my master's decisions. Moreover, I have faith in him, Guxianer declared, her admiration for Chen Chang'an blind and unwavering. No matter how fearsome the forest of life and death might be, it would not deter Chen Chang'an. He was resolute in his intentions, and nothing would impede him. Dahuang understood Chen Chang'an well. This was a task he not only intended to undertake, but one he would personally execute. Not going to stop him? Before the proprietor could finish her thought, she suddenly froze. Did that dog just speak? Though initially perplexed, the proprietor dismissed it, considering it merely a dog. But now this dog had spoken. You You can speak? You are no ordinary dog? The proprietor inquired, astonished. Of course I am. Dahuang, the Dog King. Dahuang began, but Gu Xiener interjected proudly, introducing Dahuang's identity, oblivious to the ire reflected in Dahuang's eyes. Dog King? That is a title I have yet to hear. However, in this vast world filled with wonders, I wonder what rank of beast are you? The proprietor inquired with curiosity. What rank of beast? Dahuang scoffed at the proprietor, then sulked away, lying down in silence. You're the Dog King? Your entire family must be Dog Kings. With Dahuang ignoring her, the proprietor could only chuckle helplessly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, after exiting the joyful building, Chen Chang'an made his way directly to the auction house in the northern part of the city. As a holder of the platinum medal, he was quickly attended to upon entry. Are you Chen Chang'an? Yes, I am. Who is in charge here? I need to speak with them, Chen Chang'an stated, cutting straight to the chase, unconcerned with how others recognized him. All right, please follow me, the attendant replied, leading Chen Chang'an to a door. Master Ma, Chen Chang'an wishes to see you. He seems to have matters to discuss, the attendant relayed. Upon hearing this, the manager, known as Master Ma, was momentarily taken aback. Chen Chang'an? Bring him in. Yes. After the attendant exited, Chen Chang'an entered, and Master Ma scrutinized him. So this is the renowned figure stirring up such commotion? At the first level of the supernatural realm, yet adorned with a platinum medal, truly a sight to behold. You are Chen Chang'an? You have business with me? Master Ma inquired. I wish to know if there are any treasures in this auction house capable of restoring one's soul, Chen Chang'an asked. Restoring one's soul? Are you not familiar with the rules of the auction house? All items must be acquired through the auction process, and private transactions are strictly prohibited. Though you possess the platinum medal and hold certain privileges, you do not have the right to engage in private dealings. Master Ma replied curtly, his tone lacking warmth, suggesting a neutral stance rather than hostility. Chen Chang'an, however, remained unfazed, responding calmly, I am merely inquiring if such an item exists. Do you not comprehend human speech? Chapter 77. The greasy Chen Chang'an is a man of fairness. He treats others as he wishes to be treated. Since old Ma cannot articulate his thoughts, Chen Chang'an naturally will not hold back, for such restraint is not his style. With a single remark from Chen Chang'an, old Ma's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, he was a presumptuous young man who believed that a modicum of potential granted him the liberty to act recklessly. Very well, old Ma coldly retorted, the rumors hold true. Chen Chang'an, you are indeed audacious. But do you think this is a place where you can behave so defiantly? I only know that this is an auction house, a place for commerce. Is this how you treat your guests? Is this your hospitality? Chen Chang'an asked with a sardonic smile. His words caused old Ma to furrow his brow. He had indeed initiated the confrontation with Chen Chang'an, a fact he did not deny. However, he merely disdained this young man, never anticipating that his opponent would exhibit such fearlessness. For a moment, old Ma was at a loss for how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he replied coolly, we possess what you seek. However, the auction has likely already commenced, and this is the only item of its kind available for some time. Whether you can acquire it depends on your own capabilities. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Has the auction already begun? Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an turned and made his way to the auction venue. How brazen. You shall have your day of reckoning. Were it not for the commotion surrounding the event in 3 days' time, I would have taught you a lesson today. In 3 days. Chen Chang'an's endeavor to seize the purple gold medal had stirred quite the uproar, and no one would dare to act against him at this juncture. After all, everyone was eager to witness whether Chen Chang'an would succeed or how miserably he might fail. To strike now would spoil the spectacle. At the auction site, the item Chen Chang'an sought, the spirit restoration herb, was currently being sold. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there no further bidding? The auctioneer announced, esteemed guests. While this herb may not be a treasure of the highest order, it possesses remarkable efficacy in the restoration of the soul. For cultivators, should the soul sustain damage, it may hinder their progress for a lifetime. This is certainly not a useless item. Our auction house has only this one herb available. Seize this rare opportunity, for who knows how long you shall wait for another chance. 60,000. I bid 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 70,000. I bid 70,000. Umph. I bid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It must be said that the auctioneer was skilled in stirring emotions, while the herb was indeed effective. Its price would not exceed 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet, due to his brief remarks, the price surged, now reaching 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The auctioneer scanned the crowd, seeking any signs of further interest. Noticing that no one seemed inclined to raise their bids, he ceased his chatter. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, once. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, twice. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000. 1,000? The sudden bid left everyone stunned. Was this an intentional disruption? To create chaos in an auction house not governed by the city lord? Such behavior was tantamount to courting danger. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, and they were taken aback. A youthful possessor of a platinum medal? Who was this audacious individual? Good heavens, is that Chen Chang'an? Has he become increasingly arrogant, daring to cause a scene in such a setting? He seems unaware of the peril he invites. I'm keen to see how he will fare in the end. The auctioneer, too, turned to Chen Chang'an, intrigued as it was his first encounter with this notable figure. Esteemed guest, the current bid for the spirit restoration herb stands at 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Your offer of 1,000, I fear, is insufficient. Should you truly wish to purchase it, you may raise your bid, the auctioneer said with a smile. Just 1,000. However, I refer to 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Gasp. The latter part of his statement drew sharp intakes of breath from all present. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Was this young man deranged? Such extravagance was astounding. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones converted to mid-grade would amount to a staggering 1 million. 1 million for such a trivial item? Are you certain it is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? The auctioneer inquired, taken aback by Chen Chang'an's apparent wealth. I am certain, Chen Chang'an replied calmly. Very well. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, once. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, twice. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, thrice. Sold. The spirit restoration herb now belongs to this esteemed guest. Kindly proceed with your payment. Of course. Additionally, as a holder of the platinum medal, you are entitled to a 20% discount, thus only requiring a payment of 800 top-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the auctioneer felt a pang of regret. 200 top-grade spirit stones represented a loss of 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a discount that had already equaled the auction price before Chen Chang'an's arrival. After paying the 800 top-grade spirit stones, Chen Chang'an departed the auction house with the herb in hand. It was only after his exit that the crowd regained their senses. Goodness, he possesses such an abundance of spirit stones? Does he not understand the concept of discretion? A common man with valuable possessions invites trouble. Is he not afraid for his life? Riding high on recent successes, he seems oblivious to the storm brewing ahead. Let him revel in his current triumph. Soon, he shall learn the harsh realities of his fate. No one anticipated that after leaving the auction house, Chen Chang'an would head straight for the city gates. Is that not Chen Chang'an? What would he be up to? It appears he is heading out of the city. What? Chen Chang'an is leaving the city? Could it be that he is fearful? Unclear. Perhaps he has urgent matters to attend to. Many were puzzled by Chen Chang'an's departure from the city, yet none understood his true intentions. As a holder of the platinum medal, he possessed the right to enter and exit the city freely. However, upon arriving at the city gates, he encountered the same guards from his initial entry. You have already attained the platinum medal? The lead guard looked at Chen Chang'an in astonishment, for he had been in the city less than 3 days. Could it be? You are the Chen Chang'an of recent rumors? The lead guard asked incredulously. Indeed, that is I. My heavens. Are you not set to participate in the contest for the purple gold medal soon? And now, you wish to leave the city? The lead guard exclaimed in surprise. I have some matters to attend to. May I inquire where you intend to go? To the forest of life and death. What? You are going to the forest of life and death. Chapter 78. Master, what brings you here? The forest of life and death, a place of terror and taboo. The unique crimson trees that flourish in this forest have led to the current dire situation. The origins of these crimson trees remain a mystery. Yet their notorious characteristic is well known. They absorb and accumulate bloodthirsty energy. The expansive forest of life and death is dotted with crimson trees, which have absorbed this malevolent energy over the years, enveloping the area in a sinister shroud. Viewed from a distance, the vibrant red of the trees coalesces into a fog-like aura of bloodthirst, rendering the forest akin to a sea of blood. Although Chen Chang'an had not yet entered the forest, he could already sense its unusual nature. The periphery of the forest of life and death is barren for dozens of kilometers, with not a blade of grass in sight. And even the soil bears a vivid red hue. There are no signs of life here, making it seem like a forbidden zone for existence itself. It is no wonder that no one dares to venture into such a place. Who, in their right mind, would seek death in such a realm? Chen Chang'an couldn't help but lament that for an ordinary person, merely entering this place alive would be a formidable challenge, let alone leaving unscathed. The oppressive bloodthirst energy here is nearly palpable, significantly affecting anyone who steps within, save for those with a constitution as unique as Chen Chang'an's. As he soared closer to the forest, he could no longer detect the presence of the living. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and plunged directly into the heart of the forest of life and death. Upon entering, he furrowed his brow at the overwhelming sense of pressure that engulfed him, his vision severely impaired as though he were trapped in a crimson world. Silence. An absolute silence pervaded the forest of life and death. Not a single sound could be heard. The ground appeared as a blood-red mire, compelling Chen Chang'an to remain airborne, refusing to set foot on the ominous earth. According to the innkeeper's description, the clear evil grass is entirely white and should stand out as an anomaly amidst the crimson surroundings. It should not be difficult to locate. Scanning his surroundings, however, he was met only with a relentless expanse of red, devoid of any contrasting colors. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that sliced through the oppressive fog of bloodthirst. Yet, the energy quickly dissipated within the mist, revealing that the task was more arduous than he had anticipated. Reluctantly, he pressed deeper into the forest, hoping to find the clear, evil grass soon. Suddenly, as he advanced, several crimson figures emerged, encircling him. They seemed to blend seamlessly with the malevolent atmosphere. Chen Chang'an noted that upon their appearance, they vanished just as quickly, their colors perfectly harmonizing with the surroundings, even their presence indistinguishable. Could these be the unique creatures of the forest of life and death? Despite his immortality, Chen Chang'an remained vigilant, proceeding cautiously while observing the movements around him. In mere moments, more figures materialized, this time in greater numbers, and they charged directly at him. Chen Chang'an responded by channeling sword energy through his fingers, unleashing a barrage of strikes. With a series of resounding impacts, the approaching figures fell one after another, revealing that these creatures lacked significant strength. Upon closer inspection of one defeated creature, he discerned it was humanoid in shape. Yet its form had completely transformed into a grotesque crimson hue, bearing no resemblance to humanity beyond its silhouette. Chen Chang'an surmised that these must be blood corpses, once human souls who entered the forest, perished, and were subsequently altered by the environment. Given that he was still on the forest periphery, the blood corpses were comparatively weak. As Chen Chang'an ventured further, however, he encountered stronger blood corpses, all at the level of the divine transformation realm. It was perplexing to see such an abundance of blood corpses. Did so many truly enter this place seeking death? He noted that the deeper he went, the more numerous the blood corpses became, from initially encountering a handful to now facing dozens at once. Roughly estimating, he had likely slain hundreds of these creatures during his journey thus far. Yet, apart from these blood corpses, he had not encountered any other dangers. But did the clear, evil grass truly exist? Why had he not spotted it yet? As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed something amiss ahead, amidst the crimson forest. An anomaly of color was painfully glaring. What could it be? Had he inadvertently exited the forest of life and death? Furrowing his brow, he swiftly advanced towards the source of the disturbance. As he traversed through a thicket of blood-red trees, he found himself in a remarkably normal area, free from malevolent energy, devoid of crimson trees, and with the ground untainted by the red mire. It was as if he had stumbled upon a sanctuary within the forest, utterly unblemished. Chen Chang'an, what brings you here? A sudden voice startled him, causing him to pause. He turned to see his master, Mu Yunyao. Master, what are you doing here? Chen Chang'an inquired, astonished. The presence of his master in this place was utterly unexpected. Although he had harbored doubts about whether Mu Yunyao was following him, it made little sense for her to arrive at the forest of life and death before him. Why do you ask? Is it not due to your Chen family member? She retorted. To dare venture into the forest of life and death at the 9th layer of divine transformation is reckless. Chen Chang'an glanced nearby and saw Chen Yinxian lying on the ground, enveloped in bloodthirsty energy, seemingly gravely injured. When did Yunxian arrive in the central sky domain? And how did he end up in this chaotic region? If his calculations were correct, Chen Yunxian had just participated in the 4 domains martial meeting. Given his strength and speed, it was improbable he could reach this place in such a brief time. Who are you two? Chen Chang'an asked, casting a wary gaze at Mu Yunyao. At this, Mu Yunyao's expression shifted, and she coldly replied, Chen Chang'an, have you gained enough ability to question your master? Should I explain myself to you? Unfazed, Chen Chang'an shrugged nonchalantly and said, if you can explain, that would be splendid. Otherwise, I truly cannot place my trust in you. Mu Yunyao scrutinized him for a moment, then took a deep breath and scolded, you ungrateful disciple. Very well, let me clarify the situation. Thanks to your immortal spirit fruit, this young man's cultivation has surged to the 9th layer of divine transformation, completely disregarding the 4 domains martial meeting. His singular focus was to reach the central sky domain, only to be deceived into this chaotic area. I was initially following you near the Oblivion City, but upon sensing this young man's aura, I decided to come here. It's fortunate I did, or your Chen family prodigy would have become yet another blood corpse. Upon hearing Mu Yunyao's explanation, Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile, finding it quite reasonable. So, Master, you have truly been following me all along? Of course, I have never left your side. Chapter 79. Are you truly going to betray your master and annihilate your ancestors? Master, what is the situation here? Chen Chang'an inquired curiously, astonished to find such a tranquil place amidst the perilous life and death forest. Of course, this serene space does not exist within the life and death forest. It is a temporary realm I have conjured. Only someone with your unique constitution can enter. Others may see it, but cannot step inside, Mu Yunyao elucidated. Oh, I see. Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile, then approached the unconscious Chen Yinxian. How is he faring? He asked. With me here, he won't die, but he will need some time to recuperate. The blood evil energy has severely affected him. The clear evil grass here should be beneficial, but I have yet to locate it. Indeed, the clear evil grass holds significant importance. However, Chen Chang'an glanced at Chen Yinxian and lightly remarked, if it cannot be found, then let it be. Not searching anymore. Mu Yunyao's brows furrowed. Given her understanding of Chen Chang'an, he should not be so indifferent to Chen Yinxuan's plight. Do you have another method? Mu Yunyao kidied. Of course. I can assist him right now. Before she could respond, Chen Chang'an flicked his finger, and a sword aura pierced Chen Yinxuan's forehead. What are you doing? Chen Chang'an, have you lost your mind? He is a descendant of the Chen family. Mu Yunyao could scarcely believe that Chen Chang'an would directly resort to killing Chen Yinxian. This method of resolution was utterly unfathomable. With so many descendants of the Chen family, what does it matter if one perishes? I see his suffering and am merely offering him a release. Besides, is he truly a descendant of the Chen family? Chen Chang'an's gaze turned icy as he looked at Mu Yunyao, the smirk on his lips causing her brows to knit in concern. Chen Chang'an, do you think I am deceiving you? What nonsense is this? You do not even trust your master? Mu Yunyao retorted angrily. I certainly believe in my master. It's just a pity. You are not her? Chen Chang'an replied coldly, evoking further ire from Mu Yunyao, who had already made her explanations clear. How dare he treat her in such a manner? Was he truly intent on defying her? Chen Chang'an, are you truly going to betray your master and obliterate your ancestors? But do not forget the true extent of my power. You are courting death, Mu Yunyao warned in a chilling tone. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an scoffed. I am well aware of my master's capabilities. However, as for you, we shall see. With no further ado, he launched a full-force attack. Changing a sword out a swiftly varges Muyuao. Mu Yuneo's expression shifted, and with a flicker of her figure, she narrowly evaded the strike. Oh, I almost forgot. This is your illusion. It will not be easy to kill you here. Chen Chang'an chuckled upon realizing his attack had missed. You, how did you figure it out? When Chen Chang'an uttered the word illusion, Mu Yuneo comprehended that he had discerned the truth. Since the pretense was futile, she decided to confront him directly, equally intrigued as to how Chen Chang'an had detected the flaw so quickly. After all, she believed she had concealed her intentions well. Your explanations were plausible, not entirely impossible. But do you know where you went wrong? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. Where? My master never explains. She would simply respond with a well-placed kick. What? Never explains? At that moment, Mu Yuneo realized that from the instant she began to explain, Chen Chang'an had already spotted the inconsistency. She had attempted to avoid mentioning any problematic matters, yet issues had still arisen. So what if you discovered it? Do you believe you can still escape from here? Once you enter my illusion, you can only leave on the day of your demise. The day of my demise? Chen Chang'an mused, curious about when that might be, but he was certain it would not be today. You managed to bring me into your illusion, which is quite impressive. But that is all there is to it. Do you think you are qualified to kill me? Break. How? Is this possible? Your soul. Chen Chang'an's soul was immensely powerful. As he sought to depart from the illusion, the opposing force could not hinder him. Instead, the adversary's soul sustained a grievous blow. When the illusion shattered, Chen Chang'an found himself before a colossal crimson tree. It appeared that this crimson tree was indeed the most fearsome entity within the life and death forest. To kill or not to kill, those who cannot be slain will be drawn into the illusion and slowly exhausted. I must say, your plan is commendable. However, this time you have encountered me. Chen Chang'an remarked with a serene smile as he gazed at the crimson tree. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. This crimson tree, having existed for countless years, had evolved into a tree spirit, possessing both intellect and a formidable soul. Had an ordinary person ventured here, they would likely find it exceedingly difficult to escape from the illusions it created. Do not wish to die? That is acceptable. I did not come to the life and death forest solely to kill you. Where can I find a clear, evil grass? I require it, Chen Chang'an asked. I know. I am aware of everything within the life and death forest. I will assist you in locating the clear, evil grass. Well, you are wise to comply. Communicating with sentient beings was rather delightful. At least the entity feared for its life and understood what to do. This cooperation saved Chen Chang'an a great deal of time. Soon, a blood corpse arrived, bearing several stalks of clear, evil grass, placing them before Chen Chang'an before promptly departing. You can command everything within the life and death forest? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Indeed. These blood corpses are under my control, and the other crimson trees also heed my command. Evidently, this crimson tree was the sovereign of the life and death forest, though it possessed little power, its only formidable trait being its soul. Thus, it could only command the blood corpses and other crimson trees to inflict harm upon intruders, with the illusion serving as its last resort for survival. Upon encountering someone with a far stronger soul like Chen Chang'an, it found itself utterly helpless. In truth, the Crimson Tree King was perplexed. The true lethal force within this realm was the blood evil energy. Yet why was Chen Chang'an seemingly unaffected? How long have I been in the illusion? Chen Chang'an inquired. Although it appears that little time has passed in the illusion, the reality differs. It has been less than a day. That long? With little time to spare? Chen Chang'an quickly collected the clear evil grass and addressed the Crimson Tree King. I shall depart now. Pave the way for me and do not waste my time. Depart? You are leaving just like that? The Crimson Tree King was eager for Chen Chang'an to vacate, for its anxiety was mounting. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. With a mere thought, the Crimson Tree King removed all obstacles from Chen Chang'an's path. Having left, we shall likely not meet again. Good. Huh? No, I will miss you. Chen Chang'an chuckled lightly, refraining from further frightening the Crimson Tree King, and with a flash of his figure, He soared towards the direction of the city of no return. Chapter 80. Has Chen Chang'an fled? Although the city of no return is vast, news travels swiftly. The moment Chen Chang'an departed for the forest of life and death, it took merely the time of a few incense sticks for the news to spread far and wide. The forest of life and death is a place that no one would dare to venture, for there is little worth risking one's life for. Thus, Chen Chang'an's actions left many bewildered. As the time for the medal battlefield competition approached, his continued absence raised suspicions among the populace. Could it be that Chen Chang'an, fearing a humiliating defeat, concocted an excuse to escape? It seems plausible. Who would willingly journey to the forest of life and death? Such a pretext seems far too flimsy. Even if he had indeed ventured there, the odds of survival would be slim. What kind of place is the forest of life and death? Few emerge alive from its depths. Even Yin Xiong would not dare to tread there. What is Chen Chang'an in comparison? It is my belief that Chen Chang'an is merely hiding away, concerned for his reputation. He has stirred quite a commotion, yet he is, after all, a man of pride who has succumbed to fear and retreated. Just a few days ago, he was quite arrogant. I knew he was nothing but a facade. So, shall we proceed to the medal battlefield today? Indeed, why not? The preparations for this battle at the medal battlefield have been extensive, and I intend to place some bets to profit handsomely. But what if Chen Chang'an does not show? If he does not appear, it would mean his defeat. Betting on his loss would be a guaranteed win. Despite Chen Chang'an's continued absence from the city of no return, it has not diminished the excitement or participation in this grand event. To accommodate more spectators for Chen Chang'an's challenge for the purple gold medal, the medal battlefield has made appropriate adjustments. The originally designated bronze arena on the second floor has been temporarily repurposed as the main battleground, enlarging the platform and establishing protective barriers around it. Simultaneously, the second, third, and fourth floors have been interconnected, allowing audiences on these levels to witness the battles unfolding on the second floor arena. It can be said that since the establishment of the medal battlefield, the highest number of platinum medal holders has gathered today. Led by Yin Xiong, all platinum medal holders have convened at the battlefield. For them, Chen Chang'an's attempt to claim the purple gold medal is akin to stepping over their heads to ascend. Thus, every platinum medal holder harbors significant animosity towards Chen Chang'an, with many eager to personally teach this presumptuous youth a lesson. Have you placed your bets? Naturally. Haven't you? I have indeed. I wagered on Chen Chang'an achieving 0 victories. With high odds, I sense that wealth is on the horizon. 0 victories? Do you truly underestimate Chen Chang'an? Not at all. His ability to attain a platinum medal in a single day speaks to his remarkable talents. However, I have made an agreement with Lu Yin. He will take the first strike to give Chen Chang'an a harsh welcome, ensuring he loses the first match. You know Lu Yin's temperament. A loss for Chen Chang'an would be tantamount to death. Can a dead man still have a chance to win? Lu Yin strikes first. Then Chen Chang'an is indeed in peril. I must place a bet as well. The number of people placing bets is increasing, especially since the City Lord's office has opened the betting, eliminating concerns over dishonesty. Wei Fengtang, the overseer of the medal battlefield, has also arrived at the scene, much to the astonishment of many. Despite being the overseer, he seldom appears here. It is surprising that Chen Chang'an's situation has drawn him in. Is he here to personally oversee today's battle? Wei Fengtang took his seat at the main table and inquired about Chen Chang'an's absence. There has been no news. It is unclear why this youth suddenly decided to flee to the forest of life and death. We can only wonder if he will return. If the matter escalates to this extent and he does not come back, it would be quite a predicament. The other overseers of the medal battlefield shared their concerns. For the situation in the city of no return has already attracted considerable attention. A disastrous conclusion would be quite unacceptable. Why must the city lord make such a grand affair out of this? Does the city lord have such confidence in Chen Chang'an? One of the overseers dared to ask. The matters of a city lord are not for you to question. Do as you are instructed. There is no set time for the start today. We will wait. Wei Fengtang replied solemnly. Yes, Lord Wei. At the Happy Tower for 3 days, there has been no word from Chen Chang'an, leaving Gu Xiener in a state of great anxiety. Meanwhile, Dahuang seems unfazed, spending his days playing with a foolish boy resembling Wu Mingdao. seemingly unconcerned about Chen Chang'an's fate. Senior Dahuang, I have heard that many have already gone to the metal battlefield. Why has the young master not returned? Gu Xianer could not help but inquire. Why worry? Chen Chang'an will surely return. Just wait. Dahuang replied without turning his head. He will return. Just wait. The foolish boy chuckled, imitating Dahuang's speech. If you truly are Wu Mingdao, when you regain your memory and realize your current state, would you not wish to die again? If it were me, I would find it hard to bear, seeing the foolish boy in such a state. Dahuang felt a twinge of helplessness. Once, Wu Mingdao was a person of great pride. To be foolish is to be worse than death for him. Hey, D again. The foolish boy clapped his hands, repeating the phrase with glee. Do not say such things, forget that phrase. Forget that phrase. Watching the foolish boy, Dahuang realized he might be overreacting. The boy had become so foolish that he no longer comprehended life and death. I need to pee. Suddenly, the foolish boy stood up, ready to drop his trousers. Seeing this, Gu Xianer was so frightened that she hurriedly dashed back to her room. Dahuang felt exasperated. This boy truly had no sense of hygiene, far more careless than himself. Go to the latrine. Dahuang shot a helpless glance at the foolish boy, only to find him utterly ignoring his words. Forget it. I will take you there. Dahuang had no choice but to guide the foolish boy to the latrine. What are you doing here? Chen Chang'an is not here. You cannot eat your usual fare. Upon seeing the proprietress approach, Dahuang impatiently remarked, delivering something. Someone asked me to bring these 2 items over. They said it was from Chen Chang'an, to ensure that boy is treated first. At this, Dahuang froze. Has Chen Chang'an returned? The proprietress then tossed him the spirit-enhancing herb and the purifying herb, smiling as she said, Chen Chang'an should now be at the metal battlefield. Don't you want to go see? See? I don't care to. It seems meaningless, as the outcome is hardly in question. Do you have such confidence in him? Why should that concern you? If you wish to watch, go ahead. Do not disturb me while I attend to important matters. Dahuang replied without courtesy. Very well. I shall not disturb you, esteemed master. The proprietress took no offense, for Dahuang was indeed an enigmatic figure, and it was unwise to provoke him. As she gazed in the direction of the metal battlefield, she murmured, Chen Chang'an, just how many secrets do you harbor? Chapter 81. Chen Chang'an. I bet on my own victory. Upon returning to the city of no return, Chen Chang'an's first task was to instruct the lead guard at the city gate to deliver items to the happy house. As a holder of the platinum medal, he was entitled to command these guards to assist him in various tasks according to the city's regulations. The moment Chen Chang'an stepped into the city of no return, he immediately attracted considerable attention. Chen Chang'an is back. Is it true? I thought he had fled. Well, with his return, today's spectacle will certainly not conclude hastily. It is rather perplexing. Since he has already left, why return? Perhaps he seeks to perish in this city of no return, ha. Ignoring the idle chatter around him, Chen Chang'an made his way directly to the metal arena. Meanwhile, news of his arrival spread rapidly. Isn't it said that Chen Chang'an has returned? But where is he? Indeed, isn't it curious that his speed surpasses that of the rumors? Could there be other matters delaying him? Unclear, but since he is back, he will surely arrive. We shall wait. The word reached the metal arena. Chen Chang'an still hadn't appeared, leaving many perplexed. No one anticipated that he would forego participating in the duel to first visit the betting area. Is it still possible to place bets? Chen Chang'an inquired of the attendant at the betting board. The attendant, not lifting his gaze, gestured to the side and coolly replied, The odds are displayed here. Choose one and submit your spirit stones. Chen Chang'an surveyed the odds, searching for a considerable time before finally locating his target. Chen Chang'an's advancement to the purple gold medal, odds 1 to 10,000, quite favorable, he remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, quite favorable. Are you interested? If so, place your bet. The attendant responded indifferently. Very well, I shall wager on Chen Chang'an's success in advancing 10,000. Supreme Spirit Stones. 10,000? Very well. Fill out a form, the attendant began, but suddenly sensed something amiss. 10,000 what? 10,000 Supreme Spirit Stones? Initially, The attendant thought Chen Chang'an meant 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which, while not insignificant, was manageable. However, upon realizing the truth, he was utterly flabbergasted. What does it mean to wager 10,000 supreme spirit stones? Who in this city of no return possesses such wealth? Moreover, the odds of 1 to 10,000 suggest a very slim chance of winning. One could hardly be more reckless, could they? Are you certain you wish to bet 10,000 supreme spirit stones on Chen Chang'an's advancement? The attendant finally lifted his head, staring at Chen Chang'an in astonishment. Indeed, is 10,000 supreme spirit stones, Chen Chang'an affirmed. Here are the spirit stones. I trust that the city of no return can honor such a payment. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an produced 10,000 supreme spirit stones, leaving the attendant utterly astounded. Amazing. Truly remarkable. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a vast sum of supreme spirit stones, and excitement surged through him. Are you that confident Chen Chang'an will advance? The attendant asked, still in shock. Yes, I believe in him as I believe in myself. Chen Chang'an replied with a calm smile. Very well, I shall accept this wager. 10,000 supreme spirit stones, a guaranteed profit. How could I possibly refuse such a deal? After placing the bet, the attendant then noticed the platinum medal adorning Chen Chang'an's chest. A holder of the platinum medal at such a young age? This individual is... You're Chen Chang'an? The attendant finally grasped the situation. Chen Chang'an was betting on his own victory. No wonder he spoke with such conviction. He truly believed in himself. Prepare the supreme spirit stones. I will come to collect my winnings shortly. Chen Chang'an said with a slight smile before departing the betting area and making his way to the second floor of the metal arena. As Chen Chang'an's figure appeared on the second floor arena, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. He's here. Ha ha ha. Chen Chang'an has finally arrived. Finally, the show can begin. Is he really Chen Chang'an? He looks so young. Can someone of such age possess this level of strength? The anticipation for the spectacle was palpable, as many eagerly awaited to witness whether Chen Chang'an would indeed succeed in advancing. While some found him rather arrogant, others were equally eager to witness the birth of a new holder of the purple gold medal. Conversely, the holders of the platinum medal regarded Chen Chang'an with less favor. Every gaze was fixated upon him, each eye reflecting a different emotion, some with disdain, others with scorn, and a few as if they were observing a doomed soul. Yin Xiong, are you truly not going to make a move? If you refrain, you might miss the chance to teach this boy a lesson, Lu Yin inquired of Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong scoffed. Do I need to intervene with someone like him? If you wish to strike, feel free, but do avoid killing him outright. A little amusement would be far more enjoyable. Very well, I shall entertain myself with him, Lu Yin declared, his fiery battle spirit igniting as he gazed at Chen Chang'an, eager to leap onto the stage. At that moment, Wei Fengdang slowly rose, casting a calm glance at Chen Chang'an before speaking. Time is of the essence. Let us commence. Yes, Master Wei, the assistant at the metal arena responded. Following Wei Fengtang's words, the attendant formed hand seals to open the barriers surrounding the arena. As the barriers lifted, Chen Chang'an swiftly ascended the stage, with Lu Yin eagerly following suit. What? Lu Yin is the first to compete? Who is Lu Yin? You don't know him? He is a standout among the platinum metals, with a cultivation level already at the 7th stage of the transformation realm. His strength is formidable. What? The first match is against a 7th stage transformation realm expert? Is Chen Chang'an doomed to lose? Did they not realize that the crowd had no intention of allowing Chen Chang'an to bask in victory for long? They intended to crush him in the very first contest. Then my bet on Chen Chang'an winning 10 times today seems utterly hopeless, another lamented. Are you truly that confident in Chen Chang'an? Winning 10 times? Whether he can survive Lu Yan's onslaught is an entirely different question. Panic gripped those who had wagered everything, for none had anticipated encountering such a powerful opponent in the very first bout. Lu Yan regarded Chen Chang'an with indifference. You have made quite a stir to reach this point. Impressive, but alas, your journey ends here. Chapter 82. The perverse Chen Chang'an. Lu Yan gazed at Chen Chang'an, his expression brimming with pride, as if to convey, youngster, I hold you in high regard, but you are merely average. Chen Chang'an glanced back at Lu Yan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Yet I find you rather unimpressive." "Excuse me?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Yan's countenance shifted dramatically. "You little brat, are you getting above yourself? I was being civil, yet you truly think too highly of yourself? I had intended to spare your life, but since you are so ungrateful, then prepare to meet your demise." Lu Yan's gaze turned icy, and the bloodthirsty aura around him surged violently, transforming his presence into something utterly terrifying. However, Lu Yan did not lose his composure. Rather, his eyes remained sharp and calculated, indicating that he had mastered a method to harness and control his bloodthirsty aura to enhance his combat prowess. Could it be that Lu Yan is approaching this with such seriousness? Is he intending to eliminate Chen Chang'an in a single stroke? The very fact that he resorted to blood explosion indicates a grave danger for Chen Chang'an. It is astonishing how adept Lu Yan is at wielding blood explosion. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, should one fail to cultivate blood explosion properly, it could result in backlash. Blood explosion? Initially, Chen Chang'an sensed that Lu Yan's control over the bloodthirsty aura stemmed from some specific technique. He had not anticipated it to be called blood explosion. It appears to be a unique cultivation method tailored explicitly for bloodthirsty energy. Blood explosion? Quite intriguing. To unleash bloodthirsty energy in a short span to amplify one's strength? I am eager to see just how formidable this makes you, Chen Chang'an remarked with a calm smile. Seeing Chen Chang'an's nonchalance, Lu Yan's eyes gradually reddened, his fury causing the bloodthirsty aura to become increasingly frenzied. Witnessing this, Chen Chang'an chuckled coldly. Indeed, this technique must possess a flaw, namely, its susceptibility to negative emotions. The moment such emotions arise, the bloodthirsty aura becomes affected, transforming the originally composed individual into a reckless one. Chen Chang'an's intuition proved correct. Lu Yan had already succumbed to a state of berserk rage. "I will kill you." Lu Yan's figure flickered, charging toward Chen Chang'an enveloped in his bloodthirsty aura. Yet, Chen Chang'an remained unhurried. He yearned to observe the extent of power that could be unleashed by Lu Yan's 7th-level transformation combined with blood explosion. What in the world am I witnessing? Am I merely imagining this? Chen Chang'an is truly this terrifying? He stood resolute, allowing Lu Yan's frenzied assault to rain down upon him. The most alarming part was that no matter how Lu Yan attacked, Chen Chang'an remained utterly unharmed. This spectacle astonished all present, and Yin Xiong's gaze turned grave as he pondered whether, despite the disparity in cultivation levels, he could also remain unscathed like Chen Chang'an. How fascinating! This young man's physical resilience is likely beyond that of an average Void Realm cultivator. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Armed with this capability alone, he could stand undefeated even without victory. Wei Fengtang, who had initially come to the battlefield merely to follow orders, found himself surprised by Chen Chang'an's prowess. Master Wei, is Chen Chang'an's physique truly this formidable? Yet, even so, if his combat prowess does not match, achieving 100 consecutive victories would still be a challenge, wouldn't it? After all, a draw doesn't count. I believe it should pose no issue. If his physique is this strong, his offensive capabilities must be equally impressive. However, Chen Chang'an has never engaged in close combat. From what I observe in his previous battles, he seems to prioritize swordsmanship. Why neglect such a powerful physique in favor of sword cultivation? Is that not counterproductive? Upon hearing the discussions among the attendants, Wei Fengtang also found himself puzzled. Logically, Chen Chang'an's physique was extraordinary. If he pursued the path of physical cultivation, he should achieve results with half the effort. Why then did he choose the sword path? Or does he have further secrets to unveil? What no one realized was that while Chen Chang'an's physical strength rendered him impervious to damage, it also meant he could not inflict harm upon others. Otherwise, he would require no training to become invincible in the world. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Lu Yan's mental state had completely shattered, descending into madness as the bloodthirsty aura turned against him, filling him with malevolence and stripping him of all rationality. Excellent. Maintain this state. Let's see if your battle strength increases in this frenzy. Chen Chang'an's words elicited frowns from many onlookers. He was clearly toying with Lu Yin, employing a ruthlessly cruel tactic. Should Lu Yin persist in this manner, even if he survived, he would become a mindless killer, destined for annihilation in the city of no return, prevented from wreaking havoc. Cruel, utterly cruel. Chen Chang'an is attacking the mind. Yet, the true intention behind Chen Chang'an's actions was merely to observe the potency of blood explosion and the resultant combat strength. As time passed, Lu Yin became entirely consumed by the bloodthirsty aura, losing any chance of regaining clarity. It was only then that Chen Chang'an decided to conclude the battle. That will suffice. You may die now. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Chang'an, sending Lu Yin careening away. At the same moment, a blade of sword energy materialized, piercing through Lu Yan's skull. Boom! As Lu Yan's lifeless body fell onto the arena, the outcome of the first battle was decisively revealed. Victory for Chen Chang'an. He has won. Chen Chang'an has indeed triumphed. While this result may not have been shocking to everyone, given the circumstances on the arena prior to the match, who would have anticipated such an outcome? For the spectators, the most significant loss pertained to their bets. Whether they won or lost, it was not life-threatening. Yet, for those bearing platinum medals, how would they confront the impending battles? To step forward? After Lu Yan's gruesome demise, who would dare to refrain from stepping forward? Would that not allow Chen Chang'an a clear path to 100 consecutive victories? Why is no one taking the stage? Surely, these platinum medal holders cannot be so intimidated. There must be stronger individuals than Lu Yin. Or do they fear they are no match for Chen Chang'an? Goodness, could it be that after just one battle, everyone has conceded defeat, allowing Chen Chang'an to achieve 100 consecutive victories? If that happens, I stand to gain immensely, for I placed a bet on Chen Chang'an for 50 victories. This could be my fortune. What? You wagered on 50 victories? Do you possess such confidence? Not exactly. It's gambling. After all, a bit of boldness may yield a turnaround, wouldn't it? As it turns out, I did not make a mistake with my wager. The unwillingness of anyone to ascend the arena caused Wei Fengtang to furrow his brow. These platinum medal holders, who usually exuded arrogance, appeared suddenly timid. Why? In the face of adversity, do they now cower? Is there truly no one willing to step up for the second match? Wei Fengtang's words reverberated, the tone unmistakably unfriendly. Damn it, if it's death, then so be it. I shall go. Chapter 83. 99 Consecutive Victories. The legendary creator of the metal battlefield has now become the focal point of all in the city of no return. Outside the battlefield, throngs of people have gathered, unable to enter, yet eager to discern the events unfolding within. After all, nearly 90% of them have placed bets on the outcome. This time, the entire city is engaged in wagering, with many risking their entire fortunes. What is happening? Why is there not a single sound emanating from within? It is rumored that a sound-blocking mechanism has been activated. Unless those inside emerge, no one will know the results of Chen Chang'an's victories and defeats. Oh, how one longs to enter and witness this grand event, a rarity that may not reoccur for ages. Ah, it seems someone is exiting from within. Indeed, it is true. While we cannot enter, he has emerged unscathed. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a dejected figure stepped out from the metal battlefield, immediately surrounded by a group of eager onlookers. Brother, what transpired inside? Yes, please enlighten us. We are all curious about what happened. Is Chen Chang'an still alive? Speak, will you? Are you mute? What exactly happened? Despite the relentless inquiries, the individual remained silent, head bowed, his demeanor radiating despair. An ominous premonition swept through the crowd. Could it be that this young man had gambled his entire fortune and lost everything? Suddenly, another person emerged from the battlefield, appearing even more frantic than the first. What do you mean everything is gone? What happened inside? The crowd clamored for answers. That bastard Chen Chang'an, he is a beast, a monster. He has achieved an astounding 80 consecutive victories. Unstoppable, truly unstoppable. I've lost everything. I can't even afford tomorrow's lodging fees. I might end up homeless. As he spoke, this grown man broke down in tears. Regardless of their feelings for the city of no return, one undeniable truth remained. Life here offered a semblance of safety. Outside its borders, What awaited them was uncertain and frightening. 80 consecutive victories. Are you certain? How is that even possible? No matter how monstrous Chen Chang'an may be, how could he achieve such a feat in such a short time? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. If Chen Chang'an has achieved 80 victories, then I am finished, utterly ruined. The news of Chen Chang'an's 80 consecutive victories left many in disbelief, as most had bet on his defeat. Although the odds were not high, there was profit to be made. Who would have expected that Chen Chang'an could accomplish such a remarkable feat in such a brief span? This signified that his pursuit of 100 consecutive victories was merely a matter of time. It's fine. I bet on Chen Chang'an failing to reach 100 consecutive victories. There is still hope. I surely have another chance. Yes, Yin Xiong has yet to make his move. He is at the Void Realm, and once he intervenes, Chen Chang'an will undoubtedly be defeated. They clung to the last thread of hope that Yin Xiong could thwart Chen Chang'an's ascent, for they still held confidence in Yin Xiong's prowess. Nevertheless, many individuals quietly retreated, shedding tears in despair. The losses were too great. What they had believed to be a certain victory had culminated in Chen Chang'an's overwhelming string of successes. Inside the happy house, the proprietress was equally astonished upon hearing of Chen Chang'an's 80 victories. Her surprise was not rooted in doubt about his capabilities, but rather in the rapidity of his triumphs. The only explanation for such a scenario was that numerous holders of platinum medals had chosen to concede defeat, allowing Chen Chang'an to achieve 80 victories in such a brief period. What had transpired within? By what means had Chen Chang'an compelled these proud platinum medalists to surrender? The proprietress inquired with curiosity, an invincible demeanor. Those 4 simple words encapsulated everything. Chen Chang'an had wielded his absolute strength to instill fear in his opponents. Fascinating indeed. My interest in Chen Chang'an continues to grow. It appears that only Yin Xiong stands between him and the achievement of 100 consecutive victories. Do you believe he possesses this capability? The proprietress asked with a smile. This is beyond my knowledge. Very well, you may leave now. By this time, Chen Chang'an should have achieved even more consecutive victories. The medal battlefield, 99th match, Chen Chang'an. Victorious. Silence enveloped the arena as Chen Chang'an secured his 99th consecutive victory. Everyone was aware that he would reach this milestone, yet when it truly occurred, the crowd found themselves unable to contain their exhilaration. He was the first and only individual in the history of the medal battlefield to achieve 99 consecutive victories. At this moment, they bore witness to history, to the birth of a legend. Just one step away, Chen Chang'an was on the brink of divine status, destined to become a true myth in the city of no return, the sole owner of the achievement of 100 consecutive victories in the platinum medal battlefield. Moments later, all eyes instinctively turned toward Yin Xiong. Even Wei Fengtang glanced his way. Now, only he had the power to prevent Chen Chang'an from achieving 100 consecutive victories. Yin Xiong felt the weight of expectation bearing down on him. He could hardly fathom that Chen Chang'an had come so far. The attention from Wei Fengtang intensified his anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Yin Xiong finally rose from his seat. Yin Xiong, the pride of us platinum medal holders rests upon your shoulders. Indeed, Yin Xiong, you must avenge us. Do not allow him to have the last laugh. Yin Xiong, we support you. You can certainly do it. The encouragement from the crowd felt like invisible shackles constricting him. Chen Chang'an had consistently exhibited an unnerving calmness, as though he were indeed invincible. Though Yin Xiong's heart raced with tension, he concealed it beneath a veneer of confidence, smiling at the crowd before suddenly vanishing and reappearing on the arena stage. Chen Chang'an, I never expected you to achieve 99 consecutive victories. In truth, if I desired, I could accomplish the same feat. However, I see no need to strive for 100 consecutive wins, which is why I allowed you to be the first. Do you understand? Yin Xiong sneered. Chen Chang'an regarded Yin Xiong with a serene gaze, replying with a subtle smile, by saying that, do you intend to suggest that you are not inferior to me? In truth, you are afraid of losing to me. Your words are merely a facade to reassure others that even if you fail, you still possess the prowess for 99 or even 100 consecutive victories to salvage some dignity, correct? Chen Chang'an's ability to penetrate Yin Xiong's psyche filled him with rage. How could this young man discern so much from a single statement? Can you not be simpler? Can you not be kinder? Chen Chang'an, I acknowledge your prodigious talent, your overwhelming strength, and your astonishing physique. Yet your cultivation level remains at the extraordinary realm. Do you comprehend the essence of the void realm? Do you grasp the magnitude of its power? You do not know. You know nothing at all. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. A word of advice. If you wish to preserve your life, it would be prudent to remain humble and discreet. Yin Xiong's words, abundant in quantity, appear to serve as a menacing warning to Chen Chang'an. Yet, anyone with a modicum of intelligence can discern that Yin Xiong is frightened. If he truly possessed strength, there would be no need for such superfluous chatter. Do not squander my time. Take action. Chapter 84. The Birth of a Legend. The myth of the city of no return. The more one speaks, the more one feels guilty. This statement perfectly encapsulates Yin Xiong's current state. At this moment, he has already noticed a shift in the gazes directed toward him. No longer filled with expectation, they are now steeped in disdain and mockery. Such scrutiny is unbearable for Yin Xiong, who was once the most radiant figure among the holders of the platinum medal. How could it be that in just a few days since Chen Chang'an's appearance, he is transformed into a subject of scorn and derision? Chen Chang'an, you shall perish. Yin Xiong roared, poised to unleash his blood explosion to augment his combat prowess. However, this time, Chen Chang'an did not grant him the opportunity. He had already witnessed the potency of the blood explosion and would not allow Yin Xiong even a moment to gather his strength. With a swift motion, Chen Chang'an wielded his finger like a sword, merging with it as he charged directly at Yin Xiong. Before Yin Xiong could fully manifest his blood explosion, Chen Chang'an was already upon him, leaving Yin Xiong in a state of shock and confusion. Why? Why did he strike so swiftly? Why was his speed unparalleled? Even before Yin Xiong could unleash his blood explosion, Chen Chang'an was already at his doorstep. With a thunderous crash, Yin Xiong was sent flying, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air, golden sword energy erupting from him, ultimately resulting in his dismemberment, leaving him in a state of utter annihilation. Was it a one-hit kill? Chen Chang'an, at the first stage of the extraordinary realm, had effortlessly defeated Yin Xiong, who was at the first stage of the void realm. Such a conclusion left everyone astounded. While they may have anticipated Chen Chang'an's victory, none foresaw such a commanding display of power. This was Yin Xiong, a formidable adversary. One must remember that techniques requiring time to charge are seldom permitted. One must either execute them preemptively or not at all, lest one suffer a dire fate. Chen Chang'an was no fool. There was no need for him to wait for Yin Xiong to complete his blood explosion before making his move. This was not a friendly spar. In the arena of metals, it was a matter of life and death. At that moment, the overseer of the metal arena was trembling with excitement. In the 100th match, Chen Chang'an triumphs. Boom! As the result was announced, the entire metal arena erupted in fervor. At this instant, no one cared about the betting outcomes. In truth, many had already immersed themselves in Chen Chang'an's incredible streak of victories long before. Achieving 100 consecutive wins with a platinum medal and qualifying for ascension to the purple gold medal was a feat that stirred the soul. Cheers erupted, and the atmosphere was electric. Chen Chang'an had truly become a deity in their hearts, an invincible war god. Chen Chang'an, Chen Chang'an, Chen Chang'an. The entire arena resounded with the chant of his name. In the chaotic zone of slaughter, where kindness was a rarity, it was undeniable that everyone harbored a sense of awe and admiration for the strong. Wei Fengtong's gaze toward Chen Chang'an was now filled with intrigue. This mysterious youth, with his extraordinary prowess, had achieved an unprecedented feat facing opponents of equal or greater strength. He had ascended from the bronze medal to the platinum medal in merely 5 or 6 days. How astonishingly swift! Was he truly human? How had he accomplished this? With his extraordinary realm, he had forged an invincible legend. The purple gold medal was no longer a matter of speculation. Even Yin Xiong of the Void Realm was no match for him. Chen Chang'an was destined to become the first possessor of the purple gold medal in the city of no return. Without a doubt, this was inevitable. Even the overseer of the metal arena was exhilarated, convinced that Chen Chang'an's acquisition of the purple gold medal was beyond question. Wei Fengtang gradually rose to his feet, his inner tumult evident. After regaining his composure, he addressed Chen Chang'an. Congratulations on achieving 100 consecutive victories in the platinum medal arena. Your talent and strength are remarkable enough to astonish the entire Taishan realm, a sentiment I believe everyone present would agree upon. Upon hearing these words, many nodded in agreement. While there may be numerous prodigies in the world, none had ever been known to annihilate a void realm opponent at the extraordinary realm level. Even the top 5 on the human rankings might find it difficult to achieve such a feat. The human rankings? Suddenly, the crowd realized a discrepancy. Chen Chang'an's name did not appear on the rankings. Perhaps the extraordinary realm was ranked too low for anyone to notice. Does anyone recall seeing Chen Chang'an's name on the rankings? No, the extraordinary realm is ranked too low for anyone to remember with clarity. That was indeed the case. While his rank may not be high, Chen Chang'an's strength was undoubtedly worthy of the top position. If Chen Chang'an continues to surpass his limits within 3 years, he will undoubtedly claim the top spot on the human rankings. His appearance and prowess caused everyone to overlook his true age. After all, who in the extraordinary realm could live for a millennium? This exceeded their comprehension. Furthermore, Chen Chang'an's unique constitution rendered his true age indeterminable. Can I proceed to the next stage of advancement? Chen Chang'an inquired. Is it not stated that one only needs to challenge 10 opponents and survive for an hour? Indeed, that is the condition for advancement. However, I must report this matter to the city lord. As for when we can arrange your final advancement challenge, we will notify you. Wei Fengtang replied. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow at the response. Not on the same day. Do not overthink it. This is the first occurrence of such a situation, and we truly were not prepared. Wei Fengtang explained with a smile. Goodness, am I not seeing things? Lord Wei Fengtang is actually smiling while explaining things to Chen Chang'an? Of course, with a talent like Chen Chang'an's, his future accomplishments are limitless. He may someday rival the city lord. Who wouldn't be courteous? Indeed. However, it seems we won't witness Chen Chang'an's direct ascension to the purple gold medal today. Witnessing his 100 consecutive victories is already exhilarating. Furthermore, given Chen Chang'an's strength, does advancing to the purple gold medal pose any challenge? Not in the slightest. That is true. While it is somewhat regrettable, today's battles have been sufficiently thrilling. Moreover, even if there were discontent, it would be futile. In the city of no return, the final decision lies with the city lord, Shura. Very well. I shall await your news. By the way, prior to my participation in the match, I placed a bet under your jurisdiction. When will the settlement occur? Chen Chang'an's words left Wei Fengtang momentarily stunned. You placed a bet? That is quite simple. It can be settled immediately. Did you bet on your own 100 consecutive victories? Wei Fengtang asked with a smile. Of course. Would I bet against myself? I wagered a substantial sum of 10,000 premium spirit stones. You cannot renege on this. Ha! Rest assured, our city of no return would never. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, what did you say? You wagered 10,000 premium spirit stones? P.S. Here is the 7th update. Are you all satisfied? Chapter 85. 100 million premium spirit stones? This is a windfall. 10,000 premium spirit stones? That is indeed a staggering sum. How much would one have to lose for such a bet? Can the entire city of not returning gather such an amount of spirit stones? My goodness, I have heard that Chen Chang'an possesses a vast fortune in spirit stones, but I had no idea it was to this extent. Where did you hear that? At the auction house. Before venturing into the Death Forest, Chen Chang'an purchased a spirit replenishing herb for 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Goodness, such wealth. I thought that was impressive. But now he has wagered a full 10,000 premium spirit stones. This will surely lead to colossal losses for the Lord of Not Returning City. By the way, what bet did Chen Chang'an place? What were the odds? It's unclear, but the odds must be substantial, even at tenfold. That would amount to 100,000 premium spirit stones. Everyone was astounded by Chen Chang'an's wager. Although Not Returning City has significant daily income, such losses are intolerable. The crux of the matter is that these are premium spirit stones. Who can produce such a quantity at once? At this moment, Wei Fengtang displayed a complex expression, reminiscent of both a smile and a frown. A truly remarkable and distorted sight. Ahem. Wei Fengdang cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and endeavored to steady his emotions before inquiring, "What did you wager?" "Oh, I wagered on my successful advancement to the purple gold medal." Boom! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more, as they had all been attentive during the betting. This wager boasts a 1 in 10,000 ratio, while enticing. No one dared to place a bet. The odds were set with certainty that no one could succeed. Not others, and certainly not Chen Chang'an. If it's a guaranteed loss, who would be foolish enough to wager? Yet, who could have predicted that Chen Chang'an would bet on himself? Wei Fengdang was now drenched in cold sweat. As the overseer of the metal battlefield, he was responsible for these odds. This was a monumental blunder on his part, and he felt an intense desire to eliminate those who approved such a wager. You dare to accept this kind of bet? 10,000 premium spirit stones. Have you lost your minds? 100 million. This is an astronomical sum of 100 million premium spirit stones. My goodness, I have never even seen premium spirit stones before. Has Chen Chang'an truly gained a fortune of 100 million from this wager? What will happen to not returning city afterward? 100 million premium spirit stones. Will the city lord be left with nothing? Be cautious with your words. The city lord might direct his wrath toward you. I am merely an insignificant figure. How could someone of the city lord's stature bother with someone like me? The discussions among the crowd made Wei Fengdang contemplate his own demise. How would he explain this to the city lord? He would surely flay him alive. 100 million premium spirit stones. He could never afford such a loss, even if he sold himself. Wait. Suddenly, Wei Fengdang's mind sparked with realization. Chen Chang'an, you just mentioned that you wagered on your advancement to the purple gold medal, correct? Wei Fengdang asked. Indeed. Very well, then. Hearing this, Wei Fengdang sighed in relief and smiled, saying, "You are not yet the owner of the purple gold medal. You have yet to complete the final challenge. Therefore, the wager cannot be settled immediately. Once you succeed, the city lord's office will naturally pay you the wager." Wei Fengdang's words caused Chen Chang'an to pause in surprise. He had forgotten this detail. However, it was only a matter of time. There was no need to rush. All right, waiting a few more days is acceptable. Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile. This turn of events hinted that the ultimate advancement battle would likely become even more intriguing. Oh, why is that? Consider this. Does the city lord's office wish to part with 100 million premium spirit stones? Of course not. Only a fool would. Thus, the only way to avoid this loss is to ensure that Chen Chang'an fails to advance. While somewhat regrettable, it is still 100 million premium spirit stones. Are you suggesting that the city lord's office may send stronger individuals to confront Chen Chang'an? Precisely. It is evident to anyone with a discerning eye, Wei Fengdang mused. For 100 million premium spirit stones is an unfathomable sum. Even if the city lord, Shura, wished to honor his word, he would require a significant amount of premium spirit stones to do so. The only viable solution would be to do everything in their power to prevent Chen Chang'an from advancing. Chen Chang'an did not linger in the metal battlefield any longer. Having achieved 100 consecutive victories, he now awaited the final advancement challenge. The moment he stepped out of the battlefield, he was greeted by a sea of faces that seemed endless. The area outside had become a densely packed throng. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an, the crowd erupted in excitement. Their gazes were fervent, filled with admiration for a powerful figure and reverence for a legend in the making. Chen Chang'an glanced at the crowd and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Boom! Merely a nod sent the crowd into a frenzy. Although many of these individuals may have been ruthless and devoid of morals, their admiration for strength remained unshaken. Chen Chang'an's reputation in not returning city had become increasingly illustrious, and a prestige soared. If anyone could rival Chen Chang'an's popularity here, it would be the enigmatic city lord, Shura. Just as the crowd prepared to shout Chen Chang'an's name, they realized he had already vanished. Chen Chang'an returned directly to the happy pavilion, eager to check on the situation of the foolish young man. Congratulations. Congratulations. Chen Chang'an, you are now undeniably a legend in not returning city, having completed 100 consecutive victories for the platinum medal in an invincible manner. You truly are a prodigy. Chen Chang'an exchanged a glance with the proprietress, who seemed well informed. It may be premature to celebrate. I have not yet advanced to become the owner of the purple gold medal. I am merely one step away. The proprietress smiled. Ah, has your order arrived? How's my friend's condition? Chen Chang'an inquired. You should see for yourself. All right. Chen Chang'an did not engage in further conversation with the proprietress and promptly returned to his courtyard. Upon his return, Gu Xian'er's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly asked, Young master, did you succeed? I'm still one step away. What about Dahuang? Has the soul restoration been successful? Chen Chang'an asked Dahuang. Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Dahuang nodded. It was successful. The blood-fiendish aura has been completely eliminated. However, he may need to sleep for 2 days before awakening. Yet I cannot guarantee whether he will remember his past. Perhaps he will, perhaps he won't. Do not hold too high expectations. Whether or not he could recall his previous life was of little concern to Chen Chang'an. What mattered most was whether he was indeed the reincarnation of Wu Mingdao. I hope everything unfolds as I wish. If this individual truly is Wu Mingdao, I shall restore all that he once was, his talents, his strength, his confidence. I will ensure he witnesses the fall of the Feng Tian dynasty. Chen Chang'an declared coldly. When do you plan to visit the Feng Tian dynasty? Dahuang inquired curiously. It is not yet time. When the moment is ripe, I shall undoubtedly go. Chapter 86. From this day forth, you shall be known as Wu Mingdao. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and the foolish youth finally awakened from his slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, the hazy and muddled gaze transformed into one of clarity. Rising from his resting place, he surveyed his surroundings. Though somewhat unfamiliar, there was an undeniable sense of familiarity. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld Chen Chang'an and his companions standing not far away. At the sight of Chen Chang'an, a wave of recognition washed over the young man, as if he had known this person for an eternity. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to recall, the only memory that lingered was of the time when he was lost and this individual had aided him, bringing him to this place. Nevertheless, he felt that his familiarity with Chen Chang'an transcended that singular encounter, a peculiar sensation he could not quite articulate. Chen Chang'an exchanged a glance with Dahuang, as if they both discerned something profound in the youth's gaze. Can you drink? Suddenly, Chen Chang'an's inquiry left the young man momentarily taken aback. Drink? He scrutinized Chen Chang'an, feeling an inexplicable urge rise within him. I wish to. Down 300 cups, he blurted out instinctively. Indeed, it is you. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was convinced that this young man was the reincarnation of Wu Mingdao. Perhaps the severe damage to his soul, compounded by his rebirth, had rendered him incapable of recalling much of his past life. Yet, certain deeply ingrained memories seemed to linger, continuing to influence him. Xian'er, prepare the food and drink, Chen Chang'an commanded. Yes, she replied, departing to gather provisions. Turning to the youth, Chen Chang'an inquired, Do you have a name? I do not possess a name in my memories. However, I recall a character, Dao. I do not understand its significance. The youth shook his head in confusion. The Dao in Wu Mingdao? Chen Chang'an proposed. Shall I bestow a name upon you? Very well, the young man nodded, feeling an instinctive trust in Chen Chang'an. Wu Mingdao, what does that sound? Wu Mingdao. The name felt warm and familiar, as though it were always meant to be his. Yes, I shall be called Wu Mingdao, he declared with a smile, embracing the sense of rebirth that surged within him. Before long, the food and drink arrived, and Chen Chang'an and Wu Mingdao began to indulge in the festivities. Yet, at the tender age of 16, and being unaccustomed to alcohol, Wu Mingdao found himself becoming hazy after just a few cups. Chun, Brother Chun, it is truly wonderful to see you again, he managed to utter before losing consciousness, a heartfelt confession that perhaps he himself did not fully comprehend. Observing the inebriated Wu Mingdao, Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Indeed, it is truly a pleasure to reunite with you. Having confirmed Wu Mingdao's identity, Chen Chang'an felt a weight lift from his heart. However, he remained uncertain about the path Wu Mingdao should take moving forward and whether to divulge the events of his previous life. Some matters, perhaps, were best left unspoken. Allowing Wu Mingdao to rediscover his past memories might prove more beneficial. This young man should carve a path uniquely his own, Dahuang suggested, looking at Chen Chang'an. Nodding in agreement, Chen Chang'an replied. Indeed, he must forge his own destiny. Should he tread a new path or revisit an old one? He pondered aloud. A newcomer should tread a new path. That is only fitting. He is Wu Mingdao, yet he is no longer the Wu Mingdao of yore. Perhaps he will make his own decisions. Tomorrow, we shall inquire further, Dahuang assented. By the way, have you received any news regarding your ascension to the purple gold medal? Surely they wouldn't send forth adversaries that you cannot vanquish? Dahuang inquired curiously. Real strength? Chen Chang'an mused, lacking a definitive measure, yet certain that it would not exceed the level of the Void Realm. He sensed that the forthcoming challenges would significantly alter the dynamics of his abilities. Upon breaking through to the Divine Power Realm, he would no longer exhibit overpowering strength that transcends several levels. Nevertheless, Chen Chang'an's true capabilities remained formidable, as Dahuang firmly believed that he need not ascend to the Emperor Realm to reign supreme in the world. When faced with challenges, one must stand firm. Whether or not I ascend to the purple gold medal is not of utmost importance. Do not forget, my aim is to meet the city lord and inquire about information. I refuse to believe he will continue to hide from me. Chen Chang'an reiterated, never losing sight of his true purpose, gathering intel and seeking the fetal pearl, rather than crafting myths or acquiring the coveted purple gold medal. As Chen Chang'an conversed with Dahuang, the proprietress of the Happy Pavilion approached once more. Pray tell, madam, am I your sole guest? Do you harbor a secret infatuation for me? Chen Chang'an jested with a smile. The proprietress smirked seductively, replying unabashedly, does one need to harbor a secret? If you desire, I could gladly entertain you at this very moment. I am not your timid maid, too bashful to express her affection. Her audacious remark left Gu Xian'er blushing furiously, struggling to retort, but finding herself at a loss for words. Do you think everyone is like you? She retorted. Now, tell me, what brings you here this time? And what of it? Chen Chang'an observed, noting that the proprietress appeared genuinely offended, her ire not merely a facade. That was not my intent. It was merely a jest. If I have caused any offense, I beg your pardon, Chen Chang'an replied, always preferring to defuse tension rather than escalate conflict, especially with a woman. Very well, I shall let it slide this time. The city lord estate has sent word. In 3 days, the promotion battle will be held outside the city. Outside the city? Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the promotion battle would take place beyond the city limits. Given the vastness of the city and the ample space for the medal contest, why venture outside? Realizing the implications, he understood their reasoning. They feared collateral damage. It seemed the 10 competitors sent by the city lord's estate would likely possess considerable strength. Your sources are quite astute. Do you possess any insider information? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. Insider information? Pray, how could I possibly have access to the inner workings of the city lord estate? You overestimate my connections, the proprietress laughed. Is that so? Chen Chang'an observed her keenly, then replied with a soft smile. It appears I must await that day to ascertain the strength of my opponents. Chapter 87. When did Chen Chang'an comprehend the sword intent? Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Indeed, since the inception of the Returnless City, such a spectacle has never been witnessed. Perhaps only Chen Chang'an could evoke such a scene. The Returnless City is a coveted place for many, regarded as a sanctuary amidst chaos. No one wishes to leave. The cost of entry and exit is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet today, those who could escape from the Returnless City have all emerged, driven by a singular desire to witness the birth of the owner of the golden purple medal. 50 kilometers outside the city, in an expansive area now teeming with people, a 10-kilometer radius has been enveloped by a barrier marking the main battlefield for today's event. However, when the crowd beheld the contestants within, astonishment spread like wildfire. Could it be that the city lord's mansion truly operates in such a manner? They dispatched only these 10 individuals? This is utterly shameless. How outrageous! Even if they wished to prevent Chen Chang'an from obtaining the golden purple medal, such blatant tactics were unnecessary. With Wei Fengtang among them, how could Chen Chang'an possibly prevail? Wei Fengtang, the overseer of the medal battlefield, has achieved the 7th level of the Void Realm, and the other 9 are all at the 5th level of the Void Realm. Facing these 10, victory seems utterly unattainable for Chen Chang'an. Even surviving for an hour would be a daunting task. This lineup is undeniably formidable. They might as well have dispatched the three commanders directly, who are the city lord's most trusted, each at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Realm. Indeed, the city lord likely understands that deploying all three would be too absurd. After all, the rules were not originally established in this manner. But since the city lord set them, no one dares to object to alterations. Do you think Chen Chang'an will express his outrage upon seeing this scene? Outrage? If it were me, I would be tempted to eliminate these individuals. Alas, we must abide by the arrangements of others in their territory. Even a prodigy like Chen Chang'an is no exception. Amidst the discussions, Chen Chang'an swiftly approached from a distance, arriving at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. His expression remained remarkably calm upon seeing the 10 individuals, as if this outcome posed no surprise to him. Upon entering the barrier, he glanced at Wei Fengtang. As he was unfamiliar with the other 9, it appears the city lord, Shura, truly holds me, Chen Chang'an, in high regard. This assembly is indeed impressive. Chen Chang'an remarked with a faint smile. Chen Chang'an, everything is orchestrated by the city lord. We have no choice in the matter. Have you considered? Should you accept, you will face our combined assault of 10. You have achieved 100 consecutive victories with the platinum medal. Losing here will elicit no reproach. If you wish to withdraw, now is your moment, Wei Fengtang said with a smile. Withdraw? That has never been Chen Chang'an's style. If memory serves, enduring for an hour should suffice as passing. Correct? Huh? Enduring for an hour? Wei Fengtang's heart jolted suddenly. How did he overlook such a crucial detail? Could it be that Chen Chang'an is confident he can withstand their combined assault for an hour with mere physical prowess? Yet today, I have no desire to squander time. I, too, wish to ascertain the extent of my true strength. Are you all prepared? He declared, prompting a change in the expressions of Wei Fengtang and the others. What does this mean? Has Chen Chang'an never truly unleashed his full power before? Has he been holding back all along? Such audacity. He believes himself invincible at the first level of the extraordinary realm. We must not be careless. Let's not forget that Yin Xiong was defeated in a heartbeat. Defeating Yin Xiong was a trivial feat. I could accomplish that as well. Thus, is this not indicative that his strength is comparable to yours? Yet even so, what does it matter? He faces 10 of us. Could he possibly defeat us all in a single strike? In contrast to the fury of the other 9, Wei Fengtang appeared exhilarated, for he had a mission, to gauge the true extent of Chen Chang'an's strength. Chen Chang'an, unleash your power. Let everyone witness just how formidable you truly are. Wei Fengtang exclaimed with a grin. Very well. No sooner had the words left his lips than a terrifying sword intent erupted from Chen Chang'an's being. In an instant, the faces of Wei Fengtang and his companions turned ashen. What an overwhelming sword intent. Its sheer force instilled a profound sense of threat, even fear, within them. What on earth? When did Chen Chang'an come to comprehend sword intent? At this moment, Dahuang was equally bewildered, although he remained at a distance. His perceptive abilities rendered the events akin to witnessing them firsthand. This bewilderment stemmed from a realization. Chen Chang'an had been with him all along. How could he have inexplicably grasped sword intent? Dahuang, what is happening? Gu Xian in Qilin Dahuang. Do you know when Chen Chang'an comprehended sword intent? Dahuang's question left Gu Xian momentarily speechless. She had only been with Chen Chang'an for a short while. How could she possibly know? Forget it. Asking is futile. Dahuang shook his head in resignation, while beside him, Wu Mingdao instinctively remarked, perhaps for some, comprehension is unnecessary. Upon saying this, Wu Mingdao paused, scratching his head sheepishly. I seem to have spoken out of turn again. In Wu Mingdao's view, he often uttered inexplicable statements, an indication that his previous affliction had not fully abated. Dahuang chose not to elaborate further, agreeing with Wu Mingdao's insight. Chen Chang'an was indeed extraordinary, and the phenomena surrounding him could hardly be explained by conventional reasoning. He won, Dahuang suddenly exclaimed, sending a shiver through Gu Xian. Won? So soon? At that moment, within the battlefield outside the returnless city, Chen Chang'an stood suspended in the air, while below him, the 10 figures led by Wei Fengtang lay defeated. Silence enveloped the surroundings, No one anticipated such an outcome. What was that soaring sword aura? Why did the victory become apparent after a blinding flash of light? What transpired within that barrier? Aside from the 10 who experienced it firsthand, the others were left utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the events. He won. Chen Chang'an triumphed? I thought he would be embroiled in a fierce battle. Yet he emerged victorious so effortlessly. Shouldn't he? I feel exhilarated. Why does my heart remain unmoved? Why? Is Chen Chang'an destined to continue this legendary path? This is a 5th-level Void Realm practitioner and a 7th-level powerhouse. Ah, Chen Chang'an is indeed a divine being. But did you not notice something peculiar? What peculiar thing? Chen Chang'an practices the sword path. Yet who has ever seen him wield a sword? Huh? As these words were spoken, those surrounding him were momentarily stunned. Indeed, Chen Chang'an had never drawn a sword throughout this entire ordeal. Could it be that he has concealed a portion of his true abilities? Chapter 88. Journey to the Lord's Mansion. Meeting the Azura. Now, may I be taken to meet your lord? Wei Fengdang slowly rose from the ground. In this battle, he had lost with full acknowledgement of his defeat. His gaze towards Chen Chang'an transformed from admiration to respect. If previously, Wei Fengdang regarded Chen Chang'an merely as a rising star, now, in his heart, Chen Chang'an had become a formidable figure surpassing himself. You have won. You are the sole possessor of the purple gold medal in the city of no return, and you possess the right to meet the Lord. Do you wish to see him now? Wei Fengdang inquired, somewhat perplexed by Chen Chang'an's eagerness to meet the Lord. Could it be that there was something significant at stake? Perhaps. Chen Chang'an, you are not afraid that the Lord might abscond without compensating your wager, are you? Wei Fengdang asked helplessly. Chen Chang'an was somewhat taken aback by this line of thought, as he had never considered the matter seriously. He was not in need of spirit stones. It was merely a tactic to enhance his leverage in meeting the Lord Azura. He had not anticipated that Wei Fengdang would be so concerned about it. Yet, it was understandable, considering they were all a group of impoverished souls, unaccustomed to grandeur. Do not concern yourself with my intentions. Simply take me there. Is he present in the city of no return? Chen Chang'an asked, his tone somewhat irritable. He is, but I must report first to see if the Lord is willing to meet you today. You may need to wait a while. Wait again? Meeting a Lord truly seems to be a cumbersome affair. However, having waited for so many days, I am not in a rush. Very well. I shall return to the pleasure house and make haste. Inform him that I have matters to inquire about. Matters to inquire about? Wei Fengdang nodded and replied, I will convey your message to the Lord. Without further ado, Chen Chang'an's figure flickered, and he soared towards the city of no return. This fellow is quite carefree. Leaving as he pleases, Wei Fengdang chuckled wryly. Lord Wei, it seems the barrier has not been activated. If it has not been activated, then activate it. Is that not obvious? No. I mean, if the barrier is not activated, how did Chen Chang'an leave? Wei Fengdang suddenly paused, realizing that indeed, if the barrier was not engaged, how had Chen Chang'an traversed it unimpeded? This barrier was set up personally by the Lord to prevent their battle from extending too far. Yet, Chen Chang'an seemed to come and go at will, entirely unaffected. Was the barrier merely a fade for him? What other abilities does Chen Chang'an possess that remain concealed? Is he even human? Each encounter with him left Wei Fengdang astonished by his capabilities, as if he harbored countless secrets. Did this fellow forsake the purple gold medal? Never mind. Once we meet the Lord, I shall have him present it personally. After Chen Chang'an departed, Wei Fengdang recalled that the purple gold medal had yet to be bestowed upon him. Upon returning to the pleasure house, the first person Chen Chang'an encountered was still the proprietress. It seems she spent her days waiting for him. Do you truly have no business? You appear quite idle. Chen Chang'an initiated the conversation. What business could possibly rival the importance of your presence? She replied, feigning a pout. Let me see what the purple gold medal looks like. I have yet to behold it. The medal? I have no need for it. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you when the time comes. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. A gift for myself? Does that not signify a token of affection? The proprietress gazed at him with deep affection. A token of affection? Are you dreaming? Is that how you require conversation? Chen Chang'an responded, somewhat exasperated. Oh, is that so wrong? Do not all men relish such attentions from women? Do not feign seriousness. Though you deny it, your heart must yearn for it, she teased. There are no true gentlemen, merely those who put on an act. Indifference is merely a sign of insufficient temptation. While there may be some truth in the proprietress's words, most men could very well fit that description. Exceptions certainly exist. However, Chen Chang'an had no desire to engage in such discussions, recognizing the futility of debating right and wrong on such matters. Everyone possesses their own understanding. Your perspective is not entirely erroneous. But do you not find it exhausting? Exhausting? Upon hearing this, the proprietress merely shook her head dismissively, smiling as she said, "Living is more important than anything else, is it not? Indeed, for many, the act of living holds paramount importance. Why then should one concern themselves with the manner in which they live? Individual interpretations vary, leading to different choices in lifestyle." At that moment, as the two conversed, Wei Fengtang entered the pleasure house with surprising speed, catching Chen Chang'an off guard. "Lord Wei, this establishment is, after all, mine. Would it not be proper to greet me upon your arrival?" The proprietress remarked with a knowing smile. "I seek him for a matter, otherwise, who would choose to visit this dilapidated place?" Wei Fengtang responded, still avoiding the proprietress's gaze, as if harboring great disdain for both the establishment and its owner. Chen Chang'an, now intrigued, sensed the story unfolding. "What is the situation? Is there an untold tale?" he inquired, glancing at the proprietress. "I once pursued the lady, but she declined my advances. Do not presume that my outward demeanor reflects a lack of standards. I possess my own principles," the proprietress replied with a smile. "One should not strike the face nor reveal the flaws." The proprietress candidly articulated what pained Wei Fengtang, causing a flush to rise to his cheeks. "I was young and foolish back then," Wei Fengtang retorted angrily. "Young and foolish? You dare speak so? When you pursued me, you were already nearly a century old. Does that still qualify as youth?" The proprietress scoffed. Never mind. I cannot be bothered to bicker with you. Chen Chang'an, the Lord has agreed to meet you. Let us proceed to the Lord's mansion." The Lord's mansion? Lord Azura resides there perpetually? The mansion indeed emanated an extraordinary aura, though it soon faded, eluding Chen Chang'an's perception. This lord was shrouded in mystery. Either he was of imperial stature, or he possessed artifacts that concealed his presence. "Shall I accompany you?" Just then, a voice echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind. He did not respond, but instead turned to Wei Fengtang, smiling as he queried, "Does the Lord remain at the mansion?" "Matters concerning the Lord are not for me to divulge. If you are curious, you may inquire directly." "Very well. Then please lead the way." Chen Chang'an chose not to press further, as he would soon meet Lord Azura. Following Wei Fengtang, Chen Chang'an arrived at the Lord's mansion, which was grand and expansive. However, he could not shake the feeling that this place lacked vitality. For such a vast estate, it was eerily devoid of life. Even in the name of mystery, such desolation seemed excessive. Wei Fengtang guided Chen Chang'an through the mansion until they reached a secluded garden at the rear. "Within that rockery lies a passage. Proceed to the end, and you shall find a secret chamber. The Lord awaits you there." "So secretive? Your Lord must be rather apprehensive." Chapter 89. The City Lord Shura. Am I correct? In the City Lord's mansion, his own territory and residence. Why must it be shrouded in such mystery? This inevitably led Chen Chang'an to suspect that the City Lord Shura must be a person of insecurity. Otherwise, what could account for such secrecy? Wei Fengtang, upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, could only manage an awkward smile. Not only Chen Chang'an, but even the subordinates present found the situation perplexing, though they dared not voice their thoughts as boldly as Chen Chang'an had. "Cough! The City Lord is waiting for you inside. You should go in," Wei Fengtang said, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Very well. I shall meet your City Lord. By the way, what does your City Lord look like? Have you seen them?" Chen Chang'an asked, turning back after taking a few steps, catching Wei Fengtang off guard. "All right, I see," Wei Fengtang replied without really answering. However, from the hesitation in his eyes, Chen Chang'an discerned the truth. He too had never laid eyes on the true visage of City Lord Shura. Had he done so, there would have been no need for hesitation, as Chen Chang'an was about to meet Shura directly. The hesitation indicated uncertainty in how to respond. As Chen Chang'an approached the artificial mountain, he discovered a concealed passage within. However, the entrance was not particularly hidden. What could be its purpose? He did not dwell on it, as oil lamps had already been lit inside the passage. He proceeded onward, ultimately uncovering a vast space that resembled a beautifully adorned room, exuding an ancient charm, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Behind a screen, he discerned a silhouette clad in a black robe, indistinguishable in gender. Yet, Chen Chang'an instantly recognized that this figure was akin to the one he had seen in the wooden hut. "Shura?" Chen Chang'an inquired tentatively. "Indeed, it is I. You seek the purple-gold medal merely to meet me?" The voice was low and deliberately controlled. Not only did the city lord Shura conceal their appearance, but they also disguised their voice. Chen Chang'an chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he stepped past the screen and seated himself opposite Shura. It was undeniable that the black robe concealed the figure thoroughly. Even sitting face to face, he could not discern any features, not even skin tone or eyes. What sins must one commit to harbor such fear of being seen? Is it truly necessary to be so secretive? Actually, I have formed some conjectures regarding your identity. What do you say we speak frankly? Chen Chang'an remarked with a gentle smile. Oh, within the entire city of no return, no one knows my identity. You have only just arrived, yet you have already formed suspicions? I am genuinely curious about your deductions. Shura's voice revealed no hint of emotion. You have remained in the city of no return for a considerable time without anyone discerning your identity. This you have executed quite well. Yet, everyone has their oversights, and inadvertently, one may reveal a clue. Would you not concur, Madam Boss? Chen Chang'an said with a calm smile. Upon hearing the term Madam Boss, Shura's body exhibited a subtle change, a fleeting moment that Chen Chang'an was quick to notice. After a brief pause, Shura removed the black robe, revealing her true self, none other than the proprietress of the pleasure house. How did you uncover my identity? My subordinates, who have followed me for years, have never detected it. Why, after only a few days, do you harbor such suspicions? Where did I slip up? The proprietress gazed at Chen Chang'an with curiosity. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. You cannot genuinely believe that my visit to the pleasure house was solely due to its tranquility, can you? There are many peaceful places within the city of no return. There was no necessity to choose the pleasure house. What do you mean by that? The proprietress questioned, perplexed. From the moment Chen Chang'an entered the city of no return, he had sensed something amiss with the pleasure house. Impossible. That could not be true. At that time, he had not even known who the city lord was, and the information he had acquired was from his own inquiries. Why would he suspect the pleasure house? I do not believe it. The proprietress regarded Chen Chang'an with skepticism, unable to accept that he had harbored suspicions from the outset. Yet Chen Chang'an remained unfazed by her doubts, smiling as he said, "You are aware of the large dog that accompanies me, right? Its senses are remarkably acute. Upon entering the city of no return, it had already scanned the entire area. Your pleasure house may seem distant from the city lord's mansion, yet they are connected by hidden passages. These passages are intricate and discreet, yet they were uncovered by the keen senses of my dog. It was at that moment that I realized the connection between the pleasure house and the city lord mansion. Thus, Chen Chang'an had known from the beginning that the pleasure house was not as simple as it appeared, yet he had not directly suspected the proprietress was city lord Shura. However, during their subsequent interactions, he began to notice certain clues, the most telling of which was the black robe left behind in the wooden hut. Do you know that you possess a unique fragrance inherent to you, distinct from any powder or perfume? The odor in that wooden hut was unpleasant, and even though you made great efforts to conceal it, I still detected that scent on the black robe you left behind. From that moment, I began to suspect you were city lord Shura." Upon hearing his words, the proprietress furrowed her brow. Was it truly due to such a minor oversight? Even so, could it definitively prove her identity as Shura? Is that all? She inquired. Of course, there is more. However, it is merely a collection of small details that compounded my suspicions. Regardless of the specifics, the facts have proven my conjectures were not unfounded. Chen Chang'an replied with a serene smile. The proprietress was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Chen Chang'an, who seemed unremarkable, had been harboring suspicions from their very first meeting. How perceptive he was! You are quite intelligent. You have deduced much. In truth, I had no intention of continuing to conceal my identity when we finally met. I merely wished to observe your reaction upon seeing me. However, while you are astute, there are still matters you have overlooked. Chen Chang'an, you underestimate others far too much, the proprietress chuckled. Matters I have overlooked? Chen Chang'an gazed at her calmly, smiling as he asked, what else is there that I have not discerned? Your sister, or perhaps a younger sister? At these words, the proprietress felt a jolt of shock. Impossible. That cannot be true. How could he possibly know of this? Seeing the astonishment in her gaze, Chen Chang'an realized he had once again hit the mark. What's the matter? Are you not going to come out? He prompted. Another figure emerged from a different direction within the hidden chamber. Indeed, twin sisters. Chapter 90. The twin sisters, Chang'an's laughter and height, appearance, hairstyle, attire, and even in every movement and expression, these two individuals were indistinguishable, as if they had been perfectly replicated. The most unsettling aspect was that even the scent they carried was entirely identical. Such a pair of twin sisters presented a formidable challenge in discerning one from the other. However, Chen Chang'an was acutely aware that the one standing before him was the very person with whom he had exchanged tokens of affection at the joyful pavilion. Upon standing together, both turned their gaze towards Chen Chang'an and simultaneously inquired, "How did you guess?" Indeed, even their voices were perfectly synchronized. Yet, with a keen eye, one could discern subtle differences between them. The first hint of suspicion arose within the small wooden cabin. Upon noticing the unique fragrance on the black robe, I had once asked Dahuang to sense your presence at the joyful pavilion. The answer was affirmative. You were there and had never left. At that moment, I began to ponder the peculiar circumstances surrounding this situation. Thus, during each subsequent conversation, I deliberately chose my words carefully, observing your expressions and attitudes closely. Despite your remarkable mimicry, your temperaments revealed slight variations. Do you recall your last bout of anger? Chen Chang'an interjected, to which the elder sister replied, Hey, I was the one who was angry last time, not my sister. Ahem, I apologize, I momentarily lost track. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Chang'an rubbed his nose. Despite knowing they were sisters, it was still challenging to differentiate between them when they stood silently, motionless. Just because I was angry, you think we were two different people? The elder sister questioned, perplexed. Because if it were your sister, she would have responded with a teasing remark. Your seductive allure is a natural gift. Yet the brazen facade is but a guise you both wear for the sake of others. Your sister typically presents herself as the proprietress. Hence, she is more accustomed to that persona. In contrast, the elder sister often operates in the guise of Shura, which does not seamlessly blend with the proprietress's identity, leading to the occasional slip-up. I suspect your subordinates may have once doubted your identities, yet they never considered that the city lord Shura is not a singular entity. It is precisely for this reason that their suspicions were dispelled. Am I correct? Chen Chang'an inquired with a faint smile. His words caused the sisters to gasp in astonishment. This Chen Chang'an possessed an uncanny ability to observe intricacies and a razor-sharp intellect, which was truly formidable. They felt as though they stood before him completely exposed, devoid of any secrets. Brilliantly articulated, the elder sister remarked, Chen Chang'an, I find you increasingly inscrutable. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Morong Qinru, and this is my sister, Morong Qinwu. Morong? Chen Chang'an mused, recognizing the surname, which was rare but not unheard of. He recalled having met someone with the surname Murong in the past. I once knew a Morong Tianhai. Perhaps your ancestry is somewhat intertwined. You are acquainted with our ancestor, Morong Tianhai? The sisters exclaimed in disbelief. Could it truly be that we are related? Chen Chang'an was taken aback by the coincidence. We are indeed descendants of Morong Tianhai, but our ancestor passed away over 3,000 years ago. How do you know him? The sisters regarded Chen Chang'an with wide-eyed astonishment, for few were aware of Morong Tianhai's existence after so many years. If he knew of him, what could this imply about his age? I had a few encounters with him. I suppose we could be considered acquaintances, albeit not closely bonded, Chen Chang'an replied with a hint of helplessness. To have genuinely known our ancestor? As juniors, We extend our sincere apologies for any prior disrespect shown, they said, unexpectedly kneeling before him, leaving Chen Chang'an utterly taken aback. Is it truly necessary to kneel merely for knowing your ancestor? He questioned, frowning. What is this all about? Since you share a bond with our ancestor, we implore you to lend us your assistance. Assist you? What is the meaning of this? Chen Chang'an felt exasperated. He merely sought information regarding and now the situation had escalated unexpectedly. Please rise, he urged. If you do not acquiesce, we shall remain here. Are you truly resorting to such tactics? If you prefer to kneel, then by all means continue, Chen Chang'an replied with a nonchalant demeanor, much to the sisters' astonishment. They found it baffling that he remained entirely unaffected. What shall we do now? Stand or remain kneeling? They pondered, caught in a dilemma. You may speak freely. What would you like to ask? Murong Qingru finally said, her frustration evident. I have come to this chaotic realm with a singular purpose, to seek a particular item. Are you aware of a pearl? Translucent and devoid of any aura or energy fluctuations, that is indestructible? Upon witnessing their perplexed expressions, Chen Chang'an's heart sank. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Was the knot in this chaotic zone? Is the pearl you seek of this size? Murong Qingwu gestured, indicating the exact dimensions of the. You know of it? Chen Chang'an perked up. If it is indeed that size, I am familiar with it. However, if you wish to obtain this pearl, we kindly ask that you fulfill one of our requests. Is that acceptable? Are you resorting to threats now? Chen Chang'an chuckled. Do you not fear that I might simply take it by force? I trust that you are not that kind of person. Are you? So you have faith in my character? Chen Chang'an remarked, offering a nod of appreciation to Murong Qingwu, who felt relieved, believing she had not misjudged him. You possess keen discernment. However, your judgment may not be entirely accurate. What do you mean by that? I cannot abide by threats. We did not intend to threaten you. It is simply that. My apologies. I shall retrieve the pearl now. Murong Qingru, realizing Chen Chang'an's unpredictable nature, reluctantly decided to produce the item. As she unveiled the pearl, Chen Chang'an instantly recognized it as he sought. But why is it in Murong Qingwu's possession, while Murong Qingru remains oblivious? Senior, is it that? Murong Qingwu inquired. Indeed, it is. From whence did you acquire it? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. This was a trinket given to me by someone who once sought my affection. I found it rather unique, so I kept it without much thought. To think that my precious has been treated as mere trinket to win a maiden's heart? Very well, I shall take this treasure for now. You two may rise. Yes, Senior. Chapter 91. As long as you are willing, we will be yours. Murong Qingru and her sister have come to a realization. When interacting with Chen Chang'an, one must forego individuality, for he possesses an even stronger sense of self. Thus, when Chen Chang'an urged them to rise once more, they did so without hesitation. Standing at attention. After acquiring the fetal pearl, Chen Chang'an was in high spirits, as this endeavor had not consumed much time and was not particularly troublesome. Please, have a seat. There is no need to be overly formal, he said. Yes, Senior, the Murong sisters responded. However, they soon felt an unsettling discrepancy. Was this not their territory? How had Chen Chang'an suddenly taken a lead? Your cultivation should indeed be at the supreme realm, and you have managed to control it at an equal level. What brings you both to this chaotic region? You have even become the lords of this city of no return, Chen Chang'an remarked. Although he found Chen Chang'an to be an admirable individual, he was acutely aware of his curiosity and inclination to pry into the lives of the twin sisters, sensing they held many untold stories. Since you are acquainted with our ancestors, you should know that our Murong family originally resided in the realm of Wangshuan within the central heavenly domain. Regrettably, our ancestor was betrayed, leading to the near annihilation of our clan. Those who survived had no choice but to leave Wangshuan, wandering until they arrived in this chaotic region. The city of no return was not built by us. It was the work of our father. Though chaotic, this place can effectively nurture talent and bolster our strength for future vengeance. Yet, the chaotic zone is not solely comprised of the city of no return. Its emergence has drawn the attention of several other major forces, and while our father managed to fend off their attacks, he ultimately succumbed. Since then, as Murong Qingru recounted the tale, Chen Chang'an grasped the full context. Murong Qingrou's father had perished, but outsiders remained oblivious. To prevent any issues for the city of no return, the two sisters had taken up the mantle of leadership. The rumors surrounding the formidable strength of the city lord, Shura, being akin to that of an emperor, were deliberately spread by Murong Qingwu through the joyful pavilion to instill fear in others. While the other major forces in the chaotic zone recognized this as a mere jest, they were unaware of the sisters' father's demise. The memory of that battle lingered, instilling a sense of restraint. Thus, they had refrained from attacking the city of no return for many years. The metal battlefield was a scheme devised by the sisters to attract and recruit talent. Unfortunately, despite the passage of time, no one had yet claimed a purple gold medal. The arrival of Chen Chang'an ignited their hope, a potential future powerhouse with boundless potential. Who would have guessed that, despite appearing younger, he was actually older than their ancestors? Even if Chen Chang'an had not requested an audience with the city lord, the sisters would have sought an opportunity to lay their cards on the table. Senior, if you are willing, from this day forth, the city of no return shall belong to you. Our request is modest. We only hope that you will lead us in avenging our Murong family, they implored. Chen Chang'an, however, expressed disinterest in the position of city lord, as he could never confine himself to one place. Let's not dwell on titles. I have no inclination toward that. By the way, regarding our wager, shouldn't we settle that first? It is only fair to account for debts, even if I am acquainted with your ancestors, he said with a smile. The sisters had indeed forgotten about the wager, initially believing that Chen Chang'an would dismiss the matter upon meeting them. Senior, we truly cannot produce 100 million superior spirit stones. How about we offer our bodies as collateral? Offer your bodies as collateral? You are quite the clever duo, Chen Chang'an remarked, recognizing that such an arrangement would inevitably deepen their relationship, making it only natural for him to assist them in various matters. He scrutinized the two, noticing that the usually carefree proprietress now bore a bashful demeanor. Your worth is rather high, he teased. What do you mean by that? How can one's worth be reduced to mere flesh? Murong Qingrou's expression shifted, a mixture of anger and indignation washing over her. Did Chen Chang'an truly lack understanding of cherishing beauty? Moreover, how could he be so unmoved? Murong Qingru believed that both she and her sister, while not breathtakingly beautiful, were undeniably striking. As twin sisters, they possessed an irresistible allure to men. Why, then, was Chen Chang'an seemingly impervious to their charms? Let us forget about the wager. Just return my principal. Is it truly so difficult for you to see our worth? For so many years, we have toiled in the city of no return. Had it not been for our gender, we wouldn't have needed to hide ourselves. We have genuinely tried our best. Will you not help us? Murong Qingru understood clearly that Chen Chang'an wished to avoid entanglements with them, which was why he opted to forego the wager. Why do you belittle your own identity as women? True strength knows no gender, but rather is defined by capability. If you possess sufficient strength, what does it matter if you're a woman? Who in this world would dare underestimate you? In the chaotic zone, with so many men present, how many could truly rival them? Do not let your gender confine you. You are no less than anyone else. Chen Chang'an's words resonated deeply within the sisters, shaking them to their core. They had long resented their identities as women, believing they would fare better as men. Never had they considered that strength transcended gender. At that moment, they felt as though a veil had been lifted from their souls, transforming their very essence. Have you broken through? Chen Chang'an was astonished to see the sisters achieve a sudden breakthrough together. Their cultivation had stagnated at the third level of the supreme realm for quite some time, and now they had unexpectedly ascended to the fourth level. Thank you, Senior, they exclaimed, their excitement evident as they gazed at Chen Chang'an. Their gratitude was heartfelt and genuine. There is no need for thanks. I merely spoke a few words. I shall take my leave for the joyful pavilion now. Senior, there is something I have been curious about, Murong Qingru interjected just as Chen Chang'an was about to depart, catching him off guard. The cultivation test at the metal battlefield should not have produced any errors. Why did your test reveal your cultivation to be at the extraordinary realm? Have you reached a level of mastery that even testing cannot discern? Hearing this, Chen Chang'an chuckled. Is it not possible that I truly possess only the cultivation of the extraordinary realm? Senior, surely you jest. The extraordinary realm cannot sustain such longevity while exhibiting such formidable strength. But I truly am at the extraordinary realm. Seeing that Chen Chang'an remained silent, Murong Qingru chose not to press further, acknowledging that it pertained to personal privacy. Nevertheless, she suspected that Chen Chang'an's true cultivation was likely profound and unfathomable. Even if he did not reach the realm of the emperor, he had probably attained the pinnacle of immortality. Why has someone intruded? Chapter 92. The Bloodthirsty Alliance? The Royal Ascension Conference. As Chen Chang'an was preparing to depart, he suddenly sensed the presence of someone entering the secret passage. Not only he, but the Murong sisters also noticed the intrusion. Their brows furrowed, as they had explicitly instructed that no one was to enter this passage without permission. The newcomer was Liang Yu, one of the three commanders of the unreturning city. Chen Chang'an was aware of the existence of these three commanders, but was unfamiliar with their names. Liang Yu, one of them, had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Void Realm. Chen Chang'an had long been curious as to why, aside from the enigmatic city Lord Shura, the others had yet to ascend to the Supreme Realm. Upon uncovering the truth, he realized that unreturning city had emerged only recently, and these individuals were merely talents recruited since its inception. The number of genuinely cultivated individuals was exceedingly few. Among the major factions in the Chaos Zone, unreturning city maintained a low profile, predominantly attracting those who sought comfort and ease. Your subordinates lack discipline? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Never has it been so. Something must have occurred, Liang Yu replied. Though he had intruded upon the secret passage, he refrained from advancing further and halted outside the hidden chamber. I, Liang Yu, have matters to report. What is it? Murong Qingru, accustomed to disguise, instinctively donned a black cloak and altered her voice in the presence of others. Observing this, Chen Chang'an said nothing, recognizing that some matters could not be changed overnight. The Bloodthirsty Alliance has sent someone with a message, inviting us from unreturning city to attend the Royal Ascension Conference. The Royal Ascension Conference? What is that? The Murong sisters had never heard of such an event. What exactly did the Bloodthirsty Alliance intend to achieve? Is this all? Murong Qingru questioned. Indeed. And you dare to trespass into the secret passage for this matter? Her voice lowered, laced with barely concealed anger, causing Liang Yu to tremble and kneel immediately. I acknowledge my mistake. As one of the three commanders of unreturning city, is this the extent of your courage? A single message from the Bloodthirsty Alliance has thrown you into disarray? Murong Qingru's true ire lay in Liang Yu's cowardice. How could he fear the Bloodthirsty Alliance so? Should a conflict arise between unreturning city and the Bloodthirsty Alliance in the future, Liang Yu, as a commander, would be unable to bear the responsibility. Please, City Lord, quell your anger. You may leave, she commanded. Yes. After Liang Yu departed, Murong Qingru stepped out to retrieve the letter he had brought and presented it to her sister, Murong Qingru. What a cunning Bloodthirsty Alliance. So this is their scheme. Upon reading the letter, Murong Qingru understood their intentions. The Bloodthirsty Alliance sought to unify the entire Chaos Zone, hence the convening of this Royal Ascension Conference, with the clear objective of summoning individuals from other factions within the Chaos Zone. Ostensibly, it was to elect a leader, yet it was evident that the Bloodthirsty Alliance aimed to seize that position for themselves. The Chaos King? Is the Bloodthirsty Alliance truly that powerful? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Indeed, they are formidable. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Alliance reached the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm long ago. After all these years, it is uncertain if he has made further breakthroughs. However, given the current circumstances, it is likely that the leader has successfully advanced. Prompting the organization of this Royal Ascension Conference, Murong Qingru remarked, her brow furrowed. Among the major factions in the Chaos Zone, all were anchored by Supreme Realm powerhouses, with formidable combat prowess, except for unreturning city, which lagged slightly. The primary reason lay in the untimely demise of their father due to severe injuries. Had he survived, unreturning city's strength and status would have surely surpassed its current standing. Sister, if we attend the Royal Ascension Conference, it may be impossible to conceal the truth about our father. Moreover, Our identities could be exposed, which would be detrimental to unreturning city. Murong Qingwu expressed her concerns, casting a worried glance at her sister. Murong Qingwu recognized that attending this conference would yield no benefits for either them or unreturning city. However, the Bloodthirsty Alliance had already issued their invitation. Declining would mean disrespect, providing them with grounds to retaliate against unreturning city. Caught in indecision, the two sisters turned their gazes toward Chen Chang'an once more. Predecessor, this matter has nothing to do with me. I am not from unreturning city. Predecessor, you are the bearer of the golden purple medal. You cannot merely enjoy the benefits without contributing. Surely, you must take some action? That sounds rather peculiar. What do you mean by enjoying without working? You expect me to do something? Predecessor, you are an old acquaintance of our ancestors, and it is well known that you are the sole bearer of the golden purple medal of unreturning city. Now, that unreturning city is in peril. How can you stand idly by? They implored, their bright eyes sparkling as they gazed at Chen Chang'an, as if to say, look at our sincerity. Please grant us this favor. Well, I shall consider it. Very well. Have you given it sufficient thought? Is that what you call consideration? Aren't you a bit too impatient? Chen Chang'an sighed, realizing how troublesome these two sisters could be. Yet, given the favor they had bestowed upon him with the beads, he felt a sense of obligation. After some deliberation, he concluded, fine, in light of the fetal beads, I shall assist you with a matter concerning the Royal Ascension Conference. However, thereafter, I shall have no further ties with unreturning city. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's agreement, the Murong sisters beamed with joy and, without hesitation, lunged at him, embracing him tightly. Chen Chang'an was taken aback by their boldness. Thank you, predecessor. From this day forth, you shall no longer be unrelated to unreturning city. You are its true master. What? Wait a moment. How did I become the true master? When Chen Chang'an returned to the happy pavilion, Dahuang rushed up to him first. So, was your speculation correct? Dahuang asked inquisitively. Pretty much. Do you remember Murong Tianhai, the one who used to follow us around, wanting to be our elder brother? Yes, that's him, the lord of unreturning city, and the Murong sisters are his descendants. I see. What about the beads? Have you found them? Yes. Chen Chang'an nodded and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. So, we have to remain in the chaos zone for a while longer until you attend this Royal Ascension Conference? Well, that's fine. I, too, wish to witness the spectacle. I hope the Royal Ascension Conference will be somewhat entertaining. Dahuang was indifferent, for its purpose in accompanying Chen Chang'an was merely to indulge in aimless adventures. It had no particular agenda. Whatever Chen Chang'an did, it would follow suit. What has that brat Mingdao been up to? Why isn't he here? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. He went to the metal battlefield, claiming he wanted to hone his practical combat skills. Chapter 93. A great yellow dog visits the brothel. Wu Mingdao has commenced his cultivation, and with the celestial spirit fruit bestowed by Chen Chang'an, his prowess has naturally surged at an astonishing pace. Although Wu Mingdao has been reincarnated, his innate talent not only remains intact, but has even surpassed that of his previous life. He has discovered his path, and now, let him undertake rigorous training in this chaotic realm. Chen Chang'an never intended for Wu Mingdao to follow him indefinitely, for such an arrangement would merely restrain him. Even with Gu Xian'er, he contemplated allowing her to venture out on her own, but she preferred to remain by his side in servitude. Are you planning to merge with them? Upon hearing the words of the great yellow dog, Chen Chang'an nodded. Since he had acquired the merging with it was a necessity. Hurry then, I've gathered information that there's a brothel nearby. Huh? A brothel? How can this scoundrel still be fixated on that? Chen Chang'an sighed, observing the lewd expression upon the dog's face. It was exceedingly distasteful. What quality could a brothel in this forsaken city possibly offer? I will take you to a better one in the future. Can't you forget about this? You wouldn't understand such pleasures. The great yellow dog scoffed at Chen Chang'an. Get lost. If you want to go by yourself. I have no time for this. Chen Chang'an dismissed the dog and returned to his chamber. Realizing that Chen Chang'an was ignoring him, the great yellow dog felt somewhat helpless. Should he go alone? That hardly seemed appropriate. Xian'er, will you accompany me? In his desperation, the great yellow dog sought out Gu Xian'er yet her expression was equally complicated. After all, she had emerged from a brothel in the past. Although she remained pure, the thought of returning to such a place was akin to confronting a nightmare. Perhaps, great senior, you should go alone. If it proves too difficult, wait for Wu Mingdao to return and have him take you, Gu Xianer awkwardly suggested. Look, I'm asking you to accompany me, not to return to the brothel yourself. Forget it. When Wu Mingdao returns, I shall inquire with him. Under the great yellow dog's coaxing, Wu Mingdao, bewildered and oblivious, followed the tail-wagging dog away from the brothel. Observing their departing figures, Gu Xianer shook her head in resignation. A promising youth misled down a wrong path. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Chen Chang'an promptly merged with this time, the transformed into an energy that manifested upon his left arm. With a successful fusion, Chen Chang'an's body instinctively began to absorb the residual energies of the celestial spirit fruit. Not enough. Chen Chang'an was taken aback to discover that, despite having absorbed the remaining 60% of the celestial spirit fruit's energy, his body had not reached a state of saturation. He retrieved a collection of 10,000 premium spirit stones from Murong Qingru. Chen Chang'an was concerned that upon breaking through to the first level of the divine ability realm, a barrier would once again form between his body and spiritual energy. He needed to absorb enough energy beforehand to achieve a state of saturation. With a deep breath, he successfully broke through, rising slowly to his feet as his physical state improved remarkably. An inexplicable sensation lingered within him. As his strength continued to grow, his soul and body seemed to forge a closer bond. This feeling was subtle, yet profoundly intense. Has it truly been so long? Chen Chang'an was astonished to realize that an entire day and night had elapsed during his fusion. Exiting his room, he encountered the great yellow dog sneaking in. Great Yellow? Have you been thieving? Chen Chang'an couldn't resist taunting. No. I'm just a bit tired. I'll rest now. Yes, I'll rest. A bit tired? What nonsense is that? Can you even feel fatigue? Sinner, what transpired while I was cultivating? Master, the great senior took Wu Mingdao to a brothel earlier. They just returned. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's expression turned to one of helplessness. So, they did visit a brothel, and worse yet, brought Wu Mingdao along. Nonsense. Clearly, it was Wu Mingdao who took me there. You better not speak carelessly. The great yellow dog quickly defended himself. Be quiet. Does Wu Mingdao even know what a brothel is? You've returned. Where is he? Chen Chang'an inquired impatiently. Well, he should be back shortly. Noticing the great yellow dog's guilty demeanor, Chen Chang'an surmised that trouble had indeed arisen. Just then, Murong Qingwu approached, accompanied by Wu Mingdao, who wore a downcast expression, and upon closer inspection, one could discern injuries upon his face. Senior, your dog king certainly has quite the audacity. Not only did he visit a brothel and summon 10 courtesans, but he also feasted on fine delicacies. In the end, he didn't pay. He fled, leaving this lad behind. Had I not arrived in time, he might have been beaten to a pulp. Murong Qingwu remarked, bemused at how a dog could possess such a penchant for brothels. Chen Chang'an, though seemingly unversed in such matters, found himself accompanied by a lascivious dog. As for Wu Mingdao, he was clearly a naive newcomer, utterly bewildered and flustered. Chen Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at the great yellow dog, who hastily retorted, I simply forgot that I was supposed to pay. Moreover, it's not my fault. If Chen Chang'an had given me the money, I wouldn't have run off. Wu Mingdao, you should have fled as well. Why did you remain there? You should be more astute. If it were Chen Chang'an, he would have fled faster than I. At this point, the great yellow dog took the opportunity to implicate Chen Chang'an. However, they recognized you. In this forsaken city, who doesn't know that the only great yellow dog belongs to the holder of the purple gold medal, Chen Chang'an? Otherwise, why would they have treated you so warmly? If I had run, wouldn't they have come looking for me? Wu Mingdao lamented. Then you should have fought back. Look at the state you're in. Is this not embarrassing? The great yellow dog admonished in frustration. I couldn't win, and besides I was in the wrong. Enough. Chen Chang'an sighed in exasperation. What a disgrace. How much did you both spend at the brothel? No need. I've already settled the bill. They want come looking for you. Murong Qingwu replied with a smile. Chen Chang'an nodded. instructing Wu Mingdao to return and rest properly. Great Yellow, remember this. There must not be a next time. Even if you wish to run off, you must take Wu Mingdao with you. Leaving him behind is akin to leaving evidence. Otherwise, can we simply deny it? Do you leave your brain behind when you go out? Chen Chang'an's words left Murong Qingwu bewildered. It turned out they employed such an educational approach. No wonder the great yellow dog had turned out this way. He ought to teach something more virtuous. Why didn't I think of that? You are quite the strategist. Next time, I am such an upright being. How could I ever visit a brothel? This time, I was merely misled by a scoundrel. I shan't go again. The great yellow dog hastily changed his tune upon noticing Chen Chang'an's displeased expression. I beg your pardon for the amusement I've caused. Ordinarily, Dahuang does not behave in such a manner. Having been deceived by a scoundrel, Chen Chang'an remarked with a smile. Deceived by a scoundrel? Murong Qingwu chuckled silently. Yet her gaze spoke volumes, understood by those who truly comprehend. Chapter 94. Sister's invitation to a banquet. Alas, my reputation is tarnished. Upon seeing Murong Qingwu's piercing gaze, Chen Chang'an could only helplessly glare at Dahuang. Why are you glaring at me? You've been there too, Dahuang replied, somewhat aggrieved. Been there? Chen, you truly are a person of temperament. Murong Qingwu was exceedingly angry. With her beauty presented so openly, how could he disregard her and still choose to frequent brothels? Were those frivolous women so appealing? Had he lost his senses? The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, even spiraling into self-doubt. Am I truly that lacking? Chen Chang'an detected the sarcasm in her tone, but felt no embarrassment. After all, many awkward situations had arisen over the years. Is there something you need? He inquired with a smile. Yes, I. Murong Qingwu hesitated, glancing at Dahuang on Geusionar. Just speak directly. All right. My sister invites you to the city lord's manor for a banquet, and also to discuss the king's conferment ceremony. We hope you can grace us with your presence. A banquet? Very well, Chen Chang'an nodded. I shall come to greet you then. After Murong Qingwu departed, Dahuang chuckled. I'll go too. What do you intend to do there? Chen Chang'an frowned. I've never seen twins before. I want to broaden my horizons. Do you really need to broaden your horizons? You've called upon 10 already. Your growth is indeed remarkable. What about Wu Mingdao? How many does he have? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. Him? He is still too inexperienced. Sitting there all stiff and boring. He is not as entertaining as Xian Wu Dao. Recalling Wu Mingdao's awkwardness in the brothel made Dahuang chuckle. If it weren't for the requirement of bringing a living person, he wouldn't have considered taking Wu Mingdao along. Chen Chang'an couldn't be bothered to engage with Dahuang. In the evening, upon Murong Qingwu's return, the two made their way to the city lord's manor. Though merely a day had passed, the city lord's manor appeared far less desolate than before. To Chen Chang'an's surprise, Murong Qingwu led him directly to Murong Qingrou's boudoir. Murong Qingrou's room was unexpectedly elegant, devoid of gaudy decorations. The lingering fragrance in the air was akin to that of the two sisters. Upon Chen Chang'an's arrival, Murong Qingru quickly approached him. Senior, you've arrived. Following your advice, I've now revealed my identity. However, only a few trusted individuals in the city lord's manor are aware. They seemed somewhat surprised, but as you said, strength is paramount. In the face of absolute power, they may feel discomfort, yet they dare not act against it. Revealing her identity had lightened Murong Qingru's burden considerably. Isn't this just splendid? Your previous mystique may have instilled fear, but it lacked cohesion. Now that your identity is public, some may feel disappointment or resentment. However, concurrently, you could decisively rectify any disloyalty among your subordinates. If there are traitors, they must be punished without mercy. Quality over quantity, this is crucial. Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Murong Qingru nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sooner issues are identified and addressed, the better. Otherwise, betrayal at a critical moment could lead to dire consequences. Senior, please take a seat. Very well. Chen Chang'an made himself comfortable in the main seat, with the two sisters flanking him on either side. They provided attentive service, one pouring wine while the other served dishes. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an grasped Dahuang's enjoyment. This feeling was rather delightful. After several rounds of wine, Chen Chang'an remained composed, while the two sisters appeared slightly flushed, their gazes becoming somewhat dreamy. This surprised Chen Chang'an. How could two supreme beings become intoxicated? What a farce! You summoned me here to discuss the king's conferment ceremony, did you not? Shouldn't we address that matter first? Upon hearing Chen Chang'an, Murong Qingru smiled alluringly, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at him. On such a beautiful evening, wouldn't it be more delightful to admire us? Indeed, discussing the king's conferment ceremony can wait, Murong Qingwu chimed in. With two identical, enchanting women fixated on him in such an atmosphere, Chen Chang'an found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Truly, no good wine nor good feast is without ulterior motives. These two harbor ill intentions. You are supreme beings. Ordinary wine should not affect you. Why do you appear so peculiar now? Chen Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Though he had indulged in wine as well, he felt no adverse effects, but he couldn't use himself as a standard. His body was unique. Nothing could induce discomfort in him, not even the most potent poison, which felt no different than ordinary substances to him. Murong Qingru smiled slightly, explaining, the wine is ordinary. There is nothing amiss. We understand that your strength is extraordinary, and no substance could hinder you. Yet we can administer it to ourselves, can we not? Huh? Chen Chang'an was taken aback. Administer it to yourselves? Goodness, are you two wolves in sheep's clothing? He had encountered fierce individuals before, but never such audacity. However, upon reflection, it seemed illogical. Being supreme beings, they should possess some resistance to substances. We know that regular substances have no effect on us, but we can compel our bodies to accept the effects of the substances. Seemingly sensing Chen Chang'an's confusion, Murong Qingwu offered an explanation. With a resigned smile, Chen Chang'an asked, what substances have you administered to yourselves? Surely not. Aphrodisiacs? Indeed, while he had speculated, he dared not be certain. After all, such things were typically administered to others, yet these two sisters had the audacity to apply it to themselves. Truly remarkable. Murong Qingru and her sister had arrived at this decision after considerable contemplation. Having witnessed various types of people during their years in the city of inexorable return, Chen Chang'an impressed them differently. He was mysterious, powerful, and exuded a sense of reliability. Given the opportunity, they were unwilling to let it slip away. Although Chen Chang'an had agreed to participate in the king's conferment ceremony, what would happen afterward? He would undoubtedly depart. Therefore, they needed to establish a qualitative change in their relationship with Chen Chang'an at this stage. Are you not afraid that I might leave suddenly? Or that I may not be a responsible person? Chen Chang'an's demeanor remained tranquil throughout, which made the sisters somewhat anxious. However, upon hearing his words, they felt a sense of relief. He was not entirely indifferent to women. We are willing. With that, the two sisters leaned toward Chen Chang'an, whispering sweetly in his ear. Take us. Chapter 95. Twin winds bring auspiciousness. Good fortune comes in pairs. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery cloak over the entire city of No Return. For reasons unknown, the night in No Return was unusually tranquil, as if the entire populace had succumbed to slumber. Within the Lord's mansion, however, lights blazed brightly, starkly contrasting with the overall atmosphere of the city. Deep within the mansion, in a chamber adorned with exquisite decor, enchanting melodies gently unfurled, rising and falling in a continuous flow. The beautiful symphony persisted from dusk until dawn, uninterrupted. As the sun rose high, the door of the chamber swung open, revealing Chen Chang'an, who stepped out with a steady gait and a faint smile, evidently pleased by the night's captivating music. Casting a glance back into the room, Chen Chang'an remarked with a soft smile, such beauty indeed lingers in memory. These two individuals are truly remarkable. Chen Chang'an, possessing a unique and formidable constitution, felt thoroughly exhausted despite his strength, unlike anyone else who might have faltered under such circumstances. Reflecting on the previous night's revelry, a jolt of exhilaration surged through him. What a delightful experience! In my 10,000 years, I must have missed far too much. Ah, if only my master knew. At that moment, thoughts of his master, Mu Yunyao, surfaced, particularly the memories of his training in self-discipline. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Chang'an found his mind wandering, struggling to maintain focus. Damn it, it's disrupting my Tao heart. He hastily dismissed the distracting thoughts, stabilizing his mental state, never anticipating the profound effect such a fleeting encounter would have. Meanwhile, the two individuals still reclined in repose, their fatigue far surpassing Chen Chang'an's own. Upon returning to the joyous tower, he was greeted by Dahuang's lewd grin, which provoked annoyance. What are you smiling about? Look at yourself. You hardly resemble a noble Qilin anymore. You're becoming more like a dog. Chen Chang'an retorted. Dahuang's smirk vanished instantly at Chen Chang'an's words, replaced by indignation. If it weren't for you, would I be in this wretched state? You revel in your happiness while disregarding my plight. I want to visit a brothel. 20 women, no 50. You're paying. With Chen Chang'an's absence that night, Dahuang could easily surmise what had transpired. After years of following Chen Chang'an, Dahuang felt a surge of joy. His companion had finally let go of his formal demeanor. Though Chen Chang'an was hardly a paragon of virtue, he had, until now, made no progress in matters of romance. Seeing his friend finally open his heart, Dahuang felt a mix of happiness and envy. Why am I not human? He pondered. Fine, I'll talk about it next time. That's more like it. By the way, enlighten me on how you were so easily won over by those two sisters. This isn't your usual style, Dahuang inquired with curiosity. Meeting Dahuang's gaze, Chen Chang'an replied calmly, I am a man. A normal man. Huh? What do you mean? Were you not normal before? Why didn't you act this way earlier? Dahuang pressed. Come on. How many women have we encountered over the years? Chen Chang'an countered. Oh, there was one. Chang Sun Shi Shui. ISN, T she a woman? Are you out of your mind? She has been trying to kill me. Not woo me. Dahuang shot back, realizing the absurdity. All right, point taken. I won't waste more time with you. I need to rest. Chen Chang'an sighed, feeling weary. Right? And yet you flaunt your achievements. Quite the show-off. Dahuang scoffed. Not long after Chen Chang'an returned to his room, Gu Xian knocked and entered. Seeing her, he paused. Her expression seemed conflicted and forlorn. What troubles you? Chen Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Gu Xian gazed at him for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, Young master, why can't it be me? Huh? You're different from them. Different? How so? She challenged, straightening her posture as if to assert her worthiness. I possess everything they do. Why should it be any different just because they are two? That is not what I meant. You're still young, and you should focus on your cultivation. Other matters can wait. Chen Chang'an replied, exasperated. Understanding dawned upon her. So, in the future will I? At this, her cheeks flushed as she worried that she might appear too frivolous. Will the young master think of me as a bad woman? She fretted. The courage she had upon entering had dissipated entirely, leaving her confused about her own feelings. She had spent a sleepless night, feeling a deep sense of loss and sadness at Chen Chang'an's absence. Young master, I'm sorry. It's my fault. No need to apologize. Focus on your training. You Haven team made progress in a while. Yes, she acquiesced, leaving the room. Chen Chang'an exhaled, relieved yet bemused by his own allure. Little did he expect that no sooner had Gu Xian departed than another visitor arrived. When the door swung open, Wu Mingdao stepped inside, and Chen Chang'an felt a surge of panic. Wait, you two? His heart raced, particularly upon seeing Wu Mingdao's somewhat bashful expression, which ignited an impulse to slap him out of sheer frustration. Ah, Mingdao, while I acknowledge my charm, we are both men. Do you understand what that means? Chen Chang'an urged earnestly. If you were not properly guided, I wouldn't blame you for any confusion, but you must not stray from the right path. Wu Mingdao, flustered, hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Well, it's a bit embarrassing. Then don't speak of it, Chen Chang'an advised. But I truly desire it. What do you mean by desire? Oh no, this is bad. Mingdao, a man must possess willpower and restrain unwarranted desires. Your path ahead is long. Don't start down the wrong road. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Chen, I understand. Yet, I find it difficult to control myself. And how can this be a misguided path? I genuinely stop. Just stop right there. Chen Chang'an interrupted, alarmed at the implications of Wu Mingdao's words. If you say that, our friendship could be irreparably damaged. Fine, I won't disturb you any longer. But I truly do care. Perhaps another time, I'll consider purchasing something. What are you talking about? What do you intend to buy? Chen Chang'an asked, intrigued. I wish to purchase a knife, yet I find myself lacking sufficient spirit stones. Thus, I intend to approach Brother Chen to borrow a few. If you wish to buy a knife, simply address the matter directly. Why speak of so many extraneous details? But I have been consistently speaking about the knife all along. This is quite awkward. Chapter 96. Acting first and reporting later. Has he truly become the city lord? What do you think I meant, Brother Chen? Wu Mingdao's expression was one of bewilderment and curiosity, which rendered Chen Chang'an somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing. I simply thought you were referring to this matter. Then why should I control it? Well, I believe that an ordinary sword may not be worthy of you. How about I gift you a special one? Oh, does Brother Chen possess a superior blade? Indeed. To alleviate his embarrassment, Chen Chang'an decided not to linger on the topic and directly retrieved a sword from his storage ring. This sword was named Cold Dragon, an imperial-grade weapon. With proper nurturing, it might even ascend to the status of an emperor's weapon in the future. What do you think? Do you like it? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. At that moment, Wu Mingdao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the Cold Dragon, sensing its extraordinary nature. Though he lacked a clear understanding of weapon classifications, this did not diminish his admiration for the Cold Dragon. Brother Chen, such a precious gift. How many spirit stones would it take to acquire this? Wu Mingdao felt a twinge of anxiety. The sword appeared exceedingly valuable. Price is merely a measure. It does not define worth. The most crucial aspect is bestowing the right item upon the right person. This Cold Dragon has remained sealed for a long time. Perhaps you are the one most suited for it. Take it. It was meant for you. Chen Chang'an spoke sincerely, for indeed, he had fortuitously acquired this Cold Dragon after meeting Wu Mingdao, intending to present it to him one day. However, a millennium had passed, and much had changed. Fortunately, he had found Wu Mingdao's reincarnation, allowing him to rectify some past regrets. Thank you, Brother Chen. I shall accept it without reservation. Very well, go ahead. Wu Mingdao, elated with the Cold Dragon in hand, dashed outside, leaving Chen Chang'an in peace at last. Meanwhile, after the sisters Murong Qingru and her sibling awoke, they exchanged bashful glances. With Chen Chang'an absent, they promptly rose to freshen up. Qingwu, please summon the individuals from the City Lord's mansion. I have an announcement to make. Yes, sister. When the trusted associates of the City Lord's mansion gathered and beheld the two sisters, they were momentarily taken aback. The revelation that the City Lord Shura was a woman had already shocked them, but discovering that there were two was beyond their expectations. What is happening? The City Lord Shura has always been two individuals? No wonder things have unfolded as they have. The crowd murmured, their minds in disarray. Which of the two had they interacted with before? Which one was the proprietress of the pleasure house? It was utterly perplexing. Everyone, I have summoned you today to announce an important matter. Is it regarding the King's conference? No, it concerns the appointment of the City Lord. My sister and I have decided that from today onward, the lordship of our city will be entrusted to Chen Chang'an. What? Chen Chang'an? Murong Qingru's declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. They were all too familiar with that name. In the city, there was no one who did not know of him. Yet, how could someone who had only recently acquired the purple gold medal become the City Lord? It seemed rather inappropriate. City Lord, I do not question your decision, but is it truly suitable for Chen Chang'an to assume this role? Liang Yu furrowed his brow. Though his strength is formidable, he is still not a match for genuine powerhouses. If others learn that our City Lord has been replaced by him, we may face tumultuous times ahead. Chen Chang'an cannot quell the chaos of the disorderly regions. Liang Yu's stance was resolute. He clearly opposed Chen Chang'an's ascension to the position of City Lord. And you? Does anyone else harbor objections? Murong Qingru inquired, surveying the others. City Lord, I believe Liang's concerns are not without merit. Chen Chang'an is indeed promising, yet the timing is not right. Perhaps after he has matured further, it would be more fitting for him to take on the role. While some expressed support for Chen Chang'an, they too believed the timing was not ideal. They all shared a common sentiment. Chen Chang'an needed more time to grow. Murong Qingru observed their reactions, discerning their sincerity. You all believe that Chen Chang'an lacks the strength to stand alone. But do you not realize that even when my sister and I join forces, we cannot match him? At this pronouncement, the assembly was stunned. How could it be that two could not contend with Chen Chang'an? What level of power had he attained? How could he be so extraordinarily formidable? May I inquire? City Lord, when did you engage in a spar with Chen Chang'an? Why were we not informed? Liang Yu questioned, perplexed. Must I report every action to you, Commander Liang? Of course not. I see you harbor no such reservations. Allow me to clarify. Just last night, my sister and I faced off against Chen Chang'an and were both defeated. Are you satisfied now? Murong Qingrou's voice was icy. Last night, many in the city lord's mansion were aware of Murong Qingrou's invitation to Chen Chang'an for a banquet, but they had no inkling that a fierce battle had transpired during the event. No wonder, after a single night, the two city lords had made such a momentous decision. It appeared they had been thoroughly impressed by Chen Chang'an's prowess. Who would have thought that the two city lords had clashed with Chen Chang'an? It must have been an intense encounter. Alas, they had missed the opportunity to witness such a confrontation between beings of this caliber. Indeed, if Chen Chang'an possesses such strength, his assumption of the city lord's role would not be inappropriate. Certainly, Chen Chang'an's potential is boundless. He may very well lead our city to dominate the chaotic regions. Chaotic regions? Given Chen Chang'an's current performance, he is destined for a prominent position within the Taishan realm. Murong Qingru commanded considerable respect, and thus her words went unchallenged. After all, why would a supreme-level powerhouse lie to them? City Lord, has Chen Chang'an consented? Wei Fengtang regarded the two sisters, still somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. After all, he had once pursued Murong Qingru quite fervently, and while he had failed, many were aware of it. Now, with her transformed into the city lord, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Therefore, I have gathered you here today to request your presence at the pleasure house to welcome the new city lord and facilitate the transition of power in our city. Murong Qingru smiled. Huh? What do you mean? Is this a case of acting first and reporting later, leaving Chen Chang'an in a predicament? Very well. Since the city lord has decreed it, we shall comply. From this day forth, we shall no longer be the city lords. Remember, there shall only be one city lord in our city, and that is Chen Chang'an. Yes, we obey. Chapter 97. Explosive news. One after another great news. Great news. Have you heard? Chen Chang'an has truly become the lord of our city, the city of no return. What? You can't be serious. How come I haven't heard about this? Just today, just now. It's utterly thrilling. What kind of prodigy is Chen Chang'an? In just a few days since arriving in the city of no return, his identity has transformed repeatedly. Wait, are you really telling the truth? Such an important matter, and I was completely unaware? Of course it's true. And do you know another significant piece of news? There is more heavy news? The lord of the city, Shura, has made an appearance. Boom! Compared to Chen Chang'an becoming the lord, the emergence of Lord Shura stirs even greater excitement among the crowd. After all, everyone has long speculated about Shura's identity, yet no clues have ever surfaced. Who could it be? Is it truly a powerful emperor? What do they look like? Could it be someone we all know, hiding among us? I surmise they must be a formidable elder, distinguished and striking. Everyone quiet down and let him continue. You are both right and wrong. I shall tell you, the Lord of Shura is actually two individuals. And one of them, you all know and have heard of, the proprietress of the Joyous Pavilion. What? The proprietress of the Joyous Pavilion is Lord Shura? How can this be? This is a woman. If Shura is two people, then who is the other? The other is also the proprietress of the Joyous Pavilion. Do you even hear what you're saying? What do you mean the other is also the proprietress? There is only one proprietress of the Joyous Pavilion. No, there are two, for they are twins. Twins? Two. At this revelation, the crowd was utterly astonished. The news was indeed too explosive. Now, the two lords, accompanied by the personnel of the lord's mansion, are personally heading to the Joyous Pavilion to welcome the newly appointed lord of the city of no return. It is said, though this is merely hearsay, that Chen Chang'an fought valiantly against the two lords and returned victorious, deeply impressing them with his prowess, leading them to willingly relinquish the lordship. I suspect this matter is also connected to the Bloodthirsty Alliance's coronation conference, with Chen Chang'an assuming the lordship. His chances of success may indeed be greater. If Chen Chang'an were to dominate at the coronation conference, Wouldn't that mean he would become the king of the chaotic region? Then our city of no return. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively gasped. If this were true, the city of no return would transform into something entirely different from what it is now. In this chaotic region, where bloodshed is incessant, finding a sanctuary is no easy feat, and the city of no return may well be the only one. Yet, everyone is aware that the other major powers are also coveting the city of no return. But if Chen Chang'an can become the king of chaos, who would dare to covet the city of no return? Let us go. Let us join in the excitement and welcome this new lord. Yes, we must go. Our hopes for a peaceful life in the city of no return depend entirely on Chen Chang'an. Let us head out now. An increasing number of people joined the welcoming party, gathering from all directions at the joyous pavilion. As they made their way, Liang Yu and the others were astonished. They knew Chen Chang'an was well known in the city of no return, but they never anticipated his popularity would soar to such heights. Moreover, why were these people so excited upon hearing of Chen Chang'an's appointment as Lord? Go on out. They're all here to welcome you. Look how thoughtful they are. They presented you with the lordship. They truly are dedicating everything to you, remarked Dahuang with a mischievous grin. The happenings outside could hardly escape Dahuang's notice. Though it had refrained from speaking, by the time Chen Chang'an realized, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Ah, those two really are something. Well, becoming a lord isn't out of the question. After all, no one stipulates that a lord must remain in the city of no return, right? Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, and then stepped outside the joyous pavilion. Upon his appearance before the crowd, thunderous cheers erupted around him. Lord! 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 Chen Chang'an merely glanced at the throng, and an immediate silence fell over all. This scene left Murong Qingru and her sister in astonishment. Has Chen Chang'an truly garnered such formidable prestige and influence in the city of no return? Should he truly desire it, even if they did not yield, the lordship would undoubtedly belong to him. Murong Qingru was filled with emotion, relieved that her choice had proven wise and timely. Otherwise, she would have missed out on such a treasure of a person. Since everyone has shown such heartfelt enthusiasm, I, Chen Chang'an, shall accept this lordship. However, now that I am the lord, you must abide by my rules. From this day forth, no private duels are permitted within the city of no return, nor may anyone provoke death recklessly. Should you feel a need for combat, you may venture outside